World of Immortals Chapter 207 to Chapter 241. The people of the Fair clan had not arrived yet. They looked at Xiaochen with a strange expression. The few courtyards near Xiaochen had already been bought by the few great clans. The dragon roar earlier had already startled these people. Although they did not hear the details clearly, they could roughly guess what had happened. Long Ting's actions were equivalent to slapping these large families in the face. It was the same 30 years ago. 30 years later, it was still the same. Long Ting had no scruples when doing things, completely doing as he pleased. Such a thing actually happened. The people of the Fair family hurriedly left. He had to report this to the patriarch immediately. What? After Faircloud heard these words, his expression suddenly changed. With a single palm strike, he shattered the entire hall. He stood blankly on the ruins, his face ashen. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Draco, how dare you play us like this? You're just a bastard." He was neither human nor dragon. If it wasn't for the old dragon backing him up, he wouldn't have been able to do so. I would have died 10,000 times. The other great clans also received the news, and all of them flew into a rage out of humiliation. Long Ting made these great clans hate him bitterly, blowing up a huge bubble. Let everyone flatter him, but in the end, at the moment of destruction, everyone was like a jumping clown exposed under the sun, not a single piece of clothing on their bodies. It was as thorough as it could be. This Long Ting deserves death. The dragon race really should be completely annihilated. They are too arrogant. This is too much. Curses of similar meaning could be heard from many families. This matter made them disheartened. It was a great loss of face. They were all fooled by Long Ting. This was especially true for the Fair family. It was hard for them to back down now. To marry or not to marry? The invitations had already been sent all over the Celestial City. All the influential people had received the news. There were those who rejoiced in his misfortune. The Celestial City was now in the calm before the storm. The emotions of the great families could erupt at any time. Of course, the Fair family felt the worst. Wasn't this toying with them? Right now, they wanted nothing more than to hang Long Ting up and scrape him with a knife. Faircloud silently stood on the ruins for a long time. His knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. In the end, he let out a long sigh hatefully. "Long Ting, wait for me to break into the realm of immortality. I will definitely settle accounts with you. I don't believe that you will hide in the deepest part of the southern wasteland forever." "Patriarch, what should we do next?" The underground people next to him were trembling with fear. He asked cautiously. At this time, the other important members of the Fair family also received the news and rushed over. Even the juniors weren't qualified to stand here. There were dozens of people from the middle-aged generation. "This is too embarrassing. This slap is too loud. I'm afraid it has already become the biggest joke in the southern wasteland. Big brother, cancel the wedding immediately." "That's right. Yunshui definitely can't be married off like this. Wouldn't that be letting that brat with no background take advantage of her? I'll kill him later." "Shut up." Faircloud coldly snorted. The patriarch's imposing manner immediately silenced the crowd. "If you break off the engagement like this, how will the people in Celestial City look at us? But, this brat with no background is not worth such a marriage alliance. How much benefit can he bring to our family?" Of course. Not everyone objected to this marriage. Someone said, "So what if there's no dragon clan? Isn't there still the patriarch of the devil sect? Furthermore, there were 3 holy beasts and Xiaochen. His talent was extraordinary, and he would definitely be famous in the future. This is enough." However, the majority of people were sneering. There's no need to think too much to know that the patriarch of the devil sect is just like the dragons. The 3 holy beasts were brought to the depths of the southern wasteland by Long Ting. They no longer belong to Xiaochen. So what if his talent is extraordinary? He provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Can he still survive? There's no need for our family to make enemies for him. Everyone was unanimous in wanting to break off the engagement. The more Faircloud listened, the more vexed he became. In the end, he shouted, "Enough. Stop quarreling. Continue the wedding. Big brother. You are muddle-headed. How can you do this?" Patriarch, Faircloud swept his cold gaze over everyone and said, "Xianxia is my daughter. Don't tell me I don't care about her more than you guys? This kind of thing happened. If we break off the engagement immediately, everyone in the southern wasteland will laugh at us and look down on us. That will make us seem too snobbish." "But Patriarch, what if the two villains outside the city come to kill us?" Faircloud said very decisively, "Continue the wedding. It's just a formality. Don't let the people in the southern wasteland look down on us. Xianxia can remarry in the future." "Big brother, you mean we'll kick Xiaochen out after the formality?" Although Faircloud was more than 50 years old, the demonic arts practiced by this family was really miraculous. However, the demonic arts cultivated by this family were truly miraculous. He didn't look old at all, and he looked rather handsome. He looked like a man in his 30s. However, the feminine aura was a little heavy. It lacked the masculine beauty. Faircloud's eyes emitted two cold glints. He said, "That's too obvious. There's no need for others to gossip. You guys immediately contact the Tiger Woman and revered tiger outside the city. After explaining everything, they will naturally know what to do after communicating with them. Our reputation will be preserved. Whether Xiaochen can live or not will depend on his luck." In fact, many major powers were waiting to see the Fair family make a fool of themselves. The families that wished they could immediately make a move against Xiaochen were doing their utmost to restrain themselves. If the Fair family kicked Xiaochen out, the Fair family's reputation would definitely be tarnished throughout the southern wasteland. Then it wouldn't be too late for them to make a move. The Fair family allowed the wedding to continue. Many of the great clans were at a loss. They had never thought that they would be so kind. Did they really want to suffer in silence? Weren't they afraid that the Middle-earth's Tiger clan would hate them? In the back garden of the Fair family, the incomparably beautiful Fairs now had a frosty expression as she waved her jade-like hand. Divine light burst forth. A large number of flowers and trees were chopped into pieces and scattered in the air. "I actually married him. Sister, don't be angry." Hai Yuntian arrived behind her. "You should understand father's helplessness," Fairs now sneered. Light and agile like an immortal, stepping on the flowers that were contending for beauty, she walked towards the direction of her boudoir. Xiaochen quietly looked at the people around him. He appeared very quiet, not wanting to enter the high residence at all. However, a 70 or 80-year-old man followed him closely. This was an expert of the older generation of the Fair family. He had completely locked onto him, forcing him to attend this absurd wedding. The guests all wore meaningful smiles on their faces. They knew that the show had only just begun. They wanted to see how the Fair family was going to deal with this. Xiaochen was very calm. He knew that the Fair clan was not a benevolent person. The major powers in the city were even less so. They did not make a move against him now because it was not the right time yet. The Fair family's actions were even more unusual. He didn't believe that this was a simple wedding. Perhaps the wedding was in progress. The Tiger Woman would kill her way in, behead him with her sword, and end the wedding. Thinking of this, Xiaochen's heart suddenly turned cold. Could the Hai clan have thought of this as well? Definitely. If you want it to look good. At this moment, they might have already left the city to contact the Tiger Woman. At this moment, Xiaochen thought through all the problems. What the Fair family did was indeed a clever move. He had completely preserved the face of the clan, and naturally, this crisis had been defused. That's right, if he, Xiaochen, died on the wedding day, people would only know that the murderer was the Tiger Woman and the others. Moreover, the Fair family did not reject the wedding like a snobbish person. It was even more likely that they would gain a good reputation because of this. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame his own short life. He did not have the fortune to marry Fairs now. What a terrifying scheme. The Fair family was good at scheming. Xiaochen sighed to himself. At this point, he had nothing to fear. Even if he had to die, he had to make the Fair family look miserable. Just when he was about to make a move, the old man behind him patted his shoulder lightly and said softly, "Save some strength for your escape. Our family will not be in a hopeless situation. Life and death are up to fate. It all depends on your luck." Xiaochen looked at him coldly and became silent again. If he wanted to make the Fair family look miserable, it wouldn't take long. Even if the old man was lying, he would still have a lot of chances to calm him down. Next, he should have a lot of opportunities. In the splendid hall, toasts were exchanged. Delicacies and century-old wines were being served unceasingly. The atmosphere was warm. The joyous atmosphere was exaggerated to the point that there was not the slightest bit of falsehood. The host and guests were happy and harmonious. From time to time, someone would tease the head of the Fair family. They said that they had recruited a good son-in-law. Maybe in a few decades, the number one person in the South Wasteland would fall into the hands of the Fair family. Everyone toasted Faircloud one after another. From time to time, they would say happy words. Faircloud put on a fake smile. He wished he could crush the wine cup in his hand. It smashed on the faces of these old bastards. Of course, there were also a lot of people around Xiaochen. Many people clinked glasses with him one after another. The enthusiasm of their words made him feel what was called shameless hypocrisy. Many people's expressions made him feel disgusted. However, he had no choice but to put on a smile and perform like an actor. Xiaochen felt gloomy in his heart. The pain was indescribable. Ever since he was young, he had never cried before. But now, he suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. It was somewhat miserable. He was a dignified man. He was actually forced to this extent. Like an actor, he seemed happy and sad at the same time. Standing on the stage, he performed alone. He was actually a pitiful person. Normally, the impression he gave people was that of a decisive and decisive person. He was cold and merciless when facing his enemies, but who knew that under his cold exterior, there was a hidden side to him? But who knew that under his cold exterior, he also had the grief of an ordinary person? It was a very ironic wedding. Everyone was waiting to watch the show, but they had no choice but to put on an act. However, all the way until evening, the people from the Fair family had not returned yet. Not to mention the Tiger Woman and the Tiger Chuan appearing to kill Xiaochen. Faircloud's expression became even more gloomy. Could it be that the wedding was going to continue? If it went on, it would really turn fake into reality. Wasn't this the same as shooting himself in the foot? His intuition told him that something might have happened. Looking for an opportunity, he quickly left the hall. After giving some secret instructions, he dispatched experts to investigate urgently. The sky was filled with stars. The crystal lamps brightly illuminated the magnificent hall. Everyone toasted each other. The atmosphere was very warm. Someone shouted, "It's time to enter the bridal chamber. We can't delay this world's most precious spring night." Right. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Let's invite the bride and groom into the bridal chamber. Many people jeered one after another. They wanted to go to the bridal chamber. The people from the big families could already see it. The Fair family was deliberately stalling for time. Perhaps they wanted some kind of accident to end this wedding. Since that was the case, how could they let the Fair family do as they wished? They would push one after another, and jeered for the couple to enter the bridal chamber. The complexion of the people from the Fair family finally changed. They were caught in their own trap. Things actually developed to this point. Why hadn't those experts returned yet? Why hadn't the Tiger Woman come to kill Xiaochen? This was really an anxious moment. They simply couldn't delay any longer. The couple bowed to heaven and earth. Not allowing them to enter the bridal chamber was indeed a little unreasonable. In the end, Faircloud clenched his teeth, flicked his sleeves, and left. Let his brother be in charge. There were piles upon piles of old foxes present. Every one of them was a smart person. Even their eyelashes were empty. One after another, they began to mock each other. The middle-aged and young people followed suit. The Fair family had no choice but to let the couple enter the bridal room. "We want to make a scene in the bridal chamber. The atmosphere was quite festive, and everyone was in high spirits. Xiaochen looked at everything calmly. He was very quiet. Just at this time, a tall figure carrying an iron sword on his back walked towards him. He pushed aside a few youths who were making a ruckus beside Xiaochen without any trace of politeness. "Here's a toast to you. I hope you don't die." After the solitary sword demon spoke, he drained his cup in one gulp. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and followed suit. Then, he strode away. Xiaochen was speechless. This might be the only cup of sincerity in this wedding. No one was willing to provoke the solitary sword demon. Although the solitary clan was low-key, it wasn't too far off from being the #1 clan in the south. He also didn't look for trouble with the solitary sword demon's father. If they really offended the Duga family, according to the character of this family, it was possible that a few dozen people with big iron swords on their backs would march into the depths of the southern wasteland without saying a word. So what if the elders of the dragon race were here? This was the style of this family. The first-generation ancestor of the Duga family was definitely capable of fighting against the strongest warriors in the depths of the southern wasteland. As the crowd pushed and shoved Xiaochen to the backyard, he was about to enter the bridal room. The fragrance of flowers wafted in the air, and the layout was like a garden. Let the backyard warm and beautiful. They passed by a clear lake, crossed a small stone bridge made of white marble, and walked through a corridor of roses filled with the fragrance of flowers. Xiaochen arrived in front of the exquisite embroidery tower. "Haha," he burst out laughing. There was a hint of sadness, but it was mostly cold and resolute. "All right. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Enter the bridal chamber, then so be it." Xiaochen laughed heartily and shouted at the old men in all directions, "If you want to kill me, then go ahead. But I have to remind you, my ability is enough to drag down your family's pearl of the southern wasteland before I die. Surpassing the 9th heaven fairy. If they were husband and wife. This kind of action should be considered intimate and warm, but the relationship between the two newlyweds could be said to be extremely delicate." Fairsnow's pupils were faintly flickering with flames. It was as if she was being teased. However, she calmed down very quickly and smiled sweetly. She looked very charming. They slowly descended from the sky. Xiaochen wrapped his arm around Fairsnow's slender waist and said to everyone with a smile, "Everyone, have you seen enough of the show? How about sending us husband and wife off?" The old man in the sky immediately changed his expression and said with a cold voice, "You are very capable. If you could really become our fair family's son-in-law, it would be really not bad. What a pity." While speaking, Xiaochen moved his palm and gently caressed Fairsnow's cheek. Then he carefully parted a strand of her hair that was blocking her eyes. She felt that she and those greedy women were people from two different worlds. She felt that this kind of choice was not because she was snobbish, it was all because she was calm and realistic. Standing on top of the huge mountain would always be closer to the high sky. She needed a high ground. She didn't want to start climbing from the foot of the mountain. The people who were making a scene in the bridal chamber were very shocked and immediately became alert. They knew that Xiaochen was going to take action. Everyone started a commotion one after another and rushed out of the embroidered building, leaping onto the roof. Everyone came here to watch a good show. The good show had just begun. Someone muttered in a low voice, "If possible, even if I know I will die, I am willing to exchange this night with Xiaochen." Xiaochen smiled. He was already in a predicament, he was getting more and more open. No matter how bad it was there anything worse than death? When the tiger woman came, it was his moment of crisis. He could completely let go now. Xiaochen waved his hand and Fairsnow's neck stopped bleeding. Without saying anything, he turned into a divine light and soared into the sky. Everyone followed Xiaochen's footsteps and chased after him on the main street. "I want to live. Get out of the way, I don't want to talk nonsense." Xiaochen pushed open the door and walked in with a faint smile on his face. Behind him, the people who were clamoring for the bridal chamber blocked the entrance and made a ruckus. There were even a lot of people who rushed in. If he could escape at this moment, with how big Celestial City was, he might be able to hide for a while. It was not impossible to fight for a chance to survive. Everyone looked a little absent-minded, even though they were here to cause trouble. But most of the cheers were from the bottom of their hearts. Those in the bridal chamber were both envious and bewildered. They all shouted, "Beautiful!" She had the appearance of a heavenly immortal. The pearl of the southern wasteland. He firmly grasped Fair Snow's hand with one hand and lifted her chin with the other. "It's not that I can't kiss her, but it's too indecent to let you see it like this." Fair Snow did not struggle. She let Xiaochen hug her, not showing any fear at all. A golden house can hide a mistress, a jade house can hide a beauty. The 3-story embroidered building was beautiful and gorgeous. The floor was paved with jade, the windows were made of red sandalwood, and the scenery was made of agate. The fragrance of the building was refreshing. Although the small building was not grand, it was extremely exquisite and full of beauty. Xiaochen laughed heartily and said, "What's wrong with that? Isn't it just a kiss? Is there anything more exciting than this? How about we have a new experience in the bridal chamber? Let's go to a more spacious place outside, we husband and wife will show you how to fly together." The old man from the Fair family gnashed his teeth in hatred. He knew that this was definitely the doing of the other major clans. However, he couldn't do anything at this moment. The two of them were so powerful that it was somewhat abnormal. One on the left and the other on the right, they had completely locked onto him. It was basically impossible for him to budge at all. Let him go. Xiaochen shivered in his heart. This woman was very scary. She could still maintain her composure even under such circumstances. Her schemes were truly profound. The lunar fairy descends to the mundane world. "Xiaochen, you. My Fair family treated you so well, marrying the most beautiful woman in the south to you, and you actually don't know what's good for you. Repaying kindness with enmity, doing this kind of thing? Why are you doing this? Why wouldn't I dare? Kill me then." Everyone could not help but sigh. This brat Xiaochen was really ruthless and decisive. He actually dared to make a move in this kind of situation. Furthermore, he succeeded while there were experts following him. "Xiaochen, how can you do this? My ending seems to be marked with the word death. No matter what I do, is there anything worse than this?" That's right, as far as she was concerned, the wedding was nothing more than a formality. Xiaochen was definitely not a good match for her. Her heart had already flown out of the southern wasteland and drifted towards the north. She didn't want to be confined to the small south wasteland. Xiaochen didn't have any background. How was he going to compete with the emperors of the world? How was he going to contend with the ancient clans that had existed for thousands of years? Fairsnow was a woman who was unwilling to be ordinary. She wanted to rely on a great power that could sweep through the world. She didn't want to be unknown. She wanted to become a woman whose name could shake the world. Xiaochen ignored Fairsnow's warning gaze. He frivolously raised his hand and lifted Fairsnow's chin. Borrowing the words of the ancients, he commented, "If the shoulder is shaved, it would be hard to imagine." Her waist was as smooth as silk. Her neck was long and slender, and her skin was white and dewy. Her fragrance was flawless, and her luxurious clothes were irresistible. Her hair was in a bun. Her eyebrows were slender, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Her eyes were bright and kind, and she had an outstanding bearing. She was elegant and graceful, and her body was relaxed. Comparable to Goddess Luo. Everyone jumped down from the pavilion one after another. They knew Xiaochen was going to lay his cards on the table. At present, they were prepared to completely break off their relationship and escape. There was only one ending waiting for them here. The tiger woman and tiger servant would definitely kill him. However, everyone was also shocked. This Xiaochen was really courageous. He actually dared to kidnap the noble daughter of the Fair family. "Let's drink the wine of the cross cup." The old man from the Fair family who was responsible for locking on to Xiaochen was so angry that his intestines turned green. This extremely daring Xiaochen was really too much. He actually dared to do this. In fact, ever since Xiaochen had captured Fairsnow, even if he could move, he wouldn't be able to do anything. What was even more infuriating was that the two experts of unknown origins and hidden identities were still locking onto him at this moment. They made him unable to move. Everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. At the same time, they couldn't help but shake their heads and jeer again. They knew that Xiaochen didn't have the fortune to enjoy such a beautiful woman. The Fair family would never let this wedding become a reality. Speaking until here, a fierce force rushed into Fair Snow's body from Xiaochen's palm. It made her ninth celestial layer unable to block it at all. Xiaochen pushed open the red sandalwood window and flew into the night sky while pulling Yan Qingqing along. Let's leave the Fair family first. With this hostage in our hands, they shouldn't dare to kill us. Faircloud was also very straightforward. What a pity. Xiaochen smiled as he rejected everyone's jeering. Since he had already let go, what else was there to be afraid of? The divine light that occasionally flashed in his eyes indicated that he was very calm and unhurried at the moment. I can't be bothered with you. There is no need to say too much, everyone here should understand what is going on. If your Fair family continues to put on an act, then you are completely insulting my intelligence. Get out of the way. If you want Fairs now to live, then open a path for me. Xiaochen was very decisive. The long saber in his hand pressed down mercilessly. Immediately, blood spurted out and a bloody wound appeared on the side of Fair Snow's neck. Stop. This won't do, give her a kiss. And at this time, how could Xiaochen let go of this opportunity? Although he didn't know that someone was blocking the Fair family's old man, he sensed that the aura that locked onto him had dissipated. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Naturally, he grabbed Fair Snow's lily-white hand and said with a carefree smile, "From now on, husband and wife are of one heart, we will fly side by side." When everyone heard this, they jeered one after another, "Give her a kiss. Bite the apple." In this kind of situation, although Fairs now had a faint smile on her face, the coldness in her beautiful eyes could still be clearly seen by Xiaochen. There was killing intent, anger, and a trace of disdain. Fairs now was dressed in wedding clothes, she looked like a fiery cloud. She sat quietly in front of the bed, two maids were attending to her left and right. The pearl necklace hanging down from her head was not moving at all. This showed that she was very calm in her heart, she wasn't nervous at all. Xiaochen unfolded the undying divine wings and soared into the sky. However, he was forced back down in the sky. He didn't have any fluctuation in his emotions because of Fair Snow's beauty. With an indifferent tone, Xiaochen asked casually, "Do you guys think my new wife is pretty? Pick up the bride." She looked at Xiaochen coldly. There wasn't any emotion in her beautiful eyes. Her gaze was brimming with warning. "You guys are too much, the wedding caused such a huge commotion." It was as if the Fair residence had exploded in an instant. Everyone came out of their rooms one after another and rushed over here. The unexpected turn of events made it impossible for the wedding to continue. Everyone came here to watch a show, but this show was a little too straightforward. It was far from intense enough. "Lift up the head," a middle-aged man from the Fair family shouted. Just like that, Xiaochen walked straight out. His sharp spiritual sense was raised to the limit. Everything within a 100-meter radius appeared clearly in his mind. Fair Snow's calm face finally showed some fluctuation. She didn't know why the family hadn't contacted the Tiger Woman yet. Why didn't they stop these people? How could they let these people cause trouble in the bridal chamber? That undying old man from the Fair family who had been following Xiaochen all along was very anxious. There were actually two unfathomable people blocking his way, making it hard for him to lock onto Xiaochen. "You want to escape from Celestial City? Then let go of Fairs now first. If you really want to kill her, you can give it a try." The head of the Fair family, Faircloud, asked coldly. The aged voice was very cold. No one would doubt his words. The Fair family couldn't bear to see Xiaochen really escape from Celestial City. "Let's have a toast." Xiaochen's messy hair fluttered without any wind. The killing intent emitted from his body made all the flowers in the surroundings wilt. The petals danced like butterflies. Xiaochen waved his hand. The long sword of a practitioner at the side flew into his hand in a flash. The ice-cold blade replaced his palm as it rested on Fair Snow's snow-white neck. "Calm down. What was there to be afraid of now?" The one who should be worried was the Fair family. She lifted up the red veil and revealed a beautiful face. Fair Snow's skin was as white as snow. She was as beautiful as a fairy. She was so beautiful that it made people dizzy. Many youngsters who were making a scene in the bridal chamber felt their mouths go dry. The noisy scene quieted down in an instant. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Xiaochen had already lost the power of the Dragon King. He couldn't give her that much. Fairs now had already sentenced him to death in her heart. Xiaochen couldn't live after this. He had to erase all traces of this wedding. The hecklers were unwilling to disperse. They pushed Xiaochen all the way to the second floor. Pushing open the purple jade door, the crystal lamp illuminated the bridal chamber with a gentle glow. The warm radiance rippled with a warm atmosphere. However, all of this was only on the surface. The mood of the few people at the center of this matter was very different. Xiaochen didn't even turn his head back. He didn't bring Fairs now through the front door, but directly towards the base of the wall. The long sword swept over. The divine radiance burst forth, and the tall courtyard wall collapsed with a loud rumble. Everyone wished for the whole world to be in chaos. They jeered unceasingly. It was rare to see such a ferocious scene in the bridal chamber. Xiaochen didn't rush to the sky to escape. He appeared very casual and calm. He pulled Fairs now and stood quietly in the void. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but rather, the Fair family's security was too strict. There was actually an old man standing quietly in the void in all four directions. That old man from the Fair family was able to move at this moment. The two experts who locked onto him already disappeared into the crowd in an instant. However, it was already too late for him to move. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. Although these two people used a mysterious technique to create an illusion to hide their true appearance, he could tell that these two people were not young by relying on his instinct. They were at least 50 to 60 years old. Why were they making a scene in the bridal chamber at such an old age? They were obviously here to stop him. The starlight was dim, and the bright moon was hidden in a dark cloud, only revealing a faint halo. Looking down from the sky, the celestial city was brightly lit. It looked like a resplendent celestial mansion. Xiaochen was as fast as divine light. He had already left everyone's line of sight a long time ago. Unfolding the undying divine wings, he rose higher and higher. In the end, he actually flew above the clouds. Xiaochen hid in the clouds and quietly adjusted his breathing for a while. Then, he started to think, should I really escape this city? Draco had once said that as long as he left this city, the tiger woman and tiger attendant would immediately kill him. Xiaochen didn't really believe it. The celestial city was so big, and the sky was so vast. Did the people from the tiger clan really have such a powerful divine ability to seal off all directions? Xiaochen stood in the clouds, embracing the beauty who looked like she had walked out of a painting. Looking at the clear and cold moon, hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. How can I escape this place safely? Under the bright moonlight, Fairsnow's snow-white skin shone with a sparkling luster. It was as if she had been carved out of jade. She was indescribably moving. However, at this moment, such a peerless beauty was like a puppet in Xiaochen's eyes. She was completely ignored. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at the starry sky and pondered. Xiaochen, let go of me. I'll help you fight for a chance to live. Fairs now spoke with a calm tone, and she didn't reveal the slightest trace of panic from being captured, and she was extremely calm and composed. You're trying to save yourself, right? Xiaochen tightened his grip on Xianxia's waist and sneered, this is supposed to be the wedding night. You and I, husband and wife, stand high in the clouds. Although it is somewhat different, the stars and the moon shine brightly. The night is hazy, but it is still considered a beautiful scene, and it has its own flavor. You want to kill me? Fairs now turned around and stared at Xiaochen. Why do you say that? You're such an outstanding beauty, how could I bear to lay my hands on you? The corner of Xiaochen's mouth curled up into a brilliant smile. Under the moonlight, his snow-white teeth flickered with a crystalline luster. However, there was not the slightest hint of a smile in his eyes. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Because you know you can't escape. What a joke. The world is so big, who can stop me from leaving? The tiger woman and tiger attendant have already left a spiritual imprint on your body. No matter where you flee to, they will be able to find you. Fairs now very calmly said something that startled Xiaochen. How is that possible? Fairs now smiled sweetly, causing the starlight in the sky to dim in comparison. Her jade-like face emitted a strange temptation as she said, I can tell you how to break it, but you have to let me live. It seemed to be a compromise and exchange. However, Xiaochen was very guarded against her. This woman was very scheming and hard to believe. How can I trust you? Fairs now revealed a faint smile, her red lips exceptionally alluring. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she said, "The problem now is that I should worry about how you will truly let me go. You have grasped the initiative, so there is no need to worry." Xiaochen smiled and nodded. "Very well, please speak. Use your heart to sense it. Is there a wisp of misty white light in the sea of consciousness?" Xiaochen calmed himself down and sensed carefully. Indeed, he discovered something strange. He nodded and said, "Not bad. That's right. This is a special method of the Tiger clan. If they imprinted a spiritual imprint into your body, they would be able to find you even if you fled to the ends of the earth. If one wanted to break it, they would need to possess great power to disperse it. Outsiders would not be able to help. It's obvious that your current strength can't possibly surpass the Tiger woman and Tiger attendant. There was still another way, and that was to use the divine bead to lock that wisp of spiritual imprint in place, causing it to lose connection with the Tiger woman. I have such a precious pearl in my possession, and it is called essence condensation. Not only could it stabilize the fluctuations of the spiritual brand, but it could also allow you to avoid the spiritual sense search of any powerhouse. This will give you a chance to escape safely. You're really thoughtful." Fairs now said calmly and seriously, "Because I want to live. I know you're in danger. They will kill me without mercy." In the dead of night, in the mansion of the High family. The guests had already left long ago, but the people of the Fair clan found it hard to sleep. Just at this moment, a few of the elders opened their eyes in an instant. They had felt Xiaochen's aura. Swish swish, a few figures flew out and surrounded Xiaochen. "Don't be nervous, I forgot a few things here." Xiaochen placed the long saber across Fairsnow's neck and said to the few old men, "I know you guys are very talented, and can even confine a domain. But I want you to understand, my spiritual sense is extraordinary. If I feel the slightest energy fluctuation, I will immediately swing my saber and behead Fairsnow." Without a sound, the old men retreated. Xiaochen left behind an afterimage in the sky as he charged towards Fairsnow's boudoir in an instant. This brat should be executed by 1,000 cuts. Let him be rampant for a while. I will kill him sooner or later. The younger generation was very angry, but they couldn't do anything. In Fairsnow's boudoir, a sweet fragrance wafted in waves. However, it was pitch black inside. Xiaochen walked in with Fairsnow in tow, but he stopped in an instant. That was because someone was standing in the darkness. "You guys are here, I have been waiting for a long time." It was actually Fairsky. There was helplessness and sadness in his eyes. He looked at Xiaochen calmly and said, "I knew my sister would bring you here to get the essence pearl." After he finished speaking, he opened his palm. A pearl blossomed with gentle radiance from the center of his palm. It made his pale palm look almost transparent. Xiaochen was speechless. Fairsky was one of his friends in this city after all. There was nothing much to say about this situation. Walking over, Fairsky handed over the pearl to Xiaochen and said, "This way, the Tiger clan won't be able to track your whereabouts. I hope you won't hurt my sister." Speaking until here, Fairsky turned around and said to Xiaochen with his back facing him, "No matter what happens in the future, I will always remember that I once had a friend like you. I will also remember, speaking until here." Xiaochen's figure retreated explosively. A bloody light was transmitted from the front. Fairsky actually pierced his ribs with a long sword. He stabbed towards Xiaochen. With such a disguise and without any fluctuation of energy, he was indeed very fierce. Swish, the radiance of the long sword flickered. Xiaochen left a bloody mark on Fairsky's neck. Immediately, the few old men who were about to launch their domain in secret to restrain Xiaochen stopped. "I said before that my spiritual sense is extraordinary. You guys mustn't use your divine ability recklessly. That will only speed up Fairsky's death." "Fairsky, you are very good. You hit it very well." In the end, this kind of thing still happened. Xiaochen put away the essence pearl and flew high up in the sky with Fairsky in tow. They went far away in an instant. Roar, a sky-shaking tiger roar resounded through the heaven and earth. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation came from the front. And a long roar transmitted from the back as an expert broke through the sky and arrived. Why is it so coincidental? Why does it seem like they were waiting for me? Xiaochen's expression changed. He grabbed Fersky and dived towards the ground. Like a flickering light and passing shadow, he rushed into the complex residential area. The essence pearl was just in his hand. The tiger woman and the tiger servant arrived. The two figures were as fast as lightning. They arrived in the sky above the Fersky residence in almost an instant. Why did they suddenly disappear? The old tiger woman had a violent temperament. She stood high up in the sky and coldly swept her gaze in all directions. The other old man in his 60s or 70s also had a glint in his eyes. He drew a cold arc in the night sky. Xiaochen obtained the essence pearl. He can fix your spiritual imprint and make it impossible for them to move. After Fersky's wounds were treated, he was already fine. He looked up at the two experts in the sky and said, "However, we tampered with the essence pearl. The essence pearl has been tampered with by us. Our fair family can find him. Don't be rash, he can't escape." Without any sound or presence, the four old men of the Fersky appeared in the sky. Hee, good. We will do as we said before. We know what to do. That damned Long Ting. If he didn't stop us, these things wouldn't have happened. However, he already said it. Xiaochen's life or death has nothing to do with him anymore. He feels that it is meaningless to play with you big families. That bastard. The head of the Fersky family, Fersky, said hatefully. They attacked from all directions. The people of the Fair clan headed west in all directions, not wanting to startle Xiaochen. They didn't want to alarm Xiaochen, but they wanted to surround him. It was impossible for the celestial city to be peaceful tonight. Many big families were paying close attention to everything. For them, the show had just begun. In a commoner's district, Xiaochen coldly pointed his saber at Fersnow and said, "How can your D clan sense our whereabouts? Did you do something to the essence pearl?" Fresh blood flowed down from her snow-white neck again. Fersky said calmly, "Gather your energy and pour it into the essence pearl. Shatter the light inside and cut off the connection with the outside world." Xiaochen acted according to her words. However, in that instant, the energy in his body rushed towards the essence pearl like a broken dam. It was impossible to stop it even if he wanted to. It was as if there was a black hole devouring his energy frantically. Xiaochen was fixed on the spot like a clay sculpture. Fersky didn't have any hesitation. Like a ray of light, she broke away from Xiaochen's control. Humph. The essence pearl is very useful. When your energy is exhausted, I will let you taste 100 kinds of torture. Fersky wiped off the bloodstain on her neck. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. Her gaze was even colder. Humph. Xiaochen let out a cold snort and shook off the essence pearl. How is this possible? What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Fersky was incomparably shocked. She quickly retreated, but she wasn't worried at all. That was because the experts of her family had already arrived. An old man stood in front of her to protect her. I can even refine an evil dragon, let alone a mere pearl. Fersky let out a bell-like laughter and said, "The important thing is that it bought me some time." Xiaochen, you are dead for sure. Fersky, you are really scary. What a good scheme. Xiaochen didn't panic. Since things had already developed to this point, there was nothing to regret. Fersky said calmly and grimly, "You are a rare talent. If it wasn't because you offended the Tiger clan, you could have been used by me." What a pity, haha. Xiaochen laughed heartily and said, "It seems like you are going to kill your husband tonight. Aren't you afraid that the world will laugh at you for being vicious?" Fersky didn't get angry. Her figure was as faintly discernible as an immortal standing in the clouds. She replied calmly, "Originally, I wanted to let the Tiger clan take you away. But the more I think about it, the more I feel that you are very scary. I have to see you die with my own eyes. Otherwise, with your talent, you might really be able to shake the world after a few decades. I don't want this kind of thing to happen. I don't want the senseless people to say that I have no foresight." The four elders of the Fair clan had all arrived. The four directions had already been sealed off. Xiaochen had no way to escape. A loud laughter transmitted over. The tiger woman and the tiger servant also flew to the sky. The old woman said fiercely, although we can't catch that little thing, it is enough to sacrifice you to the white tiger cub. Who do you think you are? Xiaochen snorted coldly and said, with such seniority, you actually dare to make a move on a junior like me? Aren't you afraid that the world will laugh at you? The tiger clan's name shakes the entire Middle Earth. Having people like you is really a disgrace. The old tiger woman immediately turned hostile and said sinisterly, brat, don't try to show off. The tiger clan has always done things like this. Who dares to say anything? Turns out shamelessness has already become a kind of tradition. Xiaochen was filled with disdain. Being looked down upon and humiliated by a junior, the people of the Hu clan were so furious that they wanted to kill Xiaochen immediately. And your fair family, a hypocritical family, chasing after fame and profit. In the end, you made such a huge joke. Hee hee, tomorrow, the news of your fair family's southern wasteland Pearl killing her own husband will definitely spread throughout the southern wasteland. The other clans are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. When Faircloud heard this, he was stunned. He said coldly, Xiaochen, stop trying to be eloquent. Do you think you can change your fate by humiliating us? Xiaochen laughed wildly and said, I know I won't die, but I'm not afraid of death. It's a pity that I can't kill all of you with my saber. I always feel regretful. The tiger woman and many people from the Fair family shouted coldly. You dare to say that you want to kill us? You have only entered the Historia realm. If you want to kill us, do it in your next life. Xiaochen pointed his saber at the sky and his cold voice reverberated, if time were to turn back 30 years, which one of you would dare to speak to me like this? If we were of the same generation, I could wipe out all of you with one hand. Arrogant. Reckless brat. Although the tiger woman and the rest were resentful, they couldn't deny it. If time were to turn back 30 years, they really wouldn't dare to make a move against Xiaochen. This also made them swear to kill Xiaochen even more. They couldn't give this brat any chance. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome in the future. Haha, Xiaochen laughed heartily and looked at everyone with disdain. He said, if you were to turn back 30 years, killing you would be as easy as killing chickens. Now, is there anyone among your descendants who can compete with me? What's so great about Historia? My tiger family also has such a young expert. The tiger woman glared at Xiaochen hatefully and said, it's useless to say more. I'll kill you now. Wait. I'll go kill him. At this time, outside the crowd, a youth shouted loudly and walked toward the scene with large strides. He looked at Xiaochen coldly. I am Tiger Wind from the younger generation of the Middle Earth's tiger family. As you wish, someone of the same generation will come to kill you. Whoosh, the sword chi burst forth. More than 100 rays of light fell to the ground like stars. They drew one after another, dazzling radiance after another. The place where Xiaochen was located was submerged in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Such a young expert actually appeared. Perhaps he was about to break through to the Historia realm. However, before everyone could even exclaim in admiration, a shocking change occurred. Xiaochen went against the 100 or so sword chi and rushed forward. All of the sword chi were melted by him and couldn't injure him at all. Wherever the longsword went, it was unstoppable. The sword chi was like a startling rainbow. One cut through 100 sword chi. Blood soared into the sky. A human head flew off just like that. Tiger Wind's headless corpse stood still for a moment. After that, it fell into a pool of blood. The blood gushed out like a fountain. Everything happened too fast. It was very neat. No one could believe that a young expert with unlimited potential was beheaded by Xiaochen just like that. I've said it before, if we were to turn back 30 years, all of you would be useless. You wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. Xiaochen stood calmly in the wind. His long hair fluttered along with the wind, but his heart was exceptionally calm. He pointed the longsword at the sky and stared at everyone. Tiger Wind, the tiger woman shouted loudly. She didn't expect that an expert with potential from the younger generation would be killed just like that. She didn't even have the time to save him. She was not a direct descendant of the tiger clan. She was only an old servant. Now that one of the direct descendants of the tiger clan died here, all the blame would fall onto her. In addition to the white tiger cub's tragic death, she really hated Xiaochen to the bone. The tiger servant's gaze was also incomparably cold. She said in a cold voice, "This child cannot be left alive." He actually comprehended a divine ability. If I didn't guess wrong, that should be a rare divine ability of weapon fusion. If one's cultivation is deep enough, they can smelt it. The people from the Fair clan all looked at Xiaochen vigilantly. Many of them were thinking, it was indeed a loss for them to not be able to recruit this youth into the clan. He actually comprehended such a terrifying divine ability just after breaking through to the Historia realm. He was really talented in the path of cultivation. Perhaps his name would really shake the world after a few decades. The more they thought of this possibility, the more determined these people were to eliminate Xiaochen immediately. They couldn't allow any accidents to happen. At a distant place, the experts from all the big clans were watching from the sidelines. They watched everything quietly. Xiaochen knew that without a miracle, he would definitely die. After all, he was only 21 years old. Even if he was extraordinarily talented, he was still vulnerable in the face of time. Time could obliterate everything, but it could also create everything. The older generation experts had gone through the baptism of time, and their cultivation was not something that a young expert like him could compare with. The four directions had been sealed, and the sky had been besieged. There were no less than 6 demigods, so how could he escape? I will slaughter your 2 souls and 7 spirits, leaving only 1 soul to guard the white tiger's tomb forever. The tiger woman had already landed on the ground. She walked towards Xiaochen step by step. The gloominess on her face was as cold as a 10,000-year-old ice. Her voice was as cold as the netherworld. "Do you have anything to say before you die?" "There's nothing to say." Facing death, Xiaochen remained calm. The entire street was brightly lit. More than 100 experts from the Fair family were surrounding this place. In the distance, there were even more people from the major clans watching in the dark. Firsky stood within the shadows, causing his emotions to be impossible to discern, and he was cold, indifferent, and almost numb. From the beginning until the end, Farsnow was tranquil and composed, and she seemed as if she was watching a play that had nothing to do with her. The old tiger woman coldly smiled and said, "You are very pitiful. In the end, you died like this, without even a word of nostalgia for this world. Since I know I'm going to die, there's no need to say anything. Do you want me to beg you to satisfy your perverted mind? I'm afraid I have to disappoint you." Xiaochen appeared very calm, as if the person who was about to die was not him. "I'm already very satisfied. My parents gave me life and let me grow up happily. I have been very happy for the past 20 years. Except for the love of her parents. I also have many true friends and a girl who likes me. In this life, I have kinship, friendship, and love. What else is there to be unsatisfied with? I'm not a greedy person. It's enough to be so simple and plain. Of course, this is too ordinary for you. Everyone here wants to reach a high position. Looking down on the world and even wanting to sweep away all the experts in the world, you will never understand this kind of simple happiness." Farsnow chuckled. Under the bright moonlight, she was like a fairy of the moon that had descended to the mortal world, indescribably ethereal and spirited. "I've always thought that you're a decisive and scary person. I didn't expect you to have such an innocent and cute side to you. I imagined that you might be my rival in the future. I didn't expect this. It's just a pity, your family, your friends. The girl who likes you will never be able to meet you again." Despite all this, Xiaochen did not feel sad. His tone was incredibly calm as he said, "Who in this world can have eternity? The most important thing is that I can still feel satisfied at the moment of my life's end. My parents have friends to help me take care of them. Even if a sincere friendship dies because of me, it will not fade with the passage of time. The woman I once liked, even if I missed her forever and she no longer belonged to me. Before I die, I won't have any regrets. Our friendship will forever settle in my heart. Then go to hell." The tiger woman pressed forward, but she did not see the scene of Xiaochen begging for mercy. Instead, she saw Xiaochen's calmness and ease. This made the old woman very disappointed. To everyone's surprise, Xiaochen did not choose to commit suicide. Instead, he held his saber horizontally in front of him. Haha. You still want to fight me? Aren't you overestimating yourself? No matter what I do, I will not give up until the very last moment. You want me to commit suicide? That was an insult to me. I, Xiaochen, can only die in battle. I will not commit suicide because I am a coward. Xiaochen had already withdrawn his calm and tranquil temperament. The current Xiaochen revealed another side of him. The power that belonged to a man could be seen at a glance. The divine radiance in his eyes was clear. Even when facing a demigod, he did not have the slightest bit of fear. She was looked down upon by Xiaochen. The old woman was furious. She wished she could slap Xiaochen into meat paste. However, she changed her mind. Xiaochen's life would be too easy on him. She wanted to slowly torture him to death. Leaving behind an afterimage, the old woman appeared in front of Xiaochen in a flash. Her demonic claw-like hand suddenly tore down. It was so fast that it was beyond everyone's imagination. Many people could not even catch the trace of her movements. Xiaochen raised his saber to block. Kacha! The saber shattered like a meteor streaking across the vast sky, scattering one after another, dazzling radiance after another. The second claw came tearing down. Xiaochen did not have a saber in his hand, but the saber intent in his heart was very intense. It was as if his entire body had transformed into a heavenly saber. The resplendent saber light streaked across the night sky as it chopped towards the old woman. Bang! The palm saber landed on the old woman's demonic claw, emitting a dull sound. Xiaochen was sent flying. The old woman did not move at all. She pressed forward with a sneer. Xiaochen wiped off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and faced the old woman coldly. Although the weapon fusion divine ability had dissolved most of the powerful force, it was still unable to resist the old woman's torrential claw power. Swish, swish. As the old woman moved her hands, a few jet-black light claws tore through the air. It was as if they were tearing through the void. They drew one terrifying trajectory after another. After that, the entire space was sealed in an instant, trapping Xiaochen in a domain. I will scrape you piece by piece. This was the reality. Although Xiaochen did not have many opponents among the youth generation, the gap between him and a demigod was too big. He was basically unable to contend against her. Xiaochen moved his fingers with great difficulty. A trace of blood overflowed from his mouth. He executed the burst form with incomparable pain. The brilliance shone in all directions. The domain emitted waves of energy. The old woman let out a soft cry of surprise. She opened the domain and walked in. Boom! Like a violent volcanic eruption, the dazzling radiance illuminated the entire night sky. Xiaochen moved both of his hands again and again. The burst form, demon suppression form, chaotic disorder form, and god slayer form, the four major techniques were executed with all their might. No matter what the result was, he had tried his best. The radiance was dazzling, resplendent and dazzling. It was as if millions of starlight were pouring down in torrents. It illuminated the entire street. The old woman was forced to take half a step back. However, Xiaochen was already covered in blood from head to toe. All the capillaries in his body had ruptured. However, the divine radiance did not extinguish just like that. On the contrary, it became even more blazing. It was as if the raging heavenly fire was burning and soared into the sky. The entire sky was trembling. The entire earth was trembling. The entire street was destroyed. Those desolate ancient houses in the surroundings instantly turned into sand and dust. Xiaochen's battle intent soared. Even though he knew he was going to die, he was still unyielding and unyielding. He wanted to completely burst out the rage in his heart. He wanted to fight the old woman head-on by burning his life. Even more so, he wanted to fight against fate. Under the dazzling divine radiance of life, this area was thoroughly destroyed. The desolate houses that had not been inhabited for a long time were completely annihilated. It was as if this place had never existed in the first place. It was completely flattened and crushed. The fire of life dimmed. Xiaochen was thoroughly defeated. However, that unyielding look in his eyes was not concealed at all. The tall figure stood there quietly. His gaze was like the radiance of a heavenly blade as he coldly looked at all the enemies in front of him. Die. It was not scary. It was merely a kind of transformation of life form. Xiaochen felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. He did not have any regrets. No matter what the result was, he had once strived to fight for it. The sound of a flute transmitted over from a distant place. It was sad and beautiful. It was like a song from hell that guided Xiaochen's soul to go far away. The scene was very desolate. Everyone had witnessed everything that happened just now. If it was not for a demigod expert stepping forward to fight, perhaps even a Historia realm practitioner would have died with a grievance. That inextinguishable divine flame of life, that unyielding high battle intent, it was enough to make everyone's heart tremble. It was enough to make everyone tremble inwardly. Even the old woman was forced back, more than half of her sleeves turned to ashes. I am not afraid of death. Xiaochen glared at the blue dome of heaven. The blade-like glint in his eyes gradually dimmed. For some unknown reason, even though the one he killed was merely a Historia realm youth, everyone felt a heavy weight in their heart. Even if Xiaochen was killed, they also felt a little chilly. A Historia realm expert actually gave them this kind of feeling. It made many people shudder with fear and pressure. Fortunately, this youth was really going to be thoroughly killed. Haha, a loud laughter transmitted over from a distant place. A few youths from the big clans who were watching from the sidelines walked over with large strides. The old woman did not stop them from approaching. She was currently pondering over the God Slayer, chaotic disorder, demon suppression, and rupture. She kept having the feeling that something was wrong. It was hard for her to imagine how Xiaochen managed to learn the rumored incomplete technique. Xiaochen, you also have such a day. Hoffman was the first one to walk over while laughing heartily. Behind him was Zhuge Kuan, Li Dongbo, Austrian, and the rest of the rich kids. As if he had heard their ridicule, Xiaochen's already dimmed pupils suddenly emitted two sharp glints. Like two lightning bolts, he directly charged towards Hoffman and the rest. Not dead, how can he still be alive? Hoffman and Zhuge Kuan were so shocked that they retreated repeatedly. The two young masters at the back couldn't take it any longer and directly fell to the ground. Haha, so it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Hoffman felt a little embarrassed when he saw it was just a false alarm. He calmed himself down and bowed deeply to the tiger woman at the side. Senior, can you allow this junior to step forward and vent my anger? After that, I will slaughter his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. The tiger woman nodded her head silently. Hoffman, Zhuge Kuan, and the rest slowly pressed forward. Looking at Xiaochen, whose gaze was gradually dimming, they laughed without the slightest scruple. Xiaochen, what makes you think you can fight with us? You are only a puny practitioner from the mortal world. You dare to compete with us? Today, even if I die, I won't let you live in peace. Hoffman laughed maliciously and crazily. In the end, you are still being stepped on by me. Zhuge Kuan gathered his courage and pushed lightly. Xiaochen immediately fell into a pool of blood. Hoffman and the rest walked forward while laughing heartily. Hoffman stepped on Xiaochen's chest and asked in an evil voice, I am stepping on you, what are you going to do? Zhuge Kuan also gave him a heavy kick and said, I swore a long time ago that I will definitely repay you 100-fold in the future. Xiaochen's consciousness was already fuzzy. One after another, warm scenes from the mortal world reappeared in his mind. He saw his white-haired parents, saw his childhood friends, and even saw the girl that he had missed forever. He felt a sparkling and translucent tear was about to flow out from the corner of his eye. I can't cry, I never cry, how can this be? I thought the world of immortals was an otherworldly world. I thought the world of immortals was a peaceful land where the immortals shone their radiance. However, that was only my ideal China. Dreams can never be realized in reality. Xiaochen didn't have much time left to live. His thoughts were in a mess. The cruel world of immortals was even more dangerous and realistic than the martial world in the mortal world. Strength and background represented everything. At the last moment, Xiaochen thought of 10x and Kiki. In this world, he was always alone. Only these two little beasts had gone through thick and thin with him, accompanying him all the way. Lan Nua, Lawrence, Ijin, Oxman, Rowena, and the others parted ways on the Dragon Island. Where were they now? The friends that had gone through thick and thin with him in this world, they didn't even have the chance to get to know each other anymore. Haha. Does this guy feel pain? Hoffman laughed heartily. He grabbed Xiaochen's collar and pulled him up from the pool of blood. He sneered, a teardrop actually flowed out from the corner of his left eye when he was about to die. Haha. At a distant place, Firsky was indifferent. They knew Xiaochen was definitely not shedding tears because of the few thugs' humiliation. Why did this man who wasn't even afraid of death shed a tear at the last moment? Squeak, a mournful whimper resounded from afar. A streak of white light flickered unceasingly in the sky like a flash of lightning. A snow-white little critter was passing through the space and arriving here. Woo! Woo! The mournful whimper was like a sad song in the dusk of hell. It made people feel sad just by hearing it. Kiki had escaped from the depths of the south. Before it was captured, it already knew about Xiaochen's situation. In the end, Kiki recklessly charged out of the south and rushed towards the celestial city. A little critter was so affectionate, some of the onlookers were deeply moved. Woo! Seeing Xiaochen lying in the pool of blood, Kiki transformed into a divine light and appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It suddenly waved its little paw, the rainbow-colored radiance blossomed and sent Hoffman, Zhuge-kun, and the others flying. Squeak! Woo! The snow-white little critter cried out in fear and shook Xiaochen's head with all its might. The rainbow-colored radiance entered Xiaochen's body one after another. It did everything it could to save this life that was about to rest in peace. The little critter that had always been mischievous actually started to whimper and cry at this moment. This was the first time it revealed such a terrified and fearful expression. It was afraid that Xiaochen would die here and now. Very good, I originally wanted to kill you, little thing. Now you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. The tiger woman smiled coldly. The demigod experts moved in unison and sealed off all directions, blocking all the escape routes. Woo! The little critter whimpered and shook Xiaochen with all its might. Under the illumination of the rainbow-colored radiance, Xiaochen opened his eyes and coughed out a small mouthful of blood. He calmly swept his gaze across all directions. Using his blood-stained palm, he patted Kiki's head dotingly and said weakly, "Go quickly, you can't save me, wait until you have the strength, then come back." Squeak! Woo! Kiki stubbornly shook its head and wept. Its pair of big eyes that were originally filled with intelligence were already filled with tears. Using the rainbow-colored radiance to confine Xiaochen, the little critter carried Xiaochen on its back and soared into the sky. However, with a bang, it was once again smashed down by a divine radiance. The 6 demigod experts sealed off all the escape routes. Put me down, and run away quickly. I will take revenge for you in the future. You have to remember everyone's face. Speaking until here, Xiaochen paused. And everyone here felt a chill. The snow-white little critter's potential was obvious to all. If it remembered them, in the future, they didn't dare to imagine. Xiaochen paused because he thought of another problem. The snow-white little critter was really too young. If it was allowed to bear the burden of a blood feud right now, it was hard to imagine what it would be like when it grew up. Even if he wanted to kill all the people who besieged him today, he stopped himself for the sake of the little critter's future. He sighed and said, "I don't want the cute little monster to turn into a perverted murderer. I don't want hatred to cloud your intelligence. In the future, kill those 2 elders, and those few youngsters, for me. Don't kill too many people. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Kiki was still very young. It was impossible for it to understand that Xiaochen was still concerned about its future even before his death. His intentions could be said to be painstaking. However, the onlookers could more or less see some clues. Woo! Kiki wept and shook its head with all its might. It soared into the sky again while carrying Xiaochen on its back. It passed through the space and suddenly appeared on the other side. However, the 6 demigods sealed off all directions. They were still able to accurately determine its movement direction. The divine radiance swept down and heavily struck them down. "Let go, remember my words," the tiger woman sneered coldly. "It's impossible for the 2 of you to escape from this place. Both of you will die. Escape, you must escape." The snow-white little critter didn't listen to Xiaochen's persuasion. Its big eyes flickered with tears as it spared no effort to protect Xiaochen. It used the rainbow-colored radiance to protect Xiaochen. It carried Xiaochen on its back and soared into the sky again. It wanted to risk its life to rush out of this confined space. Along with the glaring radiance, the rainbow-colored radiance swept towards the sky again and again. The little critter attacked with all its might. It wanted to tear apart everyone's domain. The old woman was so startled that her entire body trembled. She wanted to charge at Xiaochen. Ever since the 10,000 flowers fell, the Buddhist chanting, the world-destroying chanting, and the sacrificial chanting appeared, she knew that a great disaster had occurred. Kiki already had no strength left. Until now, the originally snow-white little critter was already completely dyed red by the blood. However, it still stubbornly carried Xiaochen on its back and soared into the sky. It was unwilling to let go even if it died. The tiger woman sneered, her expression was awe-inspiring. She swung her demonic claw, and at the same time, the tiger servant also unleashed a divine radiance. The little critter was blocked once again. Xiaochen did not say anything about this silent contempt. The little critter's corpse didn't fall to the ground, it seemed to have disappeared. The radiance flickered, the soundless collision didn't cause any destructive energy fluctuation. However, that spot in the center was like a blazing sun. The glaring radiance almost blinded many people. After that, it was as if the starlight in the universe was annihilated. In the end, it returned to the pitch-black void. The clan had already received their report and issued a secret order. If there was an opportunity, they would never let this snow-white little critter appear in this world again. This was a must-kill order, they had to eliminate this snow-white little critter at all costs. The Tiger clan rarely issued this kind of order. It was enough to show that they were afraid of Kiki. That was because the old ancestor had already guessed its origin from the description. However, the result was predictable. Kiki was still very young. Even though it had endless potential, it was still impossible for it to fight against 6 demigods alone. A string of blood drifted down. The little critter fell heavily on the ground, giving rise to a cloud of dust. The adorable little critter, the gluttonous little critter, the innocent little critter, the lively little critter, the little critter that went through life and death together, it actually died just like that. Ah, in a trance, he heard the little critter's childish voice again. Xiaochen felt an incomparable pain in his heart. His tears fell like rain. It seemed to be asking why. Kiki's face was full of tears as it looked at the crowd. It didn't understand why these people were so vicious and wanted to kill them. With its current naive temperament, it was still somewhat difficult for it to understand the complicated human heart. Finally, it let out a mournful cry and crawled to Xiaochen's side with great difficulty. It whimpered unceasingly, tears blurring its eyes. Once, twice, thrice, beg me. Beg for my forgiveness. Woo-woo, a sweet fragrance wafted in the air, and colorful flower petals fluttered about, filling the air. The petals sparkled like jade, and a rain of petals fell from the sky. Xiaochen, who never cried, felt the corners of his eyes moisten. Xiaochen, who never believed in the heavens or fate, only believed in his own strength, felt his heart bleeding at this moment. He prayed unceasingly, hoping that the snow-white little critter would be able to escape alive. The little critter's tender voice transmitted from the sky for the last time. After that, it stopped abruptly. The old woman's palm blade ruthlessly chopped on its body. Blood splashed everywhere. Following that, the rainbow-colored radiance illuminated the entire sky. There was a dazzling brilliance everywhere. More than half of Celestial City was brightly illuminated. Let me go, the tiger woman launched a tiger claw-shaped radiance. The radiance was like a real divine weapon. It tore the space apart and let out a deafening thunderous sound. The heaven and earth trembled violently. The tiger woman immediately launched a crescent-shaped radiance. It also let out a rumbling sound, as if there was a magnificent army galloping at full speed. The heaven and earth shook violently. Kiki struggled free from Xiaochen's embrace and charged towards the sky with all its might. It faced the old woman head-on. One must know that this was a domain laid down by 6 demigods. Just by standing inside, it was already in an invincible position. It was impossible for the snow-white little critter to break the confinement of 6 demigods no matter what. There were 7 rays of light spiraling in the sky. Every single one of them was leaping like an ancestral dragon. In the end, they charged towards a palm-sized sapling. The radiance soared into the sky in an instant. The palm-sized rainbow-colored sacred tree blossomed with glaring divine radiance, making everything else lose their color. After that, it slowly descended. Even if it was as strong as the snow-white little critter with unlimited potential, it still received heavy injuries during the process of charging. With its divine ability, it could barely deal with a demigod. However, it was still too weak and immature to face the domain laid down by 6 demigods at the same time. Squeak. Squeak, the tiger woman remained unmoved. Xiaochen forcefully swallowed the blood he coughed up. He said calmly, "Slaughter my 2 souls and 7 spirits, leave behind a strand of my soul to guard the white tiger's tomb forever. Let the snow-white little critter go." The sapling slowly descended into Xiaochen's hand. The rainbow-colored radiance was flickering and throbbing. Swish, squeak, you can't save me. If you don't leave now, you will also die here. Xiaochen felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Tears flowed down like rain as he faced the sky and the pool of blood. He cried loudly like a child. Kiki weakly crawled up and used the rainbow-colored divine radiance to protect Xiaochen. It carried him on its back once again and charged towards the sky. According to legend, only Buddha that was half a universe-enlightened ancestral god realm, Laozi, and a few others had been killed in their lifetime before they'd attained enlightenment and attained the Tao. Exactly what was the background of this snow-white little beast? How could such a thing actually happen? It made the heaven and earth grieve, made 10,000 flowers weep. How was this possible? How was this possible? Xiaochen moved his injured body with great difficulty and slowly crawled over, leaving a trail of blood behind. He took out a multicolored divine feather from his clothes and placed it on Kik's body. Then he said to the people in the sky, "You guys are ignoring the dignity of the dragon race. Could it be that you guys want to incur the hatred of the phoenix race? I have no request, I only want you to let it go. I can make it swear that it will never avenge me. You guys can erase its memory and only ask for its life. What else is more thorough than killing it? Our ancestor is not afraid of the southern wasteland's old dragon. The phoenix race's life-saving divine feather is only a symbolic favor. It is not as important as you think. Then all of you can go to hell." The old woman hated this kind of expression from Xiaochen the most. She rushed down from the sky and ruthlessly slashed at Xiaochen with her right palm like a blade. The little critter looked at Xiaochen, who was coughing up blood, and let out a mournful cry. It didn't want to give up just like that. It carried Xiaochen on its back and charged again. This kind of confrontation was the most dangerous. If there was even the slightest mistake, they would be annihilated. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the snow-white little critter's mouth as it was sent flying. However, it still used the rainbow-colored divine radiance to protect Xiaochen with all its might. It didn't let him get hurt. Although it was powerful, talented, and possessed unimaginable divine abilities, it was facing 2 demigods who were trapped in a domain. The little critter tried its best to protect Xiaochen. It wouldn't let go even if it died. It whimpered as it charged towards the old woman in the sky. It wanted to send this vicious old woman flying and create an opening. 6 demigod experts sealed off the sky. There was no emotion in their eyes. The 4 experts of the Fair family were only in charge of sealing off the 4 directions. The ones they were in charge of killing were the Tiger Woman and the Tiger Servant. Only the Tiger family of the Middle Earth dared to offend the dragons of the southern wasteland. The blood of the white tiger flowed in the Tiger family's body. According to legend, their ancestor was a white tiger saint with divine marks on his body. During the ancient war, he once withstood 3 attacks from the Buddha and retreated unscathed. His strength was unfathomable. "I came here for it, how can I let it go?" Even if Xiaochen's heart was as firm as iron, he couldn't help but cry bitterly in that instant. It was a heart-wrenching pain. He rarely shed tears since he was a child, but at this moment, his tears fell like rain. He never thought he would be so weak one day. With a flash of divine radiance, the little critter was ruthlessly struck and fell heavily on the ground. The Tiger Woman smiled eerily. "If you kill it, the dragons will not let you off." The rainbow-colored divine radiance flickered, the dragon's divine ability blossomed with dazzling radiance. It swept across the Tiger Woman and the Tiger Servant in front. Everyone was endlessly frightened. After the little critter was killed, it actually triggered a worldly anomaly. No one could understand it. Once, twice, thrice, squeak, since you have already fallen into the trap, how can I let you leave? Kiki weakly opened its big eyes and reluctantly looked at Xiaochen one last time. After that, it resolutely rushed forward. It used the last bit of its strength and rushed towards the old woman. However, it couldn't even release the rainbow-colored radiance. How could it resist the demigod-level old woman? I don't want to live forever, I only want to live together. I don't want to fight for 100 lifetimes, I only want to fight for 1 lifetime. I don't want eternity, I only want this lifetime. I offer my soul as a sacrifice, 1,000 lifetimes of suffering, 100 lifetimes of suffering, I only want to exchange for the little critter's life. Would the undying sect make a move? The hope was too slim. Even if Yan Qingqing was going to die together with him because of the demonic absolute god, how could they make an enemy out of several major powers for the sake of a young disciple? As far as a major sect was concerned, it was impossible for them to make such a decision. A piercing sound transmitted over. The old woman and the tiger woman were also afraid of an unforeseen event. A streak of cold light tore through the sky and went straight for Xiaochen and the snow-white little critter. I don't want this result, swish, Xiaochen used all his strength to hold it in his bosom. There was no need to say anything more now. He only stared coldly at the tiger woman and the tiger woman in the sky. Squeak. Woo, everyone was stupefied, especially the tiger woman. She felt incomparably cold. Just what kind of little critter did she just kill? It actually caused the heaven and earth to grieve together. She felt that even her soul was trembling. Squeak. Woo, woo, Xiaochen went crazy from the pain. He was like a wounded beast as he faced upwards and let out a loud cry. The southern wasteland has the dragon race, the tiger family has the old ancestor. Who can say for sure who is stronger and who is weaker? Following that, the chanting of the Buddhist scriptures resounded in the sky. The faintly discernible sound of chanting ancient scriptures enveloped the entire space. Soon after, the apocalyptic hymn also resounded at the same time. It was desolate and distant, as if it came from the ancient times. In the end, there was an ancient sacrificial chant. It seemed to have pierced through time and space, it was incomparably sorrowful. The little critter whimpered. It already had no more strength left. Just like Xiaochen, it fell into a pool of blood. However, it still stubbornly crawled towards Xiaochen. It wanted to carry him on its back and escape again. However, after trying for a long time, the little critter only managed to stretch out its little paw. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't send out any rainbow-colored radiance. Xiaochen crashed into the ground and moved over with great difficulty. He moved over with great difficulty and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His heart ached as he held the heavily injured little critter in his bosom. He calmly looked at the 6 demigods in the sky. That immature voice seemed to still linger in his ears. In the end, the little critter faced the old woman head-on. That last reluctant look was forever fixed in Xiaochen's heart. In the distance, a desolate flute sound drifted faintly as it came along with the wind. It sounded like a cuckoo crying blood under the setting sun. It also sounded like the mournful song of hell at dusk. The old woman's laughter was very eerie, as if she had gone insane. She felt a lot of pressure in her heart. The white tiger had died, and a direct descendant of the tiger family had also fallen here. She couldn't shirk the responsibility. At this moment, Xiaochen solemnly swore an oath. He prayed to the ancestor god who might have already fallen. His voice clearly reverberated between heaven and earth. It spread to more than half of the celestial city. Many people were emotionally moved. The old woman was extremely afraid. She turned into a streak of black light and rushed over. However, the rainbow-colored sacred tree seemed to possess boundless power. It destroyed everything in its way. The resplendent radiance it emitted instantly swept the old woman away. The little critter wailed in grief. It shook Xiaochen, who was coughing blood with all its might. It was unwilling to lead by itself no matter what. It had lost count of how many times it was cruelly beaten down by the old woman. Bang! In the sky above the solitary family's ancient castle, a gray-haired old man carried an iron sword on his back. He stood quietly in the sky and looked towards this direction. He silently heaved a sigh and said to himself, it shouldn't have appeared in this world. The dragons were happy, scared, and hated it at the same time. Their emotions were complicated. There were already enough dragon kings. There were no less than 4 ancestral dragons. There was no need for this little critter to come into being. However, it wasn't killed by the dragons on the Dragon Island and successfully arrived at the continent. The antiques in the southern wasteland had no choice but to show some attitude. But now, the little critter escaped from the southern wasteland by itself. I'm afraid that old antique has already turned a blind eye to it. He wants to let it perish on its own. Kiki shook its head stubbornly. Its eyes were glistening with tears. Although it was also coughing blood, it still stubbornly carried Xiaochen on its back with its young body and soared into the sky once again. The rainbow-colored radiance enveloped the entire world. The endless rain of flowers was drifting down. Whoosh. Whoosh, woo. Squeak, who could save him and Kiki? The dragons, they seemed very heartless. They should have appeared by now. Why didn't they show themselves? Right now, it was impossible for Kiki to escape by itself even if he wanted to. Xiaochen remained silent as he looked at the sky coldly. They were sparkling and translucent, as if the stamens of an immortal were withering. Buddhist chanting, apocalyptic songs, sacrificial chants, could be heard without end. I do not wish to live forever, I only wish to coexist. I do not wish for 100 lifetimes, I only wish for this lifetime. I do not wish for eternity, I only wish for this lifetime. I offer my soul as a sacrifice. 1,000 lifetimes of suffering, 100 lifetimes of suffering, I only wish to exchange for the little critter's life. The voice reverberated between heaven and earth for a long time. The rainbow-colored sacred tree flickered, making Xiaochen's palm look almost transparent. Specks of divine radiance enveloped Xiaochen, who was lying in a pool of blood. The multicolored radiance made the dark night as bright as day. The heaven and earth were weeping at the same time. The little critter's death triggered a change in the world. It shook the entire celestial city. All the practitioners were shocked. Many people couldn't help but feel grief. They couldn't explain it clearly, and they couldn't understand it. This was half an ancestor god's extravagance. Since ancient times, the number of people who could trigger a change in the world could be counted on one hand. It was enough to show how powerful the snow-white little critter's race was. Many people already felt a chill in their heart. Many people had already started to discuss. The root of this storm was the little white tiger's death. Everything happened because of this. The tiger family of the Middle-earth is too tyrannical. The little white tiger died in the War Beast tournament. Who can they blame? Since they are participating in the tournament, they should be prepared for defeat. In the War Beast tournament rules, it is clearly written that life and death are up to fate. Even a 3-year-old child understands this principle. However, they still want to seek revenge after the event. They are extremely unreasonable and shameless. Everything happened because of this shameless family. They even angered the heavens. The fair family is not a good thing either. They are afraid of the tiger family of the Middle-earth and actually colluded with them. They even pushed their own son-in-law to outsiders to be killed. Everyone knew that this storm wouldn't subside just because of the little critter's death. Xiaochen had already sworn the oath. He seemed to have sunk into a deathly stillness. He quietly gazed at the sapling in his hand. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. The rainbow-colored radiance had already enveloped him. The divinized acupoints in his body were as dazzling as the stars. At this moment, they blossomed with dazzling radiance. Boundless life force surged out violently. It was healing his dying body. Although Xiaochen remained silent, he was crying silently. He didn't know if he would be able to see that naughty little thing again. Although the rainbow sacred tree seemed to have absorbed K7 strands of essence, who knew if it would really appear in this world again? The rainbow-colored sacred tree was trembling. It was as if a little critter was peacefully breathing in its dreamland. Xiaochen's heart was also trembling along with it. The radiance of the sacred tree was communicating with the hidden life energy in all of his major acupoints. Very soon, his entire body was bathed in a dazzling radiance. His ruptured blood vessels were being reconnected, his torn flesh was being healed, and his broken bones were being reformed. His sparkling and translucent skin was flickering with specks of multicolored light. All the bloody scars on his body were shaken off. The multicolored light was like a divine flame burning. It was as if Xiaochen had been reborn from the ashes. The energy of life filled his body once again. In a short period of time, he had already recovered. But the little critter still did not appear. Fear sprouted in the tiger duo's heart. Facing this anomaly, they had a bad premonition. Even if they were safe and sound now, they were afraid that a great disaster would befall them in the future. Without saying anything superfluous, the two of them rushed towards Xiaochen together. The tiger claw light slashed at Xiaochen's neck. They wanted to kill him. Falling petals swirled in the air. Petals fell one after another. It was as if little ripples were spreading out with the rainbow-colored sacred tree in Xiaochen's hand as the center. The multicolored light fluctuated, the haze of light was dense. 7 different colors of multicolored radiance flickered and swept towards them in an instant. How could this be? The tiger duo were incomparably terrified. After they flew back several dozen meters, they stabilized their bodies in the sky and charged towards Xiaochen again. The rainbow-colored sacred tree broke away from Xiaochen's palm and actually floated in the sky. It swept out a huge light beam that was like the tail light of a comet. If it was not for the tiger duo's quick movements, they might have paid a certain price. Even so, they were still shaken by the aftershock and almost fell from the sky. The rays of light flickered, the rainbow-colored sacred tree descended once again. It floated in front of Xiaochen's chest and swayed unceasingly. After that, it actually melted and entered Xiaochen's body. In this short period of time, the divine tree stretched out in Xiaochen's body like a divine vine. The roots penetrated into his 4 limbs and hundreds of meridians. The black jade leaves, white jade leaves, jasper leaves, and gold jade leaves trembled unceasingly, illuminating his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The 9 divinized acupoints were like 9 treasures. They were linked up with the rainbow-colored sacred tree and were completely connected by the roots of the sapling. The rays of light were dazzling, Xiaochen's body blossomed with thousands of auspicious colors. Tears blurred Xiaochen's eyes. It was the little critter's treasured tree that saved him, but what about the little critter? Was it really inside the sacred tree? Could it still appear in this world? His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. At this moment, Xiaochen felt that he shared the same fate as the sacred tree. The rainbow-colored sacred tree was connected to the 9 divinized acupoints. It was implanted in his internal organs and took root in his limbs and meridians. It was like a spiritual root of life, establishing an inseparable connection with him. With a wave of his palm, a multicolored light flew out with a swish. It was actually the dragon's divine ability, confinement. Everyone at the scene was incomparably shocked. Many people's complexion became extremely unsightly. How did the heavily injured Xiaochen fuse with the sapling? And how did he grasp Keek's divine ability? Among the 6 demigods at the scene, other than the tiger woman and the tiger servant who dared to kill Kiki, the rest were here to kill Xiaochen. Now that this person who was supposed to die actually had this kind of fortuitous encounter, it immediately made them unable to sit or stand still. The 6 demigods in the sky surrounded Xiaochen in a split second. They spread out their domain and trapped Xiaochen on the ground. Since things had already developed to this point, it was impossible for them to let Xiaochen go. Only by killing him thoroughly would they be able to get rid of any future troubles. Xiaochen unfolded the undying divine wings and soared into the sky with all his might. His palm blade carried the power to annihilate 1,000 soldiers. A total of 17 layers of divine radiance swept towards the tiger woman and the tiger servant in an overwhelming manner. The tiger woman and the tiger servant were even more ruthless. The white tiger-shaped energy wave rushed over like an external incarnation, and the light blade slashed through the void to resist the dragon's divine ability. The night sky was as bright as day in that instant. The energy wave surged violently. It spread in all directions. The airwave overturned many houses in the vicinity. This was a great collision of divine abilities, this was a great confrontation of strength. Xiaochen was jolted to the ground. However, his body was unscathed as he coldly scanned the sky. The tiger woman and the others were incomparably shocked. How could Xiaochen resist them? Even if he grasped the little critter's divine ability, it was impossible for him to be this powerful. One must know that under the situation where the domain enveloped the sky, even the little critter would find it hard to contend against them. Right now, Xiaochen was only borrowing the power of the divine ability. How could he be stronger than the snow-white little critter? As a matter of fact, Xiaochen was also very surprised at first. However, after thinking about it for a bit, it was not only the little critter's power, there was also the boundless energy contained within the rainbow-colored sacred tree, as well as the power of the 9 major divine points in his body. So what if you grasp the little critter's divine ability? Can you break through the domain and escape? The tiger woman glared at Xiaochen sinisterly. She was already extremely angry now. Accidents kept happening, it made her lose her patience. Moreover, her fear kept on increasing, she was afraid that some unforeseen event would happen. Xiaochen faced her coldly and launched attacks unceasingly. He wanted to break through the obstruction of the 6 demigods. A life-and-death confrontation, an intense collision. Xiaochen could resist the domain head-on, but he couldn't break through it. The 6 demigods in the sky were a little anxious. Although they were in an invincible position, they urgently wanted to get rid of Xiaochen in the shortest time possible. Because Xiaochen had the sacred tree in his body, they couldn't help but worry. Nobody knew if there would be another unforeseen event. More than enough defense, but not enough offense. Xiaochen sighed inwardly. Currently, he had only grasped the dragon race's divine ability, imprisonment and sweep, and extermination. He had no clue at all. He couldn't wait to kill the 6 people in front of him. Although the sacred tree had entered his body and he grasped Keek's divine ability, Xiaochen still couldn't contend against the 6 in the sky. However, Xiaochen was still unable to deal with the 6 people in the air. Don't tell me I am going to die here in the end? Xiaochen's heart gradually sank. He basically didn't want to think about external help. Among the people he knew, only the demon and Lan Nua had this kind of strength. Right at this moment, the mournful flute music came to an abrupt stop in the direction where it had come from. A beam of sword light streaked across the sky like an otherworldly immortal, shooting toward the domain set up by the 6 demigods. Like a star falling to the earth, like a vast ocean rolling over the 9 heavens, the imposing sword. The sword light tore apart the domain in an instant and fiercely cut open a path. No one expected such a powerful expert would intervene. The brilliant sword pierced through the domain and broke the balance. Xiaochen had an astonishing talent for battle. He soared into the sky in an instant and used the dragon's divine ability, sweep. The divine light pierced through the sky. After sweeping away the tiger woman and the tiger attendant, he rushed out of the domain in an instant and stood in the sky. He took a deep look at the direction where the flute melody came from, then he coldly swept his gaze over everyone at the scene. Swish, with a flap of the undying divine wings, Xiaochen rushed over in an instant. A divine light swept out and the tiger woman was sent tumbling in an instant. The tiger woman flew into a rage out of humiliation. Without the domain laid down by the 6 demigods, it was impossible for her to resist the little monster's divine ability. She shouted angrily, "Quickly lay down the domain, we absolutely can't let him escape. We must eliminate him tonight." In reality, who among the 6 was willing to let Xiaochen go? He would definitely become a disaster in the future. How could Xiaochen let them trap him? His body was like a flood dragon as he soared into the sky and escaped into the distance. Chase. We absolutely can't let him escape, we must kill him. The falling flowers in the sky gradually became sparse. The chanting, the song of extermination, and the chanting of sacrificial rites also completely disappeared. Xiaochen was as fast as the wind and lightning. He left the celestial city far away and fled into the desolate south. Although the 6 demigods were in hot pursuit and used all kinds of methods, they gradually lost track of Xiaochen in the desolate forest. Xiaochen sneered again and again. In the end, he evaded the 6 of them without making a sound. He retraced his steps and sneaked into the celestial city. Let's go on a killing spree. This was a hard-to-suppress impulse in his heart. Although he knew that running away at this moment was the most appropriate, he still couldn't bear it. If he couldn't kill the tiger woman and the tiger attendant, he wouldn't have the face to face Kiki. The little critter couldn't die in vain. Right now, he had to enter the city and create chaos. The people of the Fair family were still searching in the city. Xiaochen ran into a group of people in an instant. The dragon's divine ability, sweep, mercilessly attacked and crushed these people in an instant. Although it was not a special killing technique, It was enough to deal with these people. Someone come, he is here, Xiaochen is back again. There was no need for them to shout. Xiaochen had already made his way here. He directly rushed towards the people of the Fair family. 7 or 8 people were chopped in half at the waist in a flash. Blood splashed everywhere in a split second. Xiaochen was looking for Fairsnow and Faircloud in the crowd. He raised his hand and shot out another divine radiance. More than 10 heads were sent flying and blood sprayed everywhere. The street was dyed red by the blood. He couldn't find Fairsnow and Faircloud. Xiaochen soared into the sky in an instant. He rushed out of the celestial city once again and hid in the endless darkness of the void. The 6 demigods that rushed into the desolate mountain hurriedly returned. The 4 experts of the Fair family were anxious on the spot. Among the 20+ people that died just now, 7 or 8 Historia-level experts had died. This was a loss that shouldn't have happened. The 4 ignored the tiger woman and the tiger attendant and rushed in all directions. They gathered the descendants of the clan. The instant the 4 of them left, Xiaochen silently rushed over from the distant sky and launched an attack at the tiger woman. Damned brat! The tiger woman and the tiger attendant were furious. They turned around and charged at Xiaochen. It had to be mentioned that the dragon's divine ability was really powerful. After evading the tiger attendant, Xiaochen ruthlessly sent the tiger woman flying. He unfolded the undying divine wings. Under the urging of the rainbow-colored sacred tree, his movements were as fast as lightning. He directly chased after the tiger woman. The divine radiance flashed. With a swish, Xiaochen slashed out a divine radiance diagonally. The tiger woman tried to block it, but she couldn't block it at all. Along with the sound of shattering, the divine radiance trembled. Xiaochen went against the tiger woman's divine radiance and rushed forward. Pfff. Blood splashed everywhere. Xiaochen's palm blade shattered the tiger woman's right palm. He shook the palm blade again. It completely shattered the tiger woman's forearm. It made the tiger attendant who was chasing after him furious. However, it was too late to save her. The old tiger woman screamed miserably. She used all her strength to fly out and break away from Xiaochen. However, the instant Xiaochen dodged the tiger servant behind him, he still swept his leg horizontally. The blazing divine radiance nearly severed the neck of the old tiger servant who was sent flying away. The leg brushed past her, and a small piece of her lower jaw was forcibly sliced off. Just like that, Xiaochen went far away without turning his head back. He knew that if the 2 of them were together, he would have to pay a disastrous price if he wanted to win. He could only take advantage of the time when they were separated to launch an attack. How is this possible? How is this possible? The tiger woman screamed. Her expression was sinister, and her eyes were filled with ominous glint. She looked at the disappearing figure in the distant sky and said in an awe-inspiring tone, "We can't let this brat grow. Kill him, we must kill him tonight." He and the tiger attendant chased after him from behind. Retreat after one attack, this was Xiaochen's strategy. At this moment, he entered the celestial city once again. His target was a demigod from the Fair family. Swish, the divine radiance was dazzling. The dragon's divine ability, the confinement technique, swept out and trapped the old man inside in an instant. Although it couldn't completely restrain him, it clearly slowed down his speed by a lot. It was as if he was advancing in a swamp. Ray after ray of divine light shot out. Xiaochen sent out 36 rays of divine light and finally trapped the old man. Without any hesitation, Xiaochen rushed over as fast as lightning. He turned around and swept out with his leg. The blazing radiance illuminated the entire sky. Everyone could feel the energy fluctuation in this area. Pfff. Blood splashed everywhere. The 2 arms of this newly advanced demigod were separated from his body in an instant. The ruthless kick was originally aimed at the waist of this expert. Xiaochen wanted to chop him in half, but the adaptability of a demigod was very strong. Even though he was trapped, he still used all his strength to block the attack with his hands in an instant. The instant his 2 arms were crushed, Xiaochen instantly turned his back to the demigod and rammed into his chest. He didn't have any hesitation as he ruthlessly struck the back with his right elbow. Pfff. Blood splashed out, accompanied by a miserable shriek. The demigod's chest had completely caved in. Xianxia didn't even turn his head around as he gave the demigod a kick and ran far away. A human head was crushed, and the corpse fell from the sky. Xianxia was extremely talented in combat. His life and death experience was also very plentiful. The only thing he lacked was cultivation and power. Now that he had obtained the divine power of the sacred tree for a short period of time, he was able to display his combat instinct to the fullest. Xianxia, you deserve to die. The instant Xianxia succeeded in his attack and ran far away, Fair Cloud and an old man rushed to the sky. They roared furiously from behind and chased after him. I didn't expect Fair Cloud to have already broken through to the realm of Zephyr. Very well, I will remember this. At the same time, please remember that I must take your head as well as your daughter's head. His voice faded away as Xianxia disappeared into the distant dark sky. Xianxia didn't dare to go too deep into the celestial city. He could only wait for an opportunity in the dark sky. That was because he was a little worried. He knew very well how terrifying those big clans were. If an immortal realm expert really appeared, it wouldn't be a strange thing. At that time, he would really be dead for sure. Should he retreat just like this? However, he was very unwilling. Kiki was killed. If he didn't take revenge for her and ran away like this, he felt as if his heart was being torn apart. However, Immortal Realm, there might really be an Immortal Realm expert in the city. That was an existence that couldn't be challenged. Could it be that he really had to find a place to train and endure for many years before he could take his revenge? Xianxia's heart was really sullen and uncomfortable. Do you want power? I can give it to you. However, I have a condition. A demon-like voice suddenly resounded in Xianxia's heart, tempting him to make a choice. I can also give it to you, another voice abruptly resounded in his heart. It contained an indescribable demonic power. In this world, everything is fair. If you want to gain something, you have to pay first. Make your decision quickly. The dragon's sacred tree won't stay in your body for long. It's really fair, as long as let's start a massacre, let's bathe the celestial city in blood. The two demons were tempting him. The blackbird metal engravings and the golden divine halberd sealed in Xianxia's hands actually had spirituality. The sound came from them. Do you want revenge? I will bestow upon you the power to sweep away all obstacles. In the face of absolute power, be it truth or morality. Or were they dark desires? They were as easily broken as crystal glass. Everything in this world was illusory. In the face of absolute power, everything was like an illusion. Nothing could last forever. Did he want to move unhindered between heaven and earth as he pleased? I can give you everything. As long as you have power, you can do whatever you want and dominate everything. The two demons tempted Xianxia. A demonic energy reverberated in Xianxia's heart. It wanted to guide him step by step towards the sea of desire. Xianxia listened quietly for a long time. Then, he suddenly said, "Since you are so powerful and omnipotent, why do you need to make a deal with me?" As soon as he said that, the two devils were rendered speechless. After a while, he said, "In this world, the hardest thing is to pass through yourself. I'm stuck with myself. That's why I made a deal with you." Xianxia remained silent for a while before asking, "What is the price?" "Now that you share the same fate as the holy tree, you can control the 7 rainbow lights inside. You only need to offer it to me. Offer the 7-colored divine light to me. He isn't as powerful as you think he is. I can definitely help you slaughter all of your demigod enemies. A mere demigod is nothing. In front of me, they are as weak as ants. Even killing an immortal expert is as easy as blowing off dust." The two devils began to quarrel. All of them wanted the rainbow divine light in the holy tree. "I cannot agree to your conditions." Xianxia did not say anything else. He immediately unfolded the undying divine wings and disappeared into the darkness. There was no need to doubt the power of the black metal engravings and the golden divine halberd, but Xianxia was unable to accept their conditions. It was very likely that Ku was hiding in the rainbow sacred tree. If the 7-colored divine multicolored light inside was offered to them, only heaven knew what kind of tragic things would happen. This kind of result was unbearable for him. Don't tell me you're retreating just like this? Don't you want to take revenge for the little critter? A real man is born in this world. His anger was like slaying a god. His anger was like bathing in the blood of a god. Such a sullen life. Are you still a man? Xiaochen ignored them. Originally, he thought that refining two divine weapons into his body was a great fortuitous encounter. Only now did he realize that he had attracted two greedy demons. Whoosh, suddenly, Xiaochen felt like he had entered an illusion. The endless mountains pierced through the clouds. The vast land was desolate. There was no sign of life, and the sky was filled with white clouds. A few heavenly palaces towered in the clouds. In an instant, Xiaochen flew up to the clouds. The golden divine halberd and the jet-black metal seal appeared in front of him. Each of them entered a heavenly rampart. I don't want to make a deal with you. Xiaochen did not panic. He stood calmly in the clouds, quietly looking at the majestic heavenly palace. At this moment, the jet-black metal seal was as large as a mountain. Hovering in the sky, it gave off a tremendous sense of oppression, as if it were the vast sea. It was so heavy and huge that it cast a large shadow on the clouds. It emitted a dense bird light. At the same time, it was surrounded by a monstrous black fog. The golden divine halberd was like a giant mountain that pierced into the sky. It was also so tall that one could not see the end of it. He floated straight above the heavenly palace. The golden divine light made the endless palace below him shine. It was as dazzling as if it was communicating with the billions of stars in the sky. Are you worried that sacrificing the seven-colored divine radiance will cause the little critter's resurrection to be hopeless? Your little critter is already dead. No matter how hard you try, it will all be in vain. Instead of that, why not make a deal with us? Avenge it and let its soul rest in peace. Everything is fair. He wanted to gain something. You have to pay a price first. His voice reverberated in the nine heavens. The two ancient saint artifacts were like ancient giants with astonishing power. After the great sorrow. Even in the face of such a sudden change, Xiaochen remained incredibly calm. He was silent for a long time. Only then did he say, "What exactly is your background? Don't you believe in our strength?" The sacred artifact was as vast as a mountain. The sound was deafening. The jet-black iron seal seemed to have fallen into a distant memory. There was an indescribable confidence in the old man's words. A long time ago. I once smashed this old man's previous incarnation into meat paste. It made it difficult for his soul to reunite after 800 years. You tell me, am I powerful or not? The golden halberd was also trembling. It was somewhat unable to control itself as it fell into the ancient memory. Soon after, it let out a world-shaking rumbling sound. I once nailed the Buddha's previous incarnation on the Tongtian peak for 49 days, causing him to bleed to death. Even though he had just experienced a heart-wrenching tragedy, Xiaochen still felt shocked. What kind of existence were these two sacred artifacts? Their origins were really a little too great. Just what kind of tragic war had happened in the distant past? You are admittedly powerful, but the one who commanded you is even more powerful. Xiaochen refused again and said, I said I don't want to make a deal with you. He already understood that the two sacred artifacts came from the Dragon Island. Their target was only the sacred tree. It was just that they had entered the sacred tree before. They didn't get anything. They wanted to look for another way. Then let's change the condition. The jet-black iron seal let out a rumbling sound. Use 100 years of your lifespan to make a deal. Obtain the power of half a night. Half a year of lifespan in exchange for half a day of glory. It can be said to be the most extravagant way to burn one's life. Xiaochen sighed. The golden halberd also opened its mouth and said, It's a very fair deal. You can do a lot of things in the middle of the night. Ordinary people have 80 years of lifespan. Exuvia practitioners have 160 years of lifespan. Historia practitioners have 240 years of lifespan. Pay us 100 years of lifespan. Deducting the 21 years of lifespan that you have already spent, you still have 19 years of lifespan to squander. You guys are too greedy. Since you are omnipotent, why don't you ask for it yourself? Xiaochen felt that these two sacred artifacts were really like demons. If it's possible. Needless to say, everything in the world is just like an ant in our eyes. There's no need to show mercy. The golden halberd let out an earth-shaking sound. If I have the strength, I will definitely melt these 2 pieces of scrap metal. Xiaochen felt that these were 2 lethal weapons. How could they be any sacred artifacts? The jet-black iron seal was shrouded in black mist. It emitted a boundless pressure as it said, "It's up to you whether you want to make a deal or not. We won't force it." The golden halberd also said, "If you are confident in yourself, the remaining 19 years of lifespan is enough. Breaking through to the sky realm in 19 years is enough. At that time, the new land's lifespan will increase." Xiaochen remained silent for a while before agreeing without any regrets, "I am willing to accept this deal." Of course, he had the confidence to break into the levitation realm within 19 years. But the main reason that forced Xiaochen to agree was still the hot-bloodedness of a man. If he ran away like this, he would never be able to forgive himself. Running away could lead to a new life. He could slowly plan his revenge in the future. But when there was a chance in front of him, it wasn't what a man would do to run away. Looking at him, he agreed without hesitation. The 2 auspicious and ominous weapons started to persuade him instead. "Actually, you can use the rainbow holy tree to trade. It won't be long before it leaves your body anyway. I can't be of much use to you. Use the holy tree to trade." "That's impossible." Xiaochen flatly refused. "You'd better think it through." 200 years of lifespan was an unbearable weight to anyone. The path of cultivation was arduous. Lifespan was not something that could be squandered at will. Even if you break through to the airborne realm within 19 years. But when you charge towards the more difficult nirvana and immortality realms, you will be a lot weaker than others. Time is more pressing than others. Is it worth it for a dead little critter? It's worth it. Xiaochen only said one word, although he seemed very silent. Although he seemed very taciturn, his heart was incomparably gloomy. The little critter was willing to give up its life for him. What was there to be reluctant about 200 years of lifespan? Incomprehensible. The 2 ominous weapons let out a rumbling sound. "Because I am a man, I don't want the hot blood in my heart to extinguish because of this." Xiaochen said resolutely, "Please start the trade." "Alright, before that, I have to remind you. Using 200 years of lifespan to trade won't give you too much power. It's enough to take revenge and preserve your life. It's far from enough to bathe the celestial city in blood. I am not a murderous demon. There's no need to bathe the celestial city in blood, I only need to get rid of a few enemies." "Alright, let the trade begin. Ignite your life force. Pour your energy into your palms." The light of life bloomed in the sky. One after another, rays of multicolored light rushed towards Xiaochen's palms. This space was incomparably dazzling. The most beautiful flower of life bloomed, burning its own life energy. The holy radiance illuminated the entire night sky, causing the stars in the sky to lose their splendor. Xiaochen stood in the void outside the celestial city. The glaring radiance illuminated every direction. Many practitioners in the celestial city sensed it immediately. The demigod experts even took action in an instant. Rushing towards the sky. In the divine radiance of life in full bloom, Xiaochen's waterfall-like black hair was rapidly withering. Its color turned from pitch black to white before finally turning snow white. In just a short moment, his hair had turned as white as snow. Although the skin did not become wrinkled. However, it was not as sparkling and lustrous as before. His steel-like body was perfectly straight. But it also revealed a trace of weather-beaten years. Her hair was as white as snow. His appearance didn't change, but his eyes that were as sharp as a blade had dimmed quite a bit. He looked much more haggard and haggard. There was no depression, no melancholy, no regret. There was only more determination. When everything was over, Xiaochen stood in the sky against the wind as he coldly looked at the 5 demigods charging at him. The tiger woman sneered sinisterly, his hair turned white overnight. "There is no point in being anxious. Xiaochen, you are destined to die here today." Although he said so. However, she had some doubts. Xiaochen dared to wait for them to surround him. The old woman mercilessly said, "You have aged prematurely. Even if no one kills you, you won't be able to live for long. The tiger Chuan also said eerily, hee hee. I'm getting old. You're already half crippled. The path of cultivation is no longer suitable for you. Let me send you to hell tonight. Xiaochen said very calmly, my wish hasn't died yet, the flower in my heart hasn't withered, and my spirit hasn't vanished. This is the biggest metamorphosis of my life, and the decay is only the surface. What was reborn was the true heart of Xianxia. Today, I swear to kill the 5 of you. After images appeared one after another, the 5 demigods sealed off the sky from 5 directions and pressed towards Xiaochen at the same time. 5 blazing divine lights rushed towards Xiaochen at the same time. It was impossible for the 5 demigods to have the slightest bit of leniency. They were determined to kill him. Xiaochen's dim pupils suddenly blossomed with an oppressive radiance. The dragon's divine ability swept through all directions. A rainbow-colored radiance swept out in an instant and shattered the divine lights in 5 directions. The 5 demigods didn't seem to dare to believe it. Xiaochen was actually not affected by their domain, and his attack was so swift and fierce. Kill! Kill! The 5 shouted in unison and used their divine ability to attack Xiaochen. The tiger woman revealed 3 avatars and attacked Xiaochen. Each of them was as sinister as an old woman. The vast and mighty energy caused the entire sky to tremble. The tiger woman used the ancestral transformation divine ability. He originally had the body of a human, but because his ancestor was a white tiger saint emperor, the blood of the white tiger race flowed in his body. At this moment, he actually transformed into a huge white tiger that was 7 to 8 meters long. He faced the sky and let out a long roar. His voice shook the vast sky as he shook his head and wagged his tail. He tore through the void and rushed towards Xiaochen. A demigod from the fair family died. Now, these 3 hated Xiaochen even more. One of them turned into a black mist and blended into the night sky. A monstrous astral wind was stirred up. It swept towards Xiaochen. One of them grew bigger unceasingly and actually became like a giant. He was 15 meters tall. This terrifying unbreakable Vajra divine ability was extremely powerful and unstoppable. The huge hand blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it slapped towards Xiaochen. Another person turned his body into a blade. It was as if there were thousands of divine swords crisscrossing in the sky. They formed a blazing sword formation and enveloped towards Xiaochen. The 5 demigods attacked at the same time without holding anything back. The momentum was so great that it startled all the practitioners in the celestial city. Many people climbed up the tall buildings and surveyed the night sky. They recalled how they escaped from the southern wasteland and came here to save him. The little critter that died tragically in the celestial city. Xiaochen was like a wounded beast as he let out a world-shaking roar, ah! His hair was as white as snow. His gaze was firm and unswerving. In that instant, a golden halberd appeared in his hand. His murderous aura immediately soared to the sky. Many flowers in the desolate forest on the ground withered in that instant. It made the people in the celestial city feel a chill. Hand over your life. Xiaochen brandished the golden halberd. His eyes shot out 2 rays of light that were several meters long. His white hair fluttered wildly as he rushed over with the divine halberd in hand like a grim reaper. In the past, there was a peerless swordsman whose sword chi reached 3,000 zhang. One sword could shake the 9 heavens. However, at present, Xiaochen seemed to have that kind of imposing manner. The divine halberd was known as the soul of the killing weapon. The murderous aura surged and soared to the sky. The golden divine radiance was unstoppable and unstoppable. The killing halberd in Xiaochen's hand swept in all directions, the first of the tiger woman's 3 incarnations. It was cut in half at the waist in an instant. The tiger transformed into a huge tiger let out a miserable roar. A huge tiger ear was chopped off. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Blood dyed the vast sky. That demigod from the fair family who transformed into a black mist had one of his arms chopped off in an instant. A large amount of blood sprayed in the sky. The demigod from the fair family transformed into a sword formation. Dozens of swords shattered in the air. He revealed his true body. Dozens of bloody holes appeared all over his body. Blood flowed unceasingly. He retreated miserably. The giant from the fair family moved the fastest. He was sent flying 100 meters away, but a terrifying wound was still opened on his chest. Blood sprayed in the vast sky. Xiaoqian swept in all directions with the golden halberd in hand. He forced back all the demigods that surrounded him in an instant. He didn't waste any time and charged towards the nearest demigod who could condense a sword formation. The sharp divine halberd flickered with a cold radiance. The murderous aura made the entire sky as cold as winter. One-line sword formation, trap 10 directions. He shouted loudly. Hundreds and thousands of sword lights rushed towards Xiaoqian. In an instant, the unparalleled sword lights submerged that direction. However, it was only for an instant. Xiaoqian brandished the divine halberd. The golden flame burst out with dazzling rays of light. The sound of something shattering transmitted from the sky. Thousands of sword lights were shattered in an instant. The demigod from the fair family turned pale with fright. He retreated in panic. However, Xiaoqian did not give him the chance to do so. He spread the undying divine wings. He flapped the undying divine wings and charged over as fast as lightning. He was as cold as Azura. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. The golden halberd in his hand slashed past. A bloody head flew out diagonally. Fresh blood soared high into the sky. A headless corpse fell from the sky. In a short instant, Xiaoqian beheaded a demigod with the ominous halberd in his hand. Bathed in blood, Xiaoqian let out a long howl of grief and indignation. He recalled Keek's death. It was hard for him to suppress the soaring killing intent in his heart. He didn't stop for even a moment. Xiaoqian rushed towards the tiger woman and the tiger incarnation that he hated the most. The tiger woman's 2 incarnations rushed towards Xiaoqian from the left and right. 2 violent waves of energy surged out, like 2 huge waves rolling over and over. Xiaoqian wasn't afraid in the slightest. A bird light flashed in his left hand. A huge metal stamp was caught in his hand. He smashed it down on the 2 incarnations. The sound of something shattering resounded in the sky. A loud rumble resounded in the sky. Energy waves surged, and the 2 clones were crushed to pieces on the spot. The tiger woman vomited blood and retreated in defeat. A cold glint burst out from Xiaoqian's eyes. He rushed towards the huge white tiger in front of him. The divine halberd in his hand slashed horizontally and vertically. The golden cold light spread in all directions. Heavenly wind dance halberd, the white tiger couldn't resist at all. It transformed into a human and wanted to escape from the battlefield. However, how could Xiaoqian give it the chance? His body turned into a shocking rainbow. He quickly chased after it. The cold halberd blade illuminated the sky. At the same time, it also illuminated the pale old face of the tiger incarnation. His body was trembling. He used all his strength to turn around and attack Xiaoqian. He was cold and merciless. Xiaoqian's heart was as firm as iron. His handsome face didn't have the slightest fluctuation. His ice-cold pupils flickered with a merciless cold glint. He thrust the divine halberd in his hand. Pfff. Blood splashed. The golden halberd pierced through the tiger incarnation in an instant. Fresh blood dyed the cold sky red. Xiaoqian faced upwards and screamed. His white hair fluttered wildly. He carried the struggling tiger incarnation and charged forward just like that. The celestial city was in front. There were many tall buildings. Xiaoqian used the golden halberd to carry him into a tall building. He crashed out again. Keek's death made him go crazy. Fresh blood flowed down along the shaft of the halberd. Xiaoqian's indifference was almost cruel. Blood flowed down the halberd's shaft. Xiaoqian's coldness was almost cruel. He used the golden divine halberd to propel the tiger Chuan's body. He flew through the sky at top speed. He smashed through 3 tall buildings and let out a final roar. The halberd vibrated. His internal organs, limbs, and head flew out one after another. It was bloody to the point of cruelty. The sky was blood red. Blood mist drifted in the air. The fishy smell was pungent and nauseating. In the blood-stained sky, a streak of light rushed out from the blood mist. It wanted to escape into the distance. That was the soul of the legend of the tiger. A cold light flickered in Xiaochen's eyes. The undying divine wings streaked across the vast sky. Like a strand of floating light, he chased after them in an instant. There was a jet-black iron seal in his left hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a house and smashed down. Boundless black fog surged. Amidst the rumbling sound, black lightning danced in the air, and Hu Chuan's soul was annihilated in the blink of an eye. Not even a trace of spiritual consciousness was left behind. Xiaochen's strength shocked everyone. No one could understand how his strength had increased so quickly. The two murderous weapons in his hands were even more terrifying. There was no way to stop it. It could shatter all tangible matter. In the distance, the tiger woman witnessed everything. He roared furiously. He was originally an insignificant brat, but in the end, he actually killed a demigod. They were heavily injured. The people of the Fair family were even more furious. 2 demigods had already died in his hands. They couldn't bear such a painful price. The 10-meter-tall Highland giant of the Fair family held in grief and indignation. Each step covered more than 10 meters. In an instant, it arrived in the sky and sent a giant spirit palm at Xiaochen. The radiance of the golden divine halberd illuminated the heavens and the earth, and its killing intent seemed to shoot into the 9 heavens. Ice flowers condensed in the sky. They were sparkling and translucent as they floated down continuously. Xiaochen soared into the sky. High up in the sky, he raised the fierce halberd with both hands and hacked it down. The cold and eerie golden divine light tore the sky apart. In an instant, a monstrous wave of blood appeared. The divine halberd chopped off one of the giant's arms. The huge arm fell into the pitch-black night sky with a large amount of blood. Ah! The demigod of the Fair family cried out in pain. In an instant, he revealed his true form. He returned to his normal size. He lost an arm. It could be said to be a heart-wrenching pain. His facial features were almost distorted. Traces of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Xiaochen remained calm. He waved the divine halberd coldly. Once again, he charged forward. Strong wind surged. A black fog enveloped Xiaochen like a demonic cloud. The other demigod from the Fair family stepped forward to save him. His body had completely turned into black mist. It could corrode demigod experts. But in the face of the golden divine halberd's radiance, it didn't matter. The demigod seemed rather helpless. In that instant, Xiaochen's divine halberd severely injured him. The black mist was severed. Blood spurted out of the demigod's mouth. He revealed his true form and flew backward. Unwilling to give up, Xiaochen brandished his golden halberd and charged over. That demigod with the Vajra giant magic ability also charged towards Xiaochen with a cruel smile. His body seemed to be on fire. The light was blinding. This was the most desperate suicidal attack. He wanted to detonate all the life essence in his body. Looking at that ferocious and eerie face, Xiaochen did not waver in the slightest as he hacked down with his golden halberd. A blood-red light soared into the sky. There was no surprise. The demigod with the Vajra giant magic ability was cleaved into 2 halves. The instant the blood gushed out, the corpse also burst open at the same time. Xiaochen's movements were as fast as lightning. The jet-black metal engravings in his left hand instantly blocked the attack. The metal engravings expanded sharply against the wind. At first, it was the size of a fist. It expanded rapidly until it was the size of a house. It crushed the body that burst open. All the energy waves were shattered by the jet-black radiance. When Xiaochen turned his head back, the Fair family's demigod that could turn into black mist was already about to disappear. And the tiger woman had already rushed into the depths of Celestial City. Demigods were also humans. They cared more about their own lives. It was not easy to cultivate. They had paid too much. Since there was no way to resist, no one was willing to die. The tragic death of 3 demigods. It had already caused the remaining 2 to completely lose their will to fight. They were unable to resist at all. They quickly escaped. Things had already developed to this point. How could Xiaochen give up? He unfolded the undying divine wings and chased after them. He did not want to let the tiger woman go no matter what. A lot of things were directly related to her. The tiger woman's 3 incarnations were all crushed. She was as anxious as a stray dog. She was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Escaping was the most important thing. She swooped down from the sky. She quickly rushed towards the complex buildings in the celestial city. She wanted to hide. She wanted to hide and escape from this grim reaper. However, how could Xiaochen give her the chance? Since the start of the war, he had always locked onto her with a strand of divine sense. He could let anyone go, but she was the only one he could not let go. Along with the sound of wind and thunder, Xiaochen threw the jet-black engravings with a shake of his hand. The black clouds churned, the ink waves overflowed the sky, and the black light flickered. The jet-black engravings left behind a long trail of light in the sky. It caught up to the old woman in an instant. Amidst the world-shaking sound of thunder, the black lightning tore through the void. The jet-black engravings ruthlessly swept past the old woman's legs. In that instant, a blood-curdling screech could be heard. The old woman's legs were thoroughly smashed. It turned into a bloody pulp, speckled in the sky. Falling from the sky, this kind of bone-piercing torture almost drove her crazy. Xiaochen quickly gave chase. At this point, there was no need for words, no need for ruthless words. The golden halberd slashed down diagonally. Pooh! Blood splattered. The old woman's already crippled arm was removed. She rolled around in the sky in pain, and her long gray hair was scattered. His expression was extremely ferocious. She gloomily cursed at Xiaochen, "You will die a miserable death in the end. The Tiger clan will not let you off. Your insignificant skill is nothing in the eyes of the Middle-earth's Tiger clan." But it was just like that Swanee. Pitifully small. Cold light flashed. The blood mist in the sky condensed into icicles. Blood-colored ice shards fell down, and many snowflakes condensed in the sky. Pooh! The golden halberd chopped off the old woman's other arm. The old woman held miserably as blood flowed down the halberd's shaft. It dyed Xiaochen's hands red. However, he was as calm as an ancient well. He was terrifyingly calm. The light in his eyes was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. My tiger family's expert, Hu Lai, is in the southern wasteland. You won't live for long. He will avenge us, and use the cruelest method to torture you to death. The old woman smiled maliciously at Xiaochen. At the same time, a ray of light surged out from her body. She wanted to detonate her body. Swish, the rainbow-colored radiance flickered, the dragon's divine ability was displayed. Xiaochen locked her in place in an instant. He didn't give her the chance to commit suicide. Xiaochen's eyes emitted 2 cold glints. He shook the ominous halberd and pierced through the old woman's chest. A demigod expert wouldn't die that easily. He shook the ominous halberd violently, and a ray of light floated out. The old woman's 3 souls and 7 spirits were shaken out one by one. With a wave of the divine halberd, a bloody head flew off. The old woman's corpse fell from the sky. God Slayer, Xiaochen's palm blade was like a rainbow as it slaughtered the old woman's soul. After that, he brandished his palm blade again and again, cleanly slaughtering her 3 souls and 7 spirits. The old woman was dead. However, Xiaochen's heart was empty. He didn't feel the slightest joy of revenge. Kiki died in the end. Even if he killed everyone, so what? Could he really change everything? However, he had to do something. He couldn't give up just because of this. He soared into the sky. He chased after the Fair family's demigod. In the Fair family's residence, it was completely chaotic. Fair Cloud stood high up in the sky. His body was trembling. The family had lost 3 demigods. This kind of loss was really unbearable. The demigod who had turned into a black mist had already rushed to the sky above the Fair family's residence. He arrived beside Fair Cloud and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Go and ask the old ancestor to make a move." Fair Cloud slightly creased his brows and said, "They are in closed-door training. They once said that they won't disturb them until the family's life is in danger. They are not to be disturbed." The demigod smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaochen's strength is already not something a demigod can contend against. I am worried that he will kill his way here. The family will face a great calamity." At this moment, Xiaochen was charging over just as the demigod had said. His murderous aura didn't lessen even after killing the tiger woman and the tiger Chuan. A few people from the Fair family were already on his must-kill list. He was prepared to slaughter them mercilessly. However, just as he was approaching the sky above the Fair family's residence, the golden divine halberd and the jet-black metal engravings suddenly trembled. Troublesome. There is danger ahead. Hearing this, Xiaochen stopped in the air. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Is there no way to resist? Right now, you can deal with those experts who have just entered the demigod realm. You can barely kill those experts who are at the peak of the demigod realm. But if it was a little stronger, it might be a little troublesome." He wanted to take the risk. Offering us 200 years of lifespan is too little. We don't want to make a losing deal. You two pieces of scrap metal are lying to me. We talked about it. Revenge and survival were enough. None of your enemies are stronger than a peak demigod, so I didn't lie to you. But now that you are going to the sea mansion, I'm afraid the situation is not good. There was the aura of a true expert there. Although it's in a deep sleep, it could wake up at any time. Two pieces of scrap iron, greedy and shameless. Xiaochen cursed softly. Then, he said coldly, almost mercilessly, "If you attack now and retreat far away, you will be able to escape." Can I escape? This is fine. This time, the two murderous weapons gave a positive response. In that instant, Xiaochen ruthlessly smashed the jet-black metal engravings towards the sea mansion. And then he fled towards the northwest without looking back. Mother ****. What do you think I am? The jet-black metal engravings angrily transmitted a spiritual fluctuation. But it didn't reverse immediately. As big as a mountain. It was like a mountain falling from the sky. Boom! The earth trembled. The majestic palace of the sea mansion was crushed to pieces in an instant. Many buildings even collapsed due to the aftermath. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. Half of the sea mansion was turned into ruins. Fair Cloud, who was in the sky, saw everything clearly. He was so angry that his complexion turned deathly pale. I must slaughter this brat. I must kill him. The jet-black metal engravings swept up thousands of ink waves and soared into the sky. He was defeated and left the southern wasteland. Although he killed a few powerful enemies, Xiaochen was still incomparably disappointed. He even felt a heart-wrenching pain. This time, he was truly defeated thoroughly. He had lost too much here. He didn't want to make a childish vow. He didn't want to shout out heroic words. I don't want to make a childish vow. I don't want to shout out heroic words. I only know how painful my heart is. He didn't want to make a childish vow. He didn't know when he would be able to return after leaving the celestial city. The endless desolate veins retreated at lightning speed. Xiaochen felt an indescribable fatigue. 500 miles away from the celestial city, a figure of light appeared in front of him and blocked Xiaochen's path. It was actually that incomparably lazy Draco. Xiaochen stabilized his figure and held the golden halberd in his hand. If not for the two ominous weapons reminding him of the danger, he would have already killed this guy in front of him. Draco stirred up the wind and rain. He added fuel to the flames in this incident. Xiaochen had completely lost his favorable impression of the southern wasteland dragons. They were too heartless. They actually watched Kiki die without doing anything. Sorry, it seems like you took something you shouldn't have. Long Ting stood there lazily with an unconcerned expression. Even though he was speaking to Xiaochen, Long Ting still stood there lazily. Although he was talking to Xiaochen, he was looking around aimlessly. Xiaochen didn't say anything. He turned around and flew in another direction. Whoosh, a light flashed. Draco blocked his path and said, "Some unpleasant things happened. Sigh, I'm also very sad. However, since it has already happened, there's no turning back no matter what. I'm here on behalf of the old man. I'm here to retrieve the dragon's sacred tree. Please cooperate with me." He tried his best to suppress the urge to throw the metal engravings at Draco. Xiaochen calmed down his fluctuating emotions and said, "That belongs to the little critter, I won't hand it over." Oh. It's giving me a headache. I have to retrieve it. I really don't want to kill you. Otherwise, the little critter would have died in vain. But if you insist on forcing me to make a move, then there's nothing I can do. Draco looked relaxed. He was strolling casually in the sky. He walked towards Xiaochen. At this moment, a tiger's roar could be heard. A white figure that looked like a star appeared. A white figure shot over like a bolt of lightning in the night sky. It was a burly man with a rough appearance. He arrived in front of Xiaochen in an instant. I finally made it. You want to leave after killing the experts of my tiger clan? Brat, you should commit suicide and compensate me with that sacred tree. Ardent tiger, your hand is too long. Draco turned around. His expression gradually turned cold. Long? I don't think so. He massacred the experts of my tiger clan. He must die today. As for the sacred tree, it doesn't belong to the dragon clan. It truly belongs to the snow-white little critter. The dragon clan is not its owner. After communicating with the two ominous weapons for a short while, Xiaochen already understood that the two people in front of him might already be immortal realm experts. He couldn't contend against them at all. However, the two ominous weapons also gave him a definite reply. It was enough to fly away and escape from this place. Since he couldn't contend against them, Xiaochen controlled the divine halberd and metal engravings. In that instant, he left behind two terrifying rays of light in the sky. The bird light flickered and the golden light flickered. They tore through the void like two rainbows riding side by side. They disappeared in an instant. He didn't know how many times faster it was compared to before. Even someone as strong as Draco and Ardent Tiger raised their speed to the limit. But they still couldn't catch up. Xiaochen didn't know where he flew to, and he also didn't know how long he flew. The sun rose and set, it was another sunny day. Until he was exhausted. He fell from the sky. The dark blue sky. It was as if it had been washed by water. It was so clean that there wasn't a trace of impurities. It was like a huge sapphire. Furthermore, it was so close to the earth. It gave people a feeling of boundless nature. It was as if the earth was connected to the blue sky. All kinds of flowers and plants decorated this land with beauty and vitality. A bluish-green river was like a jade belt. It meandered through the fragrant grassland. Hundreds of flowers were in full bloom on this pure land. It let out a cheerful tinkling sound. He felt dizzy. In a trance. Xiaochen seemed to have returned to his hometown. His parents had white hair. He stood in front of the village. He looked at the muddy road leading to the outside world from afar. He could vaguely see the aging faces of his parents. White-haired. Their eyes were turbid with tears. They gazed into the distance every day. They looked forward to it every month. They hoped he would return home soon. At the riverside of Xianxia, willow catkins fluttered in the air. She was singing a sad song as she gazed at Kunlun from afar. Day after day, year after year, time was ruthless. Beauty aged easily, as time went by. That elegant figure had already been carved with the traces of time. Her white hair had already taken root. She gazed at Kunlun all year round. In the end, the green water flowed forever. The beauty faded away by the riverside. There was a bloody battle in the celestial city. The snow-white little critter looked back reluctantly for the last time. It soared into the sky. A bloody light burst out in the sky. From then on, it never appeared again. The unconscious Xiaochen felt a splitting headache. Suddenly, he let out a loud cry. He sat up from the fragrant grassland. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He gazed at the pure land in front of him. In front of a distant village. A pair of old men stood together. Willow catkins fluttered in the air. A beauty was standing at the bank of the Xianxia River in front of him. Xiaochen, the familiar call was clearly transmitted to Xiaochen's ears. Xiaochen felt as if he was struck by lightning. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he muttered, "I've returned to my hometown." 3 days had already passed since that chaotic night. The undercurrents were surging in the celestial city. Regarding the events that happened that day, everyone had different opinions. Even if the major clans were powerful, how could they keep their mouths shut? The Fair family was undoubtedly dispirited. 3 demigods were killed, it could be said that they suffered a disastrous loss. Half of their mansion was razed to the ground, their reputation was completely swept away. The strength of the tiger family was obvious to all. Although they were far away in the Middle Earth, all the major powers in the south had no choice but to be careful when dealing with them. Other than the Undying Sect and Dugu family, there was practically no other family that could contend against them. What was rare was that the tiger family did not gain any advantage in this matter. It was a loss of prestige that had been passed down for thousands of years. The commotion was turbulent, the news spread throughout the south very quickly. Everyone was discussing it spiritedly. The major clans had no better way to deal with the negative news. It was impossible to shut them out. Xianxia slaughtered everyone in the end. Admittedly, he was the focal point of everyone's discussion, but more of the topic was still the snow-white little critter. The unusual phenomenon that descended from the sky and the extravagance of half an ancestor god had caused a huge commotion. Many people predicted that the world of immortals would be in chaos in the next few decades. The origin of the little critter was too unusual. Back then, when Buddha, Laozi, and the others were killed, this kind of phenomenon also appeared. It had once caused a calamity to befall the world for 100 years. And this time, perhaps an even greater calamity would be opened. The rumor was spreading in the south. And those who truly understood the hidden story, like the old ancestor of the tiger family and the old antiques of the south, could only shake their heads in silence. While the whole south was in an uproar, Xiaoqian's whereabouts were unknown. Nobody in the celestial city knew his final whereabouts. The fresh flowers, the fragrance of the grass, mixed with the smell of the earth, made people feel even more vivid and real. Hot tears welled up in his eyes. Xiaoqian gazed in front of him. He looked at his white-haired parents and that familiar elegant figure. He couldn't believe this was real. Could it be that he had really returned to his hometown after shattering the void? When Xiaoqian concentrated and walked forward step by step, everything disappeared. The sky was still azure, the flowers and plants were still fragrant, the surrounding scenery was still the same. It was really similar to his hometown. However, his white-haired parents and that elegant figure had already disappeared. The village had already disappeared a long time ago. It was just a dream after all. Xiaoqian looked at the sky and sighed. Why did it feel so real earlier? Walking forward, he saw a beautiful sea of flowers in front of him. As far as the eye could see, the colorful flowers and plants filled this land with spiritual energy. There were also many small animals that were not startled by humans curiously sizing him up. There were snow-white long-eared rabbits and multicolored deer. They ran around Xiaoqian. Dense spirit qi. Like thin smoke, it lingered among the flowers and grass. Under the illumination of the sun, it was as gorgeous as the sunset. What is this place? Xiaoqian was filled with doubts. This place was like a pure land that had come out of the secular world. There was no worldly aura. Even small animals were not startled by humans. It was really a little surprising. The real immortal realm was like this. Spiritual qi floated in the air, and it was as beautiful as a painting. Xiaoqian soared into the air, wanting to see everything clearly from the sky. The instant he soared high into the sky, he suddenly felt like there were 3 more suns around him. He lost his sense of direction. Confusion, this was not an ordinary place. There was a mysterious power that could make people lose themselves. Xiaoqian felt that the sky was very colorful. Many flowers and trees actually appeared in his surroundings. This made him incomparably stunned. The plants floating in the sky were like the flowers and plants on the ground. Dense spirit qi lingered around them. Could it be that this place was enveloped by a huge illusion formation? Xiaoqian did not rush in recklessly. He slowly landed on the fragrant grass. When he raised his head again, there was only a gentle red sun hanging in the sky. Everything he saw earlier had disappeared. This was not a simple place. Xiaoqian sighed. He chose a direction and walked forward with large strides. After walking for more than 2 hours, he discovered that he had returned to the starting point. There were still traces of him lying on the ground when he fainted. What kind of place have I arrived at? Xiaoqian frowned. He calmed down and used his heart to sense everything in his surroundings. At this time, his body suddenly blossomed with multicolored light. The rainbow-colored sacred tree was slowly swaying in his body. The sacred tree actually did not leave his body. However, it had already lost its connection with the 9 divinized acupoints. Xiaochen could no longer borrow the divine power. After pondering for a while, Xiaochen guided the sacred tree to appear. The treasured tree trembled in his hand. The dense spirit qi in the surroundings were all scattered. It was as if the dense fog had been broken. Xiaochen felt that the scene before him suddenly became clear. He had a sense of direction again. Without any hesitation, he carried the treasured tree and flew forward at a low altitude. Just like that, he flew for 500 miles. He could already see the forest in front. He was finally about to fly out of the Sea of Flowers. At the border of the Sea of Flowers, there was a low stone mountain towering there. There were a few big ancient words carved on it, bewildering Sea of Flowers. The words were written with iron hooks and silver strokes, bold and powerful. This was what Xiaochen recognized after thinking for a while, as the characters were very ancient. So, this pure land behind me is called Bewildering Sea of Flowers. This is rather appropriate. In front of him, the verdant forest did not seem desolate. On the contrary, it was somewhat tranquil and peaceful. Did you come out from the bewildering Sea of Flowers? A delicate and charming voice that carried a trace of doubt resounded from not far away. Xiaochen turned his head to look and saw a young girl like an orchid in a deserted valley. Her temperament was out of this world as she quietly stood among the flowering trees. The eyes were the window to a person's soul. Her limpid eyes were incomparably pure. Her long eyelashes fluttered, making her look lovable and innocent. Her fine nose was straight, her red lips were sparkling and moist, and her snow-white teeth were glistening like pearls. The young girl's delicate body was like a jade willow, light and tender. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was perfect. Her long black hair was as bright as ink. It naturally draped over her waist. She was dressed in white, she was as beautiful as a fairy that walked out of a painting. The young girl could be said to be extremely graceful and beautiful. Her temperament was out of this world. She was currently looking at Xiaochen curiously. As her long eyelashes fluttered, her pair of big eyes blinked. They were filled with a pure and spiritual radiance. It was like a gentle breeze gently brushing past. The young girl with the otherworldly temperament gave people a breathtaking feeling. She was like a pure white immortal flower on top of a misty immortal mountain. She stood out from the masses. "Uncle, why aren't you saying anything?" The voice that sounded like the sound of nature carried a trace of doubt. "Uncle?" Xiaochen was stunned. He touched his snow-white long hair and suddenly became speechless. "Uncle, you have already walked out of the bewildering Sea of Flowers. Everything here is no longer an illusion." Speaking until here, the young girl took out a jade bottle from the bamboo basket in the crook of her arm and said, "Uncle, drink some spirit-cleansing water. That way, you will be able to get rid of the illusion very quickly." After saying that, she lightly raised her wrist. She carefully threw it over. It was obvious that she was a little cautious and didn't want to get too close. Xiaochen picked up the jade bottle and opened it. Immediately, he smelled a refreshing fragrance. He gulped it down with a gudong-gudong sound. After the great sorrow, he had not drunk any water or rice for 3 days. He was really a little thirsty. After he finished drinking, his whole body felt comfortable. All the pores on his body seemed to have opened up. He could feel that the spirit-cleansing water was not an ordinary item. It had already swept away his fatigue. "Uncle, you can really drink." The young girl's bright eyes were kind. With a light smile, it made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was a very infectious smile, like the clear spring in the desert. It was like an oasis in the Gobi Desert. It made people's eyes light up. Xiaochen returned the jade bottle to the young girl. With a very calm tone, he asked, "Am I really that old?" "I'm only a few years older than you." The young girl who was like an orchid in a deserted valley nodded her head seriously. Then she shook her head and said, "Young uncle." Xiaochen smiled bitterly. This otherworldly girl was really special. However, it was very easy for people to have a good impression of her. After experiencing all kinds of dangers in the celestial city, seeing this kind of girl brimming with spiritual energy was like seeing a spring of life flowing on the parched earth. What is this place? This is heaven. The young girl revealed a mischievous smile. 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. She looked a little playful and adorable. What about you? Of course I am an angel in heaven. Meeting such a mischievous girl, Xiaochen couldn't help but reveal a smile and said, Tell me quickly, this is very important to me. Oh. Alright. This is a pure land. It's a place where some old grandpas and grannies live in seclusion. Uncle, how did you find this place? The young girl blinked her big eyes in a daze. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her pretty nose wrinkled. She looked very lively and adorable. I also don't know how I got into this place. Is this place very far from the celestial city? So far. The young girl looked at Xiaochen in astonishment and said, The southern wasteland is at least 50,000 miles away from here. Uncle, how did you run so far? Xiaochen rubbed his temples. He felt an indescribable tiredness. Even though the spirit-cleansing water had already washed away his fatigue, he still felt sleepy at this moment. He knew it was a physical pain, but it was more of a spiritual one. Uncle, let's go to our village first. You don't seem to be in a good state. Thank you. Xiaochen silently followed the white-clothed girl as they made their way through the beautiful forest filled with spiritual energy. Uncle, do you have something on your mind? If you don't pay attention to where you are going to crash into a big tree. After being reminded by her, Xiaochen dodged instinctively. As a result, the young girl laughed lightly. Uncle, you are really funny. I lied to you. Why don't you pay attention to where you are going? Uncle is very tired. Young uncle, cheer up, don't be so lethargic. Don't you see how beautiful this forest is? Grandpa said that every ancient tree here is intelligent. There is even a spiritual root that was planted by the Fuxi ancestral god back then. If you can find it, it can resolve all of a person's worries and fulfill all of their wishes. Along the way, the young girl was singing and laughing merrily. She ran here and there agilely. Even if she ran into a deer, she would still greet it in a friendly manner. Other than all kinds of medicinal herbs, the bamboo basket was also filled with all kinds of wildflowers. Uncle, it's rare for me to meet someone I don't know. Can you tell me about the interesting things in this world? The young girl was very lively, just like a fairy. She was very cheerful and full of vigor from the beginning to the end. Uncle, why aren't you saying anything? Plop. Xiaochen's vision darkened as he fell into the thicket of flowers and trees. Ah, uncle, what happened to you? The young girl nimbly bypassed a few ancient trees and quickly ran over. She helped Xiaochen up and said in astonishment, Young uncle, your life force is very weak. It seems like you don't have long to live. The young girl's slender jade-like fingers slid lightly. A sparkling and translucent radiance sprinkled down and enveloped Xiaochen within. After that, she used her heavenly voice to hum an unknown song as she walked forward in an agile manner. Xiaochen floated up from the sparkling and translucent radiance and followed behind her. After walking for about 10 miles, the beautiful forest gradually became sparse. A fresh and clean little village appeared in front of him. The spiritual energy was drifting in that place, and the multicolored clouds were speckled. It was really like a fairyland. There were pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, and the fragrance of flowers and grass. The scenery was incomparably beautiful. The little village seemed to have only a few dozen households. All of them were small wooden houses that looked like big mushrooms. There were even divine vines crawling all over the top of the houses. The bright flowers were swaying gently. Specks of divine splendor were swaying in the wind. The young girl ran to the front of a courtyard with 2 small wooden houses. She pushed open the bamboo fence door and said cheerfully and somewhat mischievously, Grandpa, I'm back. Ching Ching is back. A white-haired old man with a youthful complexion pushed open the wooden door and walked into the courtyard. Yeah, Grandpa, I picked up an uncle. The reason why Xiaochen fainted was because he had lost too much of his life energy. Many of the organs in his body had aged severely. Although it had not appeared on the surface yet, his qi and blood were clearly very weak. This time, he fainted for no less than half a month. During this period of time, he could vaguely hear the words of an old man. If not for that treasured tree hiding in his body, he might have been in danger. In addition, there are 9 very strange acupoints in his body that are providing him with a trace of life energy. Otherwise, with his remaining lifespan, it would be very difficult to maintain the normal operation of all of his organs. This young uncle is so pitiful. Just like that, another half a month passed. Only then did Xiaochen gradually show signs of waking up. And at this time it had already been more than a month since that fateful night. The celestial city had just calmed down, and another piece of news was spread out. The Fair family and the Tiger family were going to unite by marriage. Although the two families had not officially announced it yet. However, the news had already spread to the outside world. One of the twin pearls of the southern wasteland, Fairsnow, was going to be engaged to the 7th son of the Tiger family. The marriage would be completed within a year. This sensational news undoubtedly caused a turbulent undercurrent in the celestial city. Without a doubt, undercurrents began to surge in the celestial city. Many people could see the strength of the Tiger clan. They had already extended their hands from the distant Middle-earth to the southern wasteland. Were they truly expanding their influence, or were they just probing the dragons of the southern wasteland? Nobody knew. Xiaochen had been drowsy for a month, he was finally going to wake up. On this day, the sound of a dragon's roar transmitted from outside the fairyland-like village. The sound was like rolling thunder, it broke the peace and tranquility of this place. However, the elders who lived here did not show any anger. They were still as calm as an ancient well. Those who should be reading continued to read, those who should be walking their birds, and those who should be training continued to train. The girl who brought Xiaochen back happily pushed open the gate and ran towards the outside of the village. A 2-meter-long black dragon was flickering with black light from a distant place. It was like a black cloud as it rushed over at high speed. It had the head of an ancestral dragon, the body of a liger, and the tail of an ancestral dragon. Its entire body was covered in black armor. "Blackie, why did you take so long to get here?" Ching Ching gently caressed the black dragon's head and happily mounted it. The strange thing was, the incomparably arrogant dragon king that never allowed anyone to ride on it was not angry at all. On the contrary, it leaped onto the treetop with the girl and stepped on the branches and leaves. It was as if they were flying, leaving one afterimage after another in the sky above the forest. At a distant place, a simple-minded fatty was currently running over with his forehead full of sweat. He waved his hand at the black dragon that was soaring in the forest. "Brother Fatty, how could you lock Blackie up for so long and not let him come and see me? I went through a life and death calamity with him recently." The fatty panted heavily in the forest. "We went to the sacred mountain. I have fused 5 beast souls into one now. Blackie even captured a strand of draconic aura, as well as the soul of an ancient beast king." The fatty's excitement was undisguised. The girl's mouth was wide open as she said in surprise, "You guys went to the ancient altar on the sacred mountain? That was a genuine ancient beast soul. Brother Fatty, you are too awesome, you actually fused 5 beast souls into one. Luck, hee. Didn't you see it? Blackie has grown from 1.5 meters to 2 meters. This time, his harvest is bigger than mine." "Oh, that's right. He was only 1 meter long when he followed you guys from the Dragon Island. He really improved a lot in a year." The girl nodded her head and said, "Oh right, Brother Fatty, I picked up a strange uncle." "Picked up?" Clearly, the fatty revealed a bewildered expression and said, "What kind of person can barge into the Pure Land?" He seemed to have barged through the sea of bewildering flowers. "What, there is actually someone so powerful that he could barge through that terrifying place? Hee, I will bring you to take a look. That young uncle is very handsome." After arriving at the small wooden hut, the fatty immediately cried out in surprise, "Xiaochen, how could it be him?" "Huh? You know that pitiful uncle?" "Of course I know him. We are friends who have gone through life and death together. It is all thanks to him. Otherwise, our clan would have all died in the hands of the demon." At this time, Xiaochen was also about to wake up. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw a familiar face. A simple-minded fatty was smiling at him. "Nyo, Ren? It's me. Xiaochen, what happened to you? Mother **Ker, who injured you like this? Tell me, this Grandpa Nyo is going to kill him." Xianxia pulled Oxman's sleeves and transmitted her voice with her divine sense. He lost a lot of life essence. It's nothing, what are you afraid of? Go to that mysterious sacred mountain, we might be able to summon an ancestor god's soul. At that time, we won't be able to exhaust our life force even after several lifetimes. Oxman saw Xiaochen's weakness and patted his chest to console him. A coughing sound came from outside. Xianxia's grandfather walked in. As if he was teasing a child, he rubbed Oxman's chubby cheeks and said with a beaming smile, "A child's words carry no harm. If a child doesn't understand, then don't speak carelessly. It is not good to anger the ancient beast soul of the sacred mountain." Even though these elders were very amiable and easygoing, Xiaochen didn't dare to neglect them. He had to show his respect to each and every one of them with a smile. Did that mean that he had to endure and escape? The doors of many wooden houses in the village were pushed open. As soon as they heard that someone wanted to treat them, many of the elders came uninvited with a smile. Very few people came to the Pure Land to disturb these elders. Apart from special permission, this place was a true paradise for the forest tribe and the barbarian tribe. Xiaochen hastily expressed his gratitude. He awkwardly lay in the air and attentively listened to the old turtle man's careful guidance. After carefully experiencing it, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This was a miraculous technique, it was too wonderful for words. Of course, this was only a part of the secret that everyone knew. It was rumored that there were even more ancient secrets that no one knew about. Even the priests and prophets of the barbarian tribe didn't know about it. However, he knew that he was far from having the strength to kill his way back. After thinking about it calmly, his restless heart gradually calmed down. Plop! If he could fly, one day would be enough to enter the Middle-earth. Pure did not mean simple. Xianxia could be said to be incomparably intelligent. She had an exquisite crystal heart. This kind of intelligent girl made all the elders in the village adore and pamper her. Xianxia was very intelligent. She giggled at Xiaochen and said, "Uncle, why are you still not buying the wine? Treat everyone to a few cups of immortal brew. When the time comes, they will teach you something that will benefit you for the rest of your life." In fact, these elders didn't even bother to hide anything. The fixed profound knowledge was already nothing to them. Whenever there were barbarian tribe and forest tribe youths coming to the village, they would do their best to give them pointers. Xiaochen sincerely respected this amiable and happy-go-lucky elder. The elder was very easygoing, but his cultivation could only be described as unfathomable. It was impossible to estimate his depth. Xiaochen guessed that the elders in the Pure Land might have had an incomparably glorious past. It was just that their temperament had become indifferent, that's why they collectively lived in seclusion here. Outside the Pure Land were the numerous barbarian tribe and forest tribe tribes. It was very difficult to figure out how many ancient tribes there were in the 10,000 miles of territory. Xiaochen knew that she was helping him out of goodwill. Of course, he wouldn't be like a blockhead who didn't understand. Xiaochen sank into a kind of ethereal state. He could feel the might and terror of the Aquarius seal. He had a feeling that once he reached the pinnacle, the Aquarius seal would be able to swallow the sun and moon. In the following month, Xiaochen learned a few profound mysteries that were difficult to understand from the elders. Every time he truly comprehended them, he would exclaim in admiration and make a connection. Could these elders be gods? How could he create such a wondrous magic art? It didn't seem to be any weaker than the ancient heavenly steel technique, 600,000 gold notes. That was the prize money Kiki got for winning the title of Southern Wasteland Beast King. Every time Xiaochen saw these banknotes, he would think of the little thing and feel a heart-wrenching pain. Xiaochen smiled, saying that he had benefited from the lesson. Xianxia's grandfather, Old Man Yi, strolled leisurely on the stone arch bridge. The old man was always smiling, looking very kind and benevolent. "Are you thinking about something?" "I'm just reflecting on myself." The old man chuckled and said, "Experiencing failure isn't scary. The key is how you view failure. Those with outstanding ability. If you don't experience failure, you might only be outstanding for your entire life. Humans need to continuously temper themselves. Only after going through trials and tribulations would they understand the true meaning. When I was young, I was also frivolous. You have to know that standing alone in the forest will provoke the wind. I have experienced many painful lessons. Having ability is one thing, but the key is how you use your ability. You disdain to sway left and right like a grass on the wall. But you also need to have a brilliant method to deal with the wind and lightning. 200 years of lost time was equivalent to 2 lifetimes, but it wasn't engraved into the immortal course of life. It was nothing more than an empty symbol, an incomparably pale number. It only recorded the crushing defeat of that night. Hee. Young uncle, what are you doing? Xiaochen's body moved according to his heart's desire. He listened to Wang Xianpa's voice transmission and began to experience that wondrous state. Xiaochen stood quietly on the stone arch bridge as his thoughts wandered. All right. I almost forgot, my family's Qing is a millionaire. She carries several 100,000 gold notes with her. Even if she goes to buy Wang Xianpa's best quality immortal brew, it would be enough to drink for a few years. The sacred mountain of the barbarian race was the most mysterious place. According to legend, it was a Cypress cauldron refined by the ancestor god Xianxia. That place could smelt everything in the world. Old man, let me treat you to a drink. Old man Yi said to Xiaochen, quickly memorize it. This is the most profound of all the seal techniques in the legends, the seal of Aquarius. Young swallows chirping under the eaves, snowy maples on the riverbank, catkins fluttering in the air, the fragrance of flowers and plants drifted along with the wind. The spiritual energy in the small village was dense, but at the same time, it was also filled with the smell of the countryside. Everything was so vivid, it was like that small mountain village at the bank of the Yellow River. Xiaochen suspected that he was in a dream. Come to think of it, he was really a rich man. He still hadn't spent the 800,000 gold coins from selling the ancient spear pasteur. However, it was still in Zhuge Fatty's hands. Time flew by. Xiaochen had already been in the Pure Land for 4 months. His body's functions had more or less recovered. He was now in a delicate state of balance. He decided to make his move. He was going to the sacred mountain of the barbarians with little fatty oxman to summon Keek's soul. The current Wang Xianpa appeared incomparably sacred and dignified. She flew into the sky and made all kinds of complicated and profound movements. Both of her hands were forming seals unceasingly. An Aquarius floated above her head out of nowhere. It blossomed with millions upon millions of rays of light, making people unable to look straight at it. No. There was no need for him to suppress his nature. He was a free and easy person. If he allowed himself to be shackled, it would only strangle his spirituality and life. Standing on the stone bridge, Xiaochen was speechless as he looked at his snow-white hair in the water. This time, he was really thoroughly defeated. He had lost too much in the celestial city. His heart was empty. After Wang Xianpa saw Xiaochen memorize the essentials, she gave such an evaluation. I really want to go. I want to try and see if I can summon Keek's soul there. The life in the Pure Land was simple and unadorned. It was very full of life. There was no scheming and no power struggle here. Compared to the celestial city, this place was really a paradise on earth. It made Xiaochen feel as if he was in another world. She smiled brilliantly, that's right. In the future, Qing will look for Grandpa Turtle to learn. The old man laughed heartily. Speaking until here. She turned around to look at Xiaochen and said, Uncle. Do you really want to go to the sacred mountain with little Fatty? That place is very dangerous. You shouldn't take the risk when you are so weak. Hearing these words, all the elders in the tavern looked at Xiaochen. Grandpa Yi said, those who go there will most likely die. Very few people dare to take the risk. It's too dangerous. What was lost was their friendship. Friendship was as vast as the sea and the clouds. They would stab each other with indifference. Kinship was like Kiki. What was dead was the beast body, but what would wither was the divine heart. Thinking of his current position, Xiaochen was so shocked that he fell to the ground. Xiaochen, your body is too weak. Your life essence is pitifully little. Today, I will teach you something. By training your body like this, I can guarantee that your life essence will slowly condense back. What was lost was their understanding of human nature. What were fame, profit, power, affection, love, hatred, and enmity? Wang Xianpa came out from the small wooden house. Although she had a head full of white hair, her complexion was as beautiful as jade. It would be wrong to say that she was old, but it was also inappropriate to say that she was young. She said to Xiaochen with a smile, "Yesterday, the 9-leaf dragon grass you brought is very effective. It's enough to brew 50 jars of immortal wine." Hula. Wang Shenpa was a member of the jungle. She was very proficient in the natural seal. She could use her body technique to seize the power of the world. The precious vase seal was the highest seal she created by combining the Buddhist treasure vase seal. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed. Xiaochen's body was slowly recovering. Even though his lifespan had been severely depleted, there was still a vigorous life essence hidden within his 9 major acupoints. Even though it did not gush out, there would still be traces of life essence flowing out every day. It nourished those already aged organs, allowing Xiaochen's body to maintain a very delicate balance. "Haha, good, it's enough for us to drink." Xiaochen didn't hide his origin. These old people all knew why he intruded into the Pure Land. What he needed to do was to reflect on himself. He needed to become more seasoned, so much so that he could be said to be shrewd and ruthless. He needed to mature the immaturity of the past and smooth the edges of the past. One must know that Xiaochen's talent in the path of cultivation was extremely high. However, in the eyes of these old people, he seemed to have barely passed. It was enough to show how powerful and unfathomable they were. These old people all had an unknown past. It was unknown how many talented practitioners they had seen, and they themselves were definitely the cream of the crop. It was not a compromise, nor was it discouraged. It was a transformation to make life more exciting. "Grandpa," you reminded Xiaochen, "quickly learn it. This is a mystical technique that seizes the power of the world to preserve one's life. It could be said to be a rare technique for longevity." However, no one knew what happened later on. The Cypress furnace turned into a sacred mountain and became the place where the sacred souls resided. The soul power of many powerful practitioners would return to that place after they died. What shocked Xiaochen the most was that there were at least a few dozen old people like this in the entire village. Grandpa Gue also said, "It's very dangerous. If I wasn't forced into a desperate situation back then, I definitely wouldn't have gone there to try my luck." Speaking until here, Grandma Wang became incomparably solemn. She recited, "The universe is empty, the heaven and earth are hidden in the heart, the appearance is born from the heart, the seal is formed from the body." Xiaochen had lost a lot. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. He didn't want to make a childish vow, he didn't want to say heroic words. Only he knew the pain in his heart. He silently reflected, he calmly reflected. The only thing that changed was the method, the heart would never change. It's not that I'm stingy. I really don't want to touch these several 100,000 gold coins. It would make me feel ashamed. But don't worry, I went to the forest yesterday to pick a 9-leaf dragon grass. I've already sent it to Grandma Wang. It should be no problem to exchange for a dozen jars of the best quality immortal brew." Even though Xiaochen had mastered the profound heavenly monument ancient method, when he saw the spells these old people occasionally used, he still felt that they were definitely top-notch profoundness. If he could learn a few of them and compare them with each other, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Grandpa Gue was a barbarian. Because his natal beast soul was a turtle, Xiaochen usually called him Grandpa Gue like everyone else. However, at their level of cultivation, there was no longer any sign of beastification. They were no different from ordinary humans. Grandpa Gue's posture was rather awkward. He was lying in the void like a big turtle, but his mouth kept opening and closing, and wisps of spiritual energy kept flowing into his mouth like water. His aptitude is not bad. On the other side, Qing was also dancing like a butterfly. Her slender jade-like fingers kept forming hand seals. A crystal vase appeared above her head. She looked as pure and holy as a goddess. She said to herself, "Every time I see Grandma Wang forming hand seals, it gives me a different feeling. I wonder when I can also create my own hand seals." Grandma Wang's tavern was open air. There were only a few tables and chairs outside the small wooden house. There would be a lot of old people patronizing the tavern every day. Even from far away, one could already smell the intoxicating fragrance of the wine. This was not any ordinary fine wine, Xiaochen had experienced it himself. It could even be said that every single cup was of immortal quality. It was intoxicating to the bones. Grandpa Gouet stroked his snow-white beard and said with a smile, "Little girl, don't make fun of me. Although the posture isn't that good, it is indeed a life-saving secret art. I wanted to teach you, but you always ran away." Celestial City was defeated. This place was the northwest for the Celestial City, but it was the southwest for the entire Immortals mainland. It was already next to the boundless Middle-earth. After that, she said with concern, "Since you want to take the risk, no one here will stop you. However, we have to remind you again, that place is really dangerous. I'll teach you some self-defense techniques." He needed to gain experience from a crushing defeat. Being seasoned didn't mean that he had lost his drive. He was in the prime of his life, his passion wouldn't be extinguished. With a passionate mood, the confidence to strive forward would be even firmer. The fire of life was still throbbing, and his combat power was still there. Xiaoqian's heart was filled with a powerful battle intent. He wished he could kill his way back to the Celestial City immediately. Qing was bright and intelligent, her eyebrows were full of charm. She was like a fairy as she walked over from outside the village with a smile on her face. He was young and frivolous, his personality was flamboyant. His previous understanding of human nature was too superficial. Fame, profit, power, affection, love, hatred, and enmity, they interweaved into a huge net. No one could escape from it in this world. He needed to temper himself. "Hee, uncle, don't get too excited. Actually, your posture just now was pretty standard, I could never learn it." Just how many ancient tribes were there in the endless wasteland and mountain forests? Nobody could say for sure, it was basically impossible to count. This was a mysterious land, filled with countless unknowns. Many ancient secrets were passed down here. Ancestor gods Xianxia, Yukashi, Fushi, and the others had once appeared in this land. These several tens of thousands of miles of territory in the northwest was not only the sacred land of the forest tribe and barbarian tribe, it was also a place that many practitioners of the Middle-earth yearned for. Year after year, there would often be adventurers venturing deep into this dangerous yet colorful ancient land. However, the majority of them never returned. The forest tribe and the barbarian tribe didn't have much hostility towards outsiders. But, they didn't have the slightest bit of good feelings either. Moreover, there were many ancient tribes that had existed for too long. They didn't allow outsiders to explore their truly mysterious places. As a matter of fact, many explorers only wandered around the periphery, and they were already endlessly amazed by this mysterious land. The sacred mountain that Xiaoqian and Oxman were heading to was definitely one of the most terrifying and mysterious places within these several tens of thousands of miles of territory. At the moment, 2 days had already passed since they set off. That place was at least 2,000 miles away from the sacred land. It might be very far for ordinary people, but for Xiaoqian, who had the undying divine wings, as well as Oxman, who had the black dragon as his mount, it was nothing. If it was not because they paid a visit to many ancient tribes along the way, as well as spent more than half a day with those old people who returned from the Dragon Island, Xiaoqian and the rest might have already arrived at the sacred mountain. The Black Dragon King clearly remembered Xiaoqian. Despite its arrogant nature, it still allowed Xiaoqian to stand on its back. Carrying him and the little fatty, they stepped on the treetops as if they were flying. They transformed into a streak of black light and advanced at high speed. What made people exclaim in admiration was that there were many powerful human experts. Even they might not have the strength to step on leaves and flowers and fly. The little fatty, Oxman's Black Dragon King and Lan Nua's Amethyst Dragon King, were the first 2 dragon kings to be born on the Dragon Island. Naturally, they were also the most powerful dragon kings. They had accumulated a deep foundation of the ancestral dragon. Even if they could not become the ancestral dragon in the future, they might still be able to survive like the 2 barbarian dragon kings who escaped the seal on the Dragon Island. Within these several tens of thousands of miles of territory, there were countless wastelands and primitive mountain forests. At this moment, Xiaoqian and the others were passing through a wasteland that was as red as blood. As far as the eye could see, not a single blade of grass grew. Legend has it that this place had experienced a terrifying battle between deities, and was once dyed with the blood of deities. It contained endless baleful energy, and it would be like this forever, no longer able to grow vegetation. The little fatty oxman explained, I don't know if the legend is true or not, but Little Black and I have encountered a blood corpse here before. At that time, if Little Black wasn't fast enough, we brothers would have never seen each other again. Is it that scary? Xiaochen was somewhat astonished. He said, we are just passing by this place. Shouldn't we be more careful? Don't worry, it's fine during the day. The old shaman of the barbarian tribe once told me that I should never enter this place at night. At that time, I didn't listen to your advice. In the end, I really did encounter the blood corpses at midnight. I saw the bloody ground split open with many corpses inside. You don't know how terrifying that scene was. There were many ancestors with wings and many antiques with horns. At that time, I was so scared that my hair stood on end. It was like hell reappearing. Even though we escaped fast enough, we were still caught by a streak of blood. I was almost caught up by a ray of blood light. At that time, one of my wolf souls was instantly sucked out of my body by a demonic power. It was forcibly taken out of my body and shattered. That was how we managed to escape from this blood-red wasteland. While they were talking, they had already crossed 100 miles of the blood-red wasteland. The blue mist lingered in front of them, it was hazy. The faintly discernible silhouette of a mountain could be seen. Xiaochen couldn't help but frown. The ancient tribe of the barbarian tribe and the jungle tribe was indeed a place brimming with mystery. Along the way, they had already seen a lot of similar unknown and bizarre scenes. There was an indescribable and terrifying danger concealed within. Oxman shrunk his neck and said, we have to take a detour. This is the Blue Mist Mountain. It is said that regardless of whether it is day or night, it is very sinister. Legend has it that a lot of blue-blooded ancestors died in there. The baleful energy is too strong. Since the ancient times until now, there has never been peace. On the third day, Xiaochen and the rest finally approached the sacred mountain of the barbarians. Although they were still 100 miles away, they could already feel the abnormality there. However, the scene was completely different from what they imagined. In Xiaochen's understanding, since the sacred mountain was a cauldron refined by the ancestor god in the distant past, it was able to refine all living things. Even if the fire in the cauldron had already been extinguished, there might still be billowing black smoke soaring into the sky. Moreover, it became the dwelling place of the most powerful saint soul in the world. Even if it wasn't overflowing with demonic aura and gloomy fog, it should be more or less the same. At the very least, there should be a black fog lingering around. And everything in front of Xiaochen's eyes was completely different from what he imagined. Thousands of multicolored lights, tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious radiance. Although they were a few dozen miles away, the flowing lights and vibrant colors flew out one after another unceasingly. It was as beautiful as a meteor streaking across the night sky. Moreover, there was faintly discernible celestial music ringing in the air. It was as if a passionate woman was playing a musical instrument with deep feelings. Don't be confused by the scene in front of you. The little fatty oxman reminded Xiaochen. Xiaochen expressed his understanding. After all, Oxman had been here before, he had a deep understanding of this place. Although the little fatty looked silly, he was without a doubt very astute. Otherwise, how could the elders in the Pure Land like him so much? When the Black Dragon King arrived at this area, it was clearly a lot more cautious. It no longer flew forward at an extremely fast speed, it started to slow down its pace. When they were 50 miles away, they could already see the faintly discernible trace of the legendary Cyprius cauldron. After another dozen miles, they could clearly see it. Xiaochen was deeply shocked. Was this really a mountain? It was so vast and boundless, it was like a thick and heavy earth that directly piled up high into the sky. The majestic sacred mountain occupied all the space in front of them. If they had to describe the mountain, it could be said to be vast and boundless. It was so tall that it had already pierced into the clouds. In front of it, one could deeply feel their own insignificance. It was like an ant looking at the blue dome of heaven. In front of this kind of oppressive ancient mountain, individual life forms were too insignificant. It's a very strange feeling. This is obviously a huge mountain. But why do I feel like it's even bigger than heaven and earth? Xiaochen had some doubts in his heart. This was his true feeling. The black dragon cautiously stopped. The little fatty oxman jumped down from the dragon's back. Looking up at the boundless huge mountain, he said, I heard from the old man Digue in the Pure Land that this is a Cyprius cauldron. This is a heaven and earth copper furnace. Not only can it smelt everything, it can even smelt the entire world. There's such a legend? Xiaochen was a little shocked in his heart. It was not that he didn't believe those legends, there might be some truth hidden within them. They were already less than 20 miles away from the sacred mountain, they could clearly see everything. One after another, brilliant lights flew out unceasingly, making the area in front of them gorgeous. The light mist was dense. Of course, if one concentrated their spiritual sense and looked carefully, they could still see the real mountain clearly. The towering mountain was majestic, there were many places on top of it that were bare, there was not the slightest trace of life. On the earth-gray mountain, there were many spots with bloodstains. That's right. Looking from afar, those scarlet areas were like mottled bloodstains, summing mist lingered around them. There were also many places that were glittering with golden radiance, it was as if molten copper was boiling, surging with blazing radiance. And some places were pitch black, it was like a bottomless pit, one couldn't see the depth clearly, it was absorbing all the light from the outside world. These areas were not shrouded by colorful clouds. There were only endless shadows. Of course, it was a towering mountain. It was not that there was not the slightest trace of life, if one looked carefully, they would notice that a few green belts were like life oases, they were isolated on the endless barren mountain. Fatty, wait for me here. Xiaochen didn't want Oxman to take the risk with him. What are you talking about, how can I not go up after coming here? Don't worry about me, I am not weaker than you. With Blackie, our strength can be considered to be not bad. Oxman's strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. When they were on the Dragon Island, he might still be a bit weaker than Xiaochen, but after escaping, the little fatty's luck was incomparably good. He was deeply liked by the old shaman of a certain tribe, he was bestowed with 2 powerful beast souls. Adding his own beast souls, as well as the divine wolf soul and tiger soul he seized from the barbarian youth Chaos on the Dragon Island, he had a total of 5 beast souls. Unfortunately, he didn't listen to the advice and narrowly escaped death at the Scarlet Blood Plain. Although he escaped the calamity, the divine wolf soul died in his place. Half a year ago, he was about to break through to the Historia realm, but when he couldn't find the right path, he came to the sacred mountain and obtained an ancient beast soul. After refining it into his body, he officially broke through to the Historia realm. All in all, the current little fatty Oxman was not any weaker than Xiaochen. After Xiaochen knew about his training process, he couldn't help but sigh. No one was the only one favored by the heavens. There was this kind of Historia realm little fatty in this desolate mountain, and he didn't have any reputation in the outside world. Within the several 10,000 miles territory of the jungle tribe and the barbarian tribe, only heaven knows if there was a freak like Oxman. A few months ago, you already came here and obtained what you needed. You don't need to accompany me to take risks. I understand your intentions, I appreciate it. Oxman shook his head and said, even without you, I would still enter the sacred mountain by myself. The barbarian's training method is different from yours. We must obtain a beast soul with unlimited potential to reach the pinnacle. Although my 5 souls have merged into one, I only have the ancient beast soul I obtained from the sacred mountain. However, it is definitely not the best beast soul with the highest potential. It might be able to cooperate with me at the current stage, but it might drag me down in the future. Thus, I want to come here to find a beast soul that truly belongs to me. Since he couldn't persuade him, Xiaochen wouldn't waste his breath. Men were like this, one sentence was enough. The 2 of them already arrived at the foot of the mountain. When they arrived at this place, they felt oppressed and trembling. The colorful clouds were lingering in the distance, but it was very different when they looked at it up close. The colorful clouds were all high up in the sky, far away from the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was surrounded by endless bleakness and desolation. There wasn't the slightest bit of beauty to speak of. Oxman said, some of the old priests from the big tribes said that the ancestral god Swearin failed to complete the refinement of the Cyprius cauldron and abandoned it here. If he had succeeded, this world might have undergone an earth-shattering change. After all, legend has it that the ancestral god's cauldron could refine the heaven and earth. After that, for some unknown reason, if the powerful saint souls weren't extinguished, they would throw themselves into this place like moths to a flame. Even until now, no one can explain it clearly. The gloomy fog was drifting in the air. At the foot of the desolate sacred mountain, wisps of black gas were emitting from the gray earth. Xianxia and the rest had no choice but to release their protective aura to protect themselves. After advancing 300 meters to the top of the mountain, it didn't seem like they were climbing at all. It was more like they were walking uphill on the open ground. The main reason was that the sacred mountain was too grand, wide, and lofty. Not long later, they arrived at a height of 1 kilometer. At this point, they had truly entered the dangerous zone. From time to time, a bloody mist drifted over. It cast a huge shadow. The smell of blood was very obvious. It's very dangerous ahead. I stopped here last time. Inside the Cypress cauldron, there would occasionally be a desperate battle. The defeated soul would often be chased all over the place. Last time, the little fatty was waiting for an opportunity here. He used the method taught by the old priest to absorb the powerful beast soul that had lost its nature. Quiet. Xianxia heard some kind of strange noise and hastily signaled to Oxman. The Black Dragon King was already on guard. At first, the sound was still very weak, but then it became louder and louder. It sounded like a galloping horse. In the end, it sounded like a landslide or a tsunami. The rumbling sound was incomparably loud. It was as if a dam was breached and the mudstone rushed down the mountain. F***ck. Run quickly. The fatty pulled Xianxia and jumped onto the back of the black dragon. They turned around and fled. On the mountain, a black wave was covering the sky and covering the earth. It was vast and mighty, carrying with it an endless amount of baleful aura. The demonic flame was surging as if there was a matchless demon stirring up trouble. F***ck, this is definitely a battle between the super saint souls. Not to mention us, even the elders of the Pure Land might not be able to withstand it. The little fatty oxman was already on the verge of crying. He lamented, "Why are we so unlucky?" The boundless black wave enveloped more than half of the sky. It swept away everything in its path. They could faintly see a few sinister huge monsters roaring and fighting fiercely inside. What kind of tyrannical power was that? It made this entire region of the sacred mountain tremble violently. One must know that this was the Cypress cauldron refined by the ancestor god Xianxia. It was impossible for ordinary power to shake it in the slightest. Quick! Turn around! Xianxia shouted loudly. If they rushed straight up, they would not be able to outrun that overflowing flood no matter how fast they were. The black energy wave was covering the sky and covering the earth. The Black Dragon King was like a flash of lightning. It left behind a long streak of black light as it turned around and ran towards the right. The speed of a dragon represented the pinnacle of speed. Although the Black Dragon King was still in its infancy, it was still not to be underestimated. It was extremely dangerous. The endless black waves roared and brushed past them. A few ferocious giant souls were like giants, fiercely fighting in the black energy waves. Oh my God! The little fatty oxman let out a cry of surprise. He said, "I saw a tyrannical dragon inside just now. It actually has a dragon's soul. This is too inconceivable. Furthermore, there are a few equally powerful saint souls. If I can refine a king soul like this, my future is not just a dream." The Black Dragon King's pair of dragon eyes were also staring at the boundless black energy wave without blinking. It was obvious that it also saw the tyrannical dragon's soul. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to control that kind of abnormal king soul. It is enough as long as you can find a beast king soul with unlimited potential. You still have to rely on yourself to train. I know this logic, I am just lamenting. Speaking until here, the little fatty oxman's expression suddenly changed. He cried out in alarm, "Not good, they are coming back." The path to the bottom of the mountain was cut off, and a few unimaginable saint souls were rolling toward them with endless waves of black energy. Xianxia wanted to take the fatty and soar into the sky, but he discovered that it was impossible. Although those brilliant lights spiraling down from the mountain peak were some distance away from the sacred mountain, they were actually imprisoned in the space. They were unable to soar into the sky. There is no other way, let's charge up the mountain first. Alright, Blackie, hurry up. Charging up the sacred mountain was undoubtedly dangerous. The closer they got, the more powerful saint souls there would be. Suddenly, Xianxia saw a patch of greenery in front of them. He shouted, "There is an oasis of life in front, let's quickly hide there." This oasis on the desolate ancient mountain was definitely not a good place. It was not destroyed by the black wave just now. This was enough to prove that it was not an ordinary place. However, the current situation was urgent. Xianxia and the rest had no other choice. They could only think about these problems after they had evaded the danger behind them. This was an extremely quiet forest. The ancient trees were as tall as the sky. Every ancient tree would require 20 or so people to wrap their arms around it. Who knew how many years it had been growing for? The silence was frightening. Although the black wave was surging behind them, they could hear the sound of a needle dropping in this place. It made them feel very lonely and frightening. After Xianxia and the rest rushed in, they discovered that the endless black wave actually took a detour around this place. It did not invade them. This place is very strange. Those super powerful souls did not invade. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Oxman's complexion was not very good. In this extremely quiet place, he seemed to have heard his own soul trembling. That's right, let's go quickly. Xianxia also had a bad premonition. However, for some reason, the scales on the Black Dragon King's body blossomed with black light at this time. The reverse scale under its neck even opened up. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from its eyes as it fled towards the depths of the ancient forest. The Black Dragon King rushed forward as fast as lightning. Naturally, the little fatty oxman couldn't escape by himself. Xianxia also rushed in without any hesitation. There wasn't a trace of sound in the depths of the forest. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Other than their own ear-piercing sound, they couldn't hear any other rustling sound. A heavy and gloomy feeling welled up in Xianxia and Oxman's heart. It made them want to shout loudly. The gloomy old forest was filled with an oppressive power. It was easy to imagine that if they were trapped here for a long time, it would definitely make them collapse. "Blackie, what happened to you?" Realizing that the situation was anything but reassuring, Oxman was a little anxious. The Black Dragon King didn't pay attention to them and directly rushed into the depths of the forest. After advancing for more than a mile, the Black Dragon King stopped. Under a towering ancient tree, there was an incomparably huge snow-white skeleton. It was piled up there like a small mountain. Xianxia and Oxman were incomparably shocked. This was actually a long dragon skeleton. It was extremely similar to the skeleton of an ancestral dragon. It was coiled under an ancient tree that required dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. It was like a snowy ridge. If it was stretched out, it would be at least 800 to 900 meters long. The ancestral dragon's head was raised high. Even when it died, it didn't lower its head. There were many cracks on the bones all over its body. The long ancestral dragon's skeleton was completely fractured in dozens of places. It was obvious that it received an extremely serious injury before dying. It was chopped into dozens of pieces. Could it be that this was an ancestral dragon? Xianxia and Oxman revealed a solemn expression. The Black Dragon King's eyes were already filled with tears. His knees went soft as he knelt in front of the dragon skeleton. One must know that the Dragon King was the most arrogant. He wouldn't even show respect to the heavens. But now, he was kneeling with tears. It was enough to show how sad he was. Xianxia and Oxman were speechless. At this time, they finally realized that this wasn't an ancestral dragon. This should be a powerful Dragon King. Although it didn't transform into an ancestral dragon in the end, it shouldn't be too far away. Only the two back claws were not too similar. The other parts were no different from an ancestral dragon. The Black Dragon King silently circled around this powerful Dragon King from an unknown era. After that, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a black light. The snow-white dragon skeleton was ignited in an instant. The towering flames burned, but the surrounding ancient trees were not affected in the slightest. All the black flames seemed to have a mind of their own. Even though the trees were engulfed in them, they did not burn any of them. At this time, something astonishing happened. The burning Dragon King skeleton shone with a dazzling light. It shrunk rapidly and changed continuously. The broken bones were being reconnected. The cracks were healing, and in the end, the 800-meter-long Earth Dragon bone shrunk to a meter or so. It floated in the air. It was no longer snow white. Instead, it was glowing with a brilliant light, as if it had been carved out of fine jade. What made Xianxia and Oxman astonished was yet to come. The Black Dragon King's eyes emitted 2 rays of cold lightning. The 2 horns on his head even shot out 2 rays of divine radiance. In an instant, it enveloped the dragon's skeleton. Clang! The sound of a peerless sword being unsheathed resounded. A dazzling light slowly illuminated the entire oasis, causing all the saint souls outside the oasis to let out a deafening roar. Many souls gathered outside. They wanted to rush over, but they didn't dare to enter the mountain forest. A peerless sword slowly emerged from the dragon's skeleton. It was hard to tell what kind of material it was made of. It looked like a jade sword, but it also looked like a bone sword. The sparkling and translucent dragon skeleton suddenly turned into dust at this moment. The dust swirled about and drifted down. Only a dazzling sacred sword was left in the sky. The Black Dragon King crouched down on the ground with incomparable care. The half-meter-long sacred sword in the sky transformed into a divine radiance as if it had a mind of its own. With a swish, it submerged into the Black Dragon King's spine. Clang! It was like the sound of a treasured sword returning to its sheath. Little Fatty Oxman's heart beat fiercely. He was deeply afraid that the Black Dragon King had been beheaded. Blackie, what's going on? Oxman asked in astonishment and puzzlement. The Black Dragon King turned silent for a while. In the end, it let out a few low growls. You are saying that this is one of the dragon's sacred artifacts? Only a Dragon King can wield it. Then you guys. The Black Dragon King stopped and turned silent again. What to do? Xiaochen and Oxman's heart beat violently a few times. They thought of a certain possibility at the same time, but they definitely couldn't say it out loud. The Black Dragon King trusted them so much. Even if they guessed it correctly, they could only keep it to themselves forever. The sacred sword disappeared. The sacred souls outside the forest had all dispersed. This place regained its deathly stillness once again. Eh? Why is there a bloody aura coming out from that place? Little Fatty Oxman looked ahead in astonishment. There was a pitch-black hole hidden at the place where the Black Dragon King's bones were. Since the bones had been refined, it was now visible. It was currently spurting out black mist and bloody aura. The black mist was dense. Although the bloody aura made people think of fresh blood, it didn't have the slightest bit of baleful aura. On the contrary, it was filled with pure spiritual power. The Black Dragon King rushed over. The ancestral dragon's horn blossomed with radiance and connected with the bloody aura. It continuously guided the bloody aura to its side. Gradually, it was enveloped by the bloody radiance. This is pure spiritual energy. Little Fatty Oxman seemed to have thought of something and said, I heard an old priest say before that the earth has a spirit. This might be the legendary bloodline of the earth. If it's true, this is a great opportunity for us. Xiaochen sighed with emotion. Some people in this world were really lucky. This simple-minded little fatty's luck was exceptionally good from the beginning to the end. He had also heard about the bloodline of the earth. The scene in front of his eyes was very similar. Maybe the Cyprius furnace here really communicated with the bloodline of the earth. After all, this was the place where ancestor god Xianxia refined the furnace. Little Fatty Oxman sat beside the bottomless hole and began to meditate. Just at this time, the rainbow-colored sacred tree hidden in Xiaochen's body trembled and slowly emerged. Strands of bloody aura gathered towards it. Xiaochen had an idea. He planted it beside the hole and sat cross-legged on the ground to begin his training. As soon as the rainbow-colored sacred tree appeared, the bloody essence immediately gushed out frantically. The treasured tree seemed to possess an unparalleled power as it guided the bloodline of the earth up unceasingly. Immediately, this place was filled with a bloody radiance. As the radiance surged, Xiaochen, Oxman, and the Black Dragon King felt that the speed at which they absorbed the spiritual energy became even faster. This was a rare scene. If there was someone who had opened the clairvoyant, they would definitely be able to see it clearly. The bloodline of the earth was rushing up unceasingly and gathering towards the treasured tree in an unending stream. And the three people at the side were also enveloped by the bloody aura. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Xiaochen and the others were immersed in a state of selflessness. They couldn't feel the flow of time. All the pores on their body opened up. It was as if their body and the bloody aura had fused into one. Little Fatty Oxman was also very exaggerated. The freak formed after the 5 beast souls fused into one directly appeared behind him. That was a huge beast shadow. It stood there like a small mountain. It was more than 10 meters tall. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the bloody radiance. Its momentum was very terrifying. Of course, the one who reaped the most benefit was definitely the treasured tree. The unending stream of bloody radiance directly communicated with the bloodline of the earth. The two of them were connected and were in a state of equilibrium. One day later, the sapling finally underwent another transformation. A bright red bud sprouted out. It was sparkling and translucent like a blood pearl. The 5th divine leaf was finally going to sprout. The bloody aura was dense here. Time flowed by unconsciously. Xiaochen and the others were as still as a mountain. They had entered a state of selflessness. And at this moment, an astonishing change happened outside. All the ancient trees were emitting green light. The whole area was like a huge emerald. Many souls that got close to this place were surrounded by the branches and leaves of those ancient trees and then swallowed. Those ancient trees around Xiaochen and the others seemed to have come to life. They extended their huge branches and locked onto the two humans and the dragon like human arms. They wanted to devour their souls. However, before they could get close, the rainbow-colored sacred tree emitted a dazzling radiance. Multicolored light flowed out one after another and broke all the branches that extended towards them. For an entire month, Xiaochen and Oxman were in a kind of ethereal state. The essence of the earth's bloodline flowed into their body unceasingly, changing their physique. And in this 1 month, the rainbow-colored sacred tree's 5th scarlet jade leaf finally grew. The bloody radiance was translucent. It was sparkling and translucent like a red agate. It was as resplendent as a divine jade. At this point, the palm-sized sapling already had the black jade leaf, white jade leaf, jasper leaf, gold jade leaf, and scarlet jade leaf. 5 divine leaves. The flowing luster was gentle and divine. The 5th scarlet jade leaf grew. The treasured tree gradually lost its connection with the bloodline of the earth. The bloody aura no longer surged up. This area gradually returned to its former deathly stillness. The little Fatty Oxman's beast spirit grew from 10 meters to 20 meters. He stood there like a mountain. His imposing manner was incomparably threatening, giving people a strong oppressive feeling. 1 month of intensive training allowed little Fatty Oxman to directly advance from the Historia 1st Celestial Layer to the Historia 3rd Celestial Layer. In just 1 short month, he advanced by 2 celestial layers. And the Black Dragon King grew by no less than half a meter. His body was already 2.5 meters long. There was no doubt that his strength had increased greatly. As for Xiaochen, he woke up 1 day later than Oxman. When he opened his eyes, he just happened to see a chubby little face smiling foolishly by itself. Oxman, what happened to you? Haha. I entered the Historia 3rd Celestial Layer. The little fatty smiled foolishly. He was a little silly, but he appeared very honest and cute. Xiaochen, which celestial layer did you break through to? I seem to be very special. Xiaochen had already discovered his own situation a long time ago. He said with a little astonishment, it's actually fluctuating between the Historia 1st Celestial Layer to the 3rd Celestial Layer. It's very unstable. How could this happen? It can still fluctuate? Little Fatty Oxman was also very puzzled. Isn't this only possible for Nirvana realm experts? It's hard to stabilize their cultivation, it fluctuates constantly. I don't know either. That's indeed the case. It's always fluctuating. However, Xiaochen was not dispirited. With his method, it was already a miracle for him to be able to fluctuate to the Historia 3rd Celestial Layer after 1 month of training like this. That was because even more of the bloody aura was stripped away by the acupoints in his body. Within 1 month, 7 major acupoints had divinized, the Tianjing acupoint on his elbows, the Kayangwan acupoint on his knees, the Tiantiao acupoint on his legs, and the Daihuian acupoint on his legs had all condensed into resplendent specks of light. This was an unimaginably huge harvest. Just like that, there were a total of 16 acupoints in his body that had divinized. They were mainly concentrated at the major junctures. If they were connected like that, it was equivalent to linking up every part of his body. As a matter of fact, every major acupoint was already connected with a golden thread. Just like that, it was as if a single set of divine veins had been formed. It was a brand new circulation system that was not considered perfect yet. Although he didn't directly break through to the Historia third celestial layer like Oxman and stabilize it, Xiaochen knew that his harvest might be even greater. The formation of the divine veins might be the true meaning of accumulating strength. He knew that sooner or later, the inexhaustible power contained in his body would all come alive. At that time, it was very hard to imagine what kind of transformation would occur. The multicolored radiance lingered on the sacred tree as it trembled unceasingly. Xiaochen carefully picked it up. Seeing the fifth jade leaf grew out, Xiaochen was even happier than knowing that he had divinized 7 acupoints. A jade leaf was even more precious than a mountain of gold. The treasured tree actually grew the 5th leaf here. It was really a great fortune. At this moment, Xiaochen and Oxman finally knew how terrifying this oasis was. There would actually be a surge of green radiance every once in a while. It was specialized in absorbing souls. If not for the rainbow-colored sacred tree beside them, they might have already died a long time ago. Walking out of the oasis, Xiaochen said to Oxman, "I really don't want you to take the risk with me. There's no need to say any more. Didn't you see that I took the risk once and advanced my cultivation by 2 celestial layers? This is really worth it." The little fatty smiled foolishly. He patted his chest and said, "You understand very little about the soul-summoning method passed down by the barbarian priests. You are far from being proficient in it. Even if you find an altar, you might not be able to successfully summon the snow-white little critter's soul." There was no need to say too much. They continued their journey once again. They barely avoided a few regions with powerful soul power fluctuation. They advanced for another kilometer or so, and finally found a desolate altar. Now that they arrived here, there was no need to say any unnecessary words. The two of them quickly set up the altar. Time was of the essence. God knows when a terrifying sacred soul would barge in. One after another, complicated patterns were carved on the bloody altar by the little fatty. Xiaochen, whose hair was as white as snow, stood at the center of the altar. He held the rainbow-colored sacred tree in his hand and began to pray silently. He wanted to summon the snow-white little critter. The surroundings of this region were all desolate red earth, scarlet red like blood. The ancient altar was incredibly dilapidated. As time passed, it already almost shattered and disappeared. The little fatty had already finished carving on the altar. Xiaochen held the rainbow-colored sacred tree in his hand and prayed with all his heart. He hoped that the soul that was far away would appear before his eyes. Although he didn't know what race Ku was from, there was no doubt that her potential was strong. Her potential was limitless, which meant that her soul power was incomparably strong. It was reasonable to say that after this kind of existence died, it was very likely that she would come to the Cypress furnace. Although the barbarian race's soul-summoning technique was very particular, with the help of little fatty Oxman, Xiaochen managed to grasp it and make a wish. Woo-woo, the blood-red sacrificial altar was surrounded by waves of gloomy and terrifying hells. Shadows of souls were flying in the air, gathering from all directions. "Oh no, something's wrong. Why are there so many souls being summoned?" The little fatty cried out in alarm. "Is there a problem somewhere? Don't tell me these wandering ghosts think that we're worshipping them? Are they treating us as a feast?" The nearby souls quickly gathered. Among them, there was a humanoid soul that was 5 to 6 meters tall. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced onto the altar. Before Xiaochen and Oxman could make a move, the Black Dragon King made his move. Clang, the sound of a peerless sword being unsheathed rang out clearly on the blood-colored altar. Whoosh, a beam of divine light flashed across the sky and struck that ferocious soul shadow. A ball of fire burst out in the sky, and the huge human-shaped soul shadow was instantly turned into ashes. Clang! The sound of a holy sword being unsheathed rang out, and a sword light entered the back of the Black Dragon King. Such a method. Not only did it stun these souls, even Xiaochen and Oxman were incomparably shocked. The Black Dragon King's sacred sword was too sharp. Even a demigod might not be able to withstand it. A chilly wind blew in the distance, and waves of fiendish blood aura rushed over. A huge soul shadow appeared. All the vile souls around the altar fled in fright. Oh my god, what is that? Oxman was dumbstruck. A colossus at least 50 meters tall was surging with red clouds and baleful aura. It was actually not afraid of the brilliant lights in the sky and could fly on clouds. Bang! Bang, in another direction. There were also a few behemoths. A few gigantic beast claws the size of a few houses stretched out from the ink-black clouds. It was obvious that the strongest saint soul in the vicinity had arrived. Meanwhile, Xiaochen and Oxman were surrounded. The soul summoning ritual doesn't work? Why didn't you summon the snow-white little critter's soul, but attracted these fierce soul kings instead? Little Fatty was on the brink of tears. Xiaochen also frowned. The group of old people in the Pure Land was right. This place was really too dangerous. It was really a narrow escape. However, at that moment, the blood-red altar suddenly flashed with rays of blood-red light. Space twisted, and a dark tunnel appeared. The summoning ritual is working. Little Fatty cried out in surprise, this isn't a spatial passage, is it? At this time, the demonic clouds rolled and blood light burst forth. Several terrifying behemoths had already rushed forward, and their huge claws had already covered the sky and the earth. If one was struck by them, one's soul would definitely scatter and scatter. These were all vile souls among vile souls. We're at our wits' end. Don't tell me we have no choice but to jump into the dark tunnel? Oxman shouted anxiously. However, at this time, without waiting for them to make a move, the entire ancient altar suddenly began to sink. It sank into the ground in an instant. That dark tunnel also sank into the ground. It was as if the world was turning upside down, rumbling sounds were being emitted unceasingly. The ancient altar sank at high speed. After that, the broken surface of the ground actually began to heal slowly. The original place was incomparably flat, turning into a scarlet bloody earth. The few behemoths that rushed over looked at each other in bewilderment. After that, they retreated while being on guard against each other. In the end, they left separately. Under the ground, the little Fatty cried out in surprise, where did we sink to? Xiaochen was silent for a while, then he said, if I didn't guess wrong, we should have entered the real Cyprius furnace. You mean this is the inside of the furnace? Xiaochen nodded and said, it should be like that. We entered the inside of the furnace from the outside. The little Fatty wanted to cry. He said with a trembling voice, no one from the barbarian tribe has ever dared to enter the interior of the Cyprius furnace. Even the relevant legends are very rare. The outside is already so terrifying, the inside, we actually entered the interior of the Cyprius furnace, who wants to open the gate to the netherworld? Just at this time, a gloomy spiritual fluctuation transmitted from the dark tunnel that sank into the ground. F*CK, it's haunted. The little Fatty almost jumped up in fright. The demon on the Dragon Island was an unforgettable nightmare for his tribe. This gloomy atmosphere immediately made him associate it with those unpleasant memories. Why did you guys open the gate to the netherworld? The gloomy spiritual fluctuation transmitted again. Xiaochen replied, according to the method recorded in the records, we want to summon a soul that has gone far away. Only the altar near the Cyprius furnace can open the gate to the netherworld in the shortest amount of time. Countless years have passed, very few people are using these altars anymore. At this time, Oxman finally calmed down and said, the barbarians have always been using it, but it's not to open the gate to the netherworld. I know what they use it for, it's to refine beast souls. Xiaochen asked calmly, who are you? I am an Olding spirit that has been drifting for countless years. Then aren't you a ghost? How are you different from those powerful souls outside the Cyprius furnace? After a moment of silence, a lonely sigh transmitted from the other side of the tunnel. The spiritual fluctuation transmitted again, once you fall into darkness, it's hard to escape for the rest of your life. What do you mean? Oxman asked. After a long period of deathly silence. The Een spirit in the dark tunnel asked back, Do you guys really believe in the netherworld and reincarnation? Don't tell me there isn't? Oxman asked back. If there is, you guys are already in the netherworld now. The Een spirit replied coldly. This is not the interior of the Cypress furnace, how can it be the netherworld? The little fatty Oxman refuted. But Xiaochen shivered from head to toe. He asked with incomparable shock, could it be that when ancestor god Xianxia wanted to refine the Cypress furnace, he actually wanted to refine the netherworld? The old Een spirit heaved a sigh and said, the dark realms are extremely chaotic. If you fall into them, it will be hard for you to return to the world of the living for the rest of your life. The ancestor god wanted to create the rules and establish the order. That's why the Cypress furnace and the dark realms were fused together. It could be said to be a world-shaking event. But in the end, sigh. We went to hell, we entered the netherworld, don't tell me we are already dead? Oxman cried out. This is the failed netherworld, the road connecting to the dark realms has already been blocked. The old Een spirit's voice was ice cold as he said, you guys only opened a crack between the failed netherworld and the dark realm. It will be sealed very soon. What kind of space is it on your side? It is a dark realm that is only suitable for souls to reside in. It is difficult to preserve the yang energy and will be completely lost. Only the Een energy will be left. If you want to return to the world of the living on your side, you will most likely be annihilated. Once you fall into the darkness, it'll be hard for you to return. Unless you cultivate to an extremely powerful realm, you'll only be able to reverse it. But, there are legends about the 10 heavenly sons of the underworld. Xiaochen was very confused. That's just ancestor god Xianxia's ideal netherworld. It was mistakenly passed down by the later generations. The news was shocking, Xiaochen found it hard to believe. This meant that when Kiki fought the Golden Lion King previously, the Golden Lion King had already killed Kiki. The so-called being sent into reincarnation. Wouldn't that mean that he had entered the dark realm? In that case, the little fellow was too strong. He was actually able to stay in a dark place with only Een energy for so long. It was no wonder that the little thing flew into a rage after returning. It must have suffered a lot. It seemed like the old nether spirit hadn't conversed with anyone for a long time. He took the initiative and said, when one reaches the immortal realm, they will naturally understand these questions because they have to touch upon these domains. Oxman also came to a sudden realization. He muttered to himself, no wonder the sacred mountain gathered countless powerful souls. So it turns out that this place is a failed netherworld. It has a natural attraction to them. Just at this time, a rumbling sound could be heard. The passage between the dark realm and the failed netherworld was about to close. We opened the passage to summon a little critter called Kiki. Why is it you? I just happened to be at the side of the passage. If you guys often use that altar to open the passage to this coordinate, come and chat with me. I can help you guys find out. Boom. The dark passage was completely sealed. Xiaochen and Oxman were a little dumbstruck. How were they going to get out? There seemed to be an endless void above them. There was no such thing as a layer of soil. This Cypress furnace was another world of its own. It seemed to be boundless. It was gloomy and gloomy. The gloomy mist drifted about. It was very eerie. There was no way out. They had no choice but to grope their way forward in the gloomy Cypress furnace. They wanted to find an exit. However, how could they find it? They didn't find anything even after walking for a few days while stepping on countless skeletons. It was even more impossible to reach the end. This place really seemed to be an independent world. They ran into a lot of wandering evil souls. If it wasn't for the protection of the rainbow-colored sacred tree, Xiaochen and the others might not even have their bones left. On the 7th day, Xiaochen and the others discovered a stretch of ruins. When they walked into that area, they entered a grand but already dilapidated ancient palace. Hall. The 2 humans and 1 dragon felt incomparably terrified. In the center of the main hall, there was a floating throne made of skeletons. A snow-white skeleton was sitting on top of it. Seeing them coming in, the divine radiance in the skeleton's eye sockets throbbed. It was actually staring at them. Who are you? Oxman took a few steps back. King Chujiang of the 10 Palace Kings. The spiritual fluctuation was clearly transmitted into Xiaochen and the others' hearts. It made them suck in a mouthful of cold air. And what made them even more shocked was yet to come. King Chujiang threw down a shady wood token with a shake of his hand and said, "This is a letter for you, Xiaochen. It's a letter asking for help." Xiaochen was puzzled. He picked up the shady wood token from the ground. He immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. There was a crooked little claw print on it. It was almost the same as the one Kiki made carelessly at that time. The Inkwood was extremely intelligent, and it was a rare tree species that was rarely seen. Whether it was refining the elixir of immortality or refining a peerless divine weapon, as long as a little bit of Inkwood was added, the success rate would increase several times. Legend has it that the Inkwood grew in the underworld. It grew an inch in 100 years, a foot in 1,000 years, and only 10 feet in 10,000 years. The 3-meter-tall ones were as red as blood agate, while the 3-meter-tall ones were as translucent as amethyst. The older they were, the more spiritual they were. However, Inkwood was rare even in the legendary underworld, let alone blood agate and amethyst. This shady wood token was as big as a palm. It was crystal clear, like a piece of purple jade. If it weren't for the faintly discernible growth rings on it, it would be hard to imagine that it was made of wood. It was very heavy in his hand. Xiaochen looked at it carefully. There was no mistake, the clear and crooked paw print was left behind by Kiki. He vaguely sensed the aura of the little critter once again. The greatest function of the highest grade Inkwood token in the netherworld was to send messages. Inscribing words on it was absolutely a waste. It was mainly used to record spiritual imprints and transmit real spiritual fluctuations. Xiaochen used his heart to sense and listen to the mental energy fluctuations coming from the purple diamond Inkwood. The fluctuations coming from the rare Inkwood were very intense, it was like a real sound transmitted out. However, there were other people's cries for help, but there were no cries of the little critters. It was incomparably clamorous, noisy, and chaotic. There were even miserable shrieks and sounds of slaughter in the distance. The amethyst gloomy wood transmitted a chaotic and complicated world, it was like a pot of boiling water. This made Xiaochen feel incomparably anxious. Kiki's environment seemed to be extremely chaotic, her situation was worrying. The strange thing was, why didn't he hear the snow-white little critter's voice? Wasn't this its message for help? Thinking of this, Xiaochen could not help but feel suspicious. How did this letter end up in King Chujiang's hands? Clearly, the little fatty oxman was stunned by the scene in front of him. One of the 10 legendary underworld kings, King Chujiang, was sitting on the white bone throne floating in the air. He was so close to him in the ancient palace, so how could he not be shocked? The legend of the 10 heavenly sons of the underworld was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. This was something that even children knew. Little Fatty looked at the white skeleton and felt his hair stand on end. Even if the old spirit had said so. Ancestor god Xianxia failed to refine the netherworld, but he still managed to refine the Cypress furnace with his own hands. But there were some results after all. If the white skeleton in front of him wasn't lying, then its background was truly terrifying. "Are you, really King Chujiang?" Oxman tried his best to remain calm. Hee. The jade-white skeleton was emitting a gloomy spiritual wave, as if a gust of chilly wind had blown across the dilapidated ancient palace hall. The dense aura had even caused the temperature in the hall to drop rapidly. In the eye sockets of the skeleton, 2 beams of divine light swept across the dusky hall like a meteor beam. There was an indescribable pressure as he said, "Although the underworld has yet to be formed, not everyone dares to impersonate King Chujiang." The legendary 10 heavenly sons of the Yin Hall were skilled in the management of Yin souls. They were not known for their battle prowess. Some even said that their combat strength was relatively low. Of course, it also depended on who they were compared to. Compared to the 2 youths in the later generations, they were definitely terrifying experts. A chill ran down Oxman's spine. He had truly encountered a living ancestor. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The Black Dragon King didn't move at all. Only his pair of dragon eyes shot out 2 cold glints as he stared at King Chujiang, who was sitting on the bone throne floating in the air. Although Xiaochen was also very surprised, he was even more puzzled. He felt a familiar aura from King Chujiang's body. That kind of soul fluctuation was very familiar. In a trance. He felt that King Chujiang's spiritual waves were very similar to King Qingguang, King Yanluo, and King Luanhui. It was as if they came from the same source. This made him very flabbergasted. But now was not the time to look into it. He still had more important things to ask. I believe you are the legendary King Chujiang. Xiaochen greets Underworld King here. After he finished speaking, he saluted and asked seriously and sincerely, may I ask Underworld King to tell me, how exactly did this shady wood token reach your hands? Although ancestor god Xianxia's ideal underworld failed at the last moment, it has already taken shape. I, as the nominal son of heaven of the Yin realm, have more or less guided some departed souls. Although I don't have a lot of big and small ghosts in my hands, I still have a few. Even if this underworld and a few dark domains are sealed, it is still possible to transmit some information. May Underworld King explain in detail. The throne made of bones in the sky slowly circled around the ancient palace. In the end, it stopped at the center of the main hall. King Chujiang transmitted his spiritual wave, you guys go to the 9th underworld platform. Where is the 9th underworld platform? Leave the Azura Palace and keep moving forward. With this black dragon's speed, you should be able to see a mountain-like underworld platform in half a month's time. On the way, try your best to avoid those departed souls. Some of the evil souls in the underworld can't be dealt with. If you come across the indescribable underworld matter, then stay as far away as possible. I also need to avoid some places. Xiaochen bowed to express his thanks. He brought along the already somewhat numb little fatty and walked out of the main hall. When he reached the main hall's door, he suddenly stopped and asked, are the 10 underworld kings all in the underworld? King Chujiang was clearly startled. He shook his head and a somewhat sentimental spiritual wave spread out as he said, perhaps I am the only one left. Xiaochen was moved. I once saw 3 skeletons on the Dragon Island. Their aura is shockingly similar to yours. The other 9 underworld sons of heaven? That's impossible. Even ancestor god Xianxia's life and death is unknown, not to mention them. Back then, I once saw their bodies and souls perish with my own eyes. King Chujiang waved his hand powerlessly. Although he was just a skeleton, Xiaochen could clearly feel that he was indescribably exhausted. It seemed like he had recalled the sad past and was unwilling to talk about it anymore. Xiaochen and the others took their leave. Walking out of the gloomy main hall, the Black Dragon King ran as fast as lightning. He only let out a long sigh when he was several hundred miles away. He sighed and said, sigh, it feels like a lifetime has passed. We actually entered the underworld. Just now, we even went to the Azura Palace. No one would believe it if I told them. I really have some doubts now. When that ancient altar fell into the Cypress furnace, were we already dead? The little fatty's expression was very serious and very solemn. This made Xiaochen also have a hint of doubt in his heart in that instant. Ghosts don't have shadows. Xiaochen pointed with a smile. The rainbow-colored sacred tree emitted rays of light. Thousands of auspicious lights appeared between Xiaochen's hands. It made the shadows behind them indistinct. That's true, I was thinking too much. Oxman smiled honestly and said, I haven't lived long enough. That world up there would be so boring without me. That's right. The sun is still waiting for you to push it around every day. The stars and the moon are still waiting for you to pile them up one by one every night. Just at this time, the Black Dragon King suddenly stopped. From the extreme speed to a stop, he almost threw Xiaochen and Oxman off his back. The underworld was dusky. It was like the night under the starlight, as if it was covered by a layer of black gauze. Even though it was dusky, they could still see it. The shadows were indistinct in the distance. There was a large expanse of majestic buildings. It looked like layers of palaces were connected together. Although that place looked deathly still, it emitted a weak fluctuation that made people feel very stifled. Oxman lowered his voice and said, this must be a ruthless character. The main hall he built is so imposing. He might even be a living ancestor. Xiaochen nodded his head in agreement. King Chujiang had warned them before that they must take a detour when they saw a palace or a cave. They didn't dare to ignore it. At that moment, the Black Dragon King was like a streak of black light. They took a detour from afar and circled around for dozens of miles before passing through that area. There was definitely a ghost ancestor there just now. It was less than 1,000 miles away from King Chujiang's Azure Palace. It was very obvious that it didn't take the underworld king seriously. Xiaochen expressed his agreement. The underworld was much more complicated than they had imagined. There was no order at all. One could imagine that this was a chaotic and terrifying world. For 7 days in a row, Xiaochen and the others had avoided dozens of gloomy ancient castles, palaces, and cave residences. They even saw countless wandering ghosts. If it wasn't for the treasured tree, they might have already been torn apart by those ghosts for a long time. In addition, the power of the underworld was extremely heavy. Although it wasn't as evil as the dark space mentioned by the old spectre, staying here for a long time would still cause great harm to the physical body. If it wasn't for the protection of the rainbow-colored sacred tree, it would be very difficult for them to continue. Oxman had some doubts in his heart and said, "Where did the earth bloodline we discovered on the surface of the earth come from? It should be from underground. But this is the underworld, how could there be such spiritual energy?" Xiaochen shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. This isn't really underground in the truest sense. This should be a world of its own, a real boundless space." Oxman thought for a bit and expressed his agreement. Even if the Black Dragon King only spent half of his time on the road every day, he could still travel 10,000 miles in a day. His speed could be said to be as fast as lightning. Just like that, they had already traveled in one direction for 7 days. They had already traveled 70,000 miles. In this underworld, it could only be described as a short distance. From this, it seemed like it really shouldn't be underground. The little fatty Oxman sighed. Ancestor God Xianxia's divine power is truly boundless. He actually refined a boundless space, a boundless underworld. A Cypress furnace contained a real world. On the 10th day, Xiaochen and the others who were on the road suddenly discovered specks of light in front of him. It seemed very incongruous in this dusky underworld. They were about to take a detour, but Xiaochen and Oxman both sensed that there didn't seem to be any negative energy there. On the contrary, there was a bit of divine aura rippling over. Looking into the distance, they could only see ruins. It looked like a firefly, and the source of the glimmer was precisely there. "It's a ruin, it's not the so-called mansion. There shouldn't be any danger, let's go and take a look," Oxman suggested. Xiaochen nodded. Even if there was a spiritual body, it shouldn't be an evil spirit or a vicious spirit. With a swing of the Black Dragon King's tail, they covered 20 miles in an instant. "Temple?" Oxman was very shocked and said, "How can there be a temple in the underworld?" There were only 3 ancient temples. They were extremely dilapidated and had already collapsed on the ground a long time ago. They should have been in disrepair for a long time and collapsed under the merciless grinding of time. The specks of divine radiance were emitted from a few broken Buddha statues. In the dusky underworld, even the light of a firefly would appear incomparably different, not to mention the sacred Buddha radiance. Xiaochen walked over and lifted up a few broken Buddha statues, then said, "Did you forget?" According to the legends, there was a powerful expert with great divine power who was overseeing the underworld. You can't be talking about Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, right? It's him. As long as the underworld isn't empty, one can't become a Buddha. He once made such a great aspiration to guard the underworld forever. You must know that with his cultivation, he was not much weaker than a Buddha. He was one of the few experts in the Buddhist world. If he didn't have the qualifications to become a Buddha, then there would be no Buddha in the Buddhist world. Oxman nodded and said, "I remember now, there was indeed such a living ancestor. The powerful evil ascended to heaven. During the ancient times, he received 3 attacks from the primordial Lord of Heaven and retreated unscathed. As one of the few Buddhist experts, he was able to make up for the lack of power of the 10 underworld kings. The Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's grand aspirations were known to all under the heavens. Back then, it had shaken the heavens and the earth, causing lotus flowers to spring up from the ground and auspicious colors to descend from the heavens. However, even the underworld didn't become a reality. Can the legends be believed? Oxman raised this kind of doubt again. Xiaochen nodded and said, "We can't believe it completely, but we also can't not believe it. Legends can more or less convey some true information to us. The little fatty chuckled and said, "Let's look around. Who knows, we might be able to find a few sariras here. These Buddha statues don't look like ordinary objects. Otherwise, how could they emit light?" The fatty had the momentum to dig 3 feet into the ground, but how could he possibly find sariras? The reason why the Buddha statues emitted light was because there were a few incantations carved on them. They were gathering a little bit of Buddhist power. On the contrary, Xiaochen felt a slight tremble coming from his left leg. The swear-in drill seemed like it was about to leave his body. The burial cloth that was kept inside his body with the weapon fusion technique was also trembling. The swear-in drill was not easy to take out. With a thought from Xiaochen, the burial cloth appeared. The instant it left his body, the black bloody cloth immediately trembled violently. It almost broke free from Xiaochen's control. Dust and sand flew everywhere as rocks tumbled about. The foundation of the ancient temple was completely shattered by the bloody cloth. Stone and sand flew everywhere. The Black Dragon King acted as if he was facing a great enemy. With a clanging sound, the dragon's sacred sword transformed into a dazzling radiance as it was pulled out from his spine. Xiaochen and the little fatty looked at the broken foundation under the ruins together. They only saw a leg. One leg. Xiaochen and Oxman did not feel frightened, they only felt astonished. In Xiaochen's imagination, for the burial cloth to tremble so violently, there must be an extraordinary artifact suppressing it. However, there was only one leg, a thumb-sized stone leg. There was not the slightest fluctuation of divine power, and there was not the slightest bit of extraordinary aura. It was very ordinary, and nothing special could be seen from it. At the side, the naturally sharp and sensitive Black Dragon King also sheathed its dragon sacred sword. It looked at the stone leg under the foundation suspiciously with a trace of puzzlement. That was because it clearly had a palpitating feeling just now, but there was nothing now. Xiaochen picked up the stone leg and blew off the dirt on it. He held it in his palm and turned it over to observe it carefully. The workmanship was very rough. It could be seen that it was the shape of a leg, but it was not very exquisite. The little fatty Oxman said with incomparable disappointment, "In my opinion, these 3 ancient temples seem to be extremely ancient. Maybe it was the place where Kitagarbha Bodhisattva meditated in those days. If there is something under the foundation, it should be an extraordinary artifact that can suppress the entire underworld. However, it really makes me speechless." Xiaochen did not say anything. He put away the burial cloth and carefully observed the stone leg. He knew that it should not be an ordinary artifact. Wasn't it the same when he found the swear-in drill? It looked extremely ordinary, but the golden halberd and the jet-black iron engravings could not force the swear-in drill out of its body. "Let's go, it might be of great use in the future." Xiaochen put away the stone leg and patted the little fatty's shoulder. In the next few days, Xiaochen and Oxman deeply felt the chaos and complexity of the underworld. Many of the magnificent palaces occupied an area of countless miles. It was much more imposing than the underworld King Chuzhong's residence. It could be imagined that the underworld had already become the training ground for the vicious souls. There was basically no order to speak of. This was a place where strength spoke. On the 13th day, in the gloomy underworld, Xiaochen and the others avoided a few ghost domains and dozens of vicious souls. They stepped on the blood-colored desolate land and entered a barren desert. Boundless. There was no end. However, at the horizon, there seemed to be a huge mountain piercing into the ground. It pierced through the boundless darkness of the blue dome of heaven. The soaring murderous aura was sharp and terrifying, even though it was very far away. Xiaochen and Oxman also felt as if they had fallen into the harsh winter of the 12th lunar month. Their bodies were ice-cold, and even the air they exhaled turned into white mist. "Why does it feel like a peerless murderous weapon is pressed against my throat, making me unable to breathe?" Oxman was bewildered. Xiaochen also found this strange. As he looked at the heaven-piercing peak in front, he said, "Why do I feel like this is a sword? A huge, ferocious sword filled with killing chi. Hey, they really look alike." Oxman suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. "Come, let's go take a look." This underworld was refined by ancestor god Xianxia. Who knows, he might have left some ancestor god artifact here. 2 humans and 1 dragon slowly advanced against the bone-piercing killing intent. When they were less than 3 miles away, they could already clearly see that this was a huge stone sword that was 3,000 meters tall, pierced straight into the desolate blood-red ground. It was hard to imagine how such a huge stone sword was carved. What was even more puzzling was that the edge of the sword was like a real blade, incomparably sharp. Moreover, there was a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. When they were less than 1 mile away, it was already very hard to get closer. The murderous aura seemed to have transformed into a real sword edge as it pressed against Xiaoqian's neck. It was as if their skin was being cut by a knife. Why is this stone sword so ruthless? Oxman felt very shocked. Xiaoqian said gravely, I feel that this might not be a stone sword. No matter how I look at it, it is a world-shaking weapon. Oxman was bewildered. He pointed at the huge stone sword that was shrouded in gloomy mist and said, there seems to be some writing on the huge sword. Only those who had reached the third layer of Historia realm could see some vague engravings in the dusky underworld. Let's go forward a bit more and see. Unfortunately, when they were more than half a mile away from the stone sword, it was very hard for them to take another step forward. The murderous aura emitted by the huge stone sword had completely solidified, forming an incomparably terrifying death domain. At this point, the Black Dragon King had no choice but to pull out the dragon's sacred sword. A glorious divine radiance floated above the heads of the 2 humans and 1 dragon. With the help of the weak radiance, they could clearly see 3 ancient words carved on the huge stone sword, Immortal Execution Sword. I at #yen%, Oxman immediately burst out with vulgarities and cried out in fear. With a trembling voice, he said with a stuttering voice, we met a really big one, this isn't a dream, right? It's actually the legendary Immortal Execution Sword. Behind it, there's a living ancestor father. Although Xiaoqian came from the mortal world, he had also heard about Immortal Execution Sword, Immortal Slayer Sword, and the other 2 peerless ominous swords. During the ancient war, who knew how many immortal souls had been slain by them? Their illustrious name shook the world. They were definitely at the forefront of the ominous weapons in the world. F***ck, that master can't be in the underworld too, right? Oxman felt a chill run down his spine. Even his scalp felt a little numb as he said with a trembling voice, that master went crazy, not recognizing his own family, disrespecting the heavens, disrespecting the earth. He even dared to use the sword against the ancestor. He is the most arrogant master in the world. The glint in the Black Dragon King's eyes was incomparably sharp. A high-spirited battle intent surged up. If not because he was too young, he might have already wanted to control the dragon's sacred sword to test the power of the legendary Immortal Execution Sword. Tong Tian, a name that even the immortals feared, back then, he once challenged the ancestor god Yukashi with the 4 ominous swords, Immortal Slayer Sword, Immortal Slayer Sword, and Immortal Trapping Sword. Although he was defeated without any suspense, his bravery shook the world. He killed gods and demons in a fit of rage. Who knew how many immortals had died in his hands? The 4 Immortal Execution Swords were completely refined by soaking in divine blood. Just hearing the 2 words Tong Tian, all the immortals would tremble. Later on, Tong Tian gradually restrained his ferocious nature and was no longer ruthless. He widely accepted disciples and established the illustrious Jia sect. His disciples and followers were all over the world. For outsiders, Tong Tian was the ancestor of the god of slaughter. For his disciples, he was a strict teacher and compassionate father. For the sake of his disciples, he once charged into the spiritual mountain and split the 12 lotus platforms of the Buddha. He even fought a great battle with Laozi. Under the situation where both sides were heavily injured, he shook the Immortal Slayer Sword and cut off a strand of Laozi's white beard. It could be said that Tong Tian was definitely one of the most ruthless characters in the world. The little fatty Oxman was a little dizzy. He stammered, this ruthless person, how, did he also come to hell? Or is he still lingering around here? Xiaoqian increasingly felt that this Cyprius cauldron had an extraordinary significance. Otherwise, how could Tong Tian's Immortal Execution Sword be fixed here? After looking at it carefully, Xiaoqian thought for a while and said, this sword has not been touched for at least several thousand years. Look at the traces of wind and frost on the stone sword. Strange. Oxman said doubtfully, this sword is inserted into the ground. It seems to be sealed, but also seems to be sealing something else. It's a little hard to see through. Just at this time, 3 items on Xiaochen's body started to tremble. The burial cloth, the swear and drill, and the stone leg all seemed to have some reaction. In the end, the swear and drill that usually didn't seem to have any special features actually emerged from Xiaochen's body. It left behind an afterimage as it charged towards the huge stone sword. There was no energy fluctuation, no trace of divine aura. It was completely just a stone that could fly, nothing special could be seen. It actually directly charged towards the tip of the immortal execution sword that was inserted into the ground. Without any sound, the swear and drill submerged into the blood-colored ground. Immediately after, the 3,000-meter-tall immortal execution sword actually started to tremble violently. The blood-colored ground rumbled. Retreat quickly. Xiaochen unfolded the undying divine wings and pulled the little fatty to fly in the sky. The Black Dragon King even transformed into a streak of black light and rushed towards a distant place. Behind them, the swift and fierce sword chi gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The blazing light swept across all directions. Thousands of auspicious colors, tens of thousands of multicolored lights, illuminated the entire space of this hell. The blood-colored ground cracked unceasingly, as if a landslide and a tsunami had occurred. The sky was completely enveloped by the sword chi. If it wasn't for Xiaochen and the others being fast enough, they would already be 100 miles away. It was already 100 miles away, and it was likely that it had already turned into dust. The ground around the immortal execution sword completely caved in and was destroyed. The 3,000-meter-tall stone sword cracked unceasingly. A large piece of rock fell off and revealed an incomparably resplendent radiance. The true body of the sword was revealed. The sharp and exceptionally ominous sword was as bright as a precious mirror. This was its true appearance. 100 miles away, Xiaochen and Oxman looked at each other in dismay. The immortal execution sword was indeed terrifying. One could imagine the divine might of the 4 ominous swords. Isn't it just breaking free? Is there a need to make such a big commotion? What are you being so arrogant for? It's not like we haven't fought before. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will break. Xiaochen was incomparably amazed. He could clearly hear the demonic voice of the golden divine halberd. The ominous halberd was awakened from its slumber by the immortal execution sword. Xiaochen looked at the little fatty oxman and realized he didn't hear the ominous halberd's voice. We will meet again on the battlefield. The golden divine halberd uttered one last dissatisfied sentence and fell into a deep slumber once again. After the 3,000-meter-tall immortal execution sword shattered the ground, it soared into the sky and transformed into a rainbow. It shattered the void and disappeared from this netherworld. On this day, many practitioners on the vast mainland of Immortals felt a major change was happening at the northwest border. Many experts felt a soaring sword chi piercing through the clouds. Many people from the barbarian race and the jungle tribe even saw a rainbow soar from their sacred mountain with their own eyes. It made the sun and moon lose their radiance, and the stars lose their color. At the end of the distant horizon, at an unknown place, a huge island was floating in the void. The island was overflowing with vitality, the immortal energy was dense. The island was so vast that it looked like a floating continent. The island was full of vitality. The divine trees were emerald green, they were swaying in the wind, the immortal flowers were competing with each other in beauty, they were bright purple and beautiful red. Each flower was sparkling and translucent, they emitted all kinds of luster. The fragrance of the jade grass was overflowing with greenery. Red-crowned cranes were dancing in the sky, white apes were jumping joyfully, longevity deer were holding Ganoderma in their mouths, there were even fairies dancing in the air, children were refining medicine. It was really a divine land beyond the heavens. An extremely handsome young man wearing embroidered clothes was standing on top of the clouds. He looked up at the blue dome of heaven and laughed heartily. He extended his right hand. Immediately, a huge hand that covered the heaven and earth stretched towards the distant place, enveloping that world. The huge earthen yellow hand grabbed the immortal execution sword that wanted to soar into the heavens. The 3,000-meter-long ominous sword emitted countless rays of light. It made the billions of stars in the sky lose their color. It trembled unceasingly, it wanted to break away from the huge earthen yellow hand. Just that, no matter how it trembled, even if the sword rays were thousands of rays, it was still unable to harm that huge hand, it was firmly grabbed. The huge hand grabbed the sword blade, not at all afraid of that sharp sword blade scratching it. Like a huge dragon, it swiftly retracted towards the vast island floating in the void. The immortal execution sword was retrieved by the handsome young man. In the end, he grabbed the sword blade fiercely. Billions of fine lights rushed into the sword body. The immortal execution sword no longer struggled. It slowly calmed down and then unceasingly shrunk. The earthen yellow hand also unceasingly shrunk in the void. In the end, it became an ordinary hand. Until, in the palm, it held the meter-long immortal execution sword. Congratulations, teacher, for wielding immortal execution sword. The three beautiful ladies bowed to the embroidered clothes young man. The handsome embroidered clothes young man nodded his head silently. He lightly flicked the immortal execution sword. As if a dragon's cry, the sound of the sword clearly reverberated in the vast sky. The exceptional immortal execution sword turned into a light beam and entered his body. At the same time, the handsome young man's eyes became incomparably deep. At this moment, his body seemed to have transformed into the blue dome of heaven. He looked disdainfully at the world. He coldly swept his gaze across the boundless void. A sharp battle intent immediately swept through all directions. It's time for my Tong Tian to send some disciples out, in the underworld of the Cypress furnace. When the smoke and dust that soared to the sky dispersed, the little fatty oxman was dumbstruck. The blood-colored ground was shattered beyond recognition. It was as if the end of the world had happened. The swearing jewel had already flown back without anyone noticing. It was lying quietly on the red sand under Xiaochen's feet. And beside it, there was another stone leg. It should be of the same origin as the one found under the ancient temple. They were very symmetrical, forming the left and right legs. Oxman opened his mouth wide in shock and said, after causing such a huge commotion, "It's just a small stone leg. The immortal execution sword is suppressing it?" "No, it's suppressing the immortal execution sword." Xiaochen calmly put the two stone legs together. With a light ding sound, the two stone legs actually stuck together like a magnet. They completely formed the lower body. Other than that, it was still very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. However, Xiaochen still put it away very carefully. The exterminating immortal sword that once shone with extraordinary splendor and shook the heaven and earth actually broke the seal in the underworld. This was enough to prove how terrifying and mysterious this place was. Xiaochen and Oxman didn't say anything for a long time. There were a lot of things that people of their level couldn't understand. However, it was precisely because this place was filled with mystery that made them want to become stronger. They hoped to reach that kind of domain one day and advance to that kind of realm. After crossing the desolate bloody land, Xiaochen and the others had already walked in the dusky underworld for 15 days. According to Emperor Chujiang, they should be close to the 9th underworld platform. They traveled as fast as lightning along the way. Xiaochen wished he could get there immediately and find out how Kiki was doing. On the 16th day, Xiaochen and the others had already traveled more than 100,000 miles. Although they still hadn't found the so-called 9th underworld platform, they knew they were getting closer. And just at this time, a faintly discernible chanting entered their ears. It seemed like there was a senior monk chanting in the northwest. A divine power rippled in the underworld. In this dusky underworld, the power of the divine attribute was very distinct. That was why Xiaochen and the others sensed it immediately. "Let's go and take a look." Oxman was a restless person. He urged the Black Dragon King and Xiaochen to rush toward the northwest. After traveling for several dozen miles, a glorious golden light flowed over. It was bright in front of them, as if daytime had descended into the underworld. The chanting was precisely coming from there. An ancient temple. The ancient temple seemed to be plated with a layer of golden luster. An unending stream of Buddhist power was rippling out from there. Hell's ancient temple. The fatty looked pensive and said, "Could it be that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is overseeing that place?" Xiaochen and the others didn't really get close. They stood on top of a brown rocky mountain and observed from over 20 miles away. "Buddha is merciful." An abrupt voice resounded from the rocky mountain behind Xiaochen and the others. They actually didn't sense anything before this. Clang! The holy sword hidden on the Black Dragon King's back was unsheathed in that instant. The holy light enveloped them. Xiaochen and Oxman turned around to look. They only saw a skinny old monk standing in front of the precipice behind them. His snow-white eyebrows hung down from the corner of his eyes to the two sides of his cheeks. His skin was dry and yellow, and his body was emaciated. He stood there quietly like a bamboo pole with his hands clasped together, chanting the name of Buddha. His gray monk robe looked as if it had not been washed for hundreds of years. His clothes were filthy and filled with the marks of time. His tattered kasaya had long lost its original shape and was wrapped around his body like a fishing net. Anyone would be incomparably shocked to see an old monk in this gloomy underworld. The instant Xiaochen and Oxman saw him, they felt a chill run down their spines. The first thing that came to her mind was whether the old monk was a human or a ghost. "You are a real monk. Or ghost monk?" Oxman was on high alert. "This poor monk has been dead for more than 200 years. Back then, I was an ascetic monk. Currently, I am temporarily residing in the Xianxia temple." "Ascetic monk? You went through asceticism to Xianxia temple?" Oxman asked in surprise. Xianxia temple has not shown his true body for several thousand years. There are countless evil spirits and great demons in the underworld. As a result, many of the ancient temples were occupied by demons. This poor monk had no choice but to wander around and hide in the ancient temple that Xianxia temple had built personally. The old monk pointed at the sacred and bright land in front and said, "That is already the last land of Buddhism in the underworld. All of the other ancient temples have already turned into demon dens. This is the reappearance of Xianxia temple. I'm afraid it will be hard to take it back. Because it is no longer a problem of evil spirits. Because a few powerful demons from the Yang realm have entered the underworld with their physical bodies. Benefactors, are you willing to follow this old monk back to the ancient temple?" "No, no, no. Thank you for your kind intentions, but we won't be going." Oxman hurriedly waved his hand. He would rather die than follow a ghost monk to his lair. The old monk smiled and said, "You don't have to be afraid. I am not an evil spirit. I am just a monk soul that is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism. The Xianxia temple is not only filled with ghost monks. There are also 2 old monks of Xianxia temple who are still alive. No, 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 we still have urgent matters to attend to. We really don't want to disturb you." Oxman was unwilling to go no matter what. "Very well, this poor monk will not force you. However, I have a request. Can I ask the 3 benefactors to give me a few drops of true young blood? The evil spirits in the underworld are too violent. Recently, the ancient temple here is about to collapse." "This? Very well." Oxman and Xiaochen exchanged glances and helplessly agreed. This old ghost monk's strength seemed to be unfathomable. If he wanted to harm them, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. In reality, the old monk's main goal was the Dragon King's blood. After storing a few drops in a jade bottle, he chanted the name of Buddha to express his gratitude. In the end, he earnestly and sincerely invited them again. "Before this poor monk's physical body died, I cultivated the great prophecy spell. Although I can't predict everything that will happen in the future, I have a vague feeling about it. I feel that a precious treasure is about to be unearthed in the Xianxia temple. It is related to benefactors. That's why I invite you again. It can be considered as me repaying the kindness of giving you the true young blood. Even if it was a sacred ancient temple, it was already filled with ghost monks." Little fatty Oxman really didn't want to go, but Xiaochen decided to go after thinking for a while. Just when they got close to that resplendent and sacred temple, Xiaochen knew the old monk was not lying. That was because the burial cloth, the swear and drill, and the 2 stone legs trembled at the same time. He couldn't help but look at the old monk in a new light. This old monk was probably very powerful when he was alive. One must know that the great prophecy spell was the most profound. Xiaochen's heart was very restless. He dug out 2 mysterious stone legs one after another. Could it be that he was going to make another discovery this time? Although it was an ancient temple in the underworld, the chanting was grand and the Buddha's voice was vast. Even though most of them were ghost monks, they still maintained their Buddha's power even after they turned into ghosts. In a sense, they could no longer be considered as Yin spirits. They should be a kind of pure Buddha's power. Many old monks saw them enter the temple. They didn't say much and continued to sit cross-legged in the ancient temple, chanting sutras loudly. Although they were ghost monks, they had a more Buddha's aura than many of the so-called enlightened cultivators in the mortal world. This was a kind of irony. It trembled slightly. The swear and drill left Xiaochen's body and silently flew towards the most desolate ancient temples. Rumble. Not long after, a trembling sound could be heard. A few ancient temples collapsed. The swear and drill flew back and Xiaochen caught it in his hand. He was shocked to find that there was an extra stone arm that was half the length of a finger. Many ghost monks came over after hearing the noise. There were even 2 old monks who flew over. Who destroyed the ancient temple that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva personally built? The 2 old monks had skinny bodies. They were the only 2 arhats of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's lineage. The ghost monk who brought Xiaochen and the others over stepped forward and transmitted his spiritual power to report the reason. The eyes of the 2 old monks emitted a sharp glint as they stared at the stone arm in Xiaochen's hand. Their expressions were incomparably complicated. One of them said in a trembling voice, "There was a rumor that the extremely merciful and wise Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was once at a loss. He once muttered to himself that the stone man was divided into 9 parts and 3 parts fell into hell. Apart from that, no one knew its origin. As for this arm, legend has it that when Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva worshipped it, he treated it as a sacred object and sealed it in the foundation of the ancient temple. It was said that the Tongtian sect leader, who dared to challenge the ancestor god Yukashi, dropped the immortal extermination sword in hell during the intense battle with me. It just so happened that it fell on the remains of the stone man. In the end, he sighed and was unable to pull out the immortal extermination sword." Hearing such news, Xiaochen found it hard to calm down. What exactly was the origin of this ordinary-looking stone man? Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help but ask, could the stone man be the body of ancestor god Xianxia? Although the stone man was very small, ancestor god's magical power was unimaginable. It was not impossible for it to become like this after death and petrification. Moreover, it was found by the swearing diamond, which was also a stone tool. Furthermore, the burial cloth could also sense it. The ghost monk who brought Xiaochen and the others here could be said to be extraordinary when he was alive. He cultivated the great magical power of prophecy. If there were no accidents, this kind of person would have become a Buddha. It was unknown why he died and fell into hell. He shook his head and said, "Definitely not." When the stone man was divided into 9 parts, ancestor god Xianxia was still alive. However, we can get some clues from some nameless ancient scripture. When I was in the world of the living, I once obtained a remnant of an ancient scripture. It's not a Buddhist scripture, only a few pages remain. Some of the records are very vague. The gist of it is that Xianxia, Yukashi, and a few other ancestor gods once divided a broken stone man and a few stone tools equally. I don't know if it was a stone man that was divided into 9 parts. The long stone tool in the young benefactor's hand is very similar to a stone tool mentioned in the ancient scripture. Hearing these words, everyone was very shocked. The 2 old monks of Ksitigarbha's bloodline were not only shocked, but they also put their palms together to pay respect to this ghost monk from the world of the living. At this moment, they could already see that he was not ordinary. Xiaochen was incomparably shocked. He originally thought that the swearing diamond was a sacred object of ancestor god Xianxia when he obtained the Tao. He didn't expect that Xianxia obtained it by chance. It seemed like this stone man was really not simple. It gave people endless daydreams. The Buddhists pay particular attention to fate. Since it was obtained by you guys, it should come into being. The 2 old monks of Ksitigarbha's bloodline did not make things difficult for Xiaochen and the others. Under the guidance of the ghost monk, Xiaochen and the others finally arrived at the 9th underworld platform 3 days later. They could already see a mountain-like huge shadow in the distance. And in these 3 days, Xiaochen was shocked to discover that the remnant of the stone man hidden in his internal organs had undergone an astonishing change. The 2 lower limbs formed by the stone legs were no longer standing upright. They actually sat down in a cross-legged position. And the 2 legs and the left arm were actually connected by a faint radiance. The radiance fabricated the other parts of the remnant body. A figure made of light, other than the 2 legs and the left arm, the other parts were indistinct. She, was quietly sitting cross-legged on Xiaochen's chest. It seemed like he was silently cultivating. There was not the slightest bit of incongruity. On the contrary, it seemed to have fused with Xiaochen. It was so natural and harmonious. What made Xiaochen even more incredulous was that the swear-in diamond that even the golden halberd and the jet-black metal engraving were helpless against actually shrunk to the size of a fingernail. It appeared on the left palm of the similarly sized stone man. The palm faced the sky, quietly supporting it. The little stone man sat cross-legged while holding the stone drill in his hand. He harmoniously merged with Xiaochen as if he was quietly cultivating in his bosom. This made Xiaochen feel nervous, but also a trace of expectation. Looking up, the demonic clouds were locked in place. The ninth underworld platform was as tall as a mountain, it had a majestic aura. In the gloomy underworld, this kind of huge mountain was not rare. Even some of the white bone mountains were thousands of meters tall. However, in terms of aura and pressure, very few could compare to this 1,000-meter-tall ninth underworld platform. The shape of the ninth underworld platform was like a volcano. It stood there as if it had a soul, one could even feel its pulse. The mountain was dark red in color, as if it was condensed from the blood of millions of souls. There was an indescribable malevolence and pressure. Why do I feel like this is a living demon? Oxman couldn't help but shiver. This is not a good place, we should be more careful. Xiaochen and the others had already arrived at the foot of the ninth underworld platform. They couldn't tell why it was called a platform at all. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like a huge mountain that was chopped off by someone. Swish, unfolding the undying divine wings, Xiaochen was about to soar into the sky. Wait a minute, bring us up as well. Oxman also wanted to go up to the ninth underworld platform to take a look. Xiaochen brought Oxman and the Black Dragon King along and soared into the sky. Enduring the baleful aura, they passed through the ribbon-shaped demonic fog and appeared at the summit of the mountain that was shrouded in black clouds. When they arrived at the summit, Xiaochen and Oxman immediately took a deep breath. This huge mountain was actually hollow. It was pitch black like the crater of a volcano. However, it was much more sinister than a volcano. The rolling black clouds were coming from within. Is this the gate to the underworld? No, this place is originally the underworld. Fatty Oxman felt the sinister cold air surrounding him. He couldn't help but take a step back. Xiaochen also frowned. King Chujiang told him to come here. What could he discover? Carefully looking at the bottomless black prison, waves of miserable shrieks transmitted from below, as if there were evil spirits whimpering and wailing. Cough. Cough, a sinister and aged cough suddenly rang out behind Xiaochen and the others. On this ring-shaped mountain peak that was shrouded in gloomy mist, it was so sinister and terrifying. Fatty Oxman immediately jumped in fright. He turned around and took a few steps back, almost falling into the bottomless black prison. Clang, the sacred sword of the dragon race hidden on the back of the Black Dragon King jumped out, the blazing holy light illuminating the misty mountaintop. Xiaochen was also on his guard. His sharp spiritual sense was actually ineffective in the infernal realm. This meant that the expert hiding here was very powerful. An old woman with one foot in the grave was as thin and weak as a straw. He was wearing a shabby shroud, and his pale yellow skin was devoid of any color. He looked like an old zombie that had just walked out of the graveyard. His long gray hair was sparse and fluttered in the wind like weeds. His eyes were like two will-o'-the-wisps, emitting a pale green light from his sunken eye sockets. The bridge of his nose was almost collapsed, and his lips were shriveled. The wrinkles on his face were like the bark of a 1,000-year-old pine tree, dry and wrinkled, without any moisture. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a dried corpse, especially seeing such an old woman in hell. It was even more impossible for people to associate her with a good place. The most frightening thing was that the old man held a mourning staff in his hand. When he walked over, trembling, there were actually a few ghosts wrapped around the mourning staff. It let out a faintly discernible wail. "Who are you?" Little Fatty Oxman was a little scared. He didn't seem very confident. "Kaka. I am your ancestor." Even though the little fatty was a little scared, he was not lacking in courage. When he heard that, he angrily cursed and said, "I #it% #it yin. You dare to take advantage of me?" I'm your grandpa. Woo, the morning staff swung out, leaving behind a pale white shadow in the dark space. It fiercely struck little fatty Oxman's body, immediately sending him flying. He almost fell into the bottomless abyss. Even someone as strong as Oxman couldn't dodge in time. The Black Dragon King roared, the holy sword hovering above his head. It turned into a beam of light and slashed forward with a whoosh. The sharpness of the sword light caused people's hearts to tremble. Although the young Dragon King was far from being able to unleash the true power of this sacred sword, it was still a sacred weapon of the dragon race after all. The old woman didn't face it head-on. She left an afterimage on the spot and disappeared. The sacred sword missed its target and returned to the sky above the Black Dragon King in an instant. It sprinkled down one after another auspicious colors and enveloped Oxman and the others. Ouch! You damned old woman, you actually dared to mount a sneak attack on me. The little fatty grimaced in pain. He stood up strenuously, but fortunately, he didn't receive any real injuries. Kaka, the old woman's laughter was as unpleasant as the cry of an owl. Xiaochen stopped the Black Dragon King and pulled the little fatty, Oxman. He could tell that the old woman did not have any killing intent. Otherwise, Oxman would have been in danger. Brat, don't be unconvinced. I didn't take advantage of you. Even though you are not a true barbarian, you are still their descendant. I can feel the aura of blood from the same source as mine in your body. You are definitely my descendant. The little fatty had the urge to curse, but he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He said gloomily, "Who are you? Don't try to take advantage of me. I am only a ghost woman now. I assist King Chujiang in managing some matters. I was once a barbarian when I was alive." Oh. The little fatty Oxman nodded his head gloomily. Maybe this old woman was really his ancestor. I am in charge of the 9th Underworld platform. I was the one who reported everything that happened here to King Chujiang. Naturally, I already knew about your matters from King Chujiang. Xiaochen took a step forward and bowed deeply. Granny, please tell me the details of the amethyst gloomy wood. Do you know why this place is called the 9th Underworld platform? The old woman asked. I don't know. This place was once connected to the Dark Realm and the 18 Underworlds. Even though the passage has already been sealed, there are still some gaps that have not been completely sealed. It is very difficult for powerful evil spirits to pass through, but it is still possible to send some information. Jumping down from here is like falling from a high platform and entering the bottomless 9 underworlds. One could see a sealed door. The underworld that ancestor god Xianxia dreamed of didn't really appear, but the 10 underworld kings still managed the underworld for a period of time. Even the Dark Realm has some former officials from the underworld. The amethyst gloomy wood from last time was sent back by them. I hope you can take away an indelible little critter. Isn't that Keek's letter for help? Xiaochen asked suspiciously. Jump down from here. Communicate with the evil spirits on the other side in front of the sealed door, then you will know everything. For the snow-white little critter, Xiaochen wouldn't even frown even if he had to go to hell or the 9th underworld. After pondering for a while, he felt that the old woman had no reason to lie to him. Alright, I will go to the 9th underworld now. Wait a moment, let me remind you first, it is easy to go down, but hard to come up. There are countless evil spirits in this 9th underworld, you have to think carefully. No worries. Xiaochen even went to hell, why would he be afraid of evil spirits? Who knew how many ghosts he had met along the way? I will go with you. Oxman straightened his back and stood out. No need. I can go by myself. Xiaochen knew there might be some danger this time, he didn't want Oxman to take the risk. You can't go. Even when the old woman smiled, her smile was still sinister. She was surrounded by a gloomy mist and said, Didn't you come to the barbarian tribe's sacred mountain to find a natal beast soul? I am your ancestor, how can I watch you return empty-handed? He's going to the 9 underworlds, so you can stay here. Your ancestor, like you very much, little fatty. I'm prepared to bring you to attract the strongest beast soul into your body and fulfill your wish. After saying that, the old woman silently floated in front of little fatty. He pinched Oxman's chubby cheeks dotingly. It was pinched by the old woman's ghostly claws. The little fatty felt goosebumps all over his body. He speculated gloomily, was this really his ancestor? Xiaochen jumped off the ninth underworld platform without any hesitation. The boundless darkness quickly engulfed his figure. Hey, wait for me. Oxman wanted to chase after him, but the old woman blocked his path and said, it's useless even if you go. Follow me to refine souls. Oxman was forcefully pulled down from the ninth underworld platform by the old woman. After hearing about the ancient beast Soul King's situation, Oxman was shocked. He immediately became anxious. He jumped up high in anger. Oxhead and Horseface are my choices. Are you kidding me? What? That's the strongest beast King Soul? Don't lie to me. I won't choose Oxhead and Horseface even if you beat me to death. What? Oxhead suits me the most? Looking at the flustered and exasperated little fatty, the old woman sneered and said, legends will always be legends. Sometimes, the truth is 108,000 miles away. Do you know how powerful this Oxhead was back then? It was one of the strongest war souls of our barbarian race. A few sages of the barbarian race had refined this Oxhead soul before. It's definitely not like what the legends say. Oxhead is not a lowly official of the underworld. If you are not my descendant, I wouldn't even care about you, let alone guide this dormant heroic soul into your body. Inside a deep ancient cave, a soul fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate transmitted out. The powerful energy made the little fatty feel suffocated. Those messy beast souls on your body can be fed to the Oxhead soul. The old woman sneered and said, one day, if you succeed in your training, you will definitely come to the world of the living to worship me every day. That Oxhead and Horseface swore soul. The little fatty wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The terrifying chilly wind was whistling, Xiaochen was sinking towards the 9 underworlds. Countless souls were wailing in the dark abyss. If not for the colorful sacred trees' lingering radiance, Xiaochen might have already been submerged by the scalp-numbing souls and torn to shreds. Who knew how deep this 9 underworlds was? Xiaochen actually fell for no less than 4 hours before he finally landed on the ground. The yin qi at the bottom was extremely heavy, it made people's heart palpitate and felt oppressed. Even those millions of souls didn't chase after him. The ground in the belly of the mountain was filled with white bones, it was unknown how they were formed. The aura of death was the only thing here, there were no other fluctuations. Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to size up the endless darkness and carefully observed for a while. He walked forward along a path of white bones. 2 hours later, a sealed door appeared in front of him. It was blossoming with blood-colored radiance, it was exceptionally ghastly and frightening. A faint shadow appeared in front of the gloomy bloody door. An aged voice resounded in this terrifying underground, you came. Who are you? Xiaochen stabilized his body and calmly gazed at the hazy shadow in front of him. I am just an old ghost that has sunk into the 9 underworlds for countless years, it doesn't matter who I am. You came just in time. Just now, that inextinguishable little critter was still talking behind the sealed door. What, you are saying that Kiki is behind the door? She was here just now, wait for a moment, I will communicate with the Yin spirit on the other side. A bloody mist pervaded the air, the old ghost's entire body was shrouded in bloody radiance. Scarlet blood flowed down from the gloomy bloody door unceasingly. Everything in front of him seemed strange and terrifying. After no less than 2 hours, the old ghost let out a long sigh and said, a Yin spirit found it. Just in that instant, Xiaochen felt that familiar aura through the bloody door. He could vaguely hear the little critter's voice. Xiaochen's heart was in a mess, he couldn't wait to see the little critter immediately. His spiritual fluctuation instantly spread out and transmitted his thoughts to the little critter through the cracks of the sealed door. They are lying to you. I am living quite well here. This was the first time Xiaochen felt the little critter's spiritual fluctuation, it was as if it was really talking. That kind of fluctuation was gentle, lazy, and very immature. It was as if it was gently blowing beside his ear, it made his ear itch. He felt a little sad, but also wanted to laugh. This little thing must be very lazy right now, it might have just woken up in a daze from its sleep. Kiki, come back quickly. I want to eat the amethyst dark tree fruit, but they only found 8 after searching for a few months. I still haven't had enough. The tender voice carried regret and dissatisfaction. Xiaochen was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. It was completely different from what he imagined. Not only was the little critter not in any danger over there, it seemed to be living very contentedly. Perhaps there weren't many amethyst dark trees in the entire underworld, and the ones that could bear fruit were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Only amethyst dark trees that were over 100,000 years old could bear fruit. That was really hard to find. The amethyst dark tree fruit might be even harder to find than the deity fruit. Ku, tell me, how can I save you? At this moment, Xiaochen was extremely excited. The little beast had not completely disappeared from this world. There was still hope, there was still a future. I miss you too, but I want to eat another ginseng fruit. Hearing this tender and innocent voice, the old ghost at the side felt like vomiting blood. It bowed deeply to Xiaochen and said, "Please ask it to be magnanimous." At this point, the matter was already very clear. The amethyst shadowwood from last time was indeed a letter asking for help, but it wasn't Ku who was asking for help, but a ghost official who was once under King Chujiang's command. The major forces of the Dark Realm often clashed with one another. As a former ghost marshal of the underworld, he had been sealed in the other side by a freak combination of factors. The days of the ghost marshal were not good, and he often fought with others. And Kiki, this heaven-defying little critter, suddenly barged into his territory and refused to leave. It made the ghost marshal who was in the middle of a campaign even more anxious. He couldn't kill it even if he wanted to. Kiki's soul actually couldn't be erased. He had vaguely deduced the little beast's race and identity, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to attack anymore. What made Xiaochen sad was that Kiki's physical body was really gone. This time, only her soul was sent into the dark domain. It was not like the battle with the Golden Lion King where her physical body was sent into the dark domain. Although the little critter was young, it was very intelligent. Its instincts told it that it needed to accumulate an endless amount of spiritual energy before it could go back. Otherwise, the Yin energy in the dark domain would hinder its return to the world of the living. Therefore, it couldn't be said that the little critter didn't want to leave the 9 hell 18 hells because of its gluttony. The amethyst dark tree ginseng fruit could only be found by chance. It was the only spiritual herb in the dark realm that could condense spiritual energy of various attributes. Ku had already enjoyed 8 of them. If word of this got out, it would scare people to death. The ghost marshal was already afraid. Without a body, how could Ku come back? Worry appeared on Xiaochen's face. However, the snow-white little critter didn't care at all. She actually yawned and mumbled, "I'm sleepy. I miss you very much. I'll go back as soon as possible." On the 7-colored auspicious cloud, suddenly, light snoring sounds could be heard. When Xiaochen left, his mood was very complicated. He was very happy to know that Kiki was still alive, but when he thought about how the lively and adorable little critter actually didn't have a physical body, he felt very sad. Woo-woo, millions of souls were struggling, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was easy for Xiaochen to come down. However, it would be difficult for him to go back up. Fortunately, he was surrounded by the radiance of the treasured tree. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. Tens of thousands of souls were like moths flying into a flame, constantly rushing over, looking at the indistinct figure. The endless soul shadows and the mournful screams really made one's scalp go numb. However, to Xiaochen, he was already numb to it. In the past 10 odd days, he had seen too many souls in hell. He had gone from being horrified to getting used to it. So noisy. Xiaochen had yet to encounter any danger, but the 2 weapons that were slumbering in his body were already enraged. They were startled awake, and a baleful aura rushed out from Xiaochen's palm. In a flash, many spirits completely dissipated from the world. For them, apart from themselves, everything could be killed. Ruthlessness was their nature, and viciousness was their essence. However, the instant the 2 ancient weapons displayed their might, for some reason, they suddenly retracted their ferocious nature. They became extremely quiet and dutiful. Xiaochen keenly felt that the diamond in the little stone man's hand in his chest was emitting a gentle radiance. The radiance rippled out from Xiaochen's chest. It was as if the souls in the surroundings had heard a soul-calming song. They gradually calmed down from their berserk state. This was the first time Xiaochen saw how extraordinary the diamond was. The millions of souls seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Within the boundless darkness, there were motionless soul shadows everywhere. Xianxia unfolded the undying divine wings and quickly soared into the sky. He passed through the area they had sealed off. More than 4 hours later, Xianxia successfully rushed up to the 9th underworld platform, and the diamond became ordinary once again. When Xianxia saw Oxman again, he was a little dumbstruck. The little fatty Oxman wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was forced to fuse with the Ox King War Soul, and actually grew a pair of small ox horns. Woo! Ancestor, you didn't lie to me, right? Is this really one of the strongest war souls? I won't turn into the legendary ox-head uncle, right? Gaga, the old woman laughed heartily. Don't worry, you are my descendant, why would I harm you? From now on, your training path will be smooth. From now on, you will be like a fish leaping across the vast sea, and a bird flying in the sky. Your achievements will be limitless. They won't misunderstand me as a demon, right? Only demons have horns. The little fatty was very gloomy. Don't worry, no one will suspect that you are a demon. No matter how I look at you, you look like a little calf. The old woman smiled happily. I don't want to live anymore. The little fatty oxman knocked his head against the stone wall. With a loud crashing sound, his head was unscathed, but the pair of horns actually smashed a boulder that weighed several thousand jin into pieces. Seeing this result, Oxman was dumbstruck at first, then he had the urge to vomit blood. If it wasn't because the old woman might be his ancestor, he really wanted to fight with his life on the line. I'm just teasing you. Don't worry, as your cultivation increases day by day, this pair of horns will slowly disappear. Be content, this is the true sacred soul of the ancient Ox King. It was finally time to bid farewell to hell. Xianxia, Oxman, and the Black Dragon King were sent to a desolate desert by the old woman. She disappeared after waving her hand eerily. According to what the old woman said, it didn't matter if they lost their way after entering the endless desert, as long as they firmly advanced in one direction, they would be able to leave the nether world and appear on the sacred mountain of the barbarians. This was the only exit that hadn't been sealed yet. The boundless desert stretched as far as the eye could see. Xianxia and the others walked continuously for 13 days before they finally saw a glimmer of light. There were specks of light flickering in front of him. It's the end of the nether world, we are about to enter the world of the living. Oxman shouted excitedly. However, he quickly rubbed his 2 horns gloomily and sighed, they will definitely make fun of me, my illustrious reputation. Be quiet. Xianxia interrupted the little fatty's grumbling. Just at this time an inexhaustible fog rushed over from behind them. A hurricane swept through the desert and filled the sky with dust. There were even boulders as big as a millstone that were swept up high into the sky. This kind of phenomenon actually appeared in the deathly silent desert, it was extremely strange. Subsequently, an extraordinary pressure covered the heavens and the earth as it approached from behind them. The overbearing aura wasn't concealed at all, and it seemed as if the entire world was under its control. A living ancestor had come into being. This was Oxman's first thought. Xiaoqian's complexion was incomparably grave. He knew that this was definitely a super big shot with an unimaginable origin. From a distant place, 5 divine radiances came over at extreme speed. It was like a large meteor shower streaking across the sky. Its might was world-shaking. And below the multicolored divine radiance, there was a huge mountain that was several thousand meters tall flying along. A huge shadow appeared in the sky. Multicolored divine radiance? Xiaoqian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Oxman was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He muttered, this trip to hell. I've really broadened my horizons. Could it be that I've really seen the invincible demonic beast saint of the ancient times who swept through the world and destroyed everything? The multicolored divine radiance carried the huge mountain that was several thousand meters tall as it flew over the top of Xiaoqian's group. An incomparably powerful divine scent swept over them, but it didn't linger on them for long. It went far away in an instant. Xiaoqian muttered to himself, is this the ancestor of that young peacock king from the War Beast tournament? Didn't he leave his primal green feather for his descendants? How come all 5 of them are here now? Could it be that he made a breakthrough again? Kong Xian, a peerless expert that looked down on the world during the ancient times, green, yellow, red, black, and white divine radiance. He was known as the nightmare of the gods. It was hard to find anyone who could match him in this world. Later on, he suffered a huge loss in the western region of the Middle Earth. But after he escaped from that calamity, he became stronger and stronger. There was almost no one in this world that could kill him anymore. He even killed 3 Buddhas in a row. From a certain point of view, the name Xianxia was a synonym for man and expert. The brilliant radiance streaked across the sky and illuminated the entire desert. Xiaochen and the others were already close to the exit of the underworld. And Xian was obviously going to leave from there. They could clearly see that there were dozens of Yin trees that were shining with purple radiance on the huge mountain that was swept away by Xian. There were even 2 purple ginseng fruits on top of 2 of the Yin trees. Oh my god, Yin wood is a sacred item. He actually found so many of them. This ancient demon sage is so powerful that it almost defies the natural order. When he needed Yin wood, he swept away a huge mountain from the underworld so easily. Oxman was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. For this kind of unparalleled giant from the ancient times, it seemed like there was nothing in this world that could stop them. Although the passage between the underworld and the world of the living was very wide, it was still a little too narrow for a huge mountain to pass through. With a swoosh, a scarlet light flashed and half of the huge mountain was shaved off. The earth trembled violently. The multicolored divine radiance wrapped around the other half of the huge mountain and rushed out of the underworld in a split second. It disappeared without a trace. Sigh, Oxman heaved a sigh and said, I want to become stronger. Look at his elegant demeanor. I want to become stronger, I must become stronger. Xiaochen saw the exterminating immortal sword, and he also saw the 5-colored divine radiance of the demonic saint. It was hard for him to calm down, he had a serious sense of crisis. The legendary existences had already appeared one after another. This world was most likely going to experience a turbulent time. Xiaochen saw a purple crystal flickering on the half of the huge mountain that Xian chopped down. Oxman said innocently, I have seen 2 or 3 devastatingly beautiful women. Zhao Lin and Yan Qingqing are both beautiful, but I always feel that they are still lacking when compared to Qingqing. Even that charming Rowena that I like the most, even if she is a peerless beauty, she still seems a little vulgar in front of Qingqing. His head full of white hair had already turned jet black again. For more than 2 years, Xiaochen would drink a bowl of steaming hot black sesame porridge every day. Xiaochen was very touched, but he found that there was nothing he could repay. Qingqing didn't lack anything, she didn't need anything. Looking at her flying over from the fairyland like pure land, it was as if she was a fairy flying over the waves. This kind of beautiful scene had nothing to do with any complicated desires, it was completely a kind of enjoyment. Oxman already knew about Keek's condition, of course he wouldn't have any ideas about this ginseng fruit. He chuckled and said if Xian knew about this, he would probably regret it endlessly. Those dozens of Yin trees only had 2 ginseng fruits, and the one he threw down had 1 fruit. 2 months ago, the sage Confucius led 9 of the 72 sages in the Middle Earth. Xiaochen was inspired by Qingqing. He often went to the barbarians and the forest tribes to travel. The barbarians were simple and unsophisticated. They were very friendly to him. In the evening, many tents of the barbarian tribe in the wasteland were lit up. Xiaochen and a group of barbarian lads were sitting around a bonfire in the open, eating meat and drinking wine. At this time, the little fatty Oxman ran over in a hurry. Qingqing, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, nimbly circled around Oxman and said with a smile, little fatty brother, you are usually so silly, I didn't expect you to have such a sweet mouth. Xiaochen shook his head and said, our cultivation is enough to deal with their younger generation, but if an undying old man comes out, we will be completely annihilated. The Hai family and the Hu family are probably waiting for me to return, now is not the time. It's fine if they don't attack, but if I make a move, I will definitely make them suffer. We can't be reckless in this matter. Have you heard of the #1 assassin organization in the Immortals mainland, the bounty of 300 million? The intelligent Qingqing arrived in the forest and found Xiaochen. Then, she gracefully descended from the towering ancient tree. He chuckled and said, Uncle, you're almost like a block of wood. You're always cultivating all day long, and I haven't seen you speak for 3 days. You can't go on like this. Cultivation is also about cultivating the mind. Cultivating in isolation like this won't yield good results. Xiaochen, let me tell you a piece of good news. Right after Fairs now bowed to heaven and earth, her short-lived husband was killed by someone. Haha, Lubu of men, Red Rabbit of horses. 2 years ago, the legendary Lu Bu rode the Red Rabbit on the battlefield of the Central Plains. Xiaochen suddenly understood. At the same time, he sighed. There really were geniuses in this world. His talent was already excellent, but compared to Qing, he was still lacking. 8 months ago, Tong Tian sent many of his disciples into the Xia dynasty. Silently cultivating and moving forward on the lonely path, this was the only thing he could do. Uncle, goodbye, I'll miss you guys. Half a year ago, the evil king, who had disappeared for thousands of years, appeared in the southern wasteland. Seal of the Aquarius, Qing was swinging in the flowering shrubs. She sighed and said, there's no one to play with me again. How about I go discuss with Grandpa and go to the Central Plains to look for you? How is this possible? How can ginseng fruits grow on the rhizome? Don't they bloom and bear fruit on the branches of the Yin wood? 1 month ago, Taiji Zhongsongfeng's figure appeared in the secular world. Awesome. The little fatty escaped from death and merged with the legendary Ox King's war soul. He happily shouted at the village entrance. Qing was ethereal and lively. As for what realm she had reached, Xiaochen didn't know either. He only knew that in terms of talent. Perhaps only Lan Nua could be compared to her. Leaving behind half of the amethystine wood that was 100 times more precious than gold, Xiaochen left the Pure Land and headed for the vast Central Plains. 2 days later, they returned to the Pure Land. The flowers were blooming. The green trees were swaying, and the grass was fresh and tender. The Pure Land was filled with multicolored lights and dense spiritual energy. It was so harmonious and tranquil. Oxman was dumbstruck. Time flowed like water. Xiaochen spent his 24th birthday in the Pure Land. He had already lived here for 3 years. This place had already become his home. The jungle tribe and the barbarian tribe had already become his second hometown. The little fatty was showing off proudly. Oxman, am back again, haha, speaking until here, Oxman turned his head around and said to Xiaochen, how about? I contact some brothers and we go and kidnap Fairs now on the way? Or maybe kill her? An amethystine wood was less than 3 meters tall. Logically speaking, it was impossible for it to be sparkling and translucent purple. The youth of the Earth barbarian tribe at the side shouted. They admired the brave people the most. One after another, they clinked their cups and drank to their heart's content. Unfolding the undying divine wings, Xiaochen rushed up the 1,000-meter-tall huge mountain. Fatty, I'm sorry. I have to leave this ginseng fruit for the little critter. It doesn't even have a physical body anymore. I don't even know if it can smoothly come to this world. He was about to leave this place. Cultivation was also a tempering of the heart. He needed to enter the secular world. Being kind was not equal to being simple. In fact, Qing gave Xiaochen a headache. She often teased this uncle he picked up from the streets. The people of the same age as him from the nearby tribes were also very helpless. Qing would often play some kind pranks on them. That's right, snatch it. I heard that is one of the twin pearls of the southern wasteland. Snatch it and give it to Brother Xiao or Brother Oxhead as a wife. Oxman sighed. Rumor has it that even though her husband was already dead, Fairs now still married into the Tiger clan. This woman is really hard to see through. She has been living like a widow. Sky-soaring escape. Where did he learn this strange technique from? Xiaochen passed through the desolate desert and finally arrived at the exit of the netherworld. There was a hazy radiance there. The aura of the world of the living assaulted their senses. It made Xiaochen and Oxman, who had been in hell for more than a month, feel like they were separated from each other. Swish, uncle, are you really going to leave? Speaking until here, the little fatty sighed with sorrow. The divine ability of the peacock is unimaginable. Even in the netherworld, it is very difficult to find a Yin wood. But he found dozens of them in one go and uprooted a huge mountain. I reckon he might be thinking of transplanting it to his own training ground. There was no clamor of the mortal world, there was no scheming. It was as if the soul would be purified here. Qing wrinkled her nose lightly. A crafty glint flickered in her bright eyes as she said, "Uncle, are you praising me or scolding me as a femme fatale?" "She is indeed a femme fatale." "No matter what," Xiaochen smiled. No matter what, he obtained a amethyst ginseng fruit. It was really an unexpected fortuitous encounter. There was no doubt about it. This was undoubtedly a rare ginseng fruit, but the place where it grew was a little strange. But after looking carefully, Xiaochen discovered the problem. Although it was less than 3 meters tall, the trunk extended sideways. This amethyst ginseng fruit was at least 30 meters long. More than 10 days ago, Little Li's flying dagger shattered the void and beheaded 7 angels in the western part of the Middle-earth. For some reason, they all revealed their traces. And it seemed like this was just the beginning. It was impossible for Kong Xian not to discover this amethyst ginseng fruit. But in his eyes, perhaps a treasure tree was already nothing. Inwood was rarely seen in the world, but Kong Xian managed to take away a huge mountain and collected no less than 10 of them, including 2 ginseng fruits. At this time, the little fatty oxman had already rushed over riding the Black Dragon King. Seeing this scene, he immediately exclaimed, "Amethyst ginseng fruit." 7 months ago, Primordial Lord had sent Yun Zhongzi into the Great Zhou country. The few barbarian youths at the side were eager to see the world in chaos. They were usually combative. When they heard this news, they all wanted to test their skills. "Quickly drink it," Grandpa Turtle said. "It is very effective. From now on, I will make a bowl for you every day." After that, she turned around to face Xiaochen and said, "Uncle, your complexion looks pretty good. There are even black strands growing out of your white hair. It seems like your lifespan has increased." Qing, skin of ice and bones of jade, eyebrows as beautiful as a painting, her jade-like body was lithe and graceful like a butterfly. She ran out of the village nimbly. Her clothes were whiter than snow, fluttering along with the wind. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was like the goddess of Luo. She seemed to be condensed from 1,000 years of poetry, and also like a fairy formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She could be said to be the perfect darling of heaven. Qing stepped on the tree leaves. She flew away gracefully. Black eyebrows condense the charm of beauty, autumn waters contain the tranquility of poetry. Xiaochen used the weapon fusion body refining divine ability and absorbed the amethyst ginseng into his body. This was definitely a sacred item on the Immortals mainland. Regardless of whether it was concocting medicine or refining a divine weapon, a little bit of it would increase the success rate by several folds. Xiaochen couldn't help but say, "Qing, if you go to the secular world, the emperors of the continent might start a war for you." Xiaochen felt that it was time to go to the Middle-earth to train. Xiaochen smiled and received the jade bowl. A warm feeling flowed through his heart. The bounty was 300 million, and it had a long history. The exact date of its establishment was already impossible to verify. It was a legendary organization. At its peak, they even dared to assassinate an immortal expert. Tortoise Longevity Art, a group of barbarian youths sat around the bonfire. All of them were tall and sturdy, they all had a straightforward character. One of them said, "Brother Oxhead, just tell us quickly, don't keep us in suspense." 3 months ago, the ancestor of the demon sect that had almost been forgotten by time revealed his true body in the Middle-earth. His whole body was flickering with purple radiance, the trunk was almost transparent and sparkling like a diamond. Xiaochen put down the wine cup and deer leg, wiped the oil stain on the corner of his mouth and asked, "What happened?" The 18-year-old Qing. Her cultivation was even higher than his and Oxman's. The little fatty was unconvinced and competed with Qing before. As a result, he suffered a crushing defeat. He ran away in a sorry state. 9 months ago, the Dipankara Buddha entered the Middle-earth Shang dynasty. "Uncle, you are so silly, you are daydreaming again." "Hee." Qing chuckled lightly. Then, she took out a small jade bowl as if she was performing a magic trick and said, "This is a porridge made from black Ganoderma and black sesame. Uncle, quickly drink it. This way, your white hair will turn black sooner." After walking out of the passage, Xiaochen and the fatty appeared in an oasis at the waist of the sacred mountain. They trekked dangerously and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Inwood grew in the netherworld. It grew 1 inch in 100 years, 1 foot in 1,000 years, and only 3 zhang in 10,000 years. The 3 zhang tall ones were as red as blood agate, while the 10 zhang tall ones were as sparkling as amethyst. The older they were, the more spiritual they were. That's right, it was indeed a lustrous purple fruit. It was actually growing on the rhizome. He already knew from Oxman that Fairsnow was going to marry into the Middle-earth's tiger clan. At present, the wedding procession had already set off. Regarding this, Xiaochen remained silent. He really wanted to make a move, but he didn't have the strength to do so at the moment. Oxman was rather gloomy. After the horns grew on his head, all the acquaintances started to call him Oxhead. Snatching a piece of deer meat and drinking a big bowl of wine, the little fatty said, "It is said that this assassin organization with a bounty of 300 million has already existed for countless years. It can be said that they have a deep grudge with the Middle-earth's tiger clan. According to legend, the first-generation supreme assassin had once assassinated that old ancestor of the tiger clan. That old white tiger Saint Emperor almost died at that time. Since then, the grudges between both parties have always been entangled. This time, I heard that this ancient assassin organization produced a genius among the younger generation. He named himself Crisis. He was the one who killed the 7th son of the tiger clan's patriarch in the southern wasteland, who was also Fairsnow's husband. The 10 zhang tall amethystine wood was definitely a rare treasure. The dazzling purple wood rose from the ground. It rose from the ground and gradually entered Xiaochen's body. When that huge purple root completely broke away from the soil, a crisp ding sound resounded. A sparkling and translucent divine radiance flickered in the soil and an amethystine wood fruit was brought out. 1.5 years ago, the god of slaughter, Bai Qi, who killed hundreds of thousands of soldiers, reconstructed his physical body and brought 200,000 soldiers' souls back to the world of the living. Using the bloodline of the earth to refine his body, Xiaochen's physical condition was indeed a lot better. More importantly, those divinized acupoints were overflowing with essence energy unceasingly, slowly improving his physique. More than 20 days ago, Zhuangzhou transformed into a butterfly and reappeared in the world. Time flew by, more than half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen had already been in the Pure Land for more than a year. During this period of time, he calmed his heart and unceasingly trained bitterly. His cultivation was progressing day by day and had already stabilized at the 3rd celestial layer of Historia. It was no longer fluctuating like before. Moreover, it was rumored that they had done a few world-shaking cases. The assassination of the White Tiger Saint Emperor was one of them. Although they didn't really kill him, it was enough to make this organization's position as the #1 assassin in the world unshakable. He wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think that this elf-like girl had fallen in love with him. She was pure and otherworldly, just like the bright moonlight. Taking care of him was due to her kind nature. If it was someone else, she would also do the same. Xiaochen bade farewell reluctantly, he bid farewell to the Pure Land. The simple and peaceful 3 years were destined to leave an indelible impression in his memory. At the southwest border, the mountain range stretched on for several tens of thousands of miles. Many ancient tribes of the Jungle Tribe and the Barbarian Tribe resided here. It was one of the most mysterious lands on the mainland. The Pure Land was not at the most southwest, it was already very close to the Middle Earth. If Xiaochen unfolded the undying divine wings and flew at full speed, one day was more than enough to reach the Middle Earth. However, he did not fly, he chose to advance on foot. He didn't know when he would be able to set foot on this land again. He was a sentimental person, he was more or less reluctant to leave. Climbing the treacherous ancient plank road, walking through the mountain path opened by the ancestors of the ancient barbarian tribe, Xiaochen seemed to be able to see the traces of the ancient times. Walking on the Swerin Plain, the boundless plain was incomparably lush. Looking from afar, it was brimming with vitality. According to legend, the ancestor god once lived in seclusion here, making this land the most fertile place. No matter what kind of plants were planted here, they would grow exceptionally vigorously. After passing through the God Burial Valley, Xiaochen couldn't suppress his emotions as he looked at those collapsed mountains. Just how desperate was the battle here back then? 10 days later, Xiaochen walked out from the endless desolate mountain range and entered the Middle Earth. The vast Middle Earth was boundless, this was the true center of the Immortals' mainland. Since ancient times, it had given birth to countless outstanding people. The Middle Earth had 5 overlords. They were Xia, Shang, Zhou, Van, and Rome. The 5 huge empires occupied 80% of the vast Middle Earth. Their territory was vast and boundless. Taking the Xia Empire as an example, the border between the north and the south was 50,000 miles. The border between the east and the west was 40,000 miles. Any one of the overlords was already far larger than the mortal world. This made Xiaochen incomparably shocked. Xia, Shang, and Zhou were mostly made up of Eastern people, Rome was mainly made up of Western people, and Van was mostly made up of mixed-blood people. The majority of the population believed in Buddhism. Other than the 5 overlords, there were also many vassal states. The size was as big as 10 million square kilometers, and as small as one city. There were no less than 100 small states, but they could only survive in the cracks between the 5 overlords. And among the many vassal states, there were very few that could be completely independent. The most famous ones were the Qin, Han, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Although these 8 ancient countries couldn't be compared to Xia, Shang, Zhou, Fan, and Rome, they still had a territory of 10 million square kilometers. Their territory was comparable to the 9 prefectures of the mortal world. Above. It was enough to show how vast Middle Earth was. However, this was just Middle Earth, it could not represent the entire Immortals mainland. And to the north of the ancient God Desert in the north, to the west of the millions of copper mountains in the west, to the east of the waves of the vast East Sea in the east, and to the south of the millions of deserted islands in the south, no one could say for sure what kind of unknown world there was. It was rumored that even heavenly gods would find it difficult to enter those unknown regions. After entering the Central Plains, the mountains were no longer steep. It wasn't as barren as the southern wasteland and the southwestern border, although there were still many huge mountains and rivers in the Central Plains. However, most of them were beautiful and full of charm. Huge mountains were shrouded in mist, as if celestial mountains had fallen to the mortal world. The great rivers surged and roared like jade dragons coiling around them. The plains were vast and boundless, full of vitality, as if the starry sky had fallen to earth. Immortal Mountain, Divine Plain, Spirit Valley, Jade River. It was like a hazy sky map. The beautiful rivers and mountains were picturesque. It was magnificent and varied. Xiaochen walked into the southwestern part of Middle Earth. This was the territory of the Shang dynasty. This hegemon was flourishing with power, the 4 sides were peaceful. After walking through the desolate forest for many days, Xiaochen suddenly saw a huge city towering in front of him. He felt a sense of familiarity, he finally entered the bustling human society again. This was a big city at the southwestern border of the Shang dynasty. The city was bustling with horses and carriages, shops stood in great numbers, the sound of hawking resounded incessantly, the stream of people flowed in an endless stream, it was very flourishing. Xiaochen walked straight to a restaurant, he chose a seat close to the window on the 2nd floor and sat down. While eating, he listened to the people at the table discussing all kinds of strange news. This restaurant is located in the most flourishing area of the city, there are a lot of customers coming and going from the north to the south, the information flow is the fastest. In these past few years, many powerful practitioners had obtained treasures from there. Someone said discontentedly, "Is there a need for you to say that? Everyone in the Immortals mainland knows." However, the innermost palace is basically unbreakable, it has been noisy for more than 3 years, it is very difficult to obtain anything. I even went there myself, but I can't even fly up there, I only went there to take a look. The middle-aged Taoist smiled, his waxen complexion, lifeless eyes, he had a weak expression on his face and said, "Nowadays, I heard Kong Xian, Skirich, and the other legendary existences are all rushing over there, they are preparing to break the last layer of restriction." What? A cry of surprise immediately transmitted from the top of the restaurant. The weak middle-aged Taoist smiled without saying anything, he started to eat and drink by himself. The big shots are finally making their appearance, this won't do, I have to go and take a look no matter what. We must go. Everyone was really excited, they all wanted to see what kind of treasure would be born after the legendary palace was broken. After all, it had been 3 years, the sky of Terra Empire had been blossoming with countless auspicious lights day and night, it attracted a lot of people's attention. Oh, that's right, Daoist, did Skirich Supreme figure out the origin of this palace? Otherwise, why would he make a move? The weak Daoist smiled and said, of course, that is the palace refined by the ancestor god Yukashi. The palace left behind by the ancestor god? Everyone was shocked, then many people directly threw down their bowls and chopsticks and immediately set off. Only the weak Daoist and Xiaochen were left in the huge restaurant. Xiaochen was not in a hurry to set off. Since the big shots were going to make a move, even if there was a treasure, it would not be his turn to take it, so what was there to be anxious about? If he wanted to go and watch the excitement, he could just stroll over slowly. The weak Daoist glanced at Xiaochen, then he continued to eat and left in a hurry. After the meal, Xiaochen wandered around the city and suddenly found the middle-aged Daoist again. He was working hard to promote the ancestor god Xianxia's palace to some practitioners, then he led more than half of the practitioners in the city and set off. Xiaochen also followed him. How should I address the Daoist? This humble Daoist is Xianxia. Why does it sound so awkward? Someone muttered in a low voice. Someone even felt that it sounded familiar. Why does it sound so familiar? I think I have heard of this name before. Someone at the side said, did you forget, in the ancient times, there was a god of misfortune called Shingongpao. Because of him, countless disciples under the primordial lord and Skirich Supreme died. His strength was not that great, but whoever ran into him would be unlucky. Daoist, your name is so strange, could it be related to Shingongpao? That is my ancestor. The weak Daoist replied with a smile. What? The descendant of the misfortune god? I had #%yen. Immediately, half of the people turned around and ran back. Fellow Daoist, please wait. As soon as the words came out, the group of people who had just run a few dozen meters away immediately stopped and involuntarily retreated. Many people were dumbfounded by such an evil thing. Immediately, they thought of the legendary misfortune god. How many ancient experts were killed by his fellow Daoist? Please wait. For ordinary practitioners, it was even more terrifying than the 4 immortal execution swords of sect leader Tong Tian. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the god of misfortune had reappeared? How could the phrase, fellow Daoist, please wait, be more effective than that ancient person? It actually forced the group of people to retreat. I have no ill intentions. I am merely following orders to invite everyone to the Tianluo Kingdom's heavenly palace. Opening the ancestral god's palace requires the help of many cultivators' mind power. God of misfortune, no matter if he was Shingongbao himself or Shingongbao's descendant, Xianxia, everyone felt that they shouldn't walk with him. Looking at his pathetic state, they wouldn't have a good ending if they got involved with him. Many people wanted to escape, but after hearing the words fellow Daoist, please wait, for some reason, everyone found it difficult to move. At first, Xiaochen felt dizzy. However, he became clear-headed the instant he circulated his secret technique. He was deeply aware that this Daoist priest in front of him was extremely abnormal. He was not an ordinary person. However, even though Xiaochen was alerted, he did not leave. Instead, he continued to follow the group. The god of misfortune made a hand sign and muttered a few words. Then, he suddenly shouted, 5 elements breaking dust, earth escape. Everyone felt their bodies sway and they sank into the ground. An earthing yellow light flashed around them and they felt as though they were teleporting through space, advancing at an extremely fast speed. The earth escape technique could not be considered as a great divine ability. Many Historia realm practitioners could activate it. However, if they were to bring along several hundred people, it would be a little scary. After traveling underground for a day, everyone finally returned to the surface. At this moment, they had already entered the territory of Terra Kingdom. This was a vast prairie that stretched as far as the eye could see. The vegetation was lush and verdant, and the earth was full of vitality. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of practitioners gathered on the grassland. In the sky, there was a palace shrouded in multicolored light, quietly floating there. The surrounding white clouds were illuminated by the multicolored light. Fluttering lightly. This was the heavenly palace that had caused an uproar. In the past 3 years, many practitioners from all over the continent had rushed here. Ancient treasures such as the dragon-slaying blade, the demon sealing chart, the altar of sacrifice, and the longevity tree had appeared one after another. Dozens of rare treasures had already been taken away by powerful practitioners. Afterwards, no one else was able to obtain anything. No one was able to break through the centermost ancient palace. Even if one was on the ground, they could still see millions and millions of starlight condensing there. It was bright and resplendent. The god of misfortune disappeared after sending them here. There were many people on the prairie. Most of them couldn't even fly, so most of them were here to watch the fun. In the sky, there were also many figures floating. Not only were there humans, but there were also many outsiders. More than a dozen fallen angels with black wings on their backs were shrouded in black mist. They quietly hovered in a corner, coldly glancing at the heavenly palace above. On the other side, there were 7 or 8 huge creatures. They were actually pterosaurs that were dozens of meters long. The scales on their bodies were shining brilliantly, and they were releasing dragon chi. It formed a huge pressure. Slightly further ahead were 3 savage beasts. Even though they were standing on the ground, they exuded an oppressive aura. Everyone could clearly feel the pressure. Very few of the people below were able to recognize them, but those who did were all extremely shocked. It was a huge creature that was 100 feet long. It was shaped like a jackal, and its body was covered in black scales. Blood mist lingered around it, and its baleful aura soared into the sky. Some older practitioners recognized that it was the legendary Yazi. Yazi, the kindness of a meal must be repaid, the grievances of a Yazi must be avenged. Revenge would inevitably lead to bloodshed. Because it was mainly used for killing, it was often carved on weapons. Next to it, there was a 30-foot-long savage beast. It was shaped like an angry lion. It was surrounded by smoke, and its body was covered in scales. It covered its entire body. This savage beast was also recognized. It was the legendary Xianxia, which was often carved on incense burners. Next to them, there was a 30-foot-long savage beast. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, and the legs of a lion. It was covered in white scales, and it was ferocious and mighty. Most people recognized this savage beast. It was the legendary Pai Xiao, also known as Tian Lu, or Bixia. It was often carved into a jade pendant and hung on its body. Yazi, Xianxia, and Pai Xiao were all legendary savage beasts. They had an extraordinary background, and they rarely appeared in the world. Some people even said that they were the sons of the ancestral dragon, the descendants of the ancestral dragon and other races. To be able to attract such powerful savage beasts, it was enough to prove that the rumors were true. The heavenly palace here was most likely the ancestral god Yuchao clan's earth palace. I guess that the Yazi, Xianxia, and Pai Xiao in front of us can't be the legendary sons of the dragon. They are most likely their descendants. That's not necessarily the case, don't talk nonsense. Under the shroud of an incomparably powerful pressure, the people who were whispering below immediately shut their mouths. And even further away, there were some huge monsters flying over. They were wrapped in dark clouds, and it was difficult to see their real bodies clearly. They only knew that they were definitely not humans. It was very obvious that they had the ability to transform into a human, but they disdained to do so. Those who dared to come here were definitely the super experts of the beast race. Some of them might even be ancient demons. Divine radiance flickered, the flames were brightly lit. Xiaochen saw a familiar person. It was actually a multicolored phoenix. It was the phoenix girl he met in the southern wasteland back then. Beside her, there was even a cute little phoenix following her unhurriedly. They didn't approach, they only watched from afar. Clearly, they didn't come here for the treasure. Xiaochen guessed that the phoenix girl most likely wanted to let the little phoenix gain some experience. Perhaps it was because of the phoenix's divine feather, the multicolored phoenix girl sensed something. She swept her beautiful eyes with 2 rays of light and looked towards Xiaochen's direction. She nodded her head lightly, and at the same time, a voice resounded in his mind, "I know what happened in the celestial city. They dared to look down on my divine feather. I will help you get back at them one day." After saying these, the phoenix girl flew to one side with a swaying little phoenix. Although there were quite a lot of foreign races, they weren't too close to the front. It seemed like they didn't want to risk their lives to fight over it. The ones who were really close to the celestial palace were some human practitioners. There were quite a few Taoists and monks. Of course, most of them were dressed like ordinary people. There were even a few who looked like military generals. They were actually riding on celestial horses in the sky. However, because they were too far away, it was hard to see those people's faces clearly. *CK, I heard that the undead demon king from the southern wasteland also went up. That's a ruthless character. He hasn't appeared in this world for 1,000 years already. You just found out? Even the indifferent Reverend Zhang Sanfeng has been alarmed and has already flown up. Could it really be the ancestral god Yochao's palace? Otherwise, how could so many big shots be startled? Just now, I saw the ancient Dipankara Buddha fly up with my own eyes. There's no mistake. It's just like the Buddha statue in the temple. Tens of thousands of practitioners below were discussing spiritedly. This was definitely a rare event. Many big shots had appeared. Look, who was that Taoist flying up? I don't know. What's that thing in his hand? It's shining with silvery light. Could it be the legendary primordial command talisman? Just when everyone was talking, a practitioner holding a seal in his hand flew up into the sky with a few people like a celestial being. Oh my god, why do I feel that the seal in that Taoist's hand looks like that terrifying overturning sky seal from the ancient war? It's exactly the same as the legend. Celestial light flickered. Another group of practitioners flew up. 6 hours later, the sky was already filled with human figures. Just at this time, a dazzling multicolored light streaked across the sky. 5 divine lights illuminated the horizon and directly approached the celestial palace. Even the experts who were also floating in the sky had no choice but to retreat and make way for them. A super ruthless character has arrived. Could it be Kong? Shu, you must be tired of living. You even dare to mention this man's name? Xiaochen knew that it must be Kong Xian who used the 5-colored divine light to conquer the world. He had seen this fierce person in hell before. Just as the 5-colored divine light stopped in the sky, another 7 multicolored lights soared over from the distant sky. They were like startling rainbows that illuminated the entire sky. *CK, is that the legendary wondrous tree of 7 treasures? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and shut up. Shu, shut up. That person who controls the 5-colored divine light is an old enemy of the owner of the 7 Wonders tree. Kong Xian, who had just arrived, snorted coldly. Immediately, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. When Xiaochen saw the 7 Wonders tree for the first time, he immediately thought of the rainbow-colored sacred tree in his body. It was somewhat similar. They were both rainbow-colored, but their nature was different. Before the owner arrived, the tree flew over. This was enough to prove that the owner had an illustrious identity. This was an absolute expert that could make everyone retreat. Now, no one had any doubts. This heavenly palace was definitely the inheritance palace of the ancestor god Yukashi. Otherwise, ordinary treasures would not be able to startle such a heaven-defying character. Gather your thoughts and break through. A drawn-out voice rang out. No one knew who it came from, but it reverberated in the sky. It was like a huge bell ringing, alarming everyone and shaking their souls. Everyone felt their spiritual sense soar high into the sky. It was not a matter of strength but how much of their thoughts they had. This was the crux of breaking through the ancestor god's inheritance palace. A holy radiance surged towards the heavenly palace like the Milky Way. A rumbling sound echoed in the sky. It was like a huge gate was opening. Just at this moment, divine light flickered in the sky. Many experts moved and rushed towards the heavenly palace together. A person rode on a heavenly horse. He looked mighty without being angry. He did not have a weapon in his hand, but his baleful aura soared into the sky. The dazzling 5-colored divine light was said to be unstoppable. It rushed towards the ancient palace immediately. There was also a huge butterfly. It tore through the void and appeared in front of the heavenly palace in a flash. The 7 Wonders tree even tore through space and appeared in front of the palace. It gave off a piercing 7-colored divine light. Just at this time, high up in the sky, suddenly 4,000 meters long enormous swords materialized out of thin air, murderous aura charging straight to the heavens, the Xianxia four swords struck down vertically, an earth-shattering power, majestic like a huge sea surging, mightily, sweeping down. Tongtian, a name that made all gods tremble in fear. The four swords were completely refined with God's blood. At this moment, Tongtian's four swords actually appeared in the sky and slashed downwards. Immediately, everyone in the sky was terrified. Zhu Xian, kill Xian, exterminate Xian, and trap Xian, the four swords were 1,000 meters long. They smashed downwards like four huge mountains. The unparalleled sword chi directly shattered the void. F***ck. Tongtian has gone crazy. The powerful Xianxia immediately ran away. They wanted to leave that space as if they were fleeing for their lives. The power of the four swords shook the heaven and earth. Not many people could withstand it. If they wanted to live, they had to retreat. But most people did not have the strength to do so. It was impossible for them to escape the space covered by the four swords. They could only wait for death. The powerful power caused many ordinary practitioners on the prairie to fall to the ground. The four swords in the sky directly shattered the sky. It seemed like they wanted to turn that place into chaos. However, out of everyone's expectation, the scene of blood dyeing the vast sky didn't appear. The through heaven's four swords didn't slash towards everyone. Instead, it was controlled perfectly. It only shattered the ancestral god Yochao's palace. The celestial palace that had not been conquered for 3 years turned into ruins at this moment. It rumbled and rubble continuously fell from the sky. Only Tongtian dared to be so disrespectful to the ancestral god's palace. Even if the others came here to search for treasures, they would not dare to be so unscrupulous. Regarding this, nobody dared to say anything. Tongtian was disrespectful to the heaven and earth. He only respected himself. In the distant past, he even directly challenged the ancestral god Yuchao. It was not a big deal for him to do so. The four swords quickly shrunk and pierced through the rubble floating in the endless void. Without a doubt, they wanted to seize the ancestral god's treasures. Not everyone was afraid of Tongtian. A colorful butterfly appeared in the ruins. It was not afraid of the four swords. It seemed like it was dancing among the flowers. It flew in the ruins. At the same time, Tree of Seven Wonders rose into the sky and entered the ruins. Kongshan turned into 5 divine lights and rushed over. There were many people outside the ruins. But not many dared to rush over. Those who entered the ruins were legendary ruthless characters. They were madmen who killed thousands of miles in anger. That was simply courting death. Obviously, Tongtian already knew what kind of treasure was sealed in the heavenly palace of Yuchao. Without a moment's hesitation, 4 swords slashed horizontally. Many sabers and swords that were considered spiritual treasures by others turned into dust. Ding! The extinguished immortal sword struck a weapon, but it did not destroy it. Instead, it caused the sword itself to tremble. The other 3 swords immediately surrounded the artifact, trapping it in the middle. The 4 swords wanted to protect it and fly away. It was a simple and crude stone dagger. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to tell that it was a dagger at all. It was no more than half a foot long. It was like a saber but not a saber, like a sword but not a sword. It looked very much like the crude stone tools used by ancient people who ate raw meat and drank blood. There wasn't the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. Even if Tongtian knew what kind of supreme treasure was sealed here, he still wouldn't be able to sense it. It was completely created by the 4 vicious swords. The Tree of Seven Wonders had been eyeing the stone dagger like a tiger watching its prey. When it saw that the piercing heaven 4 swords had found the stone dagger, it turned into a colorful ray of light and swept over, wanting to snatch it away. The 4 immortal execution swords vibrated intensely, primal chaos sword chi soared to the sky. It swept towards the Tree of Seven Wonders. The Tree of Seven Wonders continued to move. It blocked the sword chi and advanced in a roundabout way. At the side, the 5-colored divine light moved together. Kongshan rushed up, but the kill immortal sword shook violently and shattered the 5-colored divine light in an instant. Even Kongshan's human form was almost revealed. On the other side, a colorful butterfly gently flapped its wings, broke through the immortal execution sword chi, bypassed the extinguish immortal sword light, and actually broke through. This unforeseen event shocked all the spectators. What was the origin of the colorful butterfly? To actually be able to withstand 2 sword strikes from Tongtian sect leader, its strength was hard to estimate. In the distant sky, the 3 great beasts, Yazi, Swanee, and Pishio, were all shocked. The bloodthirsty Yazi said, "There is actually someone who can contend against Tongtian sect leader." Swanee's eyes glowed. "If you know his origin, you won't be surprised. That is Zhuangzhou." Zhuangzi had no self, no merit, and no name. He was free and unfettered between heaven and earth. Although he achieved Tao late, he was regarded as one of the people most likely to reach the realm of Ancestor God. He forgot himself, forgot everything, and pursued unfettered, free and unfettered. Although only half of his method was passed down in the world, it had a great influence on the cultivation world. The vast ocean parted, bearing in all directions. None of the works of the late Zhou dynasty could surpass it. Zhuangzi was extraordinary. He truly achieved the state of forgetting himself and becoming one with heaven. In terms of mental cultivation, he might be the person closest to Ancestor God. He had already truly reached the mental level of heaven and earth coexist with me, all things are one with me. On the prairie below, Xiaochen was very excited. If there was one person he truly admired, it would definitely be Zhuangzi. The cultivation system that Zhuangzi established definitely surpassed the era. Even if his physical strength was not a match for Tongtian sect leader and the others, with his mental state to make up for it, he would not be much weaker. The arrival of Zhuangzi immediately shocked all the spectators. After passing the immortal execution and immortal end swords, Zhuangzhou, who had transformed into a butterfly, retreated gracefully, as though he didn't want to snatch the stone dagger. This caused everyone to be slightly puzzled, but they instantly understood. This was the true Zhuangzi. He had always been free and unfettered in this world. He definitely didn't come for the Ancestor God's supreme treasure. The unique Zhuangzhou, who came in the form of a butterfly, did not care about the intense battle. He flew alone in the ruins as if he was paying homage to the Ancestor God's relic. Tongtian sect leader did not care about Zhuangzi's attack. He knew that the other party was not provoking him. This was his nature. He acted according to his heart. That was all. Furthermore, this was just a manifestation of Zhuangzhou's spirit and not his real body. Even if he used the immortal extermination 4 swords, he would not be able to injure the other party's real body. Immortal extermination sword and immortal extermination sword trapped the stone dagger. Immortal trapping sword and kill immortal sword flew through the air and continued to slash at the ruins. No one knew this better than Tongtian. Back then, he had challenged Ancestor God Yukashi. The 2 weapons of Ancestor God left a deep impression on him. A crude stone dagger and a stone ball that was not very smooth. Even though they were polished so crudely that it was a little ridiculous, their power was unimaginable. Moreover, they could not be probed with divine sense. Because they did not have the slightest energy fluctuation, if thrown into the pile of stones, there was no way to tell what was special about them. The immortal trapping sword and the immortal slaying sword crushed everything in their way. In a remote corner, a clanging sound rang out as a fist-sized stone ball was chopped out. The peerless immortal slaying sword could not even leave a mark on it. 2 ominous swords that were soaked in endless divine blood trapped the stone ball and flew towards immortal extermination sword and immortal extermination sword. But at this moment, a huge hand suddenly flew over from the sky and covered the entire heaven and earth. It went straight towards the stone ball trapped by immortal kill sword and immortal trapping sword. The pressure was unimaginable. It caused the ruins in the sky to shake violently and collapse unceasingly. Even the palace built by the ancestral god could not withstand it. Countless rubble fell from the sky again. A few powerful fallen angels in the distant sky all revealed a shocked expression. One of them said, "That seems to be one of the big shots of the Western race." Allah. The Allah of Islam of the Western race, he was definitely a famous big shot in the world. He was one of the few peerless experts that could fight against Tongtian and Primordial. Yuchao tribe's most valuable treasure was able to attract him. It was clear how important the stone dagger and stone ball were in the eyes of experts of their level. The huge hand flickered with aqua blue radiance. It was as if there was an endless amount of viscous liquid surging forward. Even though Immortal Trapping Sword and Kill Immortal Sword released chaotic sword energy, they did not crush the huge hand. They were all dissolved by the aqua-blue radiance. There was a slight friction between the two of them, and huge lightning was torn apart. The space was constantly collapsing. One could imagine how terrifying that place was. If it was not for them restraining their power to not leak, perhaps any of the light beams that leaked out would be able to shatter the surrounding spectators. Bang! Allah's huge hand stirred and completely crushed the ancestral god's remains. In the end, the ruins completely collapsed into the sky. And there were actually more than a dozen treasures hidden under the foundation. All of them fell into the void. Those spectators who could control the flight immediately became excited. They could not compete for the two ancestral gods' most valuable treasures. But with so many treasures appearing in front of them, Tongtian's sect leader and Allah were not interested in them. Everyone rushed forward and a chaotic battle broke out. Kong Xian sighed helplessly. He knew that with the Tongtian 4 swords, 7 wonders tree, and Allah present, he would not be able to get a single ancestral god's most valuable treasure. So, he also rushed towards those dozens of treasures. Right at this moment, a shadow as large as a mountain smashed towards Kong Xian. With a bang, it sent Kong Xian flying. Kong Xian was furious. He was actually sneak attacked when he was absent-minded. He shot out 2 cold lightning from the 5-colored divine light and shouted, "What can the heaven-flipping seal do to me?" Swoosh, the 5-colored divine light moved at the same time. The practitioners in front of him were immediately crushed into pieces. Blood splashed everywhere in the sky. The practitioners were in chaos. The real massacre had begun. All those who felt that their cultivation was high began to fight for the treasures. The primal beasts Yazi, Swanee, and Pisho directly faced a few fallen angels. The demonic clouds and black fog filled the sky as they fought fiercely with the fallen angels. And a few huge winged dragons also fought with more than a dozen human practitioners. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The ordinary practitioners on the ground were dumbstruck. This was the first time they had seen such a grand scene. Xiaochen watched quietly. Although he could also fly in the sky, he did not want to go up and fight. He knew that the ruthless people above were not people that he could fight against. Just at this time, the stone man in Xiaochen's body trembled. The stone diamond even had the urge to leave his body. He was incomparably shocked. Could it be that Tongtian sect leader and the others missed out on some treasure? Looking at the endless ruins in front of him, Xiaochen took large strides forward. In the sky, Allah was fighting against the immortal slaughtering sword and the immortal trapping sword. The tree of 7 wonders was fighting against the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal extinguishing sword. They had completely sealed off that part of the sky. Otherwise, the shockwaves would spread to the ground. The primal light flickered. The battle between the 3 experts was incomparably intense. Bang! The immortal exterminating sword and the immortal extinguishing sword directly pierced through a spatial tunnel. The tree of 7 wonders was sent to outer space. Then, it charged towards Allah. However, the tree of 7 wonders broke through the space in a split second and came back. It brushed out a rainbow-colored light and confined the 4 swords that had just merged together. At the same time, Allah's other huge hand shattered the space and arrived from outer space. They were fighting Tongtian sect leader at the same time. A long roar sounded. A heavenly horse galloped through the air. A general dressed in golden armor surged with energy waves, charging into the space restricted by the 7-colored divine light. This person was like a heavenly blade. He directly tore through the space. Although he did not have any weapon in his hand, the murderous aura he emitted had already condensed into thousands of swords and sabers, clashing against Allah's left hand. The practitioners who did not participate in the battle gasped as they watched from afar. This person was extremely similar to the legendary martial saint, Sun Wu. In the mortal world, Guan Yu was worshipped in the martial saint temple. However, if one really traced back to the source, the martial saint was none other than Sun Wu. This person was the true ancestor of weapons. His battle prowess was unparalleled, and his soul power was heaven-defying. He blasted out a punch that caused the heaven to collapse and the earth to crack. He pushed Allah back and stretched out his huge hand towards the immortal exterminating four swords. He wanted to seize the stone dagger. The immortal exterminating four swords shattered the void and wanted to pass through the space. However, when the three experts displayed their skills at the same time, even Tong Tian's sect leader was no match for them. The spatial tunnel was severed and appeared in the void again. So even the martial saint is not exempt, a sneer came from the immortal exterminating four swords. Sun Wu's murderous aura soared to the sky. Only a hazy silhouette could be seen as he stood in the middle of the murderous aura. His cold voice came out, "Soldiers, the path of life and death, the path of survival, must not be ignored. I control all the weapons in the world. I must take one of these stone weapons. This weapon is not that weapon. You have stretched your hand too far." Although Allah did not reveal his true body and only revealed two huge hands, his cold laughter clearly resounded in the sky. Sun Wu sat upright on the Pegasus and said coldly, "This is the ancient treasure of my Dongfang clan. There is no distinction between it and me. You have crossed the line." Along with a world-shaking sound, the void where the four peerless experts were emitted a glaring radiance. After that, it actually returned to the primal chaos. The four people started to fight fiercely in the primal chaos. Xianxia, who had transformed into a butterfly, descended gracefully. He passed through the crowd that was fighting for the rare treasure in the sky. He left the battlefield and headed straight for the ruins on the ground. The stone diamond in his body flew out. He actually found a broken arm that was half the size of a thumb from the ruins. That was an arm that was severed from the shoulder. There was no forearm, but the upper arm was intact. Although it was only half the length of a thumb, it was as heavy as Mount Tai in Xiaochen's heart. Without the slightest fluctuation, without the slightest bit of divine power, the severed arm silently submerged into Xiaochen's body. With a crisp ding sound, it fused with the broken golem inside Xiaochen's body like two magnets colliding with each other. Although it was broken, the stoneman's legs and stoneman's arms were connected by a hazy radiance. The missing parts were filled up by the wave-like radiance. A stoneman quietly sat upright in Xiaochen's body. The multicolored butterfly fluttered gracefully, emitting a gentle radiance. Xianxia left the battlefield and flew down from the sky. He lightly flapped his wings and arrived in front of Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt like he was in a dream. He was personally looking at this legendary prime sage, who could look down on everyone for thousands of years. It felt surreal. He was actually so close to Zhuangzi. Little ripples spread out. Xiaochen discovered that the ruins in front of him had disappeared. The boundless prairie was gone. He was actually standing in the void. There was only him and that multicolored butterfly. "What is the Tao?" An emotionless voice resounded in Xiaochen's ears. Xiaochen didn't know why this supreme being whose spiritual level was infinitely close to the ancestor god would ask him such a question. He didn't think too much and answered honestly, "Nameless, the beginning of the world." The multicolored butterfly lightly flapped its wings. The cold voice resounded clearly in the void, "Is that so?" "Nameless, the Tao. The Tao is formless, so it cannot be named. The beginning is the origin of the Tao. Exhaling and spreading, coming from nothingness, the origin of the world. Do you truly understand the Tao? Is that your Tao?" Xiaochen was speechless when faced with this question. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth, the world and I coexist, all living things are one with me." "And you?" Zhuangzhou was very indifferent. Zhuangzi was the person closest to the ancestor god in terms of spiritual level. He seemed to be intentionally giving pointers. Xiaochen quickly calmed himself down and pondered silently. However, Zhuangzhou's realm was too vague. Xiaochen couldn't grasp it. And just at this time, the indifferent voice resounded again, "Where is the Tao?" Xiaochen felt as if he had fallen into the abyss of darkness. He couldn't grasp a single ray of light. At the very top of the sky, the four swords connecting heaven, the tree of seven wonders, the giant hand of Allah, and the martial Saint Sun Wu had already sunk into the chaos. The fluctuation of the chaos was incomparably terrifying. Any drop of chaos energy that splashed out would probably shatter a group of practitioners. However, the four peerless experts did not want to kill. They sealed that space, and the power that could destroy heaven and earth was completely confined in the chaos that they had created. Below them, the practitioners were fighting for more than a dozen rare treasures. A fierce battle was going on. Although it was not as powerful as Tong Tian and the others, it was not inferior in terms of tragedy. Yazi, the legendary son of the dragon, was shaped like a jackal and its whole body was covered in shiny black scales. Blood mist lingered. He charged and killed several fallen angels. Fallen angels were born with great combat strength. As long as they reached adulthood, they would have the cultivation of a demigod or above. Some weaker races would view them as gods. The black wings flapped, and endless underworld fog surged. The sky was pitch black. Roar, a loud roar shook the heavens and the earth. Although the body of the Yazi was incomparably huge, its speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, it actually turned into a streak of blood light. The beast body of 100 feet was like a blood knife. In an instant, it swept across several fallen angels. Puff puff, blood splattered. The bloodthirsty Yazi actually cut off the bodies of 2 fallen angels. Black feathers swirled in the air, blood splattered, and a bloody mist floated in the sky. On the other side, the 5-colored divine light shone. Kong Xian didn't show his real body at all. He just hid in the divine light and swept away a group of practitioners. He was much more terrifying than the ferocious Yazi. The 5-colored divine light was like a grinder. Wherever it passed, practitioners were constantly crushed. No one could stop him. He seemed to be venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. He couldn't compete for the ancestor god's treasure, so he was merciless now. With a swoosh, Kong Xian appeared beside a huge winged dragon that was dozens of meters long. Green, yellow, red, black, and white lights swept across at the same time. Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream resounded in the sky. Dragon scales flew in the sky. Waves of blood gushed out and dyed the vast sky red. The huge winged dragon's body was torn apart in an instant. The huge dragon head fell from the sky with an unwilling look. A powerful winged dragon was killed in an instant. Such a murderous demon King Kong Xian made everyone dodge continuously. No one dared to approach him again. Sword energy surged in the sky. Blood flowed. Many practitioners risked their lives to fight for the treasure that appeared in the ancestor god's palace. The murderous aura in the sky soared. Even the people on the ground were eager to make a move. Tens of thousands of people looked up at the sky. However, they were too weak to go up and fight for it. In the end, many practitioners began to rummage through the ruins that fell from the sky, hoping to gain something. In the distant sky, the extraordinarily handsome sect leader Tong Tian stood on a divine island and sighed helplessly. Even someone as strong as him couldn't resist the wondrous tree of 7 treasures and Allah at the same time. Now, a martial sage with unparalleled soul power, Sun Wu, appeared. It was even more impossible for him to defeat them. He wanted to use the formation that would complement the immortal slaying, immortal ending, immortal slaying, and immortal trapping formations. However, when he thought that there might be people who hadn't made a move yet, he decided to stop. It would be enough if he could get one of the 2 treasures. In the sky above the ruins, the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal exterminating sword shook violently. In the end, they actually knocked away the stone dagger they were trapped in. The martial sage let out a loud roar and broke through the primal chaos. He rode the celestial horse and grabbed the stone dagger. The wondrous tree of 7 treasures and Allah's huge hand were unwilling to be left behind. They also advanced at the same time. The immortal exterminating sword, immortal slaying sword, and immortal trapping sword protected the stone dagger. The primal chaos sword energy shattered the sky and opened up a tunnel that led to the outer space. It disappeared in an instant. The wondrous tree of 7 treasures wanted to stop it, but it gave up in the end. The Tongtian sect leader was not someone to be trifled with. If he was forced to leave behind the 2 treasures, he would definitely turn the world upside down in the end. The 3 experts fought over the stone dagger and the primal chaos. The situation became even more intense. Xiaochen was still standing woodenly in the void. "Where is your tunnel?" The cold and emotionless voice resounded in the void again. "My Dao is far away. I need to explore it." Xiaochen was thinking hard. The ancient monolith of the Yellow River and the ancient monolith of the Dragon Island seemed to have recorded the imprint of the Dao. The elders in the Pure Land had also described different Tao to him. However, they were all very indistinct, as if they were far away. It was very difficult to grasp them. The butterfly fluttered gracefully. Its pair of almost transparent wings created little ripples as it flapped. The void seemed to have shattered. A divine light also streaked across the underworld fog in the darkness. Xiaochen seemed to have sobered up a little. He said, "The Tao is in front. All I need to do is to advance." Zhuangzhou sighed. This made Xiaochen feel a little lost. He said, "The Tao is behind. It's just a turn's distance." He thought about the times he fell into an ethereal state. That kind of feeling of becoming one with the Tao and existing with the heaven and earth was very mysterious. He couldn't explain it clearly. If he could look back and see clearly, he would be able to grasp the essence. "Where's your Tao?" Zhuangzhou asked again. This time, Xiaochen seemed to have completely woken up. He sank into silence for a long time. In the end, he said, "The Tao is under my feet. The path that I walk on is the Tao." His tone was very firm. It was as if he had completely broken through the fog in his heart. He knew how he should proceed. "Very good. Is there anything else?" Xiaochen's gaze became even more resolute. He said, "The Tao is on you. If I step over you, I will be entering the Tao." Zhuangzi's laughter rang out. He was not hostile to Xiaochen's Tao. As long as the saints are not dead, the bandits will not stop. He had also said such shocking words before. He had set a standard for the world and became a role model for mankind. This had already become a kind of restraining force. Born to be a saint, to set an example for the world. It needed to be broken before it could be developed. The butterfly fluttered its wings lightly. The void shattered and Zhuangzhou disappeared without a trace. However, Xiaochen discovered that he was already standing on the rubble on the ground again. His gaze was firm as he looked into the distance. The instant of enlightenment made him feel extraordinary. He understood his future path. He did not move at all. It was as if he had blended into this world. The sounds of fighting in the sky seemed to have disappeared. The tens of thousands of people on the ground seemed to have disappeared as well. He was the only one left in this world. Xiaochen's consciousness wandered to the heavens. It was as if he was already standing high up in the sky. He looked down at a surging river. The boundless yellow water flowed for 1,000 miles. An ancient monolith was faintly discernible in the river, bobbing up and down. A lone island stood in the middle of the sea. Dragon roars resounded. A ghost town was faintly discernible. An ancient monolith slowly rose from the city. The diagram of the ancient monolith appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The mysterious technique automatically circulated. His sea of consciousness was filled with a profound comprehension. At the same time, the 16 major divine acupoints also became incomparably resplendent. Life essence gushed out and flowed towards his 4 limbs and 100 meridians. The divine acupoints were connected by a dazzling light. The divine meridians were condensed. The life essence was like a spring, irrigating Xiaochen's almost depleted lifespan. It was as if he had received the baptism of life. Xiaochen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the 100 meridians in his 4 limbs, the bones in his entire body, every inch of his skin, flesh, and blood were nourished by the life essence. It was as if a river of life had flowed through the desolate desert, moistening it to its heart's content. The cultivation that had stagnated for more than 2 years was like a flood bursting through a dam. At this moment, it suddenly surged up violently. Break! Break! Break, break again and again, Xiaochen broke through unceasingly. The divine meridians manifested. The life essence in his body became incomparably vigorous. The 200 years of emptiness in his lifespan was completely replenished by the life essence gushing out from the divine acupoints. At this moment, Xiaochen could clearly hear the sound of something shattering in his body. It was as if a barrier had been broken. In that instant, he broke through 3 stages from the Historia 3rd celestial layer and directly advanced to the Historia 6th celestial layer. His spiritual power had already reached the Historia 5th celestial layer. However, his physical strength had stagnated at the Historia 3rd celestial layer from beginning to end. It seemed that because he had absorbed the bloodline essence of the Great Earth, his rate of improvement had been too fast, and thus, he had stagnated. However, little Fatty Oxman was not affected at all. The elders in the Pure Land deeply examined his body and found that it was not the real reason. The main reason was that his lifespan was sharply reduced and his constitution was not as good as before. The treasure body that Xiaochen cultivated nearly crumbled. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize it in the end. The old man and Xiaochen weren't too worried. That was because Xiaochen's divinized acupoints hid an incomparably huge amount of essence energy. Once it was drawn out one day, his physical strength would instantly catch up to the spiritual realm. Today, he broke through 3 checkpoints in a row. Both his physical strength and spiritual power entered the historious 6th celestial layer at the same time. His lifespan was restored, and his physique was greatly improved. This was a true transformation. His body was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His once-aged organs regained their vitality. When he looked inside himself, he could see that his internal organs seemed to have been reborn. They shone brightly, as if they were carved out of crystal. His bones, on the other hand, were like diamonds. The loose bones gradually solidified and became denser. His slightly loose skin also gradually flattened out. In the end, it was as smooth and tender as if it had just been reborn, shining with a sparkling luster. His physique rapidly increased. This wasn't as simple as a recovery, but rather a true qualitative change that far surpassed the past. His precious body rose several floors. This was a true transformation of the body. Her jet-black long hair was like a waterfall that hung loosely over her shoulders. Although it had long become jet-black after Qing brought her black sesame porridge every day and carefully nurtured it, it still lacked some luster and vitality. Now, everything had changed from the very beginning. Xiaochen felt that every inch of his skin was filled with explosive power. It was as though he was waving his hand. It could prop up a world. Cultivation is also about cultivating the mind. It seems like I really have to travel the world. This enlightenment allowed Xiaochen to experience many things. The word Tao was very mysterious, and his path was still very long. Zhuangzhou was a person whose psyche was infinitesimally close to that of an elder god. This was the best lesson for Xiaochen. When Xiaochen woke up from the profound realm, he found that all the practitioners fighting in the sky had disappeared, and the prairie was empty. Tens of thousands of people had retreated, leaving only him. The Yuchao Sky Palace had completely collapsed and fell from the sky. All that was left was a pile of ruins. The rare treasures had already been taken away by experts. What made people feel slightly regretful was that the legendary evil king, Zhang Sanfeng, and other experts did not make a move. Looking up at the empty sky, Xiaochen entered deep thought. Not to mention Kong Xian, he was much weaker than the fallen angel, Yazi, and Bian. A big realm of 9 heavens, if they had already reached the realm of longevity. That meant there was a difference of at least a dozen heavens, or even dozens of heavens. However, this didn't discourage him. Experts all came from the path of bitter cultivation. Being weak was a necessary process. There was no nostalgia. Xiaochen unfolded the undying divine wings and flew towards the distant Shang dynasty. Celestial City of the South. Nowadays, it seemed a little deserted. Many of the younger generation had already gone to the Middle Earth. The figures that only appeared in legends in the past had appeared one after another in the past 2 years. This made countless youngsters yearn for it. It might be naive to say that they were chasing after their dreams. It might be a little arrogant to say that they were chasing after their ideals. However, many people were indeed like that. In the past 2 years, they had embarked on their journey to the north in succession. In the past 3 years, the undying sex patriarch had been overseeing the celestial city. On that night 3 years ago, it was him who unleashed that dazzling sword strike and freed Xiaochen from his predicament. 2 years ago, it was also this old man who unleashed another sword strike and severed the imprint of the obliterate demon god in Yan Qingqing's body. He used the peerless sword qi to help her overcome her crisis. Yan Qingqing's master, Lu Qingfeng, looked at the undying sex patriarch with a grave expression. He said with a trembling voice, "Senior brother, thank you very much, I'm fine, I wanted to advance to the next realm, and also help." Xianxia along the way. The undying sex expression was indifferent. It was impossible to tell that his sword light was once so peerless. It was very hard to imagine what kind of realm this old man had reached. Lu Qingfeng was a little absent-minded. His senior brother actually practiced the obliterate demon god indirectly and replanted Yan Qingqing's divine seed. It was very hard to imagine what kind of realm he would reach once he made a breakthrough. Perhaps, he would become the second evil king. Of course, the obliterate demon god replanted by the undying patriarch was already very different from the original demonic technique. This technique didn't need an external cauldron. It used one's own body as the cauldron, and one's own heart as the furnace. It was equivalent to replanting the divine root. It was the next step of the obliterate demon god. In history, only 2 people had practiced this technique before. One was the founder of the demonic religion, and the other was the undying evil king. In order to advance one step further, they chose this training path that was even more terrifying and dangerous than the obliterate demon god. The undying patriarch's entire figure seemed hazy. He looked up at the starry sky and said, when Qingqing was about to go to the Middle Earth, it seemed like she had also chosen to replant the divine root. She really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Lu Qingfeng cursed. In the Moonflower Castle, the faint sound of a flute resounded once again. An old woman had a sorrowful expression. She put down the jade flute in her hand and said with a distressed expression, that heavily injured Azure Dragon King has already been sent away, he should have recovered by now. As for my grandson Lawrence, Fairs now of the Fair family had already entered the Middle Earth. Fairsky was also very talented in the path of cultivation, but he suffered from Qigong deviation 3 years ago. After that, he had no choice but to walk on another path of cultivation. He had memorized the demonic chapter of the Lotus scripture in his mind. He had already been in closed-door training for 3 years. Just today, the silhouettes of the great sun golden sunflowers appeared at his closed-door training location. Along with a loud explosion, smoke and dust soared into the sky. The sunflowers bloomed one after another, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of the sunflowers. Fairsky had come out from his closed-door training. Although Zhuge Fadi was very talented in business, he was not a direct descendant of the family after all. In the end, he left for the Middle Earth. The second generation of the Reagan family, Hoffman, looked at his peers who had gone far away. He felt unresigned in his heart. He was also planning to do something big. As for the solitary sword demon, Wind Feathers, and Lazio, they were already in the Middle Earth a long time ago. And before them, there was still Zhao Chongyang. He was the only one among the young generation of the South who had not fought against Xiaoqian yet. The capital of Shang dynasty was located in Yinchuan, one of the 5 hegemons. It was vast and boundless. It was located in the southwest of the Middle Earth. A month later, Xiaoqian arrived at the incomparably flourishing capital of Shang dynasty. Xiaoqian had a rather deep feeling while training in the secular world. His mental state was greatly different from the past. He had reached the Historia realm. Not only did he have great divine abilities, all kinds of minor spells would also surface from time to time. He could change his appearance. This was the minor spell Xiaoqian obtained after practicing the treasure body. It was merely the movement of his flesh and blood. It was nothing much. Without worrying about being discovered by the Hu family, Xiaoqian had already stayed in Yinchuan for half a month. Today, he arrived at the lunar pavilion in Yinchuan. This pavilion was very famous. Legend has it that the peerless sword immortal, Li Bai, once recited hundreds of poems here when he was drunk. Not only did this place become a treasured land for scholars, it also became a place where practitioners gathered. On normal days, many of the descendants of influential clans in the Shang dynasty's capital would often gather here. And the practitioners who passed by Yinchuan would definitely not miss it. The 9-story lunar pavilion was one of the tallest buildings in Yinchuan. There would be honored guests visiting every day. A few aristocratic descendants were chatting loudly on the 9th floor. Rumor has it that Skirich Supreme obtained an ancestral god's treasure. Who exactly obtained the other stone dagger? Rumor has it that it was obtained by the martial saint. That's not necessarily the case. Allah and the master of the 7 wonders tree, which one of them didn't possess the ability to see through the heavens and the earth? Even if the martial saint's sole power was heaven-defying, It would be impossible for him to withstand the joint attack of the two of them. One of the three must obtain it. What's so strange about it being obtained by the martial saint? You must know that the martial saint was unparalleled in the past. Taking the enemy's head from millions of soldiers was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. He was the least afraid of group battles. Those people are too far away from us. Let's talk about the outstanding figures of the younger generation. The Middle-earth is a land of outstanding people. Most of the experts who appeared in recent years are from the 5 major countries. What's there to talk about? Any expert from our Yinchuan's younger generation can easily sweep across the same generation in the south, the west, and the north. Humph. A cold snort was heard. A youth sitting by the window had a grave and stern expression. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with their words. He said coldly, "A bunch of silk pants dare to talk about the younger generation experts?" The young experts from the major clans didn't think much of it. They only glanced at him coldly and continued talking, ignoring him. You can't say it like that. There are many beauties outside of the Middle-earth. Haha. You're right. The south has the famous twin pearls. They're incomparably gorgeous. Unfortunately, one of them has already married into the tiger clan. Those tigers are not to be trifled with. What's there to be afraid of? She's a widow anyway. Maybe she will remarry. Haha. Oh right, I heard that Yan Qingqing has also entered the Middle-earth. Maybe she has already entered Yinchuan. Hee. Yeah, there are also stunning beauties in the north and the west. Maybe she's in this building. A few of the young men laughed in a lewd manner and kept glancing at the private rooms. The North Desert Lone Wolf is here to learn. The youth sitting by the window couldn't take it anymore. He lightly waved his hand and a blade aura pierced through the air, slashing towards those Yinchuan's disciples. Even a grain of rice can shine. While speaking, one of the disciples lightly waved his hand. The nether fire ignited, and the terrifying spiritual technique surrounded the youth in a split second. The black flame flickered violently. In just a split second, the man named Lone Wolf seemed to have evaporated. Not even a drop of flesh and blood was left behind. He was refined by the nether fire. The manager of the lunar pavilion seemed to be familiar with the identity of these people. He didn't even send anyone to inquire. In the end, he only sent 2 workers to collect the ashes in a hurry. Humph, you can't blame me for this. He was the one who made the first move. That psychic's expression didn't change. He began to chat with his companion again. His companion said, "In Feng, your nether fire has improved again. You should have reached the Historia 5th celestial layer by now, right? Hee, with this kind of skill, you should be able to sweep through the young experts of the south and the west. Yet, those barbarians are narrow-minded. They think that they can go anywhere in the world just because they are one of the best in their small territory." What a joke. When this person said that, the complexion of many people on the 9th floor immediately changed. Naturally, there were also experts from the south among them. Yan Qingqing and Lazio arrived at Yinchuan together. They are too arrogant. Even if Yan Qingqing was a woman, she was also very angry. The blue-haired pretty boy Lazio shook his head and said, "These people are indeed very strong, don't pay attention to them." And in another private room, the beast-like expert from the south, Wind Feathers, was also gnashing his teeth in anger. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his ice-cold eyes. Why do I feel like someone is cursing us? One of the scions looked towards Wind Feathers' private room and muttered to himself, "Don't be a frog in a well. You can be a hero in your territory, but when you arrive at the Middle-earth, your former pride and honor will be trampled on until not a single drop remains." Wind Feathers suddenly pushed the table away and walked out with large strides. He said to the few people, "All right, Wind Feathers of the south, let's see what you guys are made of." However, just at this time, a worker sent someone to deliver a note to Wind Feathers. There was only one sentence on the note: "Come over and have a chat." Humph, we'll fight again later. Wind Feathers flicked his sleeves and left. Hee, have a safe trip, I won't be seeing you off. That is because someone is trying to save you. They are afraid that you will die in our hands. One of the scions ruthlessly attacked, "Is there an expert in the south?" I have never heard of one. No, there is one, only one. Oh? There are experts in the youth generation of the South? That scion laughed unbridledly. The person at the side explained, yes, there is indeed only one, but he is most likely already dead. There is only one person called Xiaochen, the rest are just SOSO. It's just that Xiaochen seems to be a short-lived ghost. If there are no accidents, he might have already been dead for 3 years. Oh, I remember now. 3 years ago, the celestial city shed blood in one night. This person can still be considered a character. If he is still alive, he might be able to fight against our Yinchuan experts. Apart from that, there is no one else. How lamentable, the dignified celestial city of the South. How lamentable, the dignified celestial city of the South, it's already not bad that a young master has appeared in this barbarian land. What's so sad about it? On the 9th floor, the disciples of the aristocratic families attacked mercilessly. They did not care about the experts outside the central plains at all. Yin Feng, your nether flame has already reached the 5th heavenly layer, right? Not yet. I'm only at the peak of the 4th celestial layer. But it's enough to deal with those barbarians. The Shang dynasty was far from being comparable to the Tianluo nation in the south. They were founded on martial arts, and all the influential families were born as cultivators. Their descendants were destined to be experts. Perhaps some people were prejudiced against the descendants of the aristocratic families, thinking that they were a bunch of ignorant and incompetent second generations. There were indeed such people, but in the environment that advocated cultivation, they were, after all, the minority. Even if the rest of them had ordinary conduct, their true cultivation was extremely outstanding. Their starting point was higher than the others, so even if the cultivation method they obtained could not be considered a heavenly technique treasure codex, it was close to it. Coupled with the deep heritage of the clan, it was not surprising that their cultivation was much higher than others. It was just like how a princess was prettier than an ordinary girl. This was not an intentional beautification. The first emperor might not have been handsome, but his concubines were definitely the most beautiful in the world. How could his children be ugly? Generations after generations, the children of the royal family would not be too bad looking. The ancestors of the true major clans were cultivation geniuses. If their descendants were taught properly, their cultivation wouldn't be too bad either. This was a matter of innately high starting point. It is a pity that that fellow called Xiaochen died. Otherwise, he might be a genius. What? Your old man has asked you to look for young hangers-ons? You can go to Great Qin, Ancient Han, and other places to take a look. I heard that there are some young experts with good potential there. If your Yin family tries to recruit them, they will definitely come to serve you like moths to a flame. Forget it. If there really is a master with potential, you definitely won't tell me. They would have been recruited long ago. Sigh, the southern wasteland, the western border, and the northern desert have indeed declined. There is no one worth paying attention to now. The young masters of the aristocratic families were merciless in their comments. Intentionally or unintentionally, they sneered at the private rooms on the 9th floor. He even swept his gaze over all the seats outside the private room with a mocking expression. This made many people furious, but there was nothing they could do. Not to mention the fact that these people's cultivation was very impressive, just the clans behind them were not people that ordinary people could afford to offend. The Shang dynasty was one of the 5 hegemonic states. This was the capital of the Shang dynasty. Even if it wasn't the most prosperous and powerful family in the world, it was close enough. Damn it, a bunch of ignorant second-generation brats. Yan Qingqing's jade-like face was filled with anger. She clenched her silver teeth tightly, her snow-white skin was flushed red because of her agitation. Her slender jade-like hands tightly grasped the longsword. Lazio could be said to be a charming man. His blue hair was as bright as the ripples of water. His handsome appearance made many young girls go crazy. However, in the Shang dynasty, this usually elegant and confident man also revealed a trace of anger. It was difficult for him to remain calm. But in the end, he had no choice but to suppress his rage and say, "Forget it, it's best to endure it." The young experts of the southern wasteland. We are only on par with them. If we were to fight against them in Indu, we would definitely suffer a great loss. If the solitary sword demon was here, I reckon they wouldn't dare to speak such nonsense. Yan Qingqing was very angry. Actually, she wanted to say another person's name, but when the words reached her mouth, she changed it to the solitary sword demon. Solitary sword demon, maybe. Lazio didn't confirm or deny it. Obviously, he had also thought of another person's name. It was a bloody night. The entire celestial city was shaken. More than 10 Historia realm experts had died, and 5 demigod realm experts were even killed. All of them were done by a single youth. This shook the entire southern wasteland. After that, no one had ever seen that person again. It was said that during his final battle, he had already exhausted his lifespan. There was no way for him to continue living. Everyone thought that he was long gone from this world. Thinking of this, Lazio sighed. On the other hand, Yan Qingqing was also a little absent-minded. Was that person whom she hated bitterly really dead? No matter how much she hated what he had done, there was one thing she had to admit. That person's growth was really too fast. If he didn't fall that night and lived until now, perhaps with his current cultivation, he would be able to compete with the strongest youth experts in the Middle Earth. In a private room on the 9th floor, Windfeathers knitted his brows and said, "Thank you very much for your good intentions, but these people are really too savage. If I can't kill one of them, it will be hard for me to eliminate the hatred in my heart." Opposite of Windfeathers was a pair of brother and sister. The man looked valiant. His pair of thick eyebrows were like 2 long blades. His eyes were even more profound. It was obvious that he was an expert. And beside him was an extremely beautiful woman. She was graceful and beautiful, like a soft willow in the cool breeze. She gave people a graceful and charming feeling. Her skin was as white as snow, and it was flickering with a sparkling and translucent luster. Her pair of eyes were flowing with autumn ripples. It was indescribably moving. She was extremely beautiful. These two were brother and sister. They called themselves Aqua and Frosty. They came from the western border. Similarly, they were not happy with Indu. However, they knew they couldn't afford to provoke them. 2 years ago, they had already met Windfeathers a few times. They had some friendship with him. That was why they stopped Windfeathers. They didn't want him to throw away his life. However, seeing that they couldn't stop him, the brother and sister didn't say anything else. Bang! After Windfeathers walked out of the private room, he kicked over a table and ran straight towards the few aristocratic children. Although it was only a wooden table, there was a brilliance circulating on it. It was as if it had already been completely metallized. Just like that, it was at least several thousand kilograms in weight. It was condensed with Windfeathers' divine power. If they were really smashed by it, even a reinforced iron bone would be broken. Heh! Yin Feng sneered among the aristocratic children. He didn't even turn his head around. He casually waved his sleeve, and a black light enveloped the wooden table in a split second. Without a sound, the wooden table containing Windfeathers' divine power turned into ashes in an instant. Such a scene made everyone's expression change. The scariness of the black nether flame exceeded everyone's expectations. Even those who were on good terms with Yin Feng were incomparably flabbergasted. They asked, "It's impossible for him to still be at the 4th celestial layer, right? Why do I feel like he has already stepped into the 5th celestial layer?" Windfeathers stepped forward with large strides and said, "Since you guys are looking down on my southern wasteland expert, then let's have a fight." 3 years had passed. The current Windfeathers was no longer the Windfeathers of Exuvia 9th celestial layer back then. Others were progressing at a rapid pace, but his cultivation was also advancing at a tremendous pace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly fought against a few aristocratic children. "Humph, it's just nether flame, it's nothing." An afterimage was left behind at his original position. Windfeathers appeared in front of Yin Feng out of thin air. The blood-colored domain enveloped him. The savage beast's roar rushed out of the lunar restaurant in a split second. It was as if a few lightning bolts were striking down. With a faint smile on his face, Yin Feng broke free with a swoosh and flew out in a split second. He stood proudly on the 9th floor and said to Windfeathers, "This is the place where the peerless sword Immortal Li Bai wrote his poem." Don't destroy the tables and chairs here. You and I will have a showdown on this 9th floor. Humph. Windfeathers only responded with a cold snort. He once again pounced forward like a flickering light and passing shadow. One could clearly see a dozen or so terrifying savage beast souls surrounding him. Their huge figures seemed as if they were going to break through the floor. They emitted a bitter baleful aura and moved exactly the same as him. At the same time, they tore at Yin Feng. Hee, Yin Feng only sneered. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Even though he was a psychic, he had also practiced martial skills. His movements were extremely natural and unrestrained. He dodged a few of Windfeather's attacks by a hair's breadth. Swoosh, the netherworld flame shrouded from all directions along with a gentle wave of his hand. It surrounded Windfeathers in a split second. The black flame could melt steel and iron. Anything with a form could be turned into ashes. Even though this was a kind of spirit technique, it had already evolved into a kind of divine ability after being trained to this level. Chi, Windfeathers was caught off guard. He discovered that the black flame actually burned into his blood-colored domain. The 3 savage beast souls at the side were all burned into ashes. He suffered a great loss in just one face-to-face encounter. This made his mind shaken. He was definitely not inferior to his opponent in terms of cultivation. However, Yin Feng's divine ability was too peculiar. It could even refine souls. It was extremely terrifying. At this time, Aqua, Frosty, Yan Qingqing, and Lazio all walked out of the private room. The dozens of people on the 9th floor all retreated to the 2 sides. They were quietly watching the battle between the 2. Great Sun Netherworld Lotus. Yin Feng shouted softly. His expression seemed very relaxed. He didn't seem to be nervous at all. A round black sun suddenly appeared on the 9th floor. It didn't even get close to Windfeathers, but it already made his blood-colored domain ignite. The black sun was incomparably evil. It actually turned into a flower bud and bloomed with the same shape as a lotus. The black petals were so black that it made people's heart palpitate. Not good, that's the Yin family's secret art. It can ignite a practitioner's spiritual energy. Aqua and Frosty said in a low voice. After that, they shouted at Windfeathers, "Brother Windfeathers, let it go. There's no need to fight because of personal feelings." Heh. Windfeathers didn't panic at all. He shouted coldly, "Art of myriad beasts, bring disaster to the world." Countless shadows of beasts appeared in his surroundings in an instant. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They let out a deafening roar. The entire lunar restaurant was already trembling. The netherworld flame collided with the countless shadows of beasts. Although many of the shadows of beasts were burned to ashes, there were even more shadows of beasts that rushed towards Yin Feng. Lotus blossom. Along with Yin Feng's voice, the black lotuses bloomed one after another. Yin Feng retreated calmly along with the puffing sound. And the black lotuses even broke through Windfeather's 7 beast souls. The corner of his clothes was set ablaze, forcing him to retreat quickly. Haha, even the light of a firefly dares to compete with the splendor of the bright moon? Yin Feng laughed heartily. The few scions at the side also laughed without the slightest scruple. Brother Yin is indeed formidable. Although he is really still at the 4th celestial layer of Historia, the power of the netherworld flame is truly frightening. It has already completely transformed into a divine ability. With such a divine ability, even if he were to fight against an expert at the 6th celestial layer of Historia, he would still win without a doubt. There's no one in the southern wasteland, haha, the few of them completely disregarded the ashen-faced Windfeathers. They didn't give him any face at all. They even intentionally or unintentionally swept a few glances at Lazio who was at the side. When they saw Yan Qingqing, they couldn't conceal the passion in their eyes. However, they didn't put it into action. These people were definitely not like Hoffman from the southern wasteland. Even if they saw a peerless beauty, they wouldn't really snatch her away. If they did that, they would be looked down upon by the other scions. It wasn't that there weren't any spoiled brats, but that kind of method was too vulgar for the true scions. As far as they were concerned, conquering in an open and aboveboard manner was the true way of the king. What they pursued was, I can be arrogant, but I have the capital to defeat you in an open and aboveboard manner, leaving you with nothing to say. Lust was also fine, but it was to be conquered by the way of the king, and not by coercion. Let's fight again. Wind Feathers was extremely angry as he stepped forward with large strides. You won't do. Yinfeng indifferently shook a finger and said, I'll tell you the truth. Although I'm only at the Historia 4th Celestial Layer, I can fight against a 6th Celestial Layer expert. I can see that you are still a talent. Join my Yin family and follow me from now on. I'll guarantee you a life of prosperity and splendor. Wind Feathers was furious. He took a step forward and 10,000 beasts roared. Countless beasts rushed out from his body and swept towards Yinfeng. Black Lotus Bloom. Yinfeng shouted softly. One after another, black lotus petals appeared in the sky. The sizzling sound lingered on incessantly. All the beast souls were refined cleanly. Wind Feathers was forced to fly out by the infernal fire. The Scions at the back laughed heartily. They indeed had the capital to be insolent. Yinfeng's expression turned cold as he said, I want to take you in, but you're not convinced. Don't blame me for killing you. At this time Aqua and Frosty stepped forward and pulled back the furious Wind Feathers. They said, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. This person is very scary. Even if your realm is not lower than his, your divine ability is still not a match for him. Oh, so it's the siblings Aqua and Frosty from the western border. Hee, nice to meet you. I've long heard of Lady Frosty's great name. I already knew that you're an outstanding beauty. Seeing you today, you're even more beautiful than the portrait. The Scions at the back started to laugh frivolously. Xiaochen was sitting not far away from them. He took everything into his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. It seemed like all of this had nothing to do with him. Cold as the moon. The slender and elegant Yan Qingqing. Naturally, it was impossible for it not to be noticed. The gazes of the aristocratic children stopped on Yan Qingqing. He said, this must be one of the twin pearls of the southern wasteland, Miss Yan Qingqing. She is indeed a peerless beauty. Yinfeng, who was at the forefront, retracted his killing intent when he heard what his good friend said. He said to Wind Feathers, today, for the sake of the two beauties, I will not let you off so easily. I won't kill you. Then, a few aristocratic children shouted to everyone upstairs, clear the place. We would like to invite the two beauties to sit for a while. Everyone, please do me a favor. Although the few of them didn't arrogantly make a move to chase him away. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his laughter. It was obvious that if he went against them, there would definitely be a battle. Aren't you guys being too overbearing? A thin and weak man walked out from the crowd, his whole body flickering with red light. It was actually a real flame, not a shield of vigor. How am I domineering? Aren't we having a discussion with everyone? Hee, everyone, don't worry. We definitely won't use our family's power. That would be too tasteless. You can treat us as if we're the same as you. We are all cultivators. If you can defeat us, not only will we not hold a grudge against you, we will even offer you treasures and beauties. From now on, you are our esteemed guest. The Scions of the aristocratic families were very straightforward. All right. I'll fight you. The skinny young man walked out. He looked quiet and not very tall. But he was very handsome. He pointed at Yinfeng and said, I want to fight you. You cultivate nether fire. I cultivate the divine flame, that's how it is. Let's see who's better. Divine flame? The eyes of the disciples from the aristocratic families were filled with doubt. Yinfeng's expression turned grave as he said, You are from the Western Borders Firecloud Hall? Not bad. What's your name? You can call me Tenvis. The thin but elegant handsome man walked straight to the side, putting some distance between him and Yinfeng. Great Sun Black Lotus. Yinfeng displayed his absolute art right from the start. It could be seen how much he valued Tenvis. The Black Sun. In an instant, it turned into a lotus. It was a lotus petal that made people's hearts palpitate. The flowers bloomed and shrouded the flame. Red lotus illuminates the world. Tenvis shouted softly. Scarlet flames surged out from his body and gathered into red lotuses above his head. Following his movements, The lotus petals continued to fall apart. He charged towards the nether fire. After colliding with the black flames. Puff. Puff, everyone's expressions were incomparably solemn. Such a confrontation was extremely dangerous. If a little flame splashed out, it will burn down the entire floor. The power of such divine flames and nether flames was unimaginable. Two types of flames that reinforced and restrained each other. It surpassed the samadhi true fire and could kill upon contact. It was an extremely terrifying magical power. Pu-pu sounds rang out incessantly. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. The black underworld flame caused Yin Feng's surroundings to be pitch black, as if he was in hell. The fiery red divine flame shone brilliantly. Tendrils of flame were brightly lit. Flame surged between the two. In the end, they flew out of the window. They fought fiercely in the sky. Because of the fierceness of the flame, it was almost out of their control. Perhaps this Ming Lu would be completely burned down. Monstrous flames dyed the sky red. And the other side was as dark as ink. This was an evenly matched battle. I wonder who is the frog in the well. Thinking that the world's experts are all in Hindu. Heh. Now, it was the turn of the non-Middle-earth experts to mock and ridicule. Finally, there was someone who could resist the experts of the aristocratic families. Everyone, stop watching. This is a battle without any suspense. Please go downstairs. The remaining aristocratic families didn't care about the battle in the sky at all. They casually said to everyone. As they spoke, a few people walked forward. An invisible domain burst out. It forced everyone in front to retreat involuntarily. Windfeather's complexion was extremely unsightly. If not for Aqua and Frosty holding him back, he would have already rushed over. On the other side, Lazio and Yan Qingqing's complexion was also very unsightly. When had they ever been looked down upon like this in the celestial city of the south? No matter where they went, they would always be the focal point. Everything had changed. Just at this time, the monstrous flames in the sky suddenly extinguished. Tendrils of flame staggered back. His complexion was somewhat pale. Yin Feng flew in with a calm expression. The battle between the two psychics ended just like that. It was obvious that Tendrils of Flame was defeated. You are very powerful, why don't you come with me? I will definitely treat you with respect. Yin Feng said to Tendrils of Flame. Humph. Tendrils of Flame merely snorted coldly and entered the crowd. Defeated opponent. How can you be so rude? One of the aristocratic families ruthlessly attacked. The south and the western border are only SOSO. Yin Feng stopped them. Tendrils of Flame's cultivation is very powerful. I only won by a little. The aristocratic family's complexion changed. However, they recovered very quickly. And shouted to everyone, please go downstairs. Haha. Lady Frosty, Lady Qingqing, please stay. Miss Qingqing, please wait a moment. We sincerely invite you two to stay. The frivolous and impudent laughter spread throughout the 9th floor. Aqua immediately became angry. They actually dared to take liberties with his sister. He took a large step forward. Windfeathers also walked out of the crowd once again. Yan Qingqing gnashed her teeth. She pulled out her longsword. Seeing her like this, Lazio also walked out of the crowd. Aqua, Frosty, Windfeathers, Yan Qingqing, Lazio, these 5 people spread out in a straight line and faced the 5 aristocratic families in front. Haha, such a beauty with character, I like it. Hee hee, the reason why an exceptional beauty is exceptional is because she has character. If she's just a vase, I won't even take a glance at her. They commented in front of everyone. Their words were extremely frivolous. They didn't have any scruples at all. Frosty and Yan Qingqing were the most resentful. They made the first move. An invisible domain spread out, and the 2 domains fused together. The 10 experts disappeared into the domain in a flash and began to fight fiercely. If there was no domain, the lunar pavilion would definitely be blasted into dust. A Historia-level expert. This was not an ordinary kind of strength. It was not difficult for the power they released to destroy this kind of tall building. The surging power within the domain was incomparably violent. Although they were shrouded by the black radiance and could only see the blurry silhouettes moving, everyone knew that the battle was very intense. Just when everyone was nervously watching and guessing, the domain suddenly broke. Wind feathers flew out. The domain suddenly ruptured and Yu Wenfeng flew out upside down. Then, the siblings Aqua and Frosty were also jolted out. Then, the siblings Aqua and Frosty were also shaken out. Their faces were extremely pale. There was not a single trace of blood. In the end, the blue-haired pretty boy Lazio also flew out. Half of his long blue hair was chopped off, and there was a faint bloodstain on his neck. His head was almost chopped off. The domain disappeared and Yan Qingqing's figure appeared. Her graceful body was completely drenched in sweat. She knelt on the ground on one leg and leaned on her sword. Her face was pale and her eyes were burning with anger. He stood up with difficulty. The experts of the western border and the southern wasteland were defeated. Who would have thought that the children of the aristocratic families in Indu were so powerful? He had completely defeated his opponent. The five of them laughed amongst themselves. One of them said, "I'm sorry. The two beauties were slightly injured. But I'm invincible on the battlefield." He couldn't show mercy. "I'll apologize to the two beauties later. They seemed arrogant, but these few people indeed had the capital to be arrogant." While making Yu Wenfeng and the others furious, they had nothing to say. The people behind him also felt very angry. These people were indeed terrifyingly powerful. Some people guessed that they might be the strongest young experts in Indu. Lazio opened his mouth. However, he did not say anything. He was indeed not afraid of the people in front of him. But in the chaotic battle just now, no matter how powerful an individual was, if his teammates were not strong enough, he wouldn't be able to perform outstandingly. "Everyone, please leave." The five of them pressed forward. "The two ladies are our honored guests, they can stay. The rest of you, please leave." Practitioners were courageous. No one moved their feet. "You guys are nothing but spoiled brats. If not for your powerful clans, would you dare to be so arrogant? Brother, you are wrong. We have never relied on our clans. We have never bullied the weak. You saw it just now, it was not us who made the first move. It was nothing more than self-defense every time. If you can't accept it, you can come and kill me. We won't even use the power of our clans. If you can defeat us, we will definitely treat you as an honored guest." The five of them spoke indifferently. Their arrogance was obvious. The powerful domain pressed forward, forcing everyone to retreat. "Alright, since you guys are unwilling to leave, I will personally send you off." Yin Feng said until here. He immediately brandished the hellfire. This immediately shocked the practitioners on the second floor. Xiaochen was very calm. He didn't want to make a move at all. The southern wasteland and the western border had nothing to do with him. If they were defeated, then so be it. He had no intention to stand up for them. After coming out of the Pure Land, he only wanted to travel the world and train his mind in the secular world. He didn't want to stir up any more trouble. However, the other party's spiritual sense was very sharp. It seemed like he could tell that Xiaochen's cultivation was extraordinary. A beam of hellfire shot straight at him. It wanted to force him to make a move. Whoosh, it left behind an afterimage. Xiaochen retreated into the crowd. He wanted to go down the stairs. However, Yin Feng firmly locked onto it. The netherworld flame. It followed him like a shadow. Then it passed by Xiaochen. It cut off his path, startling the practitioners at the side. They kept dodging, fearing that they would be touched by the hellfire. Xiaochen didn't plan to leave. He turned around and looked at Yin Feng quietly. He was not afraid of trouble. If he was afraid of trouble, there wouldn't be a bloody night in Celestial City. Since the other party wanted to test his strength, Xiaochen walked back without any fear. Boom, black hellfire. It was like a flood. It rushed towards Xiaochen ferociously. Xiaochen's hands moved quickly. His body moved according to his heart. The seal was born from the heart. The Aquarius seal of the Jungle Clan took shape between his hands. It was a bright and dazzling crystal bottle. It appeared between his hands. All the netherworld flames seemed as if they were being guided, and they surged towards the translucent crystal bottle like rivers flowing into the sea. The crystal bottle actually absorbed all of the hellfire. The almost transparent bottle flickered with radiance. One could clearly see the hellfire churning inside. In the end, it was compressed into a black globe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The indestructible and invincible netherworld flame had actually been taken away so easily. This was really a little terrifying. The power of the hellfire was obvious. It was obvious to all. After defeating Windfeathers and Tenvis in succession, those aristocratic descendants revealed that Yin Feng could completely contend against a Historia 6th celestial layer expert. And now, everyone looked at Xiaochen, looking at that ordinary figure. They didn't expect him to be such a powerful expert. Windfeathers and Lazio knitted their brows. They vaguely felt a little familiar, but they couldn't find this figure in their memories. Very soon, they shook off that kind of emotion. The opponent's Aquarius seal was so powerful. They had never seen it before. It was impossible for him to be someone they knew. A bizarre feeling welled up in Yan Qingqing's heart. Although there was no trace of that figure in her memory, she didn't know why she felt that they had met before. Now, Xiaochen's body was completed. Changing his appearance was a very easy thing to do. His current appearance was very ordinary. It was already very different from before. Furthermore, the secret art he used was also very profound. Even his acquaintances wouldn't be able to associate it with him. I made an error of judgment. Yin Feng still had a faint smile on his face as he said, "So you really are an expert. Let's try again." Great Sun Black Lotus. It blossomed with the wind. The ink-like black flame instantly turned the upper floor into a netherworld domain of darkness. It was rolling over and over like the tide. It submerged Xiaochen. He raised his hands and held the Aquarius. Xiaochen naturally and calmly aimed the opening of the Aquarius at the front. The nether fire stored inside erupted in an instant. Boom, there was a violent collision. Nether fire against nether fire. Everyone turned pale with fright. If that's the case, wouldn't the entire lunar pavilion turn into ashes? But out of everyone's expectation, Xiaochen controlled the Aquarius just in time. He only defeated the Great Sun Black Lotus. There wasn't even a trace of flame that splashed out. Yin Feng's complexion was a little pale. He took 7 steps back in succession. He looked at that tall youth in front of him in disbelief. He never thought the other party would be so powerful. Very powerful. But don't be careless. I'm going to kill you. You'd better use your strongest technique. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Yin Feng's tone turned cold. His expression became incomparably grave. Black lotuses blossomed beside him. The terrifying black flame was burning fiercely. A grim reaper's scythe appeared in his hand. That was completely condensed from the nether fire essence. It emitted a fluctuation that made people's heart palpitate. Not only did the expressions of the people behind Xiaochen change, even the few aristocratic descendants behind Yin Feng revealed a shocked expression. They were indeed very powerful, but they rarely fought with their lives on the line. Seeing Yin Feng being so serious and about to use his strongest technique, they knew they had met a powerful opponent. The few of them were also prepared for battle. If Yin Feng couldn't defeat him, if Yin Feng was not a match, they would definitely make a move. The Grim Reaper's scythe gradually condensed. That was the nether fire essence. There was no need to mention how powerful and terrifying it was. It had already been truly felt by everyone, causing quite a few people with slightly weaker cultivations to tremble. But Xiaochen was still very calm. Both of his hands moved. Using his heart as the guide and his body as the seal, he completely executed the Aquarius seal. A huge Aquarius floated above his head. Although there wasn't any energy fluctuation coming from the crystalline walls, no one dared to look down on it. The brilliant radiance illuminated the entire lunar pavilion. The huge Aquarius floated above Xiaochen's head. It emitted a trace of divine radiance. At this time, Yin Feng had completely condensed the nether fire essence. He brandished the huge black scythe towards Xiaochen. The huge black scythe looked incomparably gloomy and terrifying. It emitted a heart-palpitating nether fire fluctuation. Everyone knew that. This kind of nether fire essence, even if it splashed a little on the body, it would probably pierce a bloody hole and melt the flesh and bones. Boom, the huge Aquarius above Xiaochen's head had already materialized. Just at this time, it suddenly poured out a dazzling brilliance. It directly surged forward violently. The entire full moon restaurant was shaking. That huge black scythe was shattered in an instant. In an instant, it was shattered. The endless dark flames were extinguished in an instant, as though they had been doused with holy water. He was sent flying. One of the aristocratic descendants behind him hurriedly tried to catch him. A descendant of an aristocratic family behind him hurriedly stretched out his arms, wanting to catch him. He was actually sent flying along with the aristocratic descendant behind him. Even that descendant of an aristocratic family was sent flying. The window shattered. The window shattered. It turned into dust. Both of them were sent flying by the Aquarius seal. They tumbled far away in the sky. The 3 young men from the aristocratic families were also affected. One of them even fell on the floor, while the other 2 were on the verge of collapsing. They hurriedly circulated their divine power to stabilize themselves. Everyone turned pale with fright. This was simply unimaginable. The seal of Aquarius was actually this powerful. In an instant, the incomparably domineering Yin Feng was sent flying. It was unbelievable. Moreover, the other disciples of the aristocratic families were also implicated. One strike from the Aquarius treasure bottle was equivalent to defeating 5 people. Yin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood along with another aristocratic descendant with an unfriendly expression. It flew back through the window. The 4 noble clan disciples not participating all stared at Xiaochen, wanting to fight him. Yin Feng shook his head and said, "Don't try. We aren't a match for him." The Aquarius seal. I remember now. The perfect Aquarius seal cannot be defeated by force. After that, he turned his head back and said to Xiaochen, "I said before that whoever can defeat us will be our honored guest. Don't worry. Yin Feng is definitely not someone who doesn't keep his word." The 4 people at the side also seemed to have sobered up. One of them rushed to say, "With your skill, I'm afraid you are among the younger generation of our Shang dynasty. We admire brave people the most. If we don't give up, we will be able to stand at the very top. How about we become friends? How about working for our empire?" Everyone behind Xiaochen was dumbstruck. What exactly were these aristocratic children planning? Wind Feathers, Lazio, Aqua, Tenvis were all looking at Xiaochen. The Aquarius seal just now gave them a huge shock. Its might was unimaginable. And Yan Qingqing was even more confused. She felt that this top-notch expert was somewhat familiar. Xiaochen didn't say anything. He calmly shook his head and turned around to leave. Everyone couldn't help but make way for him. Such a young expert. Even if they were silent, they still gave people a strong psychological pressure. Some Xiozha didn't even know themselves. At this moment, they were actually looking up to him. Yin Feng shouted from behind, "We really don't have any other intentions. We just want to be friends with you." Seeing Xiaochen going down the stairs without looking back, Yin Feng shouted again, 3 days later, my Shang dynasty's 3rd princess will be hosting the sword and calligraphy tea party at the Sea Bright Moon Garden. Brother, you must go." Then, he turned to the people upstairs and said, "Everyone, if you think you're talented, please don't hesitate. You can also go there in 3 days." Xiaochen had already disappeared for a long time. The people upstairs still hadn't come back to their senses. "Let's go," Aqua pulled on Frosty's sleeves. Until then, the Xiozha started to go up the small building. Yan Qingqing, Lazio, and Wind Feathers, these 3 southern wasteland experts, didn't look too good. Yin Feng and the other 4 disciples of the aristocratic families. Their expressions were also very complicated. They stayed upstairs for a long time before going downstairs together. "I think he will go. My great Shang dynasty's 3rd princess is the most beautiful in the world. She will personally host the book sword tea party. It would definitely attract talents and beauties from all over the city. And he was still a young man. I don't think he'll miss such a grand event." The Shang kingdom's northern and southern borders were connected by 40,000 miles, and the eastern and western borders were connected by 50,000 miles. Its territory was unimaginably vast. For such a vast and boundless hegemon state, its capital city was naturally grand and majestic. Not only did most of the wealth of the Shang dynasty gather here, it also gathered half of the super clans of the Shang dynasty. Yingdu was one of the 10 most famous cities in the world. The population inside and outside. The city numbered in the millions. It could be called a magnificent city. Xiaochen had already been in Yingdu for half a month, but he still hadn't explored the entire city. The flourishing Yingdu had countless places of interest, and there were even more mysterious historical sites like the ruins of the deities. As for the bustling places in the city, there were countless of them. Money-squandering dens, brothels, wrestling arenas, gourmet palaces. More often than not, a single industry would gather together and occupy several streets. Moreover, these could be said to be the best. For example, the Shishui war beast castle's name shook the world. It was already built when the Shang dynasty was founded, and it had been passed down for thousands of years. Legend has it that the first lord of the Shishui war beast castle was a beast god. The Flowing Cloud Casino had also been passed down for several thousand years. It was also a bustling place in Yingdu that couldn't be missed. Rumor has it that the gambling stakes in this place were extremely high. In the past, even Immortal realm experts had gone there to gamble on their natal magic treasures. The headquarters of the Spellbind Castle and the Moonflower Castle were located in Yingdu. The 2 palaces in Celestial City were merely a branch palace. The most beautiful Flower Emperor and Flower Empress were also in Yingdu. Back then, they only showed themselves a little bit in the Celestial City's branch palace, and it already caused a huge sensation. The moon garden on the sea coexisted elegantly and magnificently. There was more, the melodious sound of the bell reverberated. The sound of Buddha's voice resounded within the Yellow Dragon Temple. This 1,000-year-old ancient temple was located within Yingdu. Normally, it would be flourishing with incense and smoke lingering around it. It was like a paradise. Xiaochen did not come here to burn incense and pray to Buddha. He bypassed the Buddhist temples in front of him and arrived at the back of the mountain. Back Mountain. Birds were chirping, flowers were fragrant, and the scenery was beautiful. However, this was not a rare sight in the giant city of Yingdu. Many of the historical sites were connected by mountains and rivers, making it look like a fairyland. The reason why Xiaochen came here was because it was rumored that there was an 8 trigrams diagram carved by the ancestor god Fuxi. This was not a secret. All the practitioners in Yingdu knew about it. Since the ancient times, there were even more practitioners who had obtained some harvest from this place. Climbing up the 300-meter-tall stone mountain, they saw a towering blue stone on top of the flat peak. There was a trace of spiritual energy rippling from it, and the more they looked at it, the more extraordinary it seemed. As time passed, it actually became blurry. The cyan boulder seemed to have blended into this world, and in a trance, it had already turned into Tao, with an indescribable spiritual aura. This surprised Xiaochen. He thought to himself that this was indeed an extraordinary item. Xiaochen was not moved by this scene. He took a big step forward and arrived in front of the huge azure rock. He soared into the air and leaped onto the giant stone. He looked at it normally and didn't look up to it because of the ancestor god's mark on it. Although countless years had passed, the ancient carvings were still clearly visible. From these imprints, one could imagine the scene of Fuxi sitting cross-legged here in the past. Gossip. Qian represented heaven, Kuan represented earth, Ken represented water, Li represented fire, and Zhen represented thunder. Zhen represented mountain, Sun represented wind, and Dui represented lake. Xiaochen sat on the blue stone. He rubbed the carvings with his finger, tracing the trajectory of Fuxi's finger. Many people had gained something from this. Of course, it differed from person to person, and everyone's comprehension was different. Xiaochen's mind wandered as he caressed the carved marks of the 8 trigrams over and over again. Gradually, he felt that everything in front of him had become blurry. The vast and boundless void stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as if he had arrived at another space. The stone mountain, the blue stone, the flowers and grass, the yellow dragon temple, and the sunset all disappeared before his eyes. Xiaochen sat there quietly. He was almost petrified. Night fell, and the starlight shone down. Xiaochen remained motionless. He was at a loss, immersed in an illusory realm of nothingness. He only knew to keep moving forward, but he couldn't find a way out. Only when a beam of light tore through the void and the carvings of the 8 trigrams appeared in the vast sky did Xiaochen wake up from his dream. He looked up in this vast and boundless void. The 8 symbols, Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li, Zhen, Zhen, Sun, and Dui, were actually connected to 8 doors that appeared strangely in the sky. Xiaochen was incomparably astonished. He felt that the 8 doors were connected to 8 worlds. He didn't rush forward, but looked up quietly. The 8 trigrams became blurry and returned to its original state. Then, it started to circulate from its original state until it became clear. From nothing to something, and from something to nothing. Xiaochen remained motionless as he watched quietly. All of this could only be described as broad and profound. The more Xiaochen observed, the more he felt it to be complicated and profound. The 8 trigrams contained the laws of heaven and earth. That was the essence of ancestor god Fushi's Tao. Xiaochen only left the illusory realm when the sun rose in the east. The mountain was still that mountain, the water was still that water, and the blue stone was still that blue stone. What was different was Xiaochen's current mental state. He felt that his spiritual sense had become more condensed. He saw a trace of ancestor god's Tao imprint in the 8 trigrams' evolution. This night was very important to him. Legend had it that many practitioners had gained a lot from this place. Xiaochen deeply believed it now. He was greatly enlightened here. Jumping off the blue stone, Xiaochen stood on top of the rocky mountain. He moved his hands and evolved the trajectory of the 8 trigrams. This was the result of his comprehension. It was very different from the original meaning of the 8 trigrams. Heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, and lake, the 8 trigrams were complex and varied. They appeared around Xiaochen unceasingly. In the end, it was as if there were 8 illusory worlds lingering around Xiaochen. The more Xiaochen practiced, the more he comprehended. In the end, the entire rocky mountain was enveloped in a hazy radiance. Divine ability, Xiaochen was astonished to discover that the 8 trigrams actually had the tendency to evolve into a divine ability. It might be able to give him another great divine ability. The sun rose and set. Xiaochen quietly sat on top of the rocky mountain for 3 days. Heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, and lake, the 8 trigrams were like 8 different worlds. They gradually materialized and appeared in all directions. On the evening of the 3rd day, Xiaochen opened his eyes. The 8 trigrams were completely erased from his mind. What was left was only the 8 trigrams. Like a fleeting light, Xiaochen disappeared from the rocky mountain in a split second. After that, he suddenly appeared on the bustling main street of Yingdu. The eightfold world divine ability had just been completed. Its power was still unknown, but its speed had increased by an unimaginable amount. The eightfold world seemed to be able to connect to the real space. He only needed to take a step in the 8 illusory worlds, and it was as if he was flying in the real sky. It could be said to be extremely fast. This unimaginable divine ability was poles apart from Fushi's Tao. It was completely different from the true meaning of the 8 trigrams. This was Xiaochen's instantaneous enlightenment. In the end, it evolved into his own Tao and created a new divine ability with unfathomable power. Now, he didn't need the undying divine wings to soar in the sky. Xiaochen took a light step and soared in the sky at an extremely fast speed. The eightfold world, the power of the divine ability was unimaginable. It was only at the initial stage, but it was already a rare exclusive divine ability above the innate realm. Yingdu was brightly lit at night. The flowing cloud casino, the spellbind castle, the moonflower castle. It was the time of indulgence. Xiaochen returned to the inn and continued to comprehend, entering an ethereal state. Legend has it that there was a kind of divine ability called the 6 paths of reincarnation. When cultivated to the pinnacle, the might would be unimaginable. Xiaochen had a kind of ambition. He wanted to surpass the 6 paths of reincarnation with the eightfold world. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone into Yingdu. A new day had begun. Today was different from the past. There were obviously more young people on the streets. Many scholars and beauties rushed towards the sea-bright moon, fearing that they would not be able to get a seat if they were late. The bright moon on the sea was a garden filled with poetic and picturesque beauty. The moon lake in it was famous throughout the world. If you didn't go to the moon lake to admire the moon, it would be equivalent to coming here for nothing. Today, the beautiful third princess of the Shang dynasty would host the sword calligraphy tea party. Indu's geniuses were invited everywhere, and there were even many noble ladies attending. This made this tea party especially eye-catching. Everyone knew that the beautiful third princess had personally come out to recruit talents for the great Shang dynasty. Whether it was those who wanted to make a name for themselves or those who wanted to show off in front of others, they all flocked like ducks. Early in the morning, the maritime moon garden was already crowded with people. Fortunately, the garden was vast. There were many scenic spots. It was big enough to accommodate these people. Indu was where more than half of the Shang dynasty super clans were gathered. These descendants naturally wouldn't miss this kind of opportunity. Other than the young general who was away, almost all the young descendants in the capital city had come. Yin Feng and the others warmly greeted some of the descendants while looking for Xiaochen's figure in the crowd. However, the sun was already high in the sky. The sword calligraphy tea party was about to begin, but they still couldn't find any trace of Xiaochen. "Brother Yin, you look everywhere. Your subordinates are also shifty-eyed. Could it be that you are looking for someone? Do you need me to lend you a divine hound?" Haha. A tall and sturdy young man with a scar on his face walked over while laughing unbridledly. Behind him, there were also a few descendants from influential families. It was obvious that this group of people didn't get along with Yin Feng and the others. "Bosh, stop provoking me. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." One of the people behind Yin Feng replied angrily. "Haha. With just you guys? Train for a few more years." The young man called Bosch could be said to be as sharp as a hawk. His eyes were incomparably sharp. With the scar on his face as a foil, it gave him an indescribable sharp temperament. Looking at Bosch leading a few people away, Yin Feng clenched his fist tightly. The few descendants behind him were also extremely angry. One of them cursed, "This arrogant baldy." Bosch could be considered as a top-notch expert in Indu. Few among the descendants of influential families dared to provoke him. He was one of the tyrants of Indu. He had an older brother who was 1 year older than him. Not long after he was born, he was carried away by a senior monk. And because of this, he was given the nickname, Second Monk. As time passed, the people who hated him called him Second Baldy behind his back. Yin Feng and the others were incomparably disappointed when they didn't see Xiaochen arrive in the end. They really couldn't understand why this young man was so indifferent. Even this kind of distinguished meeting couldn't attract him. Could this be the character of an expert? They did see Yan Qingqing, Lazio, Windfeathers, Aqua, Tenvis, and the others had already entered. However, in their eyes, the two beauties were not as attractive as Xiaochen. "Sai, let's go. We will most likely see Second Baldy and a few others flaunt their prowess again today." The few of them entered the Sea of Wisdom with disappointment. Xiaochen had indeed almost forgotten about today's sword discourse tea party. To him, this was something that didn't matter. He came from the Pure Land and wanted to travel around the world. He wanted to temper his heart in the secular world. He didn't have any intention to serve a certain country. He comprehended the eightfold worlds for a long time. Only when the sun was high up in the sky did he leisurely walk out of the inn. He ate something and strolled along the main street. Only when it was almost noon did he remember what Yin Feng said. There would be a distinguished meeting today. The outstanding youths of Indu would gather at the Sea of Wisdom. He wanted to see just how powerful the young experts of the Shang dynasty were. Only then did Xiaochen walk towards the Sea of Wisdom unhurriedly. No one stopped him. The Sea of Wisdom was open to everyone today. He walked past a rose garden, passed through a stone forest, climbed over 2 short mountains, passed through a canyon, and entered a fragrant grass garden. Xiaochen climbed over 2 short mountains, passed through a canyon, and entered a fragrant grass garden. Finally, he traveled another kilometer and arrived at the shore of Moon Lake. The Sea of Wisdom occupied a very large area. This was not an ordinary place. In Indu City, it could be said that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Xiaochen couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. At the shore of the Moon Lake. Several thousand people gathered here. Everyone was sitting on the ground. Xiaochen didn't squeeze his way forward. He sat at the back far away. From here, he couldn't see the scene inside at all, let alone see that devastatingly beautiful third princess. He was interested in appreciating the beautiful scholars reciting poems and painting, but he wasn't interested in competing. He was also willing to watch the battle between practitioners. He wasn't willing to participate. Today, he was only here to watch the excitement. Just at this time, Xiaochen saw a familiar figure. A golden figure was running and jumping around at the shore of the moon lake. Although it was very far away from the crowd, Xiaochen could still recognize it with a single glance. It was actually the descendant of the deity who participated in the finals of the Southern Wastelands War Beast Tournament, Goldie. 3 years had passed, but it didn't grow any taller. However, more than 10 golden figures appeared around it. Wasn't that the 9 lives undying body? Not only did it recultivate, it even increased the number of undying bodies. Soon after, Xiaochen discovered another multicolored peacock king fluttering lightly not far away. Why are they here? Xiaochen was puzzled. The 2 sacred beast kings seemed to have sensed something. They looked toward Xiaochen at the same time and revealed a doubtful expression. Just at this time, a commotion came from the front of the crowd. Following that, Xiaochen heard Windfeather's angry voice. You all humiliated our southern wasteland. The fight had already started inside. Xiaochen quickly stood up and walked inside. Looking from afar, Windfeathers was covered in blood from head to toe. His body trembled as he pointed at the group of youths in front of him. He said, there is no distinction between the noble and the lowly. You all think too highly of yourselves and look down on the southern wasteland. One day, the heroes of the southern wasteland will definitely defeat all of your Indu's youth experts. The ones who are truly ignorant are not us, but you all. You will reap what you sow. It was very obvious that the irascible Windfeathers once again had a great battle with the Indu's science. He was still defeated and mercilessly humiliated. Xiaochen was speechless. Windfeathers was a tragic expert. He was one of the 4 strongest in the southern wasteland back then, but in the end, he was defeated by Xiaochen at the 9th celestial layer. After that, he achieved great success and arrived at Indu. However, he was still defeated by the 4th celestial layer Inferno when he was at the Historia 5th celestial layer. And now, he was defeated again. It was not that he was not strong enough, it was because his opponents were getting more and more terrifying. An arrogant laughter resounded, haha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Very well, I'll make an exception and spare your life today. I'll give you a chance to come to Indu and take revenge. Remember, I'm called Bosch. He's called Second Baldy. No one knew who was the one who started the commotion, but he shouted from the crowd. Haha, everyone burst into laughter. Many palace maids at a distant place also couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. That place was the seat of the Shang dynasty's 3rd princess and Indu's beauties. Bosch was furious. The scar on his face trembled violently. His pair of eyes blossomed with a terrifying radiance. Everyone immediately stopped laughing and quieted down in an instant. Humph, it's not that I'm looking down on the southern wasteland, but there really isn't a single expert among the younger generation that is worthy of me making a move. Bosch didn't pay attention to the ashen-faced Windfeathers and returned to his own seat. Xianxia and Lazio stepped forward to support Windfeathers and helped him back to his seat. Xianxia, one of the twin pearls of the southern wasteland, she is indeed stunning, haha, the reputation of the southern wasteland's beauties is well-deserved. Miss Xianxia, this way please. The men of our Shang dynasty are full of heroes. There will definitely be a man destined for you. The scions of Indu laughed without the slightest scruple. No matter what, Xianxia, Lazio, and Windfeathers all came from the southern wasteland. At this moment, they could be said to be bound by a common enemy. All of them were extremely angry. I, Windfeathers, will remember today's humiliation. My defeat is due to the lack of a suitable beast soul to match with the demon beast art. If I can find a suitable beast soul in the future, I will definitely come to Indu to wash away my previous humiliation. Windfeathers was extremely angry. He already swore in his heart that he would go to the depths of the barbarian's mountain and seek an ancient beast soul there. Although he was not a barbarian, the demon beast art he practiced also required a powerful beast soul as a cauldron. If he could find an ancient beast king's soul as a cauldron, his power would be much more terrifying than it was now. After all, the demon beast art was once famous under the heavens. Haha. Although Brother Bosch said he won't kill you, I don't want to let you go just because of your ruthless words just now. It's better if I send you on your way, you barbarian from the southern wasteland. It's not that I'm afraid of your revenge, it's just that I'm too lazy to make a move again in the future. A scion of Indu walked out while laughing loudly. His face was full of ridicule. However, his laughter stopped in an instant. Because a sword ray flashed past and his head flew off. Blood splattered everywhere as his corpse fell to the ground. Everyone turned pale with fright, causing a commotion in the venue. A few scions stood up. One of them walked into the venue with large strides and shouted, "Who is it? Come out. You actually dared to stab me in the back, come out and fight." PFFF. Blood splattered everywhere. This scion was also beheaded by a sword ray. His corpse fell to the ground. Idiot, my sword alone is enough. If I come out, you won't be able to stop me. A cold voice resounded in the venue. However, there was only an iron sword floating in the center of the venue. Who are you? A few scions of Indu looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Their gaze swept across the crowd. Even Bosch, who had just returned to his seat, withdrew his rare smile. He already stood up. He felt that this person was definitely a top-notch expert. The imperial sword art had actually reached the realm of killing people without a trace. He was definitely a formidable opponent. At a distant place, Yin Feng and the other scions were also watching. However, they did not have a grave expression. After all, that person was targeting Bosch's group. Everyone was looking for the owner of the iron sword. Even the third princess of the Shang dynasty was alarmed. She was watching from a distance with a few beauties. Who the hell are you? Come out and stand with me. I'm the barbarian from the southern wasteland you guys are talking about. However, I want to return your words. You are all frogs at the bottom of the well. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The ice-cold voice resounded at the shore of the moon lake. Haha, Bosch laughed loudly and said, I admit that you are an expert, and you are almost on par with me. However, I am not the strongest youth expert in Indu. In our eyes, the southern wasteland is indeed not good enough. I am also not the #1 expert in the southern wasteland. The cold voice was emotionless, and there was calmness in its indifference. Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard this. How could such an expert not be the #1 expert in the southern wasteland? Could it be that the southern wasteland was not as simple as it looked on the surface? Could it be that there was still a hidden expert? However, the scions of Indu were not willing to lose their limelight. Haha, many scions laughed out loud. You dare to be arrogant even if you are not the #1 expert in the southern wasteland? Although that was the case, no one dared to look down on him. After all, 2 experts were killed just now. A few scions waved their hands. Several hanger-ons surrounded the iron sword and pressed forward. After that, a few psychics soared into the sky and trapped the iron sword. 2 of the hanger-ons took the lead and used their divine abilities to attack the iron sword floating in the sky. Rays of light shot out. They wanted to trap the iron sword and force the person hiding in the dark to show himself. Without any superfluous words, the owner of the iron sword seemed to look down on these hanger-ons. He directly controlled the iron sword to cut through the sky. Swoosh, a ray of light flashed. The iron sword was like an evil dragon. It swung its tail in the sky and slashed down diagonally. The 2 hanger-ons had just rushed over, but the rays of light from their divine abilities were like colored glass. They were shattered in an instant. After that, the iron sword swept horizontally. Puff, puff. Blood blossomed and dyed the grassland red. The 2 hanger-ons were cut in half at the waist and their corpses fell to the ground. The remaining hanger-ons shouted in unison and rushed forward together. Some unleashed glaring sword aura. Some unleashed strange spiritual techniques and went straight for the iron sword. In the end, everyone was disappointed. The iron sword was invincible. It turned into a ray of divine light in the sky. The sword aura surged and slashed at all the hanger-ons. Everyone could only see a dazzling sword ray flickering, followed by blood splashing everywhere. Blood dyed the vast sky red, no matter how complicated your spiritual techniques were, no matter how turbulent your energy was. But they could not withstand a single strike from the iron sword. The iron sword swept in all directions and killed more than 10 hanger-ons in an instant. The scene was littered with corpses. Blood flowed and dyed the grassland red. A bloody mist lingered in the air. Such a strong killing intent. This caused everyone's expression to change. This sword calligraphy tea party was a talent selection event. Although it was expected that there would be bloodshed, the sword calligraphy tea party was a talent selection event. But no one had expected someone to be so bloodthirsty on such an occasion, acting without any scruples. In the distance, many palace maids turned pale. They were so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The third princess of Shang dynasty and a dozen of Indu's young ladies were all attracted by the iron sword in the arena. Although they were all outstanding beauties, they were not delicate girls. They were shocked and had seen a lot of things. Their father and brothers were all experts, so they were not afraid. Princess, do you think we should investigate and teach that arrogant brat a lesson? Someone spoke to the third princess of the Shang dynasty. The masked third princess turned around and glared at the guard. She said coldly, "Who dares to mess around? I cut off his head." Such an expert. You can only rope them in, you can't act recklessly. The guard retreated in embarrassment. The third princess was not the only one who cherished talents. Even the noble ladies and the experts of the aristocratic families had the same idea. They all wanted to rope in this young expert. At this time, Bosch laughed loudly and said, "Do you dare to fight me?" As he spoke, he strode towards the arena. If such an expert sent his right-hand man, it would only increase the number of casualties and become a laughingstock. Wait. Someone grabbed him and said, "Mr. Bosch, let me go test his strength." Bosch turned around and saw that it was his good friend, Su Shan. He knew that Su Shan was afraid that something would happen to him and wanted to test his opponent's strength first. "I don't think that's necessary." "No, this person is very scary. Let me try first." Su Shan was about 26 or 27 years old. His appearance was very ordinary. Although he was from the east, his hair was a little yellow. However, his eyes were very sharp as he said, "Let me go first. The few royal families of Indu are looking at us as a joke. You are the #1 expert of our generation. If you are defeated by the hands of this southern wasteland man, we will become a laughingstock and lose our face." In the end, Bosch silently nodded his head. The power structure of Indu was very complicated. Although all the clans were loyal to the royal family of Shang dynasty, there were endless struggles between the super clans. They were divided into a few major factions and were not on good terms with each other. In those days, the lord of Shang dynasty was merely a king. However, as the territory became more and more expansive, he began to consider himself as the emperor. The super clans that had been passed down for thousands of years were bestowed the title of royalty. Wherever there were people, there would be struggles. Moreover, the imperial court was the place where the struggle was the most intense. For thousands of years, the few royal families had never stopped fighting each other. The few royal families could be said to be very powerful. Every single one of them had a peerless expert and had been passed down for thousands of years. If not for the fact that the royal family of Shang dynasty had the support of the most difficult person to provoke in this world, perhaps the few royal families would already have the intention to usurp the throne. The Bosch family was one of the few royal families. Bosch was the leader of the younger generation in their family. Xu Shan walked into the arena with large strides. Facing the direction of the iron sword, he said, "Please reveal your true form and come out for a battle." "No need." His cold voice spread across the entire arena. It was concise and clear, as if he didn't want to say anything more. His indifference was filled with strong self-confidence. Xu Shan was furious. He was not an ordinary person, he was an expert from Bosch's side. He was born in a prestigious family. He soared into the sky and spread out his sleeves. It was as if 2 black clouds were pressing down on him. It was a very bizarre scene. Xianxia's sleeves enlarged infinitely and enveloped the iron sword. He was a powerful psychic. This divine ability was called the world in the sleeve. When trained to the peak, he could move mountains and drain the seas, pluck the stars and capture the moon. It was an unimaginably terrifying forbidden technique. Because of this divine ability, he was looked upon favorably by many of the older generation. Without a doubt, his future was boundless. In the future, he would definitely become an outstanding expert whose name would shake the world. Even though he was only at the 4th celestial layer of Historia, Xianxia was enough to fight against a 6th celestial layer expert. Crack! Crack! It was as if the black clouds were pressing down, and also as if Mount Tai was falling. The enormous pressure even caused the earth below to crack. His sleeves had already transformed into the size of a small mountain. Waves of black clouds and mist were stirred up. The black clouds rolled over and covered the ground. It was as terrifying as a 1,000-year-old demon coming into being. One could imagine the power of the world in the sleeve. Many people who were sitting around the battlefield were immediately sent flying. This caused the entire arena to be in chaos. However, fortunately, everyone was not an ordinary person. The disturbance quickly calmed down. Something that made everyone dumbstruck happened. The iron sword remained motionless under the mountain-like pressure. Seeing the two sleeves pressing down on it like a small mountain, the iron sword rushed up like a startling rainbow, breaking through the rolling black clouds. It rushed straight up. Humph! Xianxia snorted coldly. The power of the world in the sleeve was unfathomable. His sleeves suddenly spread out. The iron sleeves that were as big as a mountain stirred up the endless black fog of the netherworld. The sound of thunder burst out. The iron sleeves that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed up in an instant, finally absorbing the long rainbow into them. The black fog lingered. The iron sleeves that covered half of the sky gradually shrunk, and the black clouds dispersed. Haha, the Scions of Indu laughed out loud. That's all? Ridiculous. So this is the power of the southern wasteland? His divine weapon was captured so easily, and here I was wondering how powerful he would be. The laughter stopped abruptly. A divine light cut through the void. It came out from the huge iron sleeves. The torn sleeves fluttered in the air. As graceful as a butterfly, the sharp iron sword directly slashed out. The sleeve cosmos divine ability was completely broken. The iron sword was like a rainbow. After cutting through the world in the sleeve, it turned into a beam of light and slashed towards Xianxia. Although Xianxia was an expert, under such an unparalleled iron sword, he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. He used the remaining torn sleeves to block the incoming iron sword unceasingly, producing a thunderous sound. It was as if a huge hammer was hitting the divine iron. The sonorous sound lingered on incessantly. This result caused the spectators to be in an uproar. Everyone cried out in surprise. The master of the iron sword was too powerful. He easily broke through the world in the sleeve. His powerful self-confidence and strength made everyone gasp in surprise. Retreat! Bosch shouted from below. He was about to rush up, but someone next to him pulled him back and soared into the sky. After all, Bosch was the leader of the younger generation of the royal family. He couldn't be defeated so easily. People on their side didn't wish for him to engage in a battle he had no confidence in winning. Although the person who rushed up was incomparably fast, he couldn't be faster than the iron sword. The sword light soared into the sky with dense killing intent. After the dazzling sword aura slashed out, Xianxia's hair was already disheveled. Half of his long hair was chopped off, and his hair fluttered in the air. 2 terrifying wounds appeared on his body. Although he was only grazed by the sword aura, blood was already flowing out like a fountain. The ghastly white bones were exposed from the wounds. Pfff. Xianxia coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He used the universe within sleeves to forcefully block a resplendent sword light, and was then violently sent flying by the powerful sword aura, leaving behind a large string of blood in the sky. Plop! Xianxia fell to the ground. The descendant of an influential family that flew up into the sky was also a psychic. There was no need to doubt his cultivation. The people that walked together with Bosch were all elites from various influential families. Without any superfluous words, he saw another person flying over. the iron sword was like a mountain. It gave rise to a blazing berserk aura and directly slashed over. The sword aura was as thick as a water jar, and as heavy as a mountain. It shattered the void and engaged in an intense battle with that psychic in the sky. PFFF. That psychic was overwhelmed with shock. Although it was only an iron sword, the power contained within was unimaginable. He spat out blood on the spot from the impact, and his spiritual technique became more and more unstable. In the end, the divine sword slashed over. He panicked and did a somersault in the sky. He didn't care that his posture was extremely inelegant, and he rolled away just like that. He narrowly avoided the fatal sword. His hair fluttered in the wind, and a long stream of blood flowed out from his neck. A wound opened up, and his head was almost chopped off. With heavy eyelids, the psychic fell from the sky. The iron sword was emotionless. It slashed straight over, and wanted to slash him in the sky. A few silhouettes rushed up from below and made their move. They barely managed to block the iron sword that was chasing after them. Only then did they manage to save their companion. "Don't leave, all of you, come at me together." The cold and emotionless words were filled with strong self-confidence. The iron sword spiraled in the sky and slashed in all directions. The blazing sword aura gushed out, and the murderous aura soared into the sky. "So arrogant. You are too arrogant." When the few of them heard this, they were all furious. They rushed over together. What kind of ferocious person was this? All of the spectators were stunned. Such a top-notch youth expert, perhaps he was one of the most powerful figures in the Shang dynasty. And he himself once said, he wasn't the #1 youth expert in the south. Yan Qingqing, Lazio, and Wind Feathers were all incomparably excited. Especially Wind Feathers, because of his excitement, his body was even trembling. It was as if he was the one fighting against the experts of Indu. The humiliation he suffered in the past was being washed away. At a distant place, the eyes of the Shang dynasty's third princess and a dozen of Indu's beauties were filled with extraordinary splendor. They definitely had to rope in this kind of top-notch youth expert. Some of the noble ladies even had some illusions. If this person had a certain background, the confrontation in the sky was very intense, but it was very short. The iron sword swept across the sky, and no one was actually able to block it. In less than a dozen exchanges, there were already 3 people who vomited blood and fell from the sky. Of course, at this time, the iron sword was also grasped in the hand of an illusory figure. The mysterious owner finally revealed himself. However, this made everyone even more astonished. That was because it was completely formed by a person's essence. It was not an external incarnation, it was completely formed by the sword intent and sword aura in one's heart. With a sword in hand, it cut through all directions. The figure formed by the sword intent and sword aura slaughtered in all directions with the iron sword in hand. In an instant, the few people in the sky fell from the sky. Such might intimidated everyone. None of the aristocratic descendants on Bosch's side could actually contend against him. The life and death of the experts who were struck down from the sky were unknown. Bosch hastily ordered people to rescue them. Only when he got the definite news did he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like the other party had some sense of propriety. They didn't want to make Indu and the southern wasteland enemies. Bosch walked to the center of the arena with large strides. He knew he had no choice but to take action himself. If he sent more people to fight, it would only increase the number of casualties. "Come down and fight me," Bosch shouted towards the sky. He was not a psychic, so he couldn't fly at the moment. The illusory figure in the sky flew over with the iron sword in his hand. Like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, he unleashed a stunning sword strike. A brilliant rainbow streaked across the sky, leaving behind a beautiful and spectacular long shadow as it slashed straight towards Bosch. He didn't say any unnecessary words. The iron sword represented his heart and mind. Clang! Clang! A deafening sound spread across the arena. Bosch's hands flickered with precious light as he clenched them into fists and bombarded the incoming iron sword unceasingly. The collision between the two produced a string of sparks. The powerful energy fluctuation even forced the onlookers to take a few steps back. The might of the confrontation at the peak was astonishing. Bosch's cultivation was extremely powerful. He was famous in Indu as an overlord. Even if he wasn't the number one expert, he was definitely at the forefront. Reveal your true form. You are not my opponent now. Bosch shouted coldly. Endless brilliance condensed around his body. His entire body was like a heavenly blade with a threatening sharpness. It was not pretentious at all. The shadow beside the iron sword slowly faded away. A figure walked into the arena with large strides from the crowd. Everyone turned pale with fright. They didn't expect the powerful master of the iron sword was just beside them. They made way for him one after another. The newcomer was tall and slender. His long hair was as black as ink, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. His expression was cold and detached. He had an extremely special temperament. His entire body was like the iron sword floating in the air, as if he was truly a sword soul. My name is Bosch, may I ask who you are? The solitary sword demon of the southern wasteland. While speaking, the iron sword flew into his palm. As expected of someone from the solitary family. Bosch nodded. At a distant place. Xianxia and the others were very excited. Although they had already guessed it was him, they still couldn't calm down. No matter how their friendship was, they were all from the southern wasteland after all. Wind Feathers suffered a crushing defeat before, and the ruthless ridicule of the southern wasteland's experts by the descendants of Indu's aristocratic families made them feel even more humiliated and angry. Now, the solitary sword demon swept out with his iron sword and swept everything before him. Even they felt extremely excited and excited. Xianxia clenched her fist tightly. Lazio let out a long sigh. Yu Wenfeng even laughed out loud. There was joy, there was excitement, but even more than that, there was bitterness. Indu had brought him humiliation and bitterness. He vowed that he would definitely return to this place for a battle one day. In the distance, the third princess of the great Shang Empire had already stood up. It was clear that she attached great importance to the solitary sword demon. The young ladies of the aristocratic families also had their own plans. Even if there were princesses competing for such an invincible young expert, they would still fight for him. If his family had such a friend, it would mean that there would be one more terrifying expert in the future. It would be impossible to recruit him as a follower. After all, the southern wasteland's Duga family was not an ordinary family. Xiaochen saw all this, feeling very calm in his heart. There was not the slightest fluctuation. 3 years ago, the solitary sword demon was on par with him, with his talent and temperament. With his talent and temperament, it would be abnormal if he couldn't reach this level. In these 3 years, due to the loss of lifespan, the progress of Xiaochen's cultivation was not very smooth. However, because of this, his mental state had experienced a tempering. It was hard to say whether he had gained more or lost more. However, Xiaochen was even more confident compared to 3 years ago. Even if he was up against the solitary sword demon who had a great improvement in strength. Was it possible for the two of them to fight each other? It was hard to say. There was no need for superfluous words. The solitary sword demon and Bosch had already started their battle. This was a confrontation between the apex, the realm, and the divine ability they could control were the key factors for victory or defeat. In a sense, after entering the Historia realm, the divine ability would be abundant. It was no longer just a dream. The powerful divine ability could sweep away the experts of a higher realm. In the battlefield, the two experts were evenly matched. The sword chi soared to the sky, and the sword shattered the void. The battle was incomparably intense. Bosch's eyes emitted 2 purple lights. His whole body moved as fast as lightning. The hazy purple aura lingered around him. The long sword in his hand slashed out one white radiance after another. The white radiance surged like a huge wave. It was unstoppable. And the solitary sword demon was even more powerful with a sword in his hand. The iron sword in his hand shattered the void. The sword chi streaked across the sky like a comet. It was gorgeous and resplendent. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 rounds had passed. The two of them were still evenly matched. At a distant place, the other descendants of the royal family were discussing with the descendants of the aristocratic families. The solitary family of the southern wasteland should never be underestimated. Even in our Shang dynasty, the solitary sword demon is one of the most powerful youth experts. Second Baldi's cultivation has improved again. The Eastern Purple Aura mysterious art passed down in his family is indeed worthy of its reputation. It's hard to predict who is stronger. After 200 rounds, Bosch sneered and said, "Don't you have any divine ability?" The solitary sword demon said indifferently, "An iron sword can cut through all divine abilities in the world." Haha, Bosch laughed heartily. After that, he said coldly, "If that's the case, the battle can end now." In an instant, the purple aura filled the sky. Thousands of multicolored lights and auspicious colors filled the sky. The endless purple aura submerged the entire battlefield. Bosch's ice-cold voice could be heard, "Amethyst prison space." The space seemed to have solidified. The endless purple aura trapped the solitary sword demon within. Although Bosch wasn't proficient in the spatial law, this divine ability was inextricably linked to the spatial technique. It could seal up a space. The Dugujian Emosha was trapped outside the battlefield. Many cries of alarm could be heard. This is the unique divine ability of Second Baldi. Many experts have already died in the amethyst prison space. Everyone was anxious. If the solitary sword demon was sealed like this, wouldn't it be like he was on a chopping board? Even the third princess and a few beauties revealed a worried expression. They didn't wish for anything to happen to the solitary sword demon. After all, he had already displayed an extraordinary level of cultivation. If he was defeated by Bosch and killed, he would definitely die. It would be too much of a pity if he was killed by Bosch. The middle finger of his right hand was already curled up. He was ready to launch the telepathic sword wave at the crucial moment. That was the divine skill taught to him by the rhinoceros elder in the Pure Land. However, he loosened his finger very quickly. The sword is your life. Now that the iron sword has left your hand, the solitary sword demon, you have lost. Bosch's grim voice transmitted out as he exerted his strength to compress the amethyst prison space. In the amethyst prison space, the purple radiance had already turned into liquid. The iron sword had already been shaken off and was confined in a corner. The solitary sword demon seemed to have been completely sealed. It was hard for him to struggle at all. His jet black hair was standing on end. Bloodstains were already overflowing from his mouth and nose. The purple power was pressing down unceasingly. All the bones in his body were making creaking sounds. Everyone was already certain. The solitary sword demon was defeated. It would be hard for him to escape death. However, just at this time, the solitary sword demon let out a thunderous shout. He shouted, "Break!" Ignoring the iron sword that was floating at the side, his figure actually faded away. After that, he blossomed with soaring radiance in a split second. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones colliding could be heard. In a trance, everyone saw the solitary sword demon's body actually changed shape. His flesh body actually became as thin as paper in a split second. Everyone was tongue-tied and couldn't utter a single word. The paper-thin solitary sword demon emitted thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. His entire body blossomed with soaring radiance. It was incomparably glaring. He slashed out like a divine sword. A crack appeared in the amethyst prison space. That's right. Using himself as an iron sword, the solitary sword demon slashed open the amethyst prison space. His figure rushed out like a rainbow. His momentum was swift and fierce, like a meteorite crashing into the earth. He slashed straight at Bosch. Using his body as a sword, the divine radiance soared into the sky. The blazing radiance illuminated the entire earth in a split second. Bang! Bosch was sent flying by this earth-shattering attack. PFFF. At the same time Bosch was sent flying, he sprayed out a string of blood and fell into a pool of blood. Such an unforeseen event made everyone dumbstruck. They were extremely shocked. The might of the solitary sword demon just now was truly unstoppable. Soon after, the lakeside boiled over. Everyone was in an uproar. Those who came to the bright moon above the sea today, other than the gifted scholars and beautiful women, most of them were genuine practitioners. Having witnessed the great battle just now, no one was clearer than them how terrifying the solitary sword demon just now was. Even the experts from Indu's royal families revealed a grave expression. Second Baldi was actually defeated. This is unimaginable. The amethyst prison space, even in Indu, not many people dared to try to break it. Yet today, Bosch struggled to stand up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Under the contrast of the bloodstains, the scar on his face made him look a little terrifying. He swept his gaze in all directions like a hawk. The clamor in the surroundings immediately quieted down. As a descendant of one of Indu's royal families, Bosch had accumulated quite a bit of prestige among the younger generation. He had established a powerful and ruthless reputation. For ordinary people, he was someone they had to take a detour to avoid. Solitary sword demon, you are very powerful. Is that your divine ability? The solitary sword demon was very cold as he said, divine ability? I don't know. I only know that everything in the world, every blade of grass and every tree, is my sword. This includes myself, and when necessary, it also includes you. It was rare for the taciturn solitary to speak so much. Crack. Crack. His flesh and bones were moving violently. The solitary sword demon returned to his original appearance in a split second. It was very hard to imagine how he was able to make his body as thin as paper. At a distant place, the eyes of the third princess of the Shang dynasty flickered with extraordinary splendor. She had already stood up a long time ago and instructed a few palace maids. And at the side, those Indu socialites also had their own plans. They wanted to recruit the solitary sword demon. Just at this time, a little palace maid ran over. She was holding a jade tray with a jade teacup on it. She arrived in front of the solitary sword demon respectfully and said, "Third princess, bestow me a cup of fragrant condensed jade tea." Bestow? I don't need anyone to bestow me. As soon as these words came out, the entire place was in an uproar. Everyone felt that this guy was a little too arrogant. He didn't even accept the tea bestowed by the third princess. One must know that it was a great honor for ordinary people, yet he actually had such an attitude. The solitary sword demon suffered a lonely life. He only lived for the sword in his life. In his eyes, there was no difference between the princess and ordinary people. If he went crazy, he wouldn't even recognize his own family. He hated the word bestow. Other than the iron sword in his hand, he didn't respect anyone. At a distant place, the third princess wrinkled her elegant brows, but then she smiled again. Although her face was covered by a veil, one could still imagine her beautiful smile. Those imperial beauties at the side covered their small mouths, then they looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The solitary sword demon didn't respect the princess. Then their families would have a better chance to rope him in. Another little palace maid ran over in a hurry and said respectfully, "The third princess invites young Master Solitary to drink a cup of fragrant condensed jade tea before leaving." Without saying anything else, the solitary sword demon took the jade cup and drank it all in one gulp. He left with large strides while carrying the iron sword on his back. How could they let him leave just like that? Many people had taken notice of his impressive cultivation. Before the third princess could send someone to pass the message, Bosch already spoke. "Wait, brother Solitary, please take care." The solitary sword demon didn't say anything. He stopped his footsteps with his back facing Bosch. "Brother Solitary is truly a hero. If you don't mind, I want to make friends with Brother Solitary." The solitary sword demon didn't say anything. Wind feathers shouted from a distant place, "We are the barbarians of the southern wasteland." Haha, Bosch laughed heartily and said, "Just because of Brother Solitary's cultivation, I also want to take back the arrogant words I said before. The southern wasteland is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the southern wasteland. Who dares to say there are no experts here?" The solitary sword demon didn't say anything and continued to walk forward with large strides. Bosch shouted loudly from behind, "Brother Solitary, don't go, please listen to what I have to say." He explained earnestly and sincerely, "My Shang dynasty's people are open-minded, all the good men are people of temperament. My words are a bit too frank, it's hard to avoid hurting people. But I want to tell you, we are the same on the outside, we never play tricks, we are just straightforward and easily offend people. I hope Brother Solitary won't take offense to the unpleasantness from before. I want to make friends with you. I, Bosch, will never look down on the southern wasteland from now on." As a descendant of a royal family, he was able to let go of things. Even though Bosch was defeated, he still cherished talent and wanted to recruit the solitary sword demon as a friend. Even though he was very magnanimous, with the scar on his face and those sharp eyes, it always made people feel that Bosch was an ambitious and ruthless character. I only live for the sword in this life. It seemed like he didn't want to say anything more. He only spat out these few words, and the solitary sword demon was about to go far away. At a distant place, many aristocratic descendants were also discussing. It seems like this solitary sword demon is not easy to subdue. If he can't be used by us, why don't we find an old thing to get rid of him? Bullshit, did your head get kicked by a donkey? When the time comes, dozens of freaks with big iron swords on their backs, are you going to deal with them? The southern wasteland solitary. Even though this family was low-key, no one dared to look down on them. When their descendants entered the secular world to train, if they were killed by the younger generation in an open and aboveboard manner, they wouldn't get involved, nor would they care. However, if the older generation experts were to kill them, then what awaited them would be a violent storm. There was once a family that provoked the solitary family like this. As a result, dozens of people with big iron swords on their backs found that family and exterminated them in an instant. Such a freakish family, even the major clans that had existed for thousands of years in the Shang dynasty didn't dare to provoke them easily. It was not that they were protecting their own, but if they didn't follow the rules and acted recklessly, the solitary family had always pursued, kill you, no discussion. The third princess of the Shang dynasty sent someone to stop the solitary sword demon. She wanted to invite him to the lakeside for a chat. And there were even more people waiting at the side. All of them wanted to rope in this young expert with limitless potential. The other royal families were also discussing one after another. At this time, the third princess of the Shang dynasty was preparing to have a chat with the solitary sword demon personally. However, just at this time, a loud shout transmitted over, "Solitary sword demon, wait." A blue light flew out from the crowd and rushed into the center of the battlefield. The solitary sword demon turned around and looked at him indifferently. He didn't say anything. Defeating Bosch is not equal to defeating a true expert of Indu. Today, I will defeat you. The blue-clothed man was very handsome. Even some women would be overshadowed when compared to him. At a distant place, the people on Bosch's side were incomparably angry. It's someone from Qi King's faction. Isn't he scolding us for having no one? Although Bosch was defeated, he is still one of the top experts of Indu. This guy's words are really unpleasant to hear. Today, I will fight you. Remember, my name is. The blue-clothed man didn't even finish his words. The solitary sword demon's iron sword had already arrived. Like a stream of light, it illuminated the entire sky. Clang, 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 the sound of iron swords clashing could be heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The iron sword cut the blue-clothed man in half. The corpse fell onto the grassland, and bright red blood flowed out. Only at this time did the solitary sword demon speak. There's no need to know the name of the dead. Good kill. I've long since found this spoiled brat an eyesore. This idiot always blabbers. His strength is clearly at the bottom, yet he always thinks that not many people are his match. Regarding the man who was killed, even the descendants of Indu's aristocratic families didn't sympathize with him. Other than Chen Qing's side, the other royal families all laughed after seeing this result. Chen Hangjin said coldly, "Who let this bastard go out? He was the one who wanted to be in the limelight. We didn't stop him just now. That damn thing." Chen Hangjin was a little angry. Even Bosch was not Du Gujianma's match. This guy came out to stir up trouble, it really made him lose face. Chen Hangjin stared at the solitary sword demon who was holding the blood-dripping sword. In the end, he suddenly made an unexpected decision and walked towards the center of the arena with large strides. "Brother Chen, you can't go." "No matter." Chen Hangjin decisively interrupted the few people behind him and walked forward with large strides. Chen Hangjin didn't look like a practitioner at all. He couldn't be considered handsome. His skin was fair, and he was very gentle and quiet. He looked like a white-faced scholar. Although he was very young, his way of doing things was very shrewd and ruthless. "Solitary sword demon, I want to make a bet with you." The solitary sword demon looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. The loser will do something within his power for the winner without any conditions. How about it? Chen Hangjin calmly and unhurriedly said such a bet. Regarding this, the solitary sword demon immediately responded with his sword. He immediately slashed forward, and the cold light illuminated all directions. At a distant place, Bosch's complexion was very unsightly. He said angrily, "Shameless. Chen Hangjin can already tell that even though the solitary sword demon destroyed my amethyst prison, he also suffered quite a heavy injury." What? The solitary sword demon is already injured? This pretty boy really knows how to exploit loopholes. The people on Bosch's side were all furious. One of them shouted angrily, "Little Hang Hang, you don't wet the bed until you are 10. The words clearly resounded in the ears of thousands of people. It immediately made everyone burst into laughter. Just like how Bosch had the indecent nickname of Second Baldy, Chen Hangjin was also picked on by people before. Because he still wet the bed when he was 10 years old, all the aristocratic children in Indu made fun of him behind his back. "Little Hang Hang, you don't wet the bed until you are 10, from several directions, there were people jeering along. All the aristocratic children in Indu were rocking back and forth in laughter. Even the third princess of Shang dynasty was also trying her best to hold back her laughter. Needless to say, those socialites at the side were already trembling and tears were about to flow out. In the arena, Chen Hangjin's fair cheeks instantly turned purplish red. He swept his cold gaze at the thousands of spectators. Immediately, many people lowered their heads in apprehension. They didn't dare to laugh anymore. With this kind of distraction, the solitary sword demon directly cut off half of his sleeves. One of his arms was almost crippled because of this. 9 Underworld King's Wheel. Chen Hangjin was indeed angry. The laughter just now made him feel incomparably agitated. He immediately revealed his strongest divine ability. The demonic cloud rolled over and over, as if a dark cloud had covered the sky all of a sudden. The black mist shrouded the battlefield in an instant. A millstone-sized wheel blazed like the sun in the darkness. It emitted countless rays of light and shone towards the solitary sword demon. The royal families all stood up in shock. The 9 Underworld King's art was the Chen family's secret technique. And Chen Hangjin even used it to cultivate his own divine ability, Underworld King's Wheel. Ever since he mastered it, none of the opponents he encountered could last even a moment under the might of the wheel. The radiance emitted by the wheel in the underworld mist was especially resplendent. One after another, the auspicious radiance blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The solitary sword demon was almost submerged. The iron sword swept across the sky and hacked unceasingly to defend against the divine radiance. The solitary sword demon shivered in his heart. He knew that if a ray of light were to sweep past him, his life would be in danger. Underworld King's Wheel. Chen Hangjin shouted loudly. His fair cheeks were filled with blood. The millstone-sized wheel in the sky instantly enlarged to the size of a house, and slowly pressed down. The earth shook violently. After that, a terrifying crack appeared on the ground in a split second. It was completely caused by the immense pressure in the sky. The Underworld King's wheel hovered less than 3 feet above the solitary sword demon's head. All of the radiance poured down together and enveloped the solitary sword demon within. The iron sword had already been knocked away. If not for the protective aura gushing out in the first instant, his body might have already turned into a meat paste. Chen Hangjin sneered and said, "Solitary sword demon, you lost." All the spectators were overwhelmed with shock. The Underworld King's wheel was really too powerful. Even the royalty's complexion changed. This pretty boy was on par with Second Baldy before. It seems like he broke through again recently. I'm afraid he has already reached the peak of Historia 5th celestial layer. Perhaps he has already entered the 6th celestial layer. I'm afraid he is a lot stronger than Second Baldy now. Indeed, the Underworld King's wheel is really terrifying. Bosch didn't mind this at all. They, the children of Indu, had always advanced in the midst of competition. Falling behind a little today didn't mean they would be the same tomorrow. What he cared about was whether the solitary sword demon could hold on or not. The solitary sword demon's body was fading. His bones issued creaking sounds. His body was quickly becoming thinner. You want to use your body as a sword? It's useless, you can't cut through it. Pfff. The solitary sword demon spat out a mouthful of blood. He failed to materialize a sword with his body. The powerful pressure kept crushing him, forcing him to materialize his body again. You lost. Chen Hangjin sneered. You lost. Just at this time, the solitary sword demon actually opened his mouth. Chen Hangjin shouted not good, and suddenly retreated. At the same time, his long robe was torn to shreds. Even so, the torn clothes were still there. They were like countless flying swords as they slashed at him. The protective aura spread out and blocked the countless small swords. However, at this moment, the Underworld King's will lost control. It instantly dimmed and dissipated at lightning speed. The solitary sword demon rushed over like a ray of death and sent Chen Hangjin flying in a split second. Everyone was in an uproar. The solitary sword demon actually turned the situation around in the face of danger. It was a clean victory. Many people were shouting. Coughing out blood, Chen Hangjin stood up while swaying. He said in distress, "Just how did you do it?" "Everything in the world, every blade of grass and every tree, is my sword. Not only my body, even your body is included." The solitary sword demon wiped off the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth and grasped the floating iron sword in his hand. Once cultivated to the pinnacle, even the body of another could become one's own sword. This was somewhat abnormal and terrifying. Everyone knew that it was the sublimation of the true meaning of the sword. "Tell me, what do you want me to do for you?" The solitary sword demon didn't say anything. This time, he carried the iron sword on his back and directly walked out of the arena. After defeating 2 young leaders of the royal family in a row, he was already seriously injured and couldn't fight anymore. At a distant place, the 3rd princess of the Shang dynasty personally came over to welcome him. Even those noble ladies of Yingdu also came over. The scene was in an uproar. Many ordinary practitioners looked at the solitary sword demon in admiration. Haha. How could I not come when the 3rd princess organized the sword calligraphy tea party? I finally made it in time. A loud laughter came from outside of the bright moon above the sea. A group of aristocratic children surrounded a youth like stars surrounding the moon as he walked over with large strides. The sound of people taking in a breath of cold air immediately resounded in the arena. Clearly, many people recognized him, and they were very apprehensive. Why did he return to the imperial capital? Didn't he go to lead the troops to battle? This ruthless person is one of the 4 heroes of the imperial capital. Chu Xingquang, one of the 4 most terrifying people of Yingdu's youth generation. He has been chasing after the 3rd princess for more than a year or 2. This time, he is back to stir up a big mess. Hee, I'm looking forward to it. Chu Xingquang, why did you come back? The 3rd princess of the Shang dynasty walked leisurely. Her slender jade-like body had incomparably wonderful curves. Although her face was covered by a veil, one could imagine her peerless beauty from her limpid eyes. Haha. Greetings, 3rd princess. The marshal gave me special permission to return to Yingdu. He didn't want me to miss the princess sword calligraphy tea party. Chu Xingquang had a heroic appearance. He carried a bit of heroic spirit amidst his natural and unrestrained manner. He had the characteristic of a general. However, Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and the others didn't seem to be interested in him. He snorted coldly a few times in secret. The 3rd princess smiled faintly and said, "You must be tired from the long journey. Take a seat at the side and rest first." "I'm not tired. After seeing the princess, I feel like I've turned into an immortal." This guy could be said to be extremely daring. It caused many people to let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. However, no one dared to face him directly. The 4 heroes of the imperial city were the most ruthless among the ruthless characters. Not to say they were unrivaled among the younger generation of the Shang dynasty. The 3rd princess no longer paid attention to him. She walked towards the solitary sword demon with some of the Yingdu socialites. Chu Xingquang laughed heartily and rushed over first. He said, "So you are the solitary sword demon of the southern wasteland? You defeated the experts of my Yingdu in a row." Speaking until here, he swept his gaze around and snorted coldly, "After we 4 heroes left Yingdu, you guys really brought honor to my Shang dynasty." To actually be defeated by the barbarians of the southern wasteland, what a disgrace. As soon as these words came out, it immediately triggered everyone's anger. What the fuck are you playing at? If my brother is still alive, I'll torture you to death. What are you being arrogant for? It's not like you're the real #1 expert of Indu. However, although everyone was dissatisfied, no one dared to directly contradict him. Although he had left Indu for some time, his prestige was still there. After Chu Xingguang swept his gaze around, no one dared to provoke him. If I don't come back, the Shang dynasty's face will be thrown away by you brats. Chu Xingguang sneered. Then he turned around. Then he said to Dugu Jianma, if I can't kill you within 80 moves, I will definitely kill you. I will kill myself in front of you. Looking at Chu Xingguang who was blocking in front of him, the silent solitary sword demon only gave him a cold glance. After that, his eyes swept across the crowd outside the arena. Shameless. Second Baldi and the bedwetter have already seriously injured the solitary sword demon. It's a bit unfair to fight now. Coming to take advantage of us at this moment, shameless. Indu's 4 heroes my ass. It was unknown if it was because the people of Shang dynasty were really open-minded and honest, or if it was because these people hated Chu Xingguang to the bone. Even if he was trying to regain face for the children of Indu's aristocratic families, he was still scolded badly. Chu Xingguang wasn't as angry as everyone thought he would be. He sneered and said, have I, Chu Xingguang, ever been unfair in a duel? Everyone immediately fell silent. Humph, bring out the 7 revolutions golden pill and give one to the solitary sword demon. Make sure he recovers in an instant. At that time I will fight him again. Everyone became quiet. Although many people were jealous of the Indu's 4 heroes, they had no choice but to admit that they were indeed powerful. No need. Just at this time, the silent solitary sword demon suddenly opened his mouth and said, I've said it before, I'm not the #1 expert of the South. Since you guys want to fight for that title, I'll let someone stronger than me fight you. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The solitary sword demon's skill had already subdued everyone present. Just how powerful was that #1 expert of the South? Could it be that he could really fight against the Indu's 4 heroes? More importantly, the #1 youth expert of the South also came here. At this moment, even the 3rd princess of Shang dynasty revealed an astonished expression. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling as she looked around the crowd. The other beauties of Indu also swept their gaze over the crowd. Yan Qingqing, Lazio, and Wind Feathers were all stunned after hearing this. They couldn't imagine who the solitary sword demon was talking about. Could it be that he was talking about the most mysterious Zhao Chongyang? This news was really too unexpected. After the uproar, everyone at the scene quieted down. Oh? The #1 youth expert of the South also came? Why haven't I heard of such a person before? Chu Xingguang's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. At this moment, his battle intent soared to the sky as he said, where is he? Over there. The solitary sword demon pointed his sword forward. Swish. The spectators there immediately dodged to the side. What a joke, if they were mistaken, they wouldn't even know how they died. At the scene, only a tall and straight youth was left. Everyone's gaze was focused there. The solitary sword demon had been living alone since childhood. He only lived for the sword his whole life. Because the southern wastelands experts were humiliated, he stepped forward bravely with his iron sword. He fought against the outstanding heroes, broke the amethyst prison space, shattered the underworld king's wheel, and defeated the leaders of the Indu's royal families. At this moment, one of the 4 strongest heroes of Indu returned and declared that he could kill the solitary sword demon within 80 moves. It was as if the southern wastelands barbarians were nothing to be scoffed at. Chu Xingguang's purple gown rippled with surging energy. His cloak fluttered even without any wind. All the aristocratic descendants around him were forced to retreat. His eyes shot out 2 purple rays that were 2 meters long. They almost materialized and were as threatening as 2 divine swords. In the vicinity, many of the weaker practitioners let out a blood-curdling screech. They closed their eyes in haste. Just now, no one knew if it was because of the 2 purple rays or Chu Xingguang's soaring killing intent, but many people in the surroundings actually trembled as if they were struck by lightning. One could imagine how powerful and terrifying Chu Xingguang was. The four heroes of Yingdu had shaken the imperial capital for several years. They definitely deserved their reputation. Xiaochen was as still as a pine. He looked incomparably calm, even though the surging killing intent was already surging towards him like a huge wave. The dense killing intent almost materialized and was about to engulf him. However, he was like a monolith. He stood tall and upright in the middle of the field. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on him. The Shang dynasty's third princess even lifted a corner of her veil and revealed half of her delicate face. It was as gorgeous as a divine jade. Her beautiful eyes were suffused with extraordinary splendor as she stared at this expert who was revered by the solitary sword demon. The other socialites also looked at this mysterious expert with sparkling eyes. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and a few other royal families were staring at Xiaochen without blinking. The solitary sword demon swept through the sword discourse tea party with his iron sword. He had already intimidated everyone. Now, he clearly stated that this person was stronger than him. Just what kind of person was he? Their eyes shone brightly as if they wanted to see through Xiaochen's body. The scene was very quiet. Only a weak voice could be heard. Everyone's gaze was focused on that figure. At a distant place, Yin Feng's tiger-like eyes lit up as he said, "It's him. He's finally here." They had once fought in the lunar pavilion, so Yin Feng was fully aware of how powerful and frightening this mysterious expert was. He might even be able to have a fierce battle with Chu Xingguang. As for the chances of winning, he didn't dare to imagine it. After all, the prestige of Yingdu's four heroes was very deep. Their powerful strength had left behind an indelible impression in the minds of all the aristocratic families. Yan Qingqing's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Why was it him again? This man is a southern wasteland expert, why have I never seen him before? Could it be Zhao Chongyang, the most mysterious of the top four in the southern wasteland? Xiaochen had changed his appearance and withdrawn his originally sharp aura. He was already very different from before. She couldn't recognize him at all. Lazio and Windfeathers also had doubts in their hearts. They knew that this person was absolutely not Zhao Chongyang, because both of them had met Zhao Chongyang before. It was impossible to guess, no one from the southern wasteland knew the identity of this young man. You are the number one warrior in the southern wasteland? Chu Xingguang's sword-like eyebrows twitched, and his eyes shone brilliantly. His entire person emitted an indescribable aura. Sure enough, there really was the inextinguishable killing intent of the battlefield, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. It even made some of the imperial city's socialites raise their eyebrows. After all, he was one of the Yingdu's heroic four. I'm not. Xiaochen replied calmly. Facing the gazes of the experts from all directions, he appeared indifferent and calm. He stood there quietly like an evergreen pine tree. I'm not? Chu Xingguang's sword-like eyebrows stood erect. Several thousand people were in an uproar. Could it be that they got the wrong person? Or could it be that the solitary sword demon was toying with everyone? The scene was in chaos. Even the Shang dynasty's third princess revealed a doubtful expression. There were even more people who started to make a ruckus. Many people swept their gaze towards the solitary sword demon with the iron sword on his back. I am a rogue cultivator from overseas. Just at this time, Xiaochen spoke again. As soon as these words came out, he became the focal point of everyone again. A rogue cultivator from the Bay, it was rare for someone to come to the Immortals' mainland for dozens of years. He was extremely mysterious in everyone's eyes. The solitary sword demon echoed, I never said he is the number one warrior in the southern wasteland. I only said he is stronger than me. He once fought with the number one warrior in the southern wasteland for a whole night. The victor was not decided. The lakeside of the Moon Lake was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. All of them looked at Xiaochen with a shocked expression. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed like the solitary sword demon really did not say this person was the number one warrior in the southern wasteland. He only said this person was stronger than him. Everyone was completely led astray. Fighting to a draw with the number one warrior in the southern wasteland made the solitary sword demon admit that he was no match for him. Xiaochen also attracted everyone's attention and became the focal point of everyone. Xiaochen did not continue to deny these words. He only looked at the solitary sword demon quietly. Haha. Does this mean if I defeat him, it will be the same as defeating the #1 warrior in the southern wasteland? Chu Hangquang laughed heartily. He was brimming with confidence. The mood of several thousand people was also fluctuating. They were looking forward to the battle between one of the Yingdu heroes, Chu Hangquang, and the #1 warrior in the southern wasteland. This was definitely going to be a showdown at the pinnacle. Who is the #1 warrior in the southern wasteland? It seemed like Chu Hangquang felt a little regretful. After he finished laughing heartily, he turned around and looked at the indifferent solitary sword demon. He already disappeared. The solitary sword demon did not speak as much as he did today. Especially when it came to the #1 warrior in the southern wasteland. Who? Chu Hangquang seemed to be very interested. Everyone's curiosity was piqued by the taciturn solitary sword demon. Everyone at the lakeside wanted to know just who that person was. After all, even the solitary sword demon admitted that he was no match for the so-called #1 warrior. Even Yan Qingqing, Lazio, and Wind Feathers were paying close attention. They wanted to know the exact answer. Xiaochen. With only 2 short words, the solitary sword demon left with large strides with his sword on his back. Xiaochen, everyone was reciting this name. For a moment, many people cried out in surprise, especially the scions of Yingdu. They were well informed, they naturally knew this was a name that once shook the southern wasteland. Yin Feng even said at the lunar pavilion that Xiaochen was the only one in the southern wasteland who could fight against the strongest warrior in Yingdu. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and the others were even more surprised. All the royal families knew about the bloody incident in the Celestial City. The third princess seemed to have recalled some past events. She sighed regretfully and said to herself, so it was him. Which one of the beauties of Yingdu wasn't a fairy? One of them smiled and said, Princess, have you seen that person before? The third princess shook her head with a smile and no longer said anything. Yan Qingqing was in a daze when she first heard about it. The distant memories resurfaced in her mind. Was it that person from 3 years ago? Her mood was a little complicated, but she calmed down very quickly. Lazio and Wind Feathers were even more shocked. Especially Wind Feathers, who had suffered a crushing defeat in Xiaochen's hands. However, after thinking about it calmly, he had no choice but to admit that his defeat in that battle back then was not unjust. Haha, Chu Hangquang faced upwards and laughed heartily. I was wondering who it was. So it was him. I once heard about him. If it was him, I can only say that the barbarians of the southern wasteland are nothing more than this. Too arrogant. This person is too arrogant. Many of the people who came to participate in the sword calligraphy tea party were from the western frontier, the northern desert, and the southern wasteland. They were extremely disgusted and angry when they heard this. A cold glint circulated in his eyes as he swept his gaze in all directions. Chu Hangquang said in a cold voice, I heard he grasped a kind of secret technique. Burning his own life to get rid of a few demigods, what does that count as? It's not even a real cultivation. If he doesn't use this kind of self-mutilation method, what does he count as? If he dares to fight with me, I will chop off his head within 90 moves. He is nothing more than a barbarian. Chu Hangquang's natural disposition was like this. It matched his name very well. However, he was not an impetuous person. He always looked down on his enemies and believed that he was the strongest. However, he would never look down on any opponent in a real battle. Humph. He let out a cold snort. His cold gaze swept across everyone as he said, Are you guys not convinced? You can watch how I defeat him. As he spoke, he pointed at Xiaochen. At this moment, the solitary sword demon walked in front of Xiaochen with his iron sword on his back. His voice resounded beside Xiaochen's ears, Now I am sure, it is you. 3 days ago, when the solitary sword demon first saw Xiaochen at the lunar pavilion, he already had a trace of suspicion. Today, he came to the lakeside early in the morning and waited for Xiaochen to appear. Some people say that the person who understands you the most is not a friend, but an enemy, an opponent. Perhaps there was some truth to it. The solitary sword demon and Xiaochen couldn't be considered as a friendship. In the solitary sword demon's heart, Xiaochen was only a powerful opponent. It was not from Xiaochen's aura. It was even more impossible to guess from his physique. The solitary sword demon completely recognized him based on his intuition. Xiaochen was speechless. The solitary sword demon left and became a spectator. Chu Hengquang stepped forward with large strides and stood face to face with Xiaochen. Then he swept his gaze over the aristocratic children of Yingdu and said, "I will help you regain your face. Today, I will behead him." The scene immediately quieted down. Chu Quangren against the overseas rogue cultivators was worthy of everyone's anticipation. "Are you ready?" Chu Hengquang stared at Xiaochen aggressively. "Why do I have to fight you? I don't want to make a move." Although he was in the middle of a maelstrom, Xiaochen was still as calm as before. "Because I want to fight you." Chu Hengquang's imposing manner was oppressive. His strength was obvious to all. "You have no choice but to fight. Who do you think you are?" It seemed like mockery, but also like disdain. Xiaochen said calmly, then he turned around and left. "Haha," Chu Hengquang laughed loudly and said, "You want to leave? That's impossible." Boom, like a bolt of purple lightning, he launched a palm strike in that instant. It was as if his energy was boiling. The purple energy wave rolled up a heavy murderous aura as it engulfed Xiaochen. Xiaochen didn't even turn his head. He slightly bent his right index finger and lightly flicked it. Telepathic sword wave, inherited from the rhinoceros elder. It was not an ordinary sword chi. With Xiaochen as the center, little ripples spread out like ripples on the water. It seemed very weak, but the moment it came in contact with the purple energy, the sword wave immediately went berserk. It was as if 1,000 layers of white waves were rolling over and over. The lakeside let out an earth-shaking rumble. One could clearly see an energy source with a diameter of 40 meters churning like a raging sea. Xiaochen was at the center. All the purple energy was completely dispersed. Chu Hengquang was directly sent flying and retreated from the huge circle with a diameter of 40 meters. Although his movement was very fast. Because half of his sleeve was fluttering, he couldn't retreat from the huge circle in time. It actually turned into ashes in an instant and disappeared in the air. Forcing Chu Hengquang back with one move made everyone endlessly shocked. Thousands of people were tongue-tied. There was a quick-witted practitioner who tested it on the spot. He threw his sword over. At this moment, the sword wave with a diameter of 40 meters still hadn't completely disappeared. Although the ripples were very light, it still shattered the sword in an instant and turned into dust. Thousands of people were dumbstruck. The telepathic sword wave was too terrifying. It seemed like it could destroy everything. No wonder. Chu Hengquang was sent flying at the first moment. Was this the expert that the solitary sword demon held in high esteem? The expert that could fight to a draw with the #1 expert of the southern wasteland, the third princess of Shang dynasty, and dozens of Yingdu's young ladies all stood up from their seats. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and the rest of the royal family's descendants also took a few steps forward in shock. Yan Qingqing, Lazio, Wind Feathers, and the others were even more shocked. Aqua, Tenvis, and Frosty from the western border were also endlessly amazed. All the spectators were shocked. The scene fell into a deathly silence. This mysterious overseas rogue seemed to be unfathomable. He attracted everyone's attention. Chu Hengquang didn't feel awkward at all. On the contrary, he nodded and said, "I underestimated you before. Now you can be considered a worthy opponent. May I ask for your name?" Only now did Chu Hengquang ask for Xiaochen's name. Everyone muttered in their hearts, Chu Quangren was really arrogant. He only looked at his opponent on the same level now. Everyone also wanted to know the name of this mysterious rogue. Xiaochen swept his gaze around and said, "My name is Xiaoshi Shui. However, I didn't come here to fight. I don't want to fight." The telepathic sword wave once shook the world. Since it has appeared again today, how can you disappoint me? Chu Hengquang sneered, "Today, I take back my words. I won't cut off your head and will spare your life. You can make your move without worries." Chu Hengquang's arrogance and self-confidence could be said to be overbearing. Xiaochen looked at him coldly. He didn't want to stir up trouble, but that didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. Now that he had cultivated the eightfold world and mastered the divine ability, regardless of power. In terms of speed, Even an immortal expert would find it hard to surround them. Even if they really caused trouble, it would be difficult for them to surround them. He had the confidence to escape. "Don't force me to kill you." Just like that, just 5 words came out of Xiaochen's mouth. Not only did it stun Chu Hankuang, it also made the thousands of people at the scene dumbstruck. This person seemed to be even more powerful. These 5 words made his intentions clear. It wasn't that he was afraid of fighting, but that he didn't want to fight. If he made a move, he would immediately kill him. Everyone was stupefied. This individual cultivator from overseas was truly a character. He was even colder and more tyrannical than the solitary sword demon, and even more crazy than Chu Xingguang. Under his calm exterior, there was a warrior's heart. The name Xiaoshi Shui was deeply engraved in everyone's mind at this moment. "Let's fight. Overseas rogue against Chu Hankuang." Everyone shouted. They were looking forward to this battle even more. Chu Hankuang sneered. He didn't care at all. He rushed forward as if he was flying and shouted, "Let me see if you have comprehended the true meaning of the telepathic sword wave." He arrived in an instant. Chu Hankuang's body was like a spiral as he spun in midair. Purple light lingered around his entire body. The purple light condensed into a divine sword in his hand and hacked downwards. Xiaochen was as steady as a boulder. He didn't move an inch, but his eyes emitted 2 sharp beams of light. It was as if 2 lightning bolts were dancing in midair. This time, the telepathic sword wave didn't appear again. Xiaochen's body moved according to his will. Both of his hands drew an indescribable trajectory. He used his body to form a seal. Seal of the fearless lion, it was as ferocious as a comet crashing into the earth. It drew a dazzling radiance as it soared up and struck the purple divine sword with a clang. Unmoving like a pine tree, moving like a gust of wind. Xiaochen soared up and clashed with Chu Hankuang over 100 times in an instant. He left behind one after another afterimages in the sky. The seal of the fearless lion brought out the ferocity and wildness to the extreme. After exchanging 100 blows, both of them landed on the ground. Chu Hankuang raised his sword and rushed forward. He swung his sword and hacked at Xiaochen. The divine sword shattered the void unceasingly. The power contained in it could be imagined. It let out a faintly discernible mournful sound. It caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Xiaochen was not afraid at all. The seal of the fearless lion swept out. His body was like an illusion, as agile as the wind and as violent as thunder. Dang, dang. Xiaochen clashed with the divine sword with his hand. A string of dazzling radiance like a meteor shower burst out between the two. He attacked continuously with unparalleled might. In the end, Xiaochen clasped his hands together and a world-shaking lion roar transmitted out. The image of a 3-headed golden lion king actually appeared and pounced towards Chu Hankuang. This was the true meaning of the seal of the fearless lion. The image of the lion was very similar to the 3-headed golden lion from the southern wasteland 3 years ago. The seal technique was a divine technique that Xiaochen obtained from the Pure Land. It was almost completely divine. Wang Shenpa, who imparted it to him, once integrated the profound meaning of Buddhism and the secret method of the jungle tribe to create her own unique technique. However, she didn't forget those divine abilities of Buddhism and imparted them to Xiaochen as well. After practicing the seal of the fearless lion, Xiaochen once had doubts. The golden lion king from the southern wastelands beast king might really be a Buddha. Roar. The golden lion almost materialized. Its 3 heads faced upwards and roared as it pounced towards Chu Hankuang. The glaring golden divine radiance burst out and made everyone close their eyes. It was as if the world was shaking. The sky seemed to have turned upside down. Huge energy waves burst out unceasingly. Even the water of the moon lake started to surge. Many people who were watching the battle from afar were swaying. Many of them fell to the ground. When the radiance completely dispersed, the golden lion king disappeared, and the purple divine sword in Chu Hankuang's hand was also shattered by the seal of the fearless lion. Everyone was incomparably shocked. This overseas loose practitioner Xiaoshi Shui was too powerful. They originally thought the telepathic sword wave was his trump card, but now it seemed like he had grasped more than one divine ability. Humph. Chu Hankuang snorted coldly and stepped forward with large strides. At the same time, a clang sound resounded in his hand. A purple divine sword was condensed once again. It was as still as a pine tree. Xiaochen looked at the approaching Chu Hanquang coldly. The seal he made with both hands this time was already very different. Seal of Akalanatha, this time, Xiaochen directly made a seal with both hands. The Lord Akalanatha's shadow appeared. His huge figure covered half of the sky. He suddenly stretched out his huge palm and slammed it down, shaking all directions. Boom, the purple divine sword shattered and swept across Chu Hanquang. He was sent flying in a sorry state. The entire crowd was in an uproar. It wasn't that they didn't expect Xiaochen to be so tyrannical, but such a terrifying skill shocked everyone to the point that they didn't dare to believe it. After Chu Hanquang landed on the ground, he didn't have the slightest bit of dejection. He only had an even sharper battle intent. The current him had a very serious expression. Seeing Xiaochen continuously display his divine ability, he decided not to hold anything back anymore. He was going to reveal the divine ability that allowed him to look down on the youth generation. Report. Just at this time, a shout came from afar. A soldier wearing iron armor rushed to the edge of the battlefield. He placed one leg on the ground and reported to Chu Hanquang, urgent letter. Chu Hanquang retreated and walked out of the battlefield with large strides. The great battle was interrupted. Without waiting for Chu Hanquang to open the letter, two practitioners surrounded him. Brother Chu, let us take care of that brat. One of them was tall and sturdy. He was 3 heads taller than an ordinary person. His gaze was cold. One look and you could tell that he was an arrogant and unruly person. The other person had a pale face and gloomy eyes. He was tall and slender. He looked a little thin and weak, but he gave people a gloomy feeling. No, wait for me to finish reading the letter, then we will continue the battle. Chu Hanquang flatly refused. We must make a move. Everyone saw the three arguing. They couldn't help but suspect the identity of those two. They actually dared to speak to Chu Hanquang like this. They were definitely not ordinary people. One of them even ignored Chu Hanquang's obstruction and quickly rushed into the battlefield. He appeared in front of Xiaochen. Outside the battlefield, Chu Xingquang was furious, but in the end, he forcefully suppressed his anger. These two were guests he had just invited not too long ago, and their identities were extremely extraordinary. They were the young disciples of the powerful and mysterious tiger clan of the Middle-earth who were training outside. The white tiger was very difficult to provoke in the Middle-earth. If it wasn't for their identity and the fact that these two were indeed very powerful, Chu Hanquang would have ordered people to kill them right now. However, after he tore open the letter in his hand, his mood became better again. He laughed heartily and said, "This bastard is also coming back. He actually used an urgent letter to make fun of me. The imperial city should be very lively this time." Hee hee. Hu Zitong was tall and sturdy. He was arrogant and unruly. One look and you could tell that he was a difficult character to provoke. He stared at Xiaochen and said, "You fought with Xiaochen 3 years ago? What do you want to know?" Xiaochen looked at him calmly. "You guys ended in a draw?" Xiaochen snorted noncommittally. "So you guys had some friendship in the end?" "So what? I knew it. You guys became friends because of the bullshit mutual appreciation in the end. In that case, if I kill you today, you won't die in vain," Hu Zitong said. In an awe-inspiring manner. "Who are you? Why do you say so?" Xiaochen looked at him coldly. The savage and unruly giant lowered his voice and said, "I'm called Hu Zitong. 3 years ago, that damned Xiaochen killed one of our brothers. He even killed 2 demigods of our tiger clan and stole the limelight. Us brothers swore to destroy everything. If he is still alive after killing you, he will definitely show himself." What kind of logic is this? A chill gradually rose in Xiaochen's eyes. He said, "This is not a place where your tiger clan can cover the sky with one hand. If you die here, no one will be able to say anything for you." Haha, Hu Zitong faced the sky and laughed heartily. He said, "In front of the tiger clan's divine skill, do you think you have any chance of victory? Moreover, I have half of the white tiger's bloodline in my body." Xiaochen smiled and said indifferently, "Then let me prove it with my actions." He actually ran into someone from the Tiger clan. Xiaochen originally didn't want to kill the innocent. He didn't want to involve the ordinary disciples of the Tiger clan. However, seeing the other party's attitude, he changed his mind in an instant. It's not easy to let you go. Killing you is not negotiable. Even if Hu Zitong wanted to avoid the battle, Xiaochen wouldn't let him go. Xiaochen would not let him off, he had already sentenced him to death. Xiaochen decided to go all out, he would not hold anything back. Swish, like a flickering light passing by, Xiaochen rushed over in an instant. He attacked without holding anything back. The telepathic sword wave inherited from the rhinoceros elder was unleashed, he flicked his index finger and middle finger at the same time. A circle of destruction with a diameter of 60 meters appeared. A terrifying fluctuation spread out in an instant. Open! Hu Zitong seemed to know how powerful it was. He roared loudly. His whole body flickered with white light. A white tiger appeared behind him. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, bursting forth with unparalleled power. He smashed his fist forward. There was actually a flash of lightning. This was his divine ability, lightning of destruction. However, there was no way to block it. The lightning was shattered by the sword wave in an instant and dispersed into nothingness. The sword wave rippled like a bell. The lingering sound was very faintly discernible. The waves of sword wave were like the sound of a funeral bell. Clang, the lingering sound lingered in the air. Ah, Hu Zitong let out a blood-curdling screech. Both of his legs were shattered in an instant and turned into dust. He soared into the sky in fear. He finally managed to escape the fate of having his body and soul destroyed. Although he managed to escape from the 60-meter circle, how fast could his speed be when both of his legs were shattered? Xiaochen sneered mercilessly. He left behind an afterimage as he rushed over. He used the strongest profound skill inherited from the forest clan's immortal grandmother. Charm flower pinching seal, a huge shadow appeared. It had a similar charm to Xiaochen. It was cold and merciless with a faint smile. It was holding an unknown earth immortal puppet in its hand. Swish, the divine flower left his hand and instantly enlarged to the size of a house. The petals were sparkling and translucent. They fell down one by one like a sharp blade. Pfff. Blood splashed everywhere. Hu Zitong's arms and abdomen were chopped into pieces in an instant. Not even a drop of blood remained. Only a bloody mist was left floating in the sky. There was also a head full of fright floating in the sky among the remnant flowers. Not far away, the white-faced Hu Zifeng almost fainted. His cousin suffered such a crushing defeat and was killed in an instant. He simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes as he roared and rushed over. Far away, Chu Hanquang saw everything with his own eyes. He couldn't do anything even if he was anxious. It was already too late to stop it. Damn it. These two bastards, it doesn't matter if they die, but there's still a strong tiger in the city. It's giving me trouble. Chu Hanquang was endlessly remorseful. He really shouldn't have accepted these two guests. Even if the two of them were very powerful, now that there was a problem, their background was really troublesome. Hu Zitong's head that was floating among the remnant flowers had a frightened expression on its face. With unwillingness, it actually transmitted a trace of spiritual fluctuation. I'm a fucking Historia 6th celestial layer expert, but I was actually killed. Even if it's a 7th celestial layer expert, I will still kill you. Xiaochen's ice-cold voice smashed the last trace of his consciousness. When Hu Zifeng was in front of him, Xiaochen bent his ring finger and flicked it lightly. That head that was floating among the remnant flowers shattered with a bang, under the ripple of the sword. The lakeside was completely flaring up. Thousands of people were shouting. Xiaochen's performance was too shocking. The sunset dyed the western sky red. The moon lake was also reflected in a bright red color. The ripples were like pieces of shattered red crystals. The beautiful moon lake was sparkling under the clear and crystalline light. At the lakeside, the crowd was in a hubbub. Xiaochen eliminated the 6th celestial layer Hu Zitong with a raise of his hand. He killed the experts of the Middle Earth's Tiger clan as if he was slaughtering chickens and dogs. The victory was clean and efficient. Inconceivable. Is this the strength of a loose practitioner who can fight to a draw with the #1 expert of the South? I'm afraid he won't lose even if he goes up against the 4 heroes of Yingdu. Several thousand people were in an uproar. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. The scions of several royal families couldn't help but take a few steps forward as they stared at the majestic figure in the middle of the field. The third princess of the Shang dynasty as well as dozens of Yingdu beauties also stood up from their seats in shock. They focused their attention on the young expert in the middle of the field. The solitary sword demon was speechless. However, his whole body became as sharp as a sword. It scared the people around him so much that they quickly dodged to the side. Lazio and Windfeather's emotions fluctuated as they clenched their fists tightly. Yan Qingqing revealed a trace of doubt as she looked at the figure in the middle of the field suspiciously. The more she looked at it, the more she felt like she had seen it before. Of course, it was impossible to link it to Xiaochen, because the martial arts of the two were as different as night and day. Xiaoshi Shui, Hu Zifeng roared and rushed over. He could only see his floating head shattering under the ripples of the telepathic sword wave. The pale Hu Zitong usually looked very feminine, but at this moment, he was exceptionally sinister. He clenched his teeth and transformed into a streak of white light as he rushed towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen suddenly raised his head. 2 glaring rays of light shot out from his eyes. 2 needle-like golden rays shot straight towards Hu Zitong. Hu Zitong screamed miserably while covering his eyes. However, his body was exceptionally agile. He was sent flying in an instant. The speed of his attack was fast, but the speed of his retreat was even faster. Xiaochen didn't even move an inch. He stood at the same place and looked at Hu Zitong indifferently. Hu Zitong was sent flying for dozens of meters and fell to the ground with a thump. There was a trace of blood flowing out from between the fingers of the palm that was covering his eyes. He let out a painful groan. When he lowered his hands, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Hu Zifeng's eyes were actually bleeding. The golden needle-like radiance that shot out from Xiaochen's eyes earlier was not an illusion. It was actually real, and it severely injured Hu Zifeng. Fortunately, it was just a little off, so it didn't hurt his pupils. However, the whites of his eyes were punctured, and there were 2 small bloody holes on his eyelids. Everyone at the lakeside was shocked. Even their eyes could kill their enemies. This was a little terrifying. Only those with profound cultivation knew that what Xiaochen used just now was not some special magical ability. It was a result of his strong confidence in himself and his extreme contempt for his opponent. Boldly condensing one's own essence qi and releasing it to kill the enemy. The 2 beams of golden light were completely formed by Xiaochen's essence qi. They rushed out of his body and pierced the other party's eyes before returning to his body. Xiaoshi Shui, although he was almost blinded, this kind of injury made Hu Zifeng, who was blinded by hatred, calm down. He gnashed his teeth and said, "You forced me to do this. You must die today." Speaking until here, he took out a sparkling and translucent jade gourd from his bosom. It was only an inch long and was as thick as a thumb. He opened the mouth of the gourd and poured it into his mouth. Those with sharp eyes could see that a red liquid flowed into his mouth. White tiger true blood. It should be, he's going to fight to the death. Many people knew that the ancestor of the Middle-earth's tiger clan was a genuine white tiger divine emperor. Due to his marriage with the human race, his descendants were all in human form, and it was passed down from generation to generation. The white tiger's bloodline was getting thinner and thinner. For this reason, he once chose a few descendants with great potential and used his divine blood to cleanse their marrows. This made their bloodline closer to the white tiger's bloodline, greatly increasing their strength, even surpassing the ordinary white tiger divine beast king. Although only a few people enjoyed this gift, the tiger clan figured out some methods to benefit their descendants. They diluted the excess blood bestowed by the ancestor into many portions and passed it on to the important members of the clan, leaving it for them to protect their lives. Due to the small amount and the dilution, it was impossible to change one's physique and advance one's cultivation. However, it could allow the user to advance one step in a short period of time. Hu Zifeng had drunk the blood of the divine emperor. At this moment, he was incomparably malevolent. He actually let out a tiger-like roar and rushed towards Xiaochen again. His speed was extremely fast, it was like a white lightning piercing through the sky. Historia's 7th Celestial Layer. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and the others from the royal family sucked in a cold breath. They were the true experts of Yingdu. They could tell the strength of the assassin Hu Zifeng with a single glance. Roar, a real tiger roar transmitted over. A white tiger actually condensed in front of Hu Zifeng and pounced towards Xiaochen. The huge white tiger was 10 meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was incomparably ferocious. Xiaochen remained unmoved. He basically had no intention of dodging. He quickly formed a hand seal and launched the seal of the fearless lion. It was incomparably ferocious. A world-shaking lion roar transmitted over. The instant he formed the hand seal, the golden lion king's figure appeared. Its 3 heads faced the sky and let out a long roar at the same time. The golden divine radiance illuminated all directions. The lakeside of the moon lake was dazzling. The golden radiance rippled in all directions like water ripples. The golden lion king soared into the sky and rushed towards the huge white tiger. Roar, the tiger roar and the lion roar were emitted at the same time. An earth-shattering energy wave engulfed the battlefield. The glaring radiance made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. Everyone was forced to retreat unceasingly by the energy wave. Kacha! The sound of the void shattering transmitted over. Following that, it was like an avalanche. Even the moon lake surged up violently. The earth trembled. Boom, no one was able to focus on the battlefield anymore. The radiance was 100 times more blazing than the lightning. It was so bright that they couldn't even open their eyes. Along with the weakening of the tiger roar and the disappearance of the lion roar, the battlefield finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes again. They could only see a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of Hu Zifeng's mouth. He looked at Xiaochen in bewilderment. It seemed like he didn't expect this kind of result. Xiaochen actually neutralized the attack of a Historia's 7th celestial layer expert. Xiaochen didn't move an inch. He was still dealing with the center of the battlefield. Hu Zifeng felt a chill in his heart. He was at the initial stage of Historia's 7th celestial layer, but he was still injured by the opponent. This made him a little disheartened. However, the arrow had already been knocked and had no choice but to be released. Now that the battle had already started, there was no way to retreat. He clenched his teeth and charged forward. The azure blade physique emerged. A long blade floated in front of Hu Zifeng and hacked forward. This was the divine ability he practiced. It was condensed from his own body's essence. He had achieved the invincible Shura blade body. It was not an external incarnation, but it was better than an external incarnation. The azure blade unleashed layers upon layers of blade waves. It was as if 1,000 layers of huge waves were rolling over and over. Not only did Xiaochen not retreat, he also charged forward. The seal of the fearless lion was launched unceasingly. The firm and fierce handprints collided with the azure blade unceasingly, emitting a series of sonorous sound. Hu Zifeng coughed out blood unceasingly and retreated again and again. In the end, he was sent flying by Xiaochen's seal of the fearless lion. At this moment, he could clearly hear the sound of his sternum shattering. Even the arteries and veins of his heart were ruptured in that instant. Facing the end of his life, Hu Zifeng smiled cruelly. He somersaulted in the sky and landed on the ground. After that, he rushed towards Xiaochen like a gust of wind. All the clothes on his body were torn to shreds in that instant. His body was almost transparent. His meridians and bones could be clearly seen through his flesh. He wanted to explode and die. He wanted to drag Xiaochen down with him. How could he let him do as he wished? Xiaochen swept a cold glance at him and unhurriedly launched the hand seal. The consummate seal of Aquarius was completed in an instant. A huge Aquarius that looked like it was carved out of crystal appeared above his head. It was sparkling and translucent. It was glittering with divine radiance. Boom, the crystal Aquarius sprayed out a dazzling radiance and collided with Hu Zifeng's body in a flash. Pfff, blood splashed everywhere. It was as if he was crushed by a huge mountain. The lower half of Hu Zifeng's body turned into a bloody pulp on the spot and crumbled in the sky. The self-detonation failed. The upper half of his body was blasted away. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone deeply felt how powerful and terrifying this overseas rogue cultivator was. Furthermore, his methods were incomparably swift and fierce. He didn't have the slightest bit of leniency. If this kind of person became their enemy, it would definitely be a nightmare. The sun was setting in the west, the moon lake was dusky. Only the smell of blood was drifting in the air. Only after a long time did everyone come back to their senses. Terrifying. I will never make this kind of person my enemy. Chu Xingquang's complexion was very unsightly. The Hu brothers were all dead. This gave him a headache. How could he explain to that tiger in the city? Hu Zifeng, who had lost the lower half of his body, still had some consciousness left. He pointed at Xiaochen and revealed a resentful and frightened expression. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't spit out any words. Seal of the Unmovable Wisdom King, Xiaochen formed a hand seal and pressed it forward. The huge shadow of the Lord Enlightened Wisdom King appeared behind him. A huge palm slammed down along with his movement. Boom, the huge palm of the Unmovable Wisdom King was as big as a house. The instant it landed, Hu Zifeng was crushed until not a single drop of blood remained. He was thoroughly turned into a bloody pulp and merged with the soil. Killing a 7th celestial layer expert like slaughtering a dog. It really didn't seem like much. Letting you go won't be easy. Xiaochen sighed softly. He wasn't being pretentious, it was his true feeling. Originally, he didn't want to kill the ordinary Hu brothers, but the other party was purely courting death. He had no choice but to kill. The scene was deathly silent. Many people were endlessly shocked. Especially the children of Yingdu's aristocratic families. They had always thought that the world's experts were all in the martial arts superpowers, and the young experts of Yingdu should be able to look down on the world. However, the rogue cultivator from overseas had smashed many people's confidence. Find someone, I'm going to recruit him. The third princess's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. Her words were firm, as if she was telling those beauties in the surroundings not to make any random plans. However, those socialites were all very intelligent. Although they didn't say anything, they all had their own plans in mind. This kind of expert would definitely be roped in with all their might. Chu Xingquang walked forward with large strides. However, when the 3 Deathsworn saw him move, they immediately rushed forward. They were loyal and devoted. Seeing how powerful Xiaochen was, they were afraid that Chu Xingquang would lose his life. They wanted to make a move first and exhaust a part of Xiaochen's vitality. Seeing the 3 experts rushing into the arena one after another, many people let out a cry of surprise. This was clearly unfair. Even the third princess wrinkled her elegant brows. Just when she was about to order her men to capture them, Xiaochen spoke just at this time. 3 is still not enough, his words carried a hint of regret. Since the other party chose to make a move on him, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. Hearing these words, all the spectators were overwhelmed with shock. The third princess swallowed back the words she was about to say. The children of the royal families were even more shocked. That was because with their powerful cultivation, how could they not see through the strength of the 3 who rushed into the arena? They were Historia level 4 or 5 heavenly layer experts, not just one person. It was 3 people. If they had grasped some special divine ability, it was not something a single young expert could handle. Kill. 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 The 3 figures were as fast as lightning. They rushed over in an instant. One after another, dazzling rays of light rushed over like a meteor shower. They quickly submerged Xiaochen's position. A melodious bell rang. Xiaochen's index finger, middle finger, and ring finger curled up at the same time. After that, they flicked open in an instant. The telepathic sword wave rippled out like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. Although the sword wave was rippling, in everyone's eyes, it was as terrifying as the Grim Reaper's scythe that foretold death. A huge circle with a diameter of 80 meters formed in an instant with Xiaochen as the center. The sword wave rippled in the garden. It seemed gentle, but it was capable of destroying all tangible things. Bang! The kamikaze warrior at the forefront was the first to crumble. He didn't even have the chance to scatter a bloody mist. He directly turned into dust, an insignificant dust. The second kamikaze warrior wanted to fly away. But it was already too late. He was horrified to see his body disintegrating one part at a time, like his legs. Soon after, it was his legs, then his chest and abdomen. In the end, it was as if two rays of light had disappeared. In that instant, the two of them had completely disappeared. The last person was a little luckier. He didn't even enter the range of the light wave and was directly sent flying away. However, Xiaochen didn't give him the chance. Since the other party wanted to put him to death, then he was already dead. If that was the case, then it was already a dead end. The battlefield chief had no mercy. If he wanted to live, he had to be decisive. Whoosh, he turned into a streak of light and rushed over. In fact, that person still had the intention to kill Xiaochen. After escaping this calamity, he still wanted to find another way to kill his way in. However, he didn't expect Xiaochen to be so fast. He already arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Killing you is not negotiable. As soon as he finished speaking, the telepathic sword wave rippled again. At such a close distance, the third kamikaze warrior instantly turned into specks of light and disappeared in the air. Nothing was left behind. 3 Historia 4th or 5th celestial layer experts disappeared from the lakeside like specks of dust in a mere moment. Even Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and the other scions of the royal family changed their expressions again and again. This kind of enemy was too taboo for them. Chakravarti walked to the center with large strides. Although the death of the 2 Hu clansmen gave him a headache, he didn't feel any heartache. As for the death of the 3 kamikaze warriors, he felt a heartache. Those were his loyal subordinates. Do you still want to continue? Xiaochen's voice was very cold. As a matter of fact, Chakravarti's expression had turned serious even now. He vaguely felt that he might not be able to kill Xiaochen. However, it was hard to get off the tiger's back. The bold and visionary words he once said were still echoing in the lakeside. He said he killed the solitary sword demon within 80 moves, he said he killed the number 1 expert of the South Wasteland, Xiaochen, within 90 moves, he said he killed Xiao Shui in front of everyone and made the barbarians outside the Middle-earth tremble with fear. If he retreated now, Chakravarti wouldn't be able to mingle in Indu anymore. Fight. Chakravarti only said one word. His purple gown was surging with energy. His entire person was showing off his ability. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight sprinkled down. The clouds above the lake were faintly discernible. It was like a fairyland. This was the best place to enjoy the moon in Indu. Xiaochen didn't say anything. He took large strides forward, as if the person in front of him was not his opponent at all, but just an ordinary commoner. Chakravarti's eyes burst with purple radiance. His entire person split into 2 in an instant. One of them looked incomparably sorrowful with a benevolent expression. The other one had a baleful expression and a gloomy expression. Divine ability, Destiny Twin. It's one of the best divine abilities. Everyone discussed in a low voice for a while, then all of them shut their mouths and watched the battlefield nervously. Splitting into 2, the Destiny Twin represented the 2 sides of good and evil. This was a rare divine ability. In history, only 2 or 3 people had managed to learn it. Its might was unimaginable. Relying on this divine ability, Chakravarti was invincible among the youth generation of the Shang dynasty. Even Bosch and Chen Hongjin's cousin, who was 7 or 8 years older, suffered a great loss under this divine ability. Facing 2 Chakravarti, Xiaochen didn't have the slightest fluctuation. He launched the telepathic sword wave in an instant. A huge circle with a diameter of 100 meters formed in an instant. The terrifying sword wave rippled out at high speed. Every spectator's expression changed. Every time the telepathic sword wave was launched, it would shatter the opponent. The impression it left on the thousands of people at the lakeside was too deep. The ripples fluctuated, and then went berserk in an instant. The sword wave destroyed everything within a 100-meter radius. As expected, the Destiny Twin was shattered into pieces. Soundlessly, it turned into dust and scattered in the air. He was defeated just like that. No one dared to imagine it. Could it be that the famous Chakravarti, one of the 4 heroes, was defeated in one move? However, Xiaochen didn't seem to have any expression of victory. He instantly flew out like a ray of light. Soundlessly, the evil one of the Destiny Twin appeared at the place where Xiaochen was standing a moment ago. If Xiaochen was a little bit slower, perhaps his body and soul would have been annihilated. The instant Xiaochen stabilized his body, he used anomaly transposition again and flew away. Soundlessly, the Destiny Twins, Virtuous Earth, appeared at the previous location and shattered that space. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. They clearly saw the Destiny Twin being shattered by the telepathic sword wave, but why did they appear again? This was the true strength of the Indu 4. Terrifying as expected. Their reputation had shaken the imperial capital for several years. They were not undeserved. Xianxia gazed at the Destiny Twin from the center of the battlefield. His body moved as he willed, and the seal was formed. A huge crystal vase appeared above his head. The sparkling and translucent vase was circulating with a dazzling radiance. An incomparably divine energy rippled from the ripples. The complete seal of Aquarius was launched, the huge crystal vase. A dazzling divine radiance rushed out. It was aimed at the Destiny Twin. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The earth-shattering power didn't even touch the ground. However, the grassland was still completely shattered. One after another, 2-meter-wide huge cracks spread far away. The lakeside was in chaos. Many people quickly retreated. Many of them even fell into the huge cracks. They kept calling for help, and their companions hastily came to their aid. And the moon lake started to sway even more. The lake water surged violently, shattering the bright moon in the water into pieces of sparkling and translucent jade. The complete seal of Aquarius was incomparably powerful. It was created by the jungle tribe's fairy queen by combining the most profound meaning of Buddhism. It shattered the Destiny Twin in an instant. Not a single drop was left. However, Xianxia felt a sense of foreboding. He hastily soared into the sky like a flickering light and landed on another piece of cracked ground. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. The Destiny Twin reappeared and was reborn once again. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was too frightening. The powerful Destiny Twin actually couldn't be killed. No one understood the terror of Indu's heroic 4 better than the children of Indu's aristocratic families. They had already heard about this divine ability, the Destiny Twin. They couldn't be killed. It was simply like the art of immortality. They would be reborn once they were destroyed, and their destructive power wouldn't be affected in the slightest. So much so that even those who were half a generation older than them had once suffered a great loss under this rare divine ability. The Destiny Twin can't be killed. They can be reborn again and again. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and a few other royalty were discussing in a low voice. As for the others, they had already held their breath a long time ago. They were paying close attention to the battlefield. This kind of battle was terrifying, but it also made them excited. The evil twin had a malevolent expression. Baleful aura lingered around him. He was like a grim reaper as he pounced towards Xianxia. The virtuous twin had a merciful expression, but his attacks were equally merciless. The purple light flickered as it swept towards Xianxia. The fearless lion seal was formed and blasted towards the Destiny Twin. Xianxia started to fight with them. This was undoubtedly a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Xianxia and Chu Hanquang's speed was extremely fast. They continuously collided with each other. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged more than 100 blows. The sky was overflowing with bright lights and vibrant colors. Those were the energy beams that were shot out by the two of them. The fierce battle was incomparably bitter. Xianxia finally confirmed that the Destiny Twin couldn't be killed. This made him feel a little uneasy. Today was the first time he felt his life was in danger. In this kind of battle, the other party was already in an invincible position. If this went on, unless he didn't make any mistakes, he would be defeated if he was hit by the other party even once. It was impossible for him to be reborn again and again like the other party. I thought you still have an even stronger divine ability? Don't tell me you don't have any more? If that's the case, you are basically not my opponent. Chu Hanquang's Destiny Twin was unleashed at the same time. Xianxia remained unmoved. He indeed still had a divine ability that he hadn't used, but he reckoned that he still couldn't kill the Destiny Twin. Divine Charm Flower Pinching Seal. Xianxia quickly formed a divine seal. A 10-meter-tall silhouette that looked like him appeared behind him. A strange flower blossomed in his hand in an instant. For a moment, even the bright moon in the sky lost its splendor. The divine flower bloomed, its fragrance surpassed all others. The petals fell down one by one. Then, they accelerated in an instant and slashed towards the Destiny Twin. Every crystal-clear petal contained unimaginable power, shattering the heads of the good and evil children. They crushed the heads of the good and evil twins. I can't be killed. Without any mishaps, the Destiny Twin reappeared. It seemed like they were very dissatisfied with their bodies being crushed one after another. Xianxia sneered and said, "Your attack should be about done. If that's the case, it's time for me to make my move." The evil twin's surrounding was surging with baleful aura. The purple light slowly faded away. Endless black fog rolled over and over. The netherworld aura surrounded him. A huge Grim Reaper's scythe appeared in his hand. It was indescribably gloomy and terrifying. It emitted a dreadful fluctuation that made people's heart palpitate. And the purple light around the good twin receded. Waves of divine radiance illuminated the surroundings. That place appeared incomparably sacred and auspicious. A heavenly wheel appeared above his head. That boundless and unfathomable energy fluctuation made people tremble in fear. It finally appeared. Bosch softly muttered to himself. The good twin wields the heavenly wheel, while the evil twin wields the Grim Reaper's scythe. One positive and one negative. Its might is unfathomable. Xianxia also muttered to himself. The scions of the few royal clans opened their eyes wide and looked over there without blinking. The heavenly wheel and the Grim Reaper's scythe allowed Xianxia's Destiny Twin divine ability to look down on the young generation of the Shang dynasty. It was very difficult to find a few divine abilities that could compare with it. The Grim Reaper's scythe. Xianxia shouted loudly. The evil twin swung the Grim Reaper's scythe at Xiaochen. The dark power was incomparably tyrannical. It was basically unstoppable. Xiaochen was sent flying dozens of meters away by the Grim Reaper's scythe. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Heavenly wheel. Xianxia shouted again. The heavenly wheel above the good twin's head blossomed with millions upon millions of divine radiance and swept towards Xiaochen. The divine power became even more violent. Xiaochen had no choice but to use the eightfold divine ability. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he finally managed to evade. Everyone outside the stage sucked in a cold breath. The Grim Reaper's scythe and heavenly wheel were too terrifying. They were simply unstoppable. With such rare divine abilities, who could defeat Xianxia? Everyone was no longer optimistic about Xiaochen. Especially the scions of Yingdu who knew about Xianxia's terrifying divine ability. Xiaochen, just admit defeat. You can't defeat me. The Destiny Twin's voice was incomparably cold as he said, "Follow me, and I will forgive all your crimes." At this moment, Xianxia and the good twin were incomparably divine and dignified. It was as if the heavenly Buddha had been reborn. The evil twin, on the other hand, was like the king of hell descending upon the world. Black clouds rolled over and over. No matter how one looked at it, Xianxia no longer looked like an ordinary person. He looked more like a Buddha and an Asura. Xiaochen did not say anything to this. Instead, he chose to continue fighting. The third princess of Shang dynasty had already stood up a long time ago. She was fully aware of the strength and terror of Yingdu's heroic four. If this talented person was killed, it would truly be a kind of loss. She wanted to stop this competition, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Wind Feathers, Lazio, Yan Qingqing, Frosty, Aqua, Tenvis, and the other experts who weren't from the Middle-earth were incomparably nervous. They all hoped that Xiaochen could defeat the experts from the Middle-earth. The solitary sword demon carried the iron sword on his back. A rare solemn expression appeared on his face as he watched the battle in silence. Bosch, Xianxia, and the other royal families were discussing in low voices. For so many years, no one had ever killed the Destiny Twins, and it was even more impossible to destroy the Heavenly Buddha treasure wheel and the Nether King's treasure. For the past few years, other than the other three heroes of Yingdu who were able to suppress Chakravarti with their even more terrifying divine abilities, it seemed like there really wasn't a single youth who could defeat him. It's impossible to kill the Destiny Twins. Unless you send the evil one into the heaven realm and seal the good one into the underworld, who can break my Destiny Twins? Who can resist the heavenly wheel? Who can resist the Nether King's treasure? Chakravarti revealed his arrogance as he charged towards Xiaochen. This was something all the scions of Indu knew. However, who had such a powerful divine ability to send the evil one into the heaven realm and seal the good one into the underworld? If they could do it, they might be able to exterminate the Destiny Twins directly. There was no need to waste time on sealing them. However, after hearing these words, the eyes of Xianxia, who was passively defending, suddenly shone brilliantly. He said coldly and emotionlessly, "Very well, I will suppress the life twins in hell and the heaven realm respectively." Chu Hangquang didn't believe Xiaoqian's words at all. Who could separate his good and evil body into heaven and hell? There was definitely no such terrifying person among the youth generation. The Destiny Twins, one good and one evil, one body with two bodies. They couldn't be killed, and they couldn't be destroyed. The evil twin was surrounded by rolling black clouds. The underworld mist overflowed the sky. The black aura of the netherworld made the sky dusky. Even the moon and stars were covered. The underworld king's most valuable treasure, the scythe of the Grim Reaper, was cold and oppressive in the clouds. It emitted a destructive power that made all the spectators tremble in fear. The good twin shone with holy light. The holy radiance enveloped the heaven and earth. That place was like the western paradise, it was peaceful. The heavenly wheel floated above his head and sprinkled down a dense holy radiance in all directions. The one who can kill the Destiny Twins from the youth generation hasn't appeared yet. Chu Hangquang's purple robe fluttered. The good and evil bodies were like Buddha and Azura descending to the mortal world. Judging from their imposing manner and temperament, they seemed to have already surpassed the scope of humans. Xiaoqian didn't say much. The surrounding shadows appeared, as if there were pictures revolving around him. They also looked like windows to 8 different worlds. It was even better than taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. He passed through that illusory overlapping space. Every step he took was like he was flying at top speed. In the blink of an eye, he changed his position several times in succession. It was as if he was passing through space. The incomprehensible speed made everyone's eyes dazzled. Even Chu Hangquang knitted his brows. However, Xiaoqian didn't choose to attack for the time being. He only moved around the Destiny Twins unceasingly. Chu Hangquang sneered again and again. He said in a cold voice, "No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to shake my undying body." He shouted loudly, "Heavenly Wheel!" As one of the 4 heroes of Indu, after the appearance of the Destiny Twins, his power had increased by a large margin. Although he was only at the peak of Historia's 6th celestial layer, it was enough to kill a Historia's 7th celestial layer expert. Or even an 8th celestial layer expert. The heavenly wheel shone brightly in all 4 directions. It was as though a Buddha was sitting cross-legged in the sky, sprinkling down waves after waves of Buddha light. In an instant, the entire space was submerged, and the void shattered soundlessly. One could very well imagine how terrifying the power of the heavenly wheel was. However, Xiaoqian already possessed extreme speed at this moment. In an instant, he moved 1,000 feet to the side. The treasured wheel followed the body like a shadow, streaking across the vast sky, leaving behind a trail of dazzling light in the night sky. The dazzling radiance sprinkled down once again, it was as beautiful as millions of fireworks blooming at the same time. However, it was a deadly flower of death. After its brilliance, it signified the beginning of the harvest of life. Originally, Xiaoqian did not want to attack rashly. He wanted to continue probing. However, facing the heavenly wheel that was closing in on him, Huang Xiaolong chose to temporarily counterattack. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he ruthlessly smashed it towards the sky. The telepathic sword wave no longer rippled out in a circle of destruction. Instead, it was like the yellow river of 9 bends, soaring into the sky. The sword wave was as thick as a water tank. It wriggled like a silver dragon as it soared high into the sky, ruthlessly striking the heavenly wheel. Clang, a deafening sound rang out. The sword wave shattered. The heavenly Buddha treasured wheel was also struck by the impact, causing a reverberating sound to reverberate in the air. It circled once in the sky before diving down again. He charged toward Xiaoqian. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel was not like the Destiny Twins, it seemed to be impossible to break. The Buddha's radiance shone, it was as if countless stars were falling down, causing a meteor shower to appear in that space. Xiaoqian was still probing as he dodged unceasingly. It seemed like Chuhangang did not want to delay any longer. The evil twin also made his move. The king of hell's most valuable treasure slashed through the void. The huge Grim Reaper's scythe was jet black in color, it was eerie and terrifying. Only the edge of the scythe was glittering with white light. It was incomparably sharp and appeared especially dazzling in the underworld fog. The demonic fog overflowed and submerged Xiaochen in an instant. Clang! 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 Xiaochen formed the seal of the fearless lion and bombarded it unceasingly. However, he was sent flying back unceasingly. The king of hell's most valuable treasure was unable to resist. And the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel was also closing in. Xiaochen was unable to resist the double attack. He had to admit that the Destiny twins were unparalleled. With such divine ability, Chuhangang could show disdain for the youth generation. 8 illusory worlds appeared. Xiaochen broke through the boundary of the world of death and rushed out from a crack. Are you out of tricks? Chuhanggang's ice-cold voice resounded. Now, Xiaochen had more or less gained some understanding of the Destiny twins through their few encounters. This time, he was ready to make his move. He shouted loudly, "Seal you right in front of me." He formed the seal with both hands and the seal of the fearless lion was formed. The golden lion king appeared in the sky. The 3 heads faced the sky and let out a long roar. The sound was world-shaking. The golden divine radiance broke through the underworld fog and illuminated the dark sky. The materialized golden lion suddenly pounced forward. Following that, Xiaochen formed the seal with both hands again. The seal of the unmovable Wisdom King was formed. The huge Wisdom King towered behind him, and a huge palm the size of a house was already swatting towards the Destiny twins. The rumbling sound was unending, the void had already been shattered. The seal of the grasping flower was formed. An immortal flower blossomed in the hands of the huge phantom that looked like Xiaochen. It was the most beautiful flower in the world. It made the moon and stars in the sky lose their splendor. The sparkling and translucent petals slashed forward and hacked on the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel. The seal of the precious vase was formed. The huge crystal vase floated above Xiaochen's head. A blazing radiance surged out and rushed towards the Destiny twins. The holy radiance swept across the underworld's treasure wheel. The sound was ear-splitting. Finally, it was the seal of the eternal soul. Beams of light swept out unceasingly. One after another, the phantom that looked incomparably similar to Xiaochen turned into light and rushed forward. All of them landed on the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel. The heaven and earth were shaking. The 5 seals were launched at the same time. The momentum was world-shaking. All the spectators were overwhelmed with shock. If it was someone else, perhaps their body and soul would have already been extinguished. However, Chu Xingquang's Destiny twins actually withstood all of them. Under the protection of the underworld's treasure and the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel, the twins were safe and sound. However, this was enough for Xiaochen. After blocking the underworld's treasure and the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel for a short period of time, he had already found the opportunity to make his move. Yin and Yang 10-layer seal. This was one of the divine sealing techniques of the Pure Land. Xiaochen had never used it before. The Wuji Taishu Qi was the principal, and the Taiji Taishu Qi was the principal. The Yin and Yang were separated into the heaven and earth. There was no Qi of the universe, but there was already a Qi of the universe. Studying the Qi from the form was called Yin and Yang. Studying the Qi from the principle was called Taiji. As Xiaochen's hands moved, the Yin and Yang fishes appeared. The Taiji diagram was formed and enlarged to the size of a house in an instant. Black and white rays of light soared to the horizon. The black and white Taiji diagram sealed the evil son of the Destiny twins. The evil son turned pale with fright. He seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "Yin and Yang 10-layer seal." He didn't have time to think too much. The Taiji diagram blotted out the sky and the moon. The virtuous son shook off the final seal of the eternal soul and hastily went to the rescue. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel was launched. However, Xiaochen wouldn't give him the chance. Both of his hands vibrated the telepathic sword wave. 2 huge dragon-like light beams snaked across the sky. The virtuous son was shattered by the sword wave in an instant. However, the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel was unscathed. With a loud clang, it still rushed towards the sealed area. Seal! Xiaochen shouted loudly. Finally, the moment the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel arrived, the evil sun with the underworld's treasure was sealed into the dimensional crack. At this time, the virtuous sun reassembled his undying body. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel on top of his head rushed over. Even though he was a virtuous sun, he was filled with a gloomy murderous aura. The evil sun was actually sealed like this. It made his anger surge. Xiaochen used the eightfold world's movement technique and drifted away nimbly like a banished immortal. He said, I said I can seal you. Actually, the so-called hell and heaven were nothing more than a name. It was hard to say if they really existed in this world. After personally going to hell, Xiaochen already had a new understanding of the so-called heaven and hell. He already had a new understanding that the legends were not necessarily true. According to his speculation, he only needed to seal the virtuous sun and the evil sun in different spaces, making them lose the connection between yin and yang. Heavenly Buddha treasure wheel. Chu Xingquang didn't want to say anything more. He directly charged at Xiaochen. The treasure wheel emitted millions upon millions of divine radiance. All the spectators were overwhelmed with shock. The evil son of the Destiny twins was actually sealed. Was he already killed? Thousands of people were restless and clamoring. Especially the scions of Yingdu, they were incomparably excited. Could it be that the unkillable legend was broken? One must know that Chu Xingquang's name had shaken the imperial capital for many years. There was no one among the younger generation who could truly kill the Destiny twins. The three dukes even stood up and walked forward with a dozen of the imperial capital's socialites. They were watching the battle at the forefront of the crowd. Perhaps tonight, a certain legend would be broken, and the unkillable twins might be banned from the game. The lakeside was in an uproar. Xiaochen dodged with extreme speed while using the telepathic sword wave to resist the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel. He was looking for an opportunity to seal the virtuous sun again. However, just when everyone was in an uproar, a certain part of the battlefield actually shattered. A huge reaper's scythe slashed out. The space split open, and the evil sun walked out with large strides with the king of hell's scythe in his hand. The black mist around him surged, and his baleful aura soared. How could this be? Xiaochen felt very surprised. His body turned into a shadow and flew to the edge of the battlefield. Haha, the evil sun laughed heartily. With the king of hell's scythe in his hand, he said, What can a mere seal do to me? I've said it before, unless you send me to heaven or hell, I can't be killed. The Destiny twins walked together and stood back to back. The terrifying fluctuation emitted by the king of hell's scythe and the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel made everyone's heart palpitate. The clamorous lakeside immediately quieted down. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The Destiny twins were too powerful. They actually tore open the void by themselves and returned calmly. Especially the royal descendants of Yingdu. They deeply felt how terrifying Chu Xingquang was. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Chu Xingquang is worthy of being one of the four heroes of Yingdu. Even the third princess couldn't help but sigh. Hee, a beauty from the imperial capital chuckled and said, Princess, he is deeply in love with you. He has been chasing after you for 3 years. Today, he even came back especially for you. What a talkative girl. Hee, although these imperial capital socialites had their own thoughts, they looked very relaxed on the surface. Until now. No one thought Xiaochen could win anymore. Only those who wanted to recruit him didn't want him to die. The rest of the people already thought there was no suspense in this battle. The Destiny twins stood back to back. One was like a deity, and the other was like an Azura. They were so extraordinary. Many people couldn't help but admit Chu Xingquang's majestic and divine might. Xiaoshi Shui, I won't make things difficult for you with your skill. Pledge your allegiance to me, and I will forgive all your crimes. The twins spoke at the same time. They swept their gaze in all directions at the same time. No one dared to look straight at them. Xiaochen stood silently at the edge of the battlefield. He seemed to be pondering. In the end, he silently walked to the center of the battlefield. You still want to fight? Don't blame me for being merciless. The twins' voice was incomparably ice-cold. There is no such thing as leniency on the battlefield. It's a pity for an expert like you to die like this. Make your move. The one who will be defeated might not be me. Xiaochen was calm. Such words shocked everyone. Could it be that he still had a backup plan even now? Unless a miracle happened, how could he defeat the unparalleled Destiny Twins? The King of Hell scrolls. Heavenly Wheel. Their voices shook the vast sky. The Destiny Twins shouted at the same time. It was as if the voice of hell and the voice of the heavens resounded at the same time. The entire night sky trembled for a long time. It was as if the King of Hell and the Buddha had descended to the mortal world. The might suppressed the heaven and earth, intimidated everyone's soul. The evil twin wielded the Grim Reaper's scythe, and the virtuous twin had a wheel above his head. They charged over in an instant. Just the energy fluctuation caused by their charge was enough to shatter the void. One could imagine how terrifying they were. As if surpassing the speed of light, Xiaochen disappeared from his original position in an instant. He appeared in the sky out of thin air. After that, one after another incomprehensible scene appeared in his surroundings. Heaven, earth, water, fire, lightning, mountain, wind, and lake. They appeared in Xiaochen's surroundings unceasingly. 8 illusory worlds appeared in 8 different directions. He stood at the center of the battlefield. Xiaochen finally revealed the divine ability other than the speed of the eightfold world. This was a divine ability that had yet to reach the consummate realm. However, he was forced to reveal it in advance. Xiaochen had an ambition for the eightfold world. He wanted to cultivate it to the pinnacle realm and surpass the legendary divine ability 6 paths of reincarnation. Qian represented the sky, Kuan represented the earth, Ken represented the water, Li represented the fire, Zhen represented the lightning, Zhen represented the mountain, Sun represented the wind, and Dui represented the lake. The imprint of the 8 trigrams had already disappeared from Xiaochen's heart. Only his eightfold world remained. There's another divine ability? What kind of technique is this? Several thousand people raised their heads to look up. Many of them had doubts in their hearts. I'll kill you here today. As soon as Cholan's words faded, the Destiny Twins soared into the sky. The Grim Reaper scythe and the heavenly wheel shattered the void and arrived in an instant. It's still not certain who will be the one to kill who. This time, Xiaochen didn't retreat. Instead, he brought along the 8 illusory worlds and charged forward. A rumbling sound resounded. The sky was actually trembling. The void was collapsing unceasingly. The 8 illusory worlds actually seemed to have materialized. Along with their turbulence, the void shattered along with them. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air resounded from below. Everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. It was actually not an illusion, but a truly powerful divine ability. The Grim Reaper scythe hacked into the fire phase. That illusory world immediately erupted with monstrous flames and illuminated the entire night sky. Half of the sky was thoroughly red. The endless underworld fog was completely dispersed. The black Grim Reaper scythe hacked unceasingly inside, but the divine flame was unextinguished. The wave of fire soared to the sky. The heavenly wheel struck the lightning phase. Immediately, lightning soared to the sky. One after another, purple lightning struck down unceasingly. The heavenly wheel let out a clang sound as it flickered with divine radiance to resist. The eightfold world revolved. Heaven, earth, water, fire, lightning, mountain, wind, and lake moved simultaneously. Xiaochen controlled the eightfold world and engaged in a great battle with Chulane in the sky. The radiance was so dazzling that it made the moon and stars lose their luster. The entire sky was swaying. Xiaochen transformed into a streak of light and fought fiercely with the good and evil twins. Although most of his power was used to support the eightfold world, the Destiny Twins' underworld and heavenly wheel were also trapped inside. However, the Destiny Twins' underworld king's treasure and heavenly wheel were also trapped inside, and they were currently attacking the eightfold world. So, Xiaochen and Chulane were evenly matched at the moment. They were like 3 streaks of light entangled together. Fearless Lion Seal, Akalanatha Seal, Divine Charm Grasping Flower Seal, Perfect Aquarius Seal, and Eternal Seal. The Destiny Twins' hair was also fluttering wildly as they attacked fiercely. It shook the sky until it shattered unceasingly. It was as if the Milky Way was falling down. It was as if the vast sea was surging high up in the sky. The night sky seemed to be boiling. Huge waves of energy surged towards the boundless horizon from time to time. In the blink of an eye, several hundred rounds had already passed. Chulane and Xiaochen were still evenly matched. It was hard to determine the victor. The void was shattered. Murderous aura soared to the heavens. The stars and moon lost their luster. The heaven and earth became gloomy. Everyone below was so shocked that they opened their mouths wide. Xiaochen was actually able to block Chulane with the eightfold world. He was not afraid of the Destiny Twins. This result was out of everyone's expectation. There's actually someone who can fight against the Destiny Twins. Chulan's rare divine ability finally met its match. He actually withstood the 4 heroes of Yingdu. The crowd below boiled over. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and the other royal descendants were incomparably excited. They deeply felt Chulan's strength. At the same time, they also felt that Xiaochen was too terrifying. Perhaps a legend would really be broken tonight. 300 moves, 700 moves. An hour had passed. Xiaochen and Chulane had already fought for countless rounds. It was hard to determine the victor. They were still fighting a life and death battle in the sky. The telepathic sword wave and perfect Aquarius seal trembled unceasingly in the sky. After losing the underworld and heavenly wheel, the Destiny Twins finally couldn't hold on any longer. They were showing signs of defeat. And Xiaochen also felt exhausted. After all, most of his power was used to support the eightfold world. PFFF. The virtuous child was beheaded. Although he was reborn with great difficulty, he was still alive. Although he was reborn with great difficulty, it was very obvious that Chulane was strenuous in the bizarre eightfold world. His resurrection was not going smoothly. Kill. 2 divine glints shot out from Xiaochen's eyes. In that instant, the eightfold world rotated at high speed. It became clearer and clearer, as if there were really 8 worlds descending. The eightfold world rotated. Heaven, earth, water, fire, lightning, mountain, wind, and lake moved at the same time. In the end, the underworld's treasure was sent into the lake. It was as terrifying as the Grim Reaper's scythe sinking into a swamp. It was actually unable to struggle free and was completely sealed inside. Water, fire, lightning, mountain, and wind moved at the same time. They trapped the heavenly wheel. The mountain collapsed, the lightning shattered, the water dissolved, the fire extinguished, and the wind extinguished. The heavenly wheel actually crumbled and melted into nothingness within the 5 elements. Sky dominates the heavens. Xiaochen shouted loudly. The sky expanded in an instant and enveloped the evil twin, trapping him in an instant. Earth dominates the underworld. Xiaochen shouted again. The earth blotted out the sky and covered the earth. In a split second, the good twin was confined, making it hard for him to move. The eightfold world rotated. It was like 8 huge scrolls were unfolding in the sky. They were truly reflected between heaven and earth as they rotated. Everyone below was stupefied. It was deathly silent. Everyone was flabbergasted. The eightfold world actually trapped the Destiny Twins. In the end, the underworld's treasure was also sent into the 5 elements. Water, fire, lightning, mountain, and wind moved at the same time. The mountain collapsed, the lightning shattered, and the fire extinguished. It was completely crushed. Behead the evil twin. Xiaochen's gloomy voice clearly resounded in the entire night sky. The telepathic sword wave rippled out. The evil twin's physical body within the circle of destruction was crushed into nothingness. Only his head was left in Xiaochen's hand. Behead the good twin. The sword wave rippled out. Other than the head, the good twin's body was crushed into nothingness. Not even a drop of blood mist could disperse. The thousands of people at the lakeside were petrified. The Destiny Twins did not reappear after being beheaded. After a deathly silence, a series of shouts suddenly burst out. Oh God, Chulane was beheaded. The Destiny Twins were actually killed by someone. Tonight, the legend of the unkillable twins has been broken. The Scions of Yingdu were even more thoroughly shouting. No one understood how terrifying the Destiny Twins were more than them. But now, they were really beheaded by someone. Even the other 3 heroes of Yingdu might not be able to do it, right? They were stronger than Chulane only because they could suppress him with their divine ability. It wasn't because they could actually kill Chulin's twins. The third princess never thought this would be the result. Chulain was beheaded. She didn't want to see any casualties. It would be a loss to her no matter which one of them died. And among the dozens of Hindu beauties, there were even a few who were admirers of the four heroes. The others had a complicated expression on their faces. They were even more determined to recruit Xiaochen. Yan Qingqing, Lazio, Windfeathers, Tenvis, Aqua, Frosty, and the others couldn't help but clench their fists. The name Xiaoshi Shui was deeply engraved in their hearts. The tall and straight Xiaochen held the two bloody heads and stood in the sky. The eightfold world revolved around him. He looked like a heaven-defying warrior who could kill gods. This indelible scene was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. The 8 scrolls faded away, and the eightfold world disappeared. Xiaochen threw the two heads into the sky. Not long after, Chulin's twins appeared. What's going on? Oh God, could it be that the twins weren't killed and were reborn again? Everyone calmed down. Everyone was nervously looking at the sky. You can't be soft-hearted on the battlefield. You didn't destroy me in the end, and now you can't destroy me anymore. The Destiny twins' words were cold. I didn't kill you because you have a good background. That's all. Xiaochen's tone was indifferent as he stood alone in the sky. The meaning of his words was very clear. He didn't kill Chulain because he was worried about the entire Chu clan behind him. If only Chu Xingquang himself was taken into consideration, he would have been killed a long time ago. Chu Xingquang was furious. This was equivalent to looking down on him. I can kill you once. I can kill you 10 times, 100 times. Xiaochen's emotionless voice resounded clearly in the sky. Everyone was so shocked that they shut their mouths and quietly watched the two people in the sky. The twins were furious, they rushed forward at the same time, but in that instant, the eightfold divine ability world appeared. The good twin was sent flying by the unmovable bright king seal, and the evil twin was trapped in the earth dimension. Xiaochen mercilessly used the telepathic sword wave to shatter its body, leaving only its head. You win, the virtuous child appeared somewhat powerless. After being killed once. In a short period of time, even the heavenly wheel and the underworld king's treasure couldn't be revealed. How could he fight against Xiaochen who controlled the eightfold divine ability world? He had to admit that he was utterly defeated. There was a commotion below. Chu Xingquang actually admitted his defeat. This was definitely a sensational news. It was believed that it would spread throughout Hindu overnight. Xiaoshi Shui was destined to shake the entire Shang dynasty's capital overnight. Don't worry, the men of our Shang dynasty are all heroes. Our Chu family won't make things difficult for you because of this, and I won't retaliate against you either. If you, Chu Xingquang wanted to say if you follow me, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He had just been defeated, how could he say such words? I didn't kill you, not because I was afraid, but because I didn't want to stir up trouble. Xiaochen calmly stood in the sky and looked at the virtuous child. I'll seal your evil body for 3 days as a lesson. Many people were dumbstruck. This Xiaochen was really powerful. He took away the head of Chu Xingquang's evil twin and threatened to seal him for 3 days. He really had character. He didn't kill him because he didn't want to stir up trouble, and not because he was afraid. Just like that, it was truly explained. After he finished speaking, Xiaochen seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the eightfold divine ability world. However, he was as fast as a flickering light, as if he was passing through space. Such extreme speed made the boiling crowd below even more clamorous. Chu Xingquang silently nodded his head and flew towards the ground. But just at this time, more than 10 figures flew up and chased after Xiaochen. Leave behind the young duke's head. Hold on. How could these psychics catch up with their speed? However, Xiaochen stopped. He swept his cold gaze over them and said, Who can stop me? Die, madman. More than 10 psychics and spell masters rushed over together. Chu Xingquang wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. The telepathic sword rippled, more than 10 people spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. However, Xiaochen didn't want to kill too many people. Seeing how loyal these people were, he didn't take their lives, he only injured them. Just like that, Xiaochen soared into the sky again with a cold snort. Wait a moment. The Shang dynasty's third princess shouted. She didn't want to let this expert go. That young vice commander at the side, even more so, led a few spell masters and psychics to soar into the sky, chasing after Xiaochen. The princess ordered you to leave. Xiaochen ignored the arrogant vice commander and directly flew towards a distant place. However, he was suddenly intercepted. It turned out the vice commander was already prepared for this and arranged some people to intercept him. Please go back. The vice commander held his sword and sneered. If I want to leave, who among you can stop me? Seize him. The vice commander shouted loudly. Everyone rushed forward at the same time. At a distant place, the Shang dynasty's third princess was furious. She wished she could immediately behead the vice commander. Previously, this arrogant guy suggested to make a move against the solitary sword demon and was coldly rebuked by the third princess. Now he actually did it again. It made the third princess very angry. What she was worried about finally happened. Xiaochen hated this kind of people the most. He only left behind one sentence: those who block me will die. Although the telepathic sword ripple couldn't kill the Destiny twins, it was definitely one of the most terrifying divine attacks. The Destiny twins didn't die not because the sword ripple was not powerful enough, but because the Destiny twins were too abnormal. They could regenerate. These people in front of him didn't have the ability to regenerate. A circle of destruction with a circumference of more than 100 meters appeared. The terrifying sword ripple spread out. PFFF. PFFF. Blood splashed everywhere. More than 10 people were crushed into nothingness. Everyone at the lakeside cried out in alarm. Xiaochen left as if he was flying. The vice commander's complexion immediately turned ashen. He said angrily, "You actually dare to make a move against the princess guards? Yu Tong, if you can't bring him back, just wait for your punishment." The third princess's cold voice transmitted from below. The news of Xiao Shui defeating one of Yingdu's heroic four spread like a gale. It swept across the entire Shang dynasty's capital overnight. This was undoubtedly a sensational news. Yingdu's heroic four was almost invincible among the younger generation. Their names had shaken the Shang dynasty's capital for several years. They were invincible and simply couldn't meet their match. Even the experts who were half a generation older than them might not necessarily be able to contend against them. Warbeast Castle, Gambling City, Spellbind Castle, Moonflower Castle. All the practitioners were discussing this matter. Xiao Shui's name shook Yingdu overnight, especially the younger generation. They paid special attention to this matter after receiving the news. That Chakravarti was an outstanding figure among the younger generation. For him to be defeated like this was a major event. The Destiny twins are known to be undying. With the Infernal King's treasure and the Heavenly Wheel at the same time, it was enough to show disdain for the younger generation. How many people could contend against them? However, they were defeated by a wandering practitioner from overseas. We need to find that wandering practitioner. Let's see if we can rope Xiao Shui in. After receiving the report, many clans had already issued similar orders. Such a young powerhouse would definitely become a peerless expert that could intimidate a region in a few decades or even 100 years. If he was properly nurtured, it was highly possible that he could sweep away all the powerhouses of the same generation. How could the clans not try to recruit him? The Eightfold World, the first time it appeared in front of the world, it immediately became famous. On top of that, Xiaochen was proficient in the seal of the Fearless Lion, the seal of the Akalanatha, the seal of the Divine Flower, the seal of the Precious Vase, and the seal of the Eternal Soul. This made his origin even more mysterious. Not to mention that terrifying telepathic sword wave. It had even shaken the world in a certain era. On top of that, the divine seal of the 10 layers of yin-yang. All of these seemed to indicate that Xiaochen's origin was not simple at all. There should be several peerless experts behind him. Otherwise, how could he learn these long-lost consummate skills? That night, the entire Yingdu was in an uproar, no matter if it was the gambling city or the brothel. Many practitioners were discussing spiritedly. And it was also on this night that everyone found out one more thing. One of Yingdu's heroic four, Yanzhen, would be returning to Yingdu within 3 days. The urgent letter Chakravang received during the battle was sent by Yanzhen. This news made everyone extremely expectant. One of the four heroes, Chu Hongguang, was defeated. Would Yan Zhongkong stand up for him? It was not for revenge, but to regain some face for him. After all, the four heroes were of the same breath. They were good friends to begin with. Now that Yan Zhongkong had returned, how could he just watch with folded arms? As such, the following days in Yingdu would definitely be very exciting. Other than that, there was another piece of news that was only known to a small group of aristocratic descendants. A strong tiger from the powerful Hu clan of the Central Plains was currently in the capital of the Great Shang Empire. After receiving the news that two little tigers had been killed, it was believed that the strong tiger of the Hu clan, who had always been known to protect his own, would not be able to sit still that night. It was destined to make many people lose sleep, because the coming days would be even more exciting. The lakeside of the Moon Lake had quietened down. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, it was already late at night. The bright moonlight sprinkled down, and the Moon Lake, which was as clear as a gem, flowed with a gentle radiance. It was like a huge glowing gem, and in addition to the wave-like moonlight, this place seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of mist. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. A small boat was slowly moving on the Moon Lake. One ripple after another was produced. The bright moon in the water shattered into pieces. Xiaochen sat alone at the bow of the boat, facing the moon and drinking wine. There was no joy of victory. There was only a deep emptiness. While the outside world was in an uproar, he was drifting alone on the Moon Lake. During the great battle, he was indeed surging with passion. At that moment, he was in high spirits and threw himself into the passionate confrontation where the flame of life burned fiercely. He made the flower of life bloom in full bloom. In that pinnacle confrontation of life and death, he tasted the true meaning of life and death. He felt the passion of blood boiling. However, after the peak of prosperity, when the passion gradually subsided, when the hot blood gradually cooled down, he felt endless tiredness and emptiness. The outside world was in an uproar, but he was alone at this moment. Even if the whole world was cheering for him, it couldn't stop the loneliness he felt at this moment. Fame, he already had it. Fame, he could easily obtain it. However, everyone was in an uproar, he was alone. This was his current state of mind. Leaning against the railing of the small boat, he held a bronze wine vessel in his hand and drank while facing the moon. His face was filled with loneliness and loneliness. He was already a little drunk. Facing that hazy moonlight, he felt like he had lost himself. What was the meaning of immortality? Immortality, eternal life in this world, it might not be a fortunate thing. During the long years of immortality, he might face endless bitterness and loneliness. Perhaps, achieving immortality before the age of 40 and going home to take a look was the only motivation for him to keep moving forward. However, when he thought about it carefully, his parents were not in good health. Even if he returned to the human world after 20 years, would he still be able to see them? Also, the girl who used to be in the human world, who would she belong to after 20 years? I used my youth to cultivate, but I can't see the future, I can't see the results. Is it worth it? Xiaochen was silent as he looked at the bright moon alone. He suddenly felt very tired, as if there was an invisible shackle firmly locking him down. I might as well go back. Thinking about the scene after 20 years, he suddenly had a feeling that his beliefs were collapsing. Everything he had worked hard for would be for naught. His hopes would be shattered like bubbles. What he would face would be depressing fragments. Should he continue? He was drunk. Xiaochen was indeed drunk. His mind was in a mess, and his imagination was running wild. The indifference of a cultivator was lost at this moment. He actually started to doubt if there was any meaning to his cultivation. Immortality? To live as long as heaven and earth, to shine as bright as the sun and moon. From then on, he would be immortal and look down on all living beings. However, other than that, what else could there be? The will of heaven was hard to fathom, and the feelings of immortals were like frost. Being accompanied by coldness and loneliness, was this the final result? The mortal world was so charming, and the mortal world was so lively. In this way, was there any meaning in pursuing immortality? Perhaps he would be like an ordinary person. Living a simple and happy life would be the best. Who cares about the collapse of the heavens, the chaos of hell? Who cares about the death of the ancestral god? who cares about the calamity of the gods? I will be free and unfettered in the mortal world. Such a colorful life is enough. In the moon lake, Xiaochen faced the clear moon alone. This place was especially cold and cheerless during the latter half of the night. It was extremely quiet. Drowsy, the small boat moved along with the waves. Unknowingly, while Xiaochen was half awake, he suddenly heard a series of clanging sounds. The clashing of swords shook the heaven and earth. He raised his eyes and looked at the ripples in front of him. There was actually a woman flying high in the sky. Although her posture was graceful, her killing intent soared to the heavens. The red dust rises. Her black hair is messy, the long sword in her hand moves the heavens. Her eyes emitted cold electricity, her heart is as firm as iron, the edge of the blade trembles 10,000 li. The melodious voice resounded in the air like a hammer pounding on his heart, waking him up in an instant. He didn't know why, but it was as if he saw the scene of a great army. The long sword was filled with hatred, the blood in his heart that had cooled down suddenly ignited. The heavenly wind rises. The earth trembles. Millions of heavenly soldiers are hidden in the chest. The spirit swallows the mountains and rivers, the will oppresses the sun and moon. She dares to cause chaos in heaven and earth. Xiaochen felt as if he was struck by lightning. He instantly felt his blood boil. After being affected by the singing voice, a lofty aspiration actually welled up in that instant. It was as if he could shake the ancestors of heaven and earth. The intermittent singing seemed to have ignited Xiaochen's struggle. It made him, who was at a loss, find himself again. This was a battle song that belonged to a man, it made him surge with passion for a moment. The lyrics were not very good, but that kind of mood already made his blood boil and completely recovered his consciousness. Life is like a song, how can a man be hesitant and lost in this world? To let the flower of life bloom, to be filled with fighting spirit, to stand proudly between heaven and earth, to let this life be filled with magnificent colors. No matter what the future holds, it doesn't matter what the result will be. The most important thing is that he has tried his best. Xiaochen's heart as a practitioner was unprecedentedly firm. He will continue to move forward. The direction will not change, it will be the same from start to finish, advancing forward courageously. Everyone was like this, it was impossible for them to be simple and pure. Everyone's character was complicated, and Xiaochen was the same as well. After a short period of loneliness, his blood would surge again, and he would be filled with even more confidence and motivation. The singing voice faded away. That dreamlike beauty had already disappeared from the moon lake. Ching ching. Is that ching ching? Xiaochen shouted loudly. The eightfold world appeared. Its speed was extremely fast as it rushed towards the misty sky. However, this cold sky was empty, there was nothing at all. There was only the moonlight and the starlight sprinkling down. After the battle, the demonic thoughts were actually born and I almost destroyed my own heart. That was really dangerous. Xiaochen sighed. Standing alone at the bow of the ship, he looked up at the starry sky. His gaze was firm, his will was as strong as steel. Xiaochen felt full of vigor. His cultivation had reached the peak of Historia's 6th celestial layer. It seemed like he could break through to Historia's 7th celestial layer at any time. Tempering the heart in the secular world is really a bright path. Xiaochen felt it deeply. He decided to walk down this secular world with even more vigor. Life was waiting for him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaochen tossed the head of the evil sun into the moon lake. Chukong's evil body appeared in an instant. He cupped his hands towards Xiaochen and flew away. Although 3 days was very short, it was enough for Xiaochen to become a well-known figure among the younger generation practitioners in Yingdu. Chukong's evil body was really sealed for 3 days. Everyone was shocked, but they also couldn't help but admire Xiaochen's methods and courage. He dared to suppress a young prince, he was really out of the ordinary. After comprehending in the moon lake for 3 days, Xiaochen's mental state once again advanced to the next level. His divine sense had already broken through to Historia's 7th celestial layer before his physical body. With a leap, the light boat disappeared behind him. Using the eightfold world, Xiaochen appeared on the main street of Yingdu in an instant. The sky was still the same sky, the clouds were still the same clouds. What was different was his mental state. 3 days seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. A certain Shang king moved the capital to Yingdu because of many considerations. Other than the strategic and economic considerations, the most important reason was because of some ancient secrets. According to legend, Fuxi and a few other ancestral gods once lived in seclusion in Yingdu for a period of time in the distant past. They left behind an indelible relic here. It was said that this place was a supreme treasure land. It might also be a divine graveyard. The aura of the heavenly dragon lingered above, and the divine veins of the earth dragon were entrenched below. Xiaochen didn't plan to leave Yingdu in a short period of time. He had already visited Fuxi's relic, he still wanted to visit a few other divine treasures. Unknowingly, Xiaochen arrived at the lunar pavilion again. Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh. A person's inertia was indeed terrifying. He had only been here twice, yet he actually arrived here again in this aimless situation. Since he was already here, there was no reason not to go up. The moment he arrived at the 9th floor, Xiaochen suddenly realized that Xiaoshi Shui could also be considered a celebrity now. It seemed a little inappropriate to come up like this. However, it was already too late. Everyone's gaze was already focused on him. The originally loud and boastful 9th floor became extremely quiet in an instant. Immediately after, a warm greeting resounded, "Brother Xiao, this way please." "Greetings, Brother Shui, this way please." A group of rich kids surrounded him in an instant. Many of them wanted to invite him as a friend. They had been looking for him for a few days without a trace. How could they not approach him when they suddenly saw him? This was an expert who defeated Xianxia. He killed the Destiny twins with the Eightfold World. It could even be said that he had unlimited potential. He was worthy of being roped in by the big clans. The people were still the same. Xiaochen saw Yin Feng, Bosch, Chen Hangjin, and the others again. He also saw Yan Qingqing, Lazio, Frosty, Aqua, Tenvis, and the others in one of the private rooms. However, today was different from the past. The rich kids of Yingdu were no longer overbearing. They no longer targeted the experts from outside the Middle-earth. In the battle 3 days ago, the solitary sword demon was unrivaled in Yingdu. Then, Xiaochen defeated Xianxia, one of the 4 heroes of Yingdu. It completely shattered the arrogant mentality of the rich kids. "Xiaoshi Shui. Come here." The door of a private room was pushed open. The solitary sword demon was leaning on the door with his sword on his back. Xiaochen cupped his hands towards everyone with a smile. He walked towards the solitary sword demon with large strides and entered the private room with him. The 9th floor was in an uproar. The solitary sword demon was also the target everyone was looking for and trying to rope in. Who would have thought he was also in this lunar pavilion? For a moment, Bosch, Chen Jingxing, Yin Feng, and the others all had their own ideas. And the door of the other private room was also closed at this moment. One of the 4 heroes of Yingdu, Yan Hanking, laughed wildly and asked Xianxia, "Is he, the one who killed your Destiny twins?" Yan Hanking had a slender figure, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was definitely a lady killer. He belonged to that kind of valiant man with shape and temperament. The unique murderous aura of a soldier was very obvious. "It's him." Xianxia nodded and said, "I want to rope him into the army, what do you think?" "If he is willing, that would be great." Yan Hanking swirled the golden wine in his cup and said, "I'm just afraid that he is carefree and doesn't want to go to the battlefield." Xianxia shook his head and said, "That's not the case. I feel that he is currently training in the training grounds. Pulling him into the battlefield might be a success. For him, that would be an unprecedented experience. An army of 1,000,000 on the battlefield. That kind of real bloody battle is very suitable for him. How about I defeat his arrogance first?" Yan Hanking's eyes flickered with a sharp glint. "Haha," Xianxia laughed wildly and said, "I'm just afraid that you will end up like me and get your head chopped off. I haven't seen arrogance from him, but he still has a lofty and unyielding character. If I force him, it will only arouse his disgust. It's better to go along with him." Yan Hanking seemed to have thought of something and asked, "I heard there is a strong tiger in the imperial capital. That tiger definitely won't leave this matter at that, right?" In another private room, Wind Feathers, the solitary sword demon, and Xiaochen drank a cup of wine in silence. After that, the door was pushed open. Yan Qingqing, Lazio, Frosty, Aqua, and Tenvis walked in. Other than the three from the western border, the few from the southern wasteland gathered again. Xiaochen had a very different feeling. After a short period of silence, everyone began to chat. Even the taciturn solitary sword demon was no longer stingy with his words. Yan Qingqing asked, "Solitary sword demon, where will you go from here?" "I will travel to the ends of the world with a sword in hand. I will only train in the sword in this life. I have no fate with the rest." "What about you?" While speaking, she asked Wind Feathers again. "I am just a loser. I will travel to the southwest and enter the sacred mountain of the beasts to search for the soul of the ancient beast king. I will return to Indu again." Wind Feathers seemed to be making a vow. As for Wind Feathers, Xiaochen more or less sympathized with him. He was originally an expert, but in the end, he was a tragic character. He encountered even stronger opponents one after another and suffered a few setbacks. Xiaochen could only console him. It's not a bad thing to encounter a few failures in the early stages. When you face the sun, the shadow is always behind you. "Thank you." Yu Wenfeng nodded. "No need to ask me." Seeing that Yan Qingqing was about to open her mouth, Lazio said to himself, "The Immortals' mainland is so vast, hundreds of races stand in great numbers. There are ancient warring races that are comparable to gods, there are peerless beauties. I will leave my footprints in those places. I will travel through thousands of mountains and rivers and travel the world." "Brother Xiao, where will you go from here?" Yan Qingqing asked. "I will refine my heart in the secular world." Frosty, Aqua, and Tenvis also told him their future plans. The private room sank into silence for a short period of time. It was very quiet for a while. They all knew that after today's gathering, they might not be able to meet again in a few decades, or even in this lifetime. This might be the last time they met. Everyone had their own future, they would all walk into the distant world that belonged to them. The room was filled with a faint sad atmosphere of parting. There would come a day when a young eagle would spread its wings and fly to its own world, far away from its parents and kin. From then on, a lone eagle would soar into the sky and soar into the distance. People would eventually grow up. Everyone had their own different paths. For their dreams, for their future, they would break into their own world. There would always be a day when they would part ways with their family and friends. 23 to 24 years old was the golden age for Xianxia. They would travel far away from home without any hesitation in order to sharpen themselves and make themselves stronger. They would undergo a two-level transformation of the physical and mental body to achieve self-improvement. Perhaps I will stay in the Shang dynasty for a long time. 3 years ago, during the War Beast tournament in the celestial city of the South Wasteland, the third princess of the Shang dynasty had personally graced us with her presence. I was already acquainted with her at that time, but I didn't know she was a princess. When I came to Indu this time, she invited me to stay a few months. Yan Qingqing was elegant and otherworldly. Her skin was creamy and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. She said with slight fluctuations of emotion, "I wonder if we will have the chance to meet again in the future." That's right, everything was hard to say, because the Immortals' mainland was too big, and who could guarantee that no accidents would occur on the path of cultivation? My first stop is definitely the Great Shang Empire. Lazio wanted to become a bard and travel the world. He said, as one of the 5 hegemons, Great Shang occupies 16% of the land. I think I will be staying in Shang Nation for a very long time. Us too. Aqua, Frosty and Tenvis nodded at the same time. I will walk around Great Shang. The solitary sword demon said. After that, he faced Xiaochen and said, "Xiaoshi Shui, it's time for you to leave. The tiger family has a strong tiger in Indu. There might be trouble if we're late." "I already know. When I arrived at the lunar pavilion, I heard people talking about it." Xiaochen drank a cup by himself. "So what if he's a strong tiger? If he dares to find me, I'm prepared to take his head this time." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the private room changed. The solitary sword demon looked at him and didn't say anything. The expression of the blue-haired handsome man, Lazio, was somewhat grave as he said, I heard that person might have already stepped into the demigod realm. Even if you have a rare divine ability, if the difference in realm is too great, you won't be able to defeat him. I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult for him to be a match for that person. Yu Wenfeng nodded. Let's retreat for now. The Hu clan's people are very vicious. Xiaochen from 3 years ago is a good example. Hearing the name Xiaochen, Yan Qingqing felt a little unnatural. She recalled some past events again. Don't worry, the solitary sword demon and I should be enough. The two of you are working together? Everyone present was very surprised. Even the solitary sword demon himself was stunned. He did not expect Xiaochen to say that. What? This is all the trouble you've caused me. How can you just brush it off like that? Xiaochen looked at the solitary sword demon with a smile. Alright, I won't leave Yingdu for a month. The solitary sword demon didn't hesitate and agreed. Yu Wenfeng and the others also opened their mouths and asked, do you need help? Xiaochen shook his head and said, the two of us should be enough. Anyway, we're not in a hurry. We won't be leaving anytime soon anyway. Killing a demigod before we leave can be considered a good story. Lazio said. Xiaochen said, you all have your own factions, unlike me and the solitary sword demon. They were all alone. Once the matter is settled, we will leave without a trace. Invincible for 1,000 miles. Hee. No matter, let's talk about it when the time comes. Because of this matter. The sadness of parting was washed away in an instant. All good things must come to an end. In the end, everyone was a little tipsy. Even the two beauties, Yan Qingqing and Frosty, were glowing. Their big watery eyes looked as if there were ripples flowing in their eyes, as if there was mist lingering around them. The time to part had arrived. However, the moment everyone pushed open the door, they were stunned when they walked out of the private room. The stairs leading downstairs were filled with people. Bosch, Chen Hangjin, Yin Feng, and the others had already been waiting for a long time. So much so that Xiaochen even saw Chushquang at the back of the crowd. It was precisely that outstanding youth who possessed the rare divine ability, Destiny Twins. And beside him, there was a handsome youth whose strength could not be seen through. He was standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Brother Xiao, take care, let's have a chat over here. Bosch walked over. Brother Solitary, it is fate that brought us together, this way please. Chen Hangjin walked over. Miss Qingqing, Lady Frosty, you are truly an immortal. Please have a seat over here. Yin Feng also greeted them warmly. A group of people surrounded them. It was obvious that they wanted to make Xiaochen stay. Hee, Chushquang laughed wildly as he squeezed forward together with Yan Hanking. Other than a few royal families, the other aristocratic families couldn't help but make way for them. Yingdu's 4 heroes were famous in the imperial capital, who wouldn't be afraid of them? No discord, no concord. Come to my residence and have a seat. Chushquang was calm and collected. He did not feel the slightest shame of losing. Sure, but not today. Xiaochen refused tactfully. Yan Hanking looked at Xiaochen, then looked at the solitary sword demon. His eyes emitted 2 sharp glints, but in the end, he did not say anything and only nodded. On the contrary, he was very interested in the 2 beauties, Yan Qingqing and Frosty. He actually prepared a gift and ordered someone to deliver it over. Brother Xiao, just at this time a person squeezed forward and even passed by Chushquang and Yan Hanking. It's you. A cold light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He had already recognized this person. This was the 3rd Princess Vice Commander, Yu Tong. That night, he had led people to block him in the air. At that time, he had been very arrogant and despotic. Brother Xiao, please forgive me. Yu Tong bowed awkwardly and said, I hope Brother Xiao can forgive me and forget the unhappiness of the past. This time, I am acting on the orders of the 3rd Princess to invite Brother Xiao and Brother Dugu. The solitary sword demon was very silent. He didn't say anything from start to finish. Xiaochen shook his head and said, we still have things to do. Maybe another day. When the vice commander heard this, he became anxious and nearly knelt down. He said, Brother Xiao, I was wrong. I was too rude 3 days ago. I'm here to apologize to you. Please help me, or else the third princess will kill me. The third princess has invited all of you here for a simple gathering. There is no other meaning. Seeing that Xiaochen did not budge, Yutong lowered his voice. He said, third princess has already made that strong tiger retreat. I know that brother Xiao can deal with it by himself, but this is, after all, a token of the princess's sincerity. So please brother Xiao. This news made Xiaochen very surprised. In the end, he nodded and said, all right. Brother Dugu. After that, Yutong walked in front of the solitary sword demon and whispered a few words. Humph, I don't need any sword manual. The solitary sword demon snorted coldly. Not a sword manual, but, Yutong explained hurriedly. All right. It was out of everyone's expectation. The solitary sword demon actually nodded and agreed. It was very obvious that Yutong was already prepared. Next, Lazio, Windfeathers, and the others also agreed. The group of Indu's aristocratic descendants were dumbstruck. This, the third princess was really good. She actually caught them all in one fell swoop and invited everyone away. As a matter of fact, the ones that they paid the most attention to were Xiaochen and the solitary sword demon. As for inviting Windfeathers and the others, it was just to rope these two in. Of course, it was another matter if they were interested in Yan Qingqing's beauty or Frosty's beauty. Even if it was just a courtyard, it was still grand and imposing. The residence of the Shang dynasty's third princess. How could it not be particular? Walking on the small cobblestone path, they passed through the pavilions and pavilions. After crossing a small bridge and crossing a stone arch bridge, Xiaochen and the others arrived at the bank of a lotus pond. Following the meandering corridor that was level with the lake surface, Xiaochen and the others entered a pavilion on the surface of the lake. A woman dressed in white was sitting alone in front of the zither platform. Although her face was covered by a veil, one could guess from her slender and graceful figure and her bright eyes that she was definitely a very alluring woman. Moreover, it was very likely that she was a calamitous woman who could topple the nation. Xiaochen and the solitary sword demon didn't have any intention to greet her. The third princess didn't mind either. She invited them to sit down with a smile, and even more affectionately invited Yan Qingqing to her side. I once wanted to recruit everyone as my friends, but I changed my mind. Everyone here is a talented person, how could you be willing to serve others? I, Yining, am willing to make friends with everyone. Princess is too polite. It is our honor to be able to make friends with the princess. The blue-haired handsome man, Lazio, laughed. His handsome face, which could make ordinary girls go crazy, was filled with a calm expression. He came from a big family in the southern wasteland, so he was very familiar with this kind of retreating in order to advance. Hee, young Master Lazio is indeed extraordinary. If you pay a visit to all the major families in Indu, I'm afraid many of the beauties in Indu will raise their standards for choosing a spouse by a few levels. The third princess smiled faintly and said, I have a piece of news that young Master Lazio is particularly concerned about. The genius fairy Lan Nua once appeared in our Shang dynasty. I have already invited the person who knows about it. If young Master Lazio wants to know more, you can go ahead and ask him. Thank you very much. Lazio expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He left under the lead of a little girl. Even Xiaochen was moved. If it wasn't because of his status, he would also want to follow along and inquire. Windfeathers is a hero among men. Although he suffered a crushing defeat in Indu, please believe that the men of Indu have no ill intentions. It's just that their way of doing things is a little rough. I hope you can forgive them. I know your talent is outstanding. Very few people can compare to you, and you even practice the demon art of myriad beasts. That is the cultivation method of the demon monarch who once ruled over the world. What you lack is only a powerful beast soul. If you have the help of the best quality beast soul, I'm afraid you can already defeat everyone in the younger generation. I happen to have a rare beast soul in my mansion. Don't refuse, you can go and take a look first. Who knows, you might be able to reap some harvest. Windfeathers bowed deeply and left. Xiaochen couldn't help but sigh. This third princess was really good at playing tricks. The third princess chuckled and said to Tenvis, I know you came from the fire-cloud temple in the western border. Not long ago, someone gifted me a treasure. Reportedly, it was a divine pearl from the Fire Cloud Temple. Tenvis stood up abruptly and said with a trembling voice, "Is it the Fire Cloud Divine Pearl?" "It seems so, you can go and take a look yourself." Tenvis also bowed deeply and left in a hurry. "Sister Frosty, I have a few stalks of beauty jade Ganoderma here. It can keep you young forever." "Ah? Really?" A hint of envy immediately appeared on Frosty's pretty face. "Of course it's true. Come, sit beside Big Sister. I will give you and Big Sister Xianxia 3 stalks each." Frosty leisurely walked towards the third princess with a smile on her face. Aqua wrinkled his brows slightly. He wanted to reprimand his sister, but he couldn't say it in front of so many people. This girl, she was bought over with just 3 stalks of beauty jade Ganoderma. This really made him feel very speechless. "Brother Aqua, I have the complete water-breaking divine art here, really?" Aqua no longer reprimanded his sister. He quickly left with a palace maid. The third princess looked at Xiaochen with a smile. Then she looked at the solitary sword demon. She sighed, "Both of you are outstanding people, your future prospects are limitless. I really want to make you stay and work for me, but I know your ambition is not in the secular world." Sigh, it's really a pity. Both of them didn't say anything. 3 years ago, I once went to the celestial city and asked someone if he was willing to follow me to the north. If he is willing to follow me to the north, I can give him great riches and honor. Looking at you two, I vaguely recalled the way he refused without the slightest hesitation. What a pity for a young expert with a lot of potential. I think if he was still alive, he might not be any worse than you two. Speaking until here, the third princess was a little rueful. The solitary sword demon remained silent. Xiaochen had a different feeling in his heart. He was already certain that the third princess was the descendant of the deity, the master of Goldie. The events from 3 years ago flashed past his mind. Yan Qingqing had obviously guessed who the third princess was talking about. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. "Many thanks to the princess for stopping that strong tiger for me out of goodwill." Xiaochen cupped his hands. "No need to thank me. I just don't want the tragedy from 3 years ago to repeat itself. Personally, I hate a certain family." The third princess heaved a sigh. Xiaochen had no choice but to admit perhaps the third princess was sincere, or perhaps her methods were extremely brilliant. With just a few simple words, he already didn't feel any estrangement. His favorable impression of her had increased by a large margin. Of course, this definitely had nothing to do with the relationship between a man and a woman. This was only the appreciation of a person's ability. With a flash of golden light, the descendant of the deity, Goldie, appeared in the pavilion on the lake as if it had traveled through space. It circled around Xiaochen 3 times, then it scratched its ears and cheeks. It revealed a doubtful expression, its appearance was a little comical. Xiaochen shivered, he made himself as calm as an ancient well and withdrew all of his aura. Hee. Seeing its appearance, the third princess laughed and said, "Goldie, come here." With a whoosh, Goldie appeared in front of the third princess. It received a purple gold ginseng king from the third princess and started to chew on it. Xiaochen was speechless. No wonder Goldie not only managed to cultivate the undying 9 lives body back, but its cultivation was even more terrifying. It turned out that the third princess fed it this kind of spiritual food every day. It was not inferior to Kik's snacks. Looking at Goldie, he really missed Kiki a little. He hoped the little critter would return soon. "Xiaochen, even though I already sent someone to warn that strong tiger, you still have to be more careful. After all, this family never had any misgivings when doing things. You need to be cautious." "Many thanks, I understand." Xiaochen nodded his head. "Brother Dugu, I know that practicing the sword is your everything." The third princess said with a smile, "I know you don't care about any sword techniques at all. That's why I specially searched for the 3 volumes of Sword Intent left behind by Zhang Sanfeng." Hearing that it was left behind by Zhang Sanfeng, not only was the Dugu Jianma moved, even Xiaochen was moved. "It's 3 stonemen, every stoneman has 3 sword scars." The third princess clapped her hands. 2 warriors carefully moved one of the stonemen into the pavilion. The stoneman revealed the traces of time. It was obvious that it had experienced countless hardships. There were 3 sword scars on its head, chest, and legs. The Dugu Jianma was immediately attracted. He walked over with large strides. Hee, back then, a swordsman spent 30 years facing a stoneman. That's why I only moved 1 stoneman here today. If Brother Dugu wants to see the other 2, you can go and see them at any time. The Dugu Jianma no longer paid attention to the outsiders. He started to observe by himself. Xiaochen knew that the Dugu Jianma was also tied up here. The 3rd princess really had a good trick. The 3rd princess smiled gently. After that, she turned her head around to face Xiaochen and said, Brother Xiao, are you training your heart in the secular world right now? Yes. My teacher once told me that training your heart in the secular world, if a man doesn't go to the battlefield, then his life will never be complete. As a man, if he didn't charge into the battlefield, it would be a lifetime of regret. Training your heart is not limited to the battlefield. Regret. Life is always full of regrets, no one can avoid it. I don't need to deliberately pave the way for my path, I only need to move forward unswervingly. Although he said it like that, Xiaochen had no choice but to admit that charging into the battlefield was definitely the dream of every man. He felt that he might really have to go to the battlefield next, but he didn't want to arrange it through the hands of the 3rd princess. Xiaochen left the princess courtyard alone. The others were all left behind by the Shang dynasty's 3rd princess, Yining. And because he owed her a big favor, it was impossible for him to leave immediately. Just at this time, someone quickly ran over and said, Young master, someone asked me to deliver a letter to you. Xiaochen opened the letter, there was only 1 sentence on it, the moment you leaving Du is the moment you lose your life. The inscription was the image of a tiger. Xiaochen laughed heartily, then his expression turned cold. He said to the messenger, Tell him, don't wait outside of Yingdu. I will definitely chop off his head within 10 days. A similar scene appeared again, but Xiaochen was no longer the Xiaochen from before. At worst, he would just retreat far away, change his appearance, and hide in the vast sea of people. Tasting indifference amidst the ordinariness, comprehending the emptiness amidst the indifference. Sitting in an open-air tea house, Xiaochen looked at the people on the street and listened to the peddlers peddling their wares. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt that everything was very realistic. How many people in this world are always chasing after the extraordinary, always unwilling to be ordinary, but what do they get after they are exhausted? Perhaps being natural and ordinary was the truth. Looking at the bustling stream of people, Xiaochen savored the faint fragrance of the tea. He felt that the lives of ordinary people were very fulfilling. A guy with a medium build and a handsome appearance, but an extremely wretched temperament, walked over unsteadily. His eyes were like hooks as he glanced at the beauties passing by on the street from time to time. She arrived in front of Xiaochen's table and sat down beside him. She stammered, Big brother, you are so carefree. Xiaochen smiled and asked, You are? People call me Butcher, no, people call me Tiger Butcher. Pro. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He did not say anything, merely looking at Xiaochen with a smile. This guy, whose appearance was passable but extremely wretched, glanced left and right. His pair of lustful eyes chased after the figures of young women on the street. He poured himself a large cup of tea and drank it in one gulp without any hesitation. Good tea. This is definitely the highest grade red beauty tea. It said that young girls, in the morning, facing the morning, day by day, a sprout. A burly man at the side let out a thunderous roar and said angrily, I'll say it for you. I'm about to suffocate to death because of you. You, bad luck. The burly man stuttered as well. Then, he angrily shook his sleeves and stood up, saying, I'll listen to a few more words from you. If I'm not suffocating to death, I'm dying of anxiety. The impatient man immediately left. This person is a guy who claimed to be a tiger butcher. Instead, he revealed a look of disdain and looked angrily at the back of the burly man as he left. It was a little out of place. Yes, 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 right? As he spoke, he turned around and asked the people around him. In the end, the surrounding people quickly finished their tea and left. Listening to him speak was really a kind of torture. It felt like there was a breath in his heart that couldn't be released. Why did they ran away? The wretched guy stood up. He wanted to make her stay. Hurry, hurry, hurry. You're suffocating to death. The last one, who looked like a minister counselor, angrily flung his sleeves and left. Two. No. I'm not being particular. The vulgar fellow slammed the table angrily and said, No manners, no self-restraint, no morals. Gulp, gulp, this guy directly grabbed the teapot and poured it into his mouth. He poured the tea into his mouth like a whale sucking in water. How was this tasting tea? This was clearly drinking water. After wiping away the tea dripping from the corner of his mouth, he turned his head to look at Xiaochen and said, You, say it, right? Big brother, big brother. Xiaochen was really amused by this guy. He was not anxious at all. When he heard the last word, he really couldn't spit it out. He smiled and said, Don't call me big brother. I might not even be as old as you. Hey. The stuttering guy gasped for breath and said angrily, Big brother, stop calling. I didn't call. I was just saying it. Big brother. The wretched stuttering guy slammed the table and finally said the word big brother. Brother, is there something you need from me? Xiaochen called for another pot of tea. He poured a cup for the stuttering guy and another for himself. I've already said, I'm a tiger slayer, a professional. After the vulgar stutterer said all this, he remained calm and unperturbed. He actually did not say anything, as though he was waiting for Xiaochen to ask. His pair of peach blossom eyes wandered around the streets. Xiaochen felt that this fellow was very interesting. Coincidentally, he had nothing to do and was in no hurry to find him. He leisurely sipped his tea as he watched the people on the street. Just like that, the two of them drank tea for 2 hours. 3 pots of tea were served, and neither of them spoke. After waiting for an hour and a half, the wretched stutterer couldn't take it anymore and said, You're too boring. HHHH for half a day and you haven't said a single word. Too boring. Wasn't I waiting for you to say it? Ping ping ping. Usually, it's, don't, other people are suffocated to death by me. Today, I'm about to suffocate to death because of you. Xiaochen had never thought that the wretched stutterer in front of him was actually a member of the continent's #1 assassin organization, Bounty 300 million. You are an assassin. You actually dared to expose yourself to the sunlight. Aren't you afraid that your career as an assassin will end? That's an ordinary assassin. Who am I? I'm a future assassin, a supreme. The stutterer in front of him was very conceited. He boasted shamelessly, I'm a killer under the sunlight. I can live like an ordinary person. I is one of a kind. A peculiar assassin called Crisis was arrogantly named after the 3 words of the assassin organization, Bounty 300 million. He stuttered. Xiaochen couldn't tell the depth of his strength. He could only tell that he was extremely wretched and didn't have any killing intent. Suddenly, Xiaochen remembered. 2 years ago, wasn't there an assassin called Crisis who killed the 7th son of the Tiger clan's patriarch in the southern wasteland? He was also Farsnow's second husband who had just finished praying to heaven and earth. "It's you." Xiaochen smiled. This assassin organization, Bounty 300 million, had already existed for countless years. It could be said that they had a very deep grudge with the Tiger clan of the Middle-earth. According to legend, the first supreme assassin had once assassinated that old ancestor of the Tiger clan. That old white tiger Saint Emperor almost died at that time. After that, the grudge between the two parties had always been entangled. Crisis stared at a girl who was wearing revealing clothes and walking gracefully on the street. His soul was about to be hooked away. However, he was still absent-minded. He stuttered, "BB bro, think, remember who this sovereign is? The future supreme assassin." Xiaochen wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. This wretched guy actually wanted to become the supreme assassin. But after thinking about it carefully, it was hard to say. Nothing was absolute. Crisis seemed to be really not simple. Enough. Get a pen and paper quickly. You talk like this. You won't be able to explain it in 2 hours. Crisis took out a slate from the backpack on his back in a very practiced manner. Let's work together to kill that big tiger. Crisis quickly carved a line of words on the slate. It could be seen that he often communicated with people like this. He couldn't be any more practiced. You should have taken out the slate earlier. Xiaochen cursed silently. Then he looked at him with a smile and said, "Can the two of us deal with a demigod?" Whoosh, he wiped it with his hand. The words on the slate turned into dust and fell down. Another line of words appeared, "The two of us are more or less enough. If we add that solitary sword demon, the 3 of us should be enough to chop off his head." So what if he's a demigod? Let's use our respective divine abilities. That's just a sick cat. This matter needs to be carefully considered. However, speaking until here, Xiaochen looked at this wretched guy and said, "How can I believe you are Crisis?" In that instant, a deathly aura burst out. The ice-cold killing intent immediately made the tea seller faint. Enough. There was no need to probe further. This was definitely the aura unique to assassins. BBBB, it's a promise. Let's kill the tiger together. Alright, it's a deal. Just at this time, a commotion broke out on the distant street. A lot of pedestrians ran towards that direction. There were even some women and children running back in panic. Xiaochen called a child into the tea house and gave him 2 gold coins. Then he asked, "Little brother, what happened?" Demon Ox is here. Grandma said it's Oxhead from Oxhead and Horseface. It's here to capture people's souls. Bullsh. Nonsense, how can there be Oxhead and Horseface in broad daylight? Crisis widened his peach blossom eyes. It's true. That demon ox is very powerful. He defeated many practitioners, and he even wanted to capture the soul of a person called Xiaoshi Shui. Xiaochen let the child go and said to Crisis, "Let's go take a look." At a bustling crossroad, a very simple and honest-looking fatty with 2 huge ox horns on his head. He really looked like the reincarnation of the kind-hearted demon ox. Beside him was a huge flag with a line of words written on it, "Challenge Xiaoshi Shui." This guy, Xiaochen didn't expect Oxman would actually come to Yingdu and use this kind of method to find him. He must have already known about the battle a few days ago. The telepathic sword wave and the perfect seal of Aquarius might be able to hide from others, but it couldn't hide from the fatty. He was also proficient in many divine skills. He must have already guessed that Xiaoshi Shui was Xiaochen. What, old enemy? Crisis smiled and said, I. I'll help you deal with him. No need. However, it was already too late. The wretched-looking Crisis actually disappeared into thin air in an instant. Such speed shocked even Xiaochen. In front of him, Oxman under the huge flag seemed to have sensed something. He soared into the sky in an instant, and a huge demonic ox manifested behind him. The mountain-like black ox body would send chills down people's spines. It possessed an indescribable magical power. With a loud roar, the huge demonic ox swooped down and cracked the street below. Bang! Crisis reappeared and retreated. The huge demonic ox also retreated after one strike and returned behind Oxman. Oh my god, it's really the demon ox. What the hell, the ox head and horseface actually came into being in broad daylight. Many women and children fled far away while crying. Those who were more courageous and some practitioners watched curiously from not far away. Crisis silently retreated to Xiaochen's side and said, This ox head Fei is not simple at all. You're the ox head, your family is the ox head. Oxman had already landed on the ground. The huge demonic bull entered his body, and he shattered the flag with a palm strike. He shattered the huge flag with one palm strike and walked over with large strides. Seeing Xiaochen, the little fatty immediately chuckled. However, when he saw Crisis, he immediately put on a chubby face. We're all on the same side. Let's talk somewhere else. Xiaochen hastily pulled the two out of the crowd and left this place. Only after they were far away from that place did Xiaochen said, I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. Where's the black dragon? In the deep mountains outside Yingdu. I had no choice but to come out earlier. At this point, little fatty was extremely depressed. He said in annoyance, the horns on my head. It grew faster and faster, until now. Woo. I can't even cut it off with a knife. That group of grandpas and grandmas. He said that it's a good thing. No matter what, get rid of it. I'll come out and see if there's any way to make it smaller. Oxman looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. You really can't cut it? A wretched stutter. It was rare for him to be able to speak so fluently. His eyes were glowing as he extended one of his hands towards the bull's horn. He chuckled and said, This is really the best material to make a stab dagger. Stand aside, you wretched stutterer. Oxman pushed him away and patted his 2 feet long black ox horns in annoyance. Let nature take its course. Xiaochen consoled her. The little fatty was a happy-go-lucky person. He quickly forgot about the problem of the ox horn and looked at Xiaochen excitedly. Brother Shui, do you know why I came to Yingdu? There are old acquaintances of ours here. Do you still remember Rowena? She's at the Spellbind Palace, and it's said that she's on good terms with the Flower Emperor there. Oxman couldn't expose Xiaochen's identity in front of Crisis. However, they could transmit messages without any trouble. Chen. Chen Yu. Luo. Luo. Yan Luo Palace? Hearing this, Crisis' peach blossom eyes immediately blossomed with 2 dazzling rays of light. You can't even speak properly. That's a place for men. Is it a place for a wretched guy like you to go? No matter how Oxman looked at Crisis, he didn't like him at all. Bull. Minotaur. You. Don't. Don't be convinced. If you don't believe me, why don't we give it a try? Look at your wretched appearance. Old master doesn't like you, and your uncle doesn't like you. You still want to try? Even if you go, you'll be beaten out with a broom. That's not a place you can go just because you have money. Despicable. I. Speaking until here, Crisis was so anxious that he immediately took out the slate and quickly carved some words. Otherwise, he would be suffocated to death. Let's not fight, let's see who's a real man. Let's go to the Spellbind Palace. No matter what, I, Crisis the Great Sovereign, have sex 13 times in one night. Pa, you pervert, you're more like 13 seconds. Although the little fatty oxman looked silly, his mouth was very sharp. Xiaochen laughed out loud and let them bicker. He said, Come, let's go to the Spellbind Palace. The Spellbind Palace was just like the Imperial Palace. It occupied a very large area. Looking from afar, it looked like a continuous heavenly palace. One could imagine how powerful they were. Otherwise, how could they be allowed to build such a palace in Yingdu? The people who came in and out of this place were either rich or noble. If you walked into any of the VIP palaces, you might see an influential figure in Yingdu. Walking along the white marble stairs, they walked into the grand hall in the center. It could be said to be extremely luxurious. It was richly ornamented and dazzling. At this time, it was already close to evening. The crystal lamps flickered with a dreamy radiance, making this bejeweled palace even more dreamlike. In front of the tall screen, there was a pair of 2-meter-tall jadeite bottles. The whole bottle was flickering with green light, and it was sparkling and translucent. With just a glance, one could tell that it was a priceless treasure. On one of the walls, a poem written by the peerless sword celestial, Li Bai, was hung high. It was definitely not a fake. The words were bold and powerful. Li Bai was a master at reciting poems and controlling swords. The poem contained the sword will, and the sword will contained the poetry. A courtesan who was in charge of receiving guests in the front hall came over gracefully with a veil over her face. A few young and beautiful girls followed behind her. They were all from different races. The Western girls had snow-white skin that was as smooth as ice. They were tall and graceful. Their long golden hair was as beautiful as the eternal sunshine. The Eastern girls had black hair that was like a waterfall. Bright eyes and white teeth. Their necks were slender and delicate. Their curves were incomparably wonderful. The fox girls of the barbarians were charming and moving. Just a glance from her charming eyes made Chrysis's peach blossom eyes stare blankly. Her furry fox tail gently curled up. The 8 girls were from different races, and all of them were extremely charming, revealing a mesmerizing smile. Hee, esteemed guests, this way please. Huaxiang smiled and brought 8 girls to welcome them. Oxman muttered in a low voice, why is he still wearing a mask? Aren't you going to show it to others? Chrysis took out the slate and quickly carved the words on it, I despise you. You don't even know this. So you're a virgin. This is called half-concealing. That's what I want. Oxman sneered and said, when I was in the streets, you were still peeping at women bathing. Save your energy, I don't need you to introduce me. Speaking up to here, the little fatty seemed to have thought of something and said, I heard the solitary sword demon is also an Indu. It would be very interesting if we let that ice-cold guy come here. When Xiaochen heard this, he smiled faintly. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with him. That's a good idea. He turned his head and said to the courtesan, can you guys help? Of course, no problem. As far as we are concerned, the esteemed guests here are our ancestors. The courtesan said with a smile. When Oxman saw Xiaochen really went to invite the solitary sword demon, he imagined that cold and emotionless guy coming to this kind of place. He immediately laughed mischievously. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and said, I heard the chick Yen is also here in Indu. She's a peerless beauty. Why don't Brother Shui invite her as well? The courtesan covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. The 8 charming girls behind her also laughed tenderly. They felt that this little fatty was too much of a bastard. He still wanted to bring a woman to this kind of place. Just at this time, Oxman discovered the vulgar Chrysis was sneering at him. At the same time, he felt a cold glint shooting at him from the street behind him. He turned around to look, who else could it be other than Yen Qingqing, Frosty, and the 3rd princess just happened to pass by this place. Since the Spellbind Castle was too famous, the 3rd princess couldn't help but introduce it to them when they passed by. When Yen Qingqing saw the little fatty's face, she was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hand. She restrained her indignant expression and muttered to herself, ox head. How did he become an ox head? She remembered this hateful little fatty very clearly. Back then on the Dragon Island, this silly guy was not someone to be trifled with. Chick Yen. Oh, I mean, nice to meet you, little sister Yen. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you look even more elegant than before. You're truly a peerless beauty, your charm is unparalleled. You're like a fairy descending to the mortal world, I can't help but feel pity for you. Even the sun and moon in the sky will lose their luster, Oxman praised in a self-righteous manner. Whoosh, a golden hairpin flew over and interrupted his words. Yan Qingqing's face was completely red as she looked at the few of them angrily. Yen Yen. Yen Yen. Yen Yen. You're really too beautiful. The vulgar Chrysis also didn't want to fall behind. He opened his mouth to praise, but he couldn't say the word Miss Yen no matter how hard he tried. He directly ignored it. Fortunately, he was able to speak smoothly after that. However, this way, the meaning was completely different. He wasn't calling her Miss Yen, he seemed to be calling her Yen Yen intimately. This angered Yan Qingqing so much that her cheeks turned red. She really wanted to grab this vulgar guy and give him a good beating. She stood on the street and gnashed her teeth. She was actually being teased by 3 guys who were strolling in the brothel. It was truly vexing. He wanted to call Frosty, but the vulgar guy stuttered again, Frosty. Frosty. Frosty, you're also very beautiful. It seemed like he was calling her by her intimately. It angered Frosty so much that his complexion changed. Gong gong. Gong gong. Gong gong. Crisis's face turned red, but he couldn't say the word Lord out of his mouth. He pointed at the 3rd princess and said while gnashing his teeth, Gong gong. You're also very beautiful. The 3rd princess woke up from her anger at the same time. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The passers-by all laughed heartily. In the main hall, the courtesan and the 8 girls were already crying from laughing. While Xianxia was laughing heartily in his heart, he sighed in admiration at the same time. What a talent, Oxman shook his head. He was already squatting on the ground while laughing. End of chapter 241. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.